Chen family's ancestral teachings. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they offend me, I shall return it tenfold. Whoever offends the Chen family, even if they are distant, shall be exterminated. Chen Xuan traversed the Xiantian continent, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage at 25 and attaining the golden core stage at 99. After another 150 years, his cultivation reached the late stage of golden core. Just as he was preparing for his fourth adventure with resources depleted, the awakening of the eternal first Immortal Clan System bound to him occurred. At this moment, the Chen family was under concerted attack from two other golden core cultivation families. Within the clan, the talented ninth elder was slain in battle, the eighth elder was possessed, and the second elder managed the battle hall. Chapter 1. On the Tianxian continent, in the northern wilderness, lies a vast mountain range named Qilian Mountains, stretching over 1,000,000 miles. In the southernmost, remote corner of this mountain range, three golden core family forces stand in a delicate balance, engaging in both open and covert struggles for many years. On this day, at the entrance of the Chen family council hall, several figures arrived in succession, entering one after another. Soon, the grand hall was bustling with people. Once all the expected attendees had gathered, the current patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Xuan, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. His authoritative gaze swept over the numerous bloodline elders of the Chen family gathered below. Ultimately, his attention settled on the first elder, Chen Yuntian, and the second elder, Chen Xuan, who sat at the front on either side. First elder, second elder, please enlighten everyone about the current situation within and outside the Chen family. The first elder, Chen Yuntian, was characterized by his steady demeanor, mature wisdom, and careful consideration, handling affairs with a diplomatic touch, and treating the disciples of the clan fairly. Thus, he was appointed by Chen Xiao to oversee all internal matters of the Chen family. The second elder, Chen Xuan, was known for his decisive actions, iron-willed dominance, and exceptional cultivation talent. Having just surpassed 100 years, he had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, just a step away from perfection. He was qualified to begin preparations to break through into the golden core realm, becoming the second pillar of the Chen family. Since entering the foundation establishment stage, he had been responsible for leading the battle hall disciples, engaging in external conflicts with nearby cultivation forces over resources. The two of them complemented each other, with Chen Xiao stationed at the family core, overseeing the overall situation. Under their collaborative leadership, the Chen family had flourished over the past few decades. Of course, one must also mention the ancestor, Chen Xuan, who was currently in seclusion in the forbidden area of the back mountain, diligently cultivating. A century ago, most of those present had yet to be born when the ancestor, Chen Xuan, emerged, wielding the golden core and striking fear across the land. This allowed the then weak Chen family to gain a foothold in this vast corner of the mountain range. Without this steadfast anchor, the Chen family could not possibly enjoy the current prosperity. With over 10,000 clan members and hundreds of cultivators, the remaining foundation establishment practitioners numbered nearly 2. This number only accounts for the bloodline descendants of the Chen surname, excluding those from other surnames who were recruited as honorary members of the Chen family. At this moment, the 8 foundation establishment elders summoned by Patriarch Chen Xiao to discuss matters in the Grand Hall were all direct blood relatives of the Chen family. Originally, there were 9, but the 9th elder, Chen Tianqi, had tragically fallen during a mission a few days prior when ambushed and killed. The purpose of this gathering was primarily prompted by that incident. As Chen Xiao finished speaking, the first elder, Chen Yuntian, was the first to respond. Patriarch, the internal affairs of the Chen family are currently operating relatively smoothly. However, since a few months ago, when the Zhou family and Wang family suddenly joined forces to suppress our various industries, the monthly resource income has begun to decline significantly, even showing negative growth. I estimate that if this situation persists, within 20 years, the accumulated wealth of over 200 years in our treasury will be completely exhausted. As he spoke, a deep sense of worry appeared on his brow. As the chief administrator of the Chen family's internal affairs, he constantly maintained a mindset of vigilance. Negative growth in resource income meant that they had to rely on depleting past resources to maintain the family's monthly expenditures. What difference was this from eating away at their own foundation? It is evident that the Zhou and Wang families, while seemingly only intent on slowing our development, are actually trying to exhaust our foundation. The third elder, Chen Enian, interjected, his brow furrowed with righteous indignation. The fourth elder, Chen Xioming, immediately chimed in. This insidious intention of gradual suffocation is clearly aimed at undermining our Chen family without a fight. Chen Yuntian's words sparked a chorus of discussions among the other elders present, each expressing their opinions. These opinions, remarkably unified, pointed directly at the Zhou and Wang families. Chen Zhao's expression remained calm and composed as he sat quietly. Despite the noise in the hall, it was clear that when the Chen family faced their enemies, they were united in purpose. At that moment, a figure, who had been silent and seemed out of place among the others, abruptly stood up from the back. He walked directly to the center, facing Chen Xiao, and performed a respectful kneel. This action instantly silenced the bustling hall. All eyes turned to him, the eighth elder, Chen Jingfu. His previously somber face now bore an expression of deep sorrow. His bloodshot eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Patriarch and esteemed elders, I beg your attention. There is a disciple of the Chen family named Chen Tianqi. At the age of 10, he was identified with a superior spiritual root and, after merely 15 years of cultivation, reached the 10th level of qi refinement, successfully passing the battle hall test to join it. He fought for the Chen family while cultivating and, 30 years later, successfully broke into foundation establishment, ascending to the position of 9th elder. After 45 years of cultivation, at the age of 55, he was a foundation establishment practitioner whose talent deserved to stand shoulder to shoulder with our ancestor. Yet, on the 99th day of the 388th year of our clan's history, while establishing our family shrine, he encountered an ambush from 4 foundation establishment practitioners of the Zhou family at Mangdang Mountain. In a bid to protect the retreat of other disciples, Tianqi valiantly confronted the enemy, even sacrificing himself to create a chance for his fellow clan members, staining the heavens with his blood. Tianqi has given his all for the Chen family. He was destined to soar like a dragon in the sky, yet now he has become a wandering spirit on the road to the underworld. The 8th elder, Chen Jingfu, earnestly requests the Patriarch to issue a declaration of war against the Zhou family, avenging Tianqi and the fellow clan members who perished alongside him at Mangdang Mountain. Chen Jingfu was the blood uncle of the fallen Chen Tianqi. The tragic demise of Tian Jiaozizi has plunged him into an abyss of sorrow in recent days. Initially, the incident concerning Chen Tianqi's assassination would later be addressed by Chen Xiao, leading to a discussion among the assembly. However, with Chen Jingfu's actions, the theme of today's deliberation had to be expedited. His impassioned and heartfelt words instantly stirred the emotions of everyone present, including the 2nd elder, Chen Xuan, who had been absent-mindedly seated since entering the Grand Assembly Hall. As the master of the Chen family's battle hall, Chen Xuan could not escape the repercussions of Chen Tianqi's death. Had he not ordered that a team be dispatched to investigate the suspected spirit stone mine atop Mangdang Mountain, how could Chen Tianqi have fallen victim to an ambush? Having cultivated for 45 years to reach the foundation establishment stage, Chen Tianqi's aptitude for cultivation and his combat acumen surpassed Chen Xuan's by a notable margin. He even rivaled their illustrious ancestor, currently secluded in the ancestral grounds, in his youth, only slightly lagging behind. There was a substantial possibility that, before his lifespan waned, he could break through the barriers of cultivation and ascend to the Golden Core realm. Throughout the years of the Chen family's development, a second Golden Core cultivator had never emerged. Such a prodigy, so easily extinguished? Chen Zhen found it unacceptable. When the news of Chen Tianqi's fall reached the Chen family, darkness clouded his vision, and his heart ached to the point of near unconsciousness. He could never have imagined that a routine reconnaissance mission would lead to the bloodshed of the future heir of the battle hall atop that humble Mangdang Mountain. As Chen Jingfu's words concluded, Chen Zhen abruptly stood. He lifted his gaze, fiery determination illuminating his countenance as he addressed Chen Xiao above. Patriarch, the primary responsibility for Tianqi's death lies with me, however. The collusion of the Zhou and Wang families to annihilate the Chen clan is known to all. This time, the Zhou family audaciously plotted to eliminate our Tianjiao. I believe we must respond with thunderous force to seek justice for Tianqi and the other fallen disciples of the Chen family. I, Chen Zhen, master of the battle hall, hereby request to engage in battle. I implore the Patriarch to issue orders to immediately deliberate on the offensive against the Zhou family. Was this not an attempt to usurp power? On the dais, Chen Xiao regarded Chen Zhen's unwavering resolve and slowly rose. The other elders still seated followed suit. The general situation within the Chen family had already been conveyed by the Grand Elder, Chen Yuntian. As for external matters, the loss of a prodigy elder and several disciples from the battle hall was evident. The attitudes of the battle hall's master and certain elders were unmistakable. They seemed to contemplate a shift from the Chen family's traditional defensive strategy to a more aggressive stance against the Zhou family, declaring total war without retreat. Standing proudly on the high platform with hands clasped behind him, Chen Xiao glanced at Chen Yuntian, who bore a heavy expression of concern yet remained silent. He understood that this usually cautious Grand Elder was now also in favor of war. If they could no longer endure and desired battle, then let it be war. The Chilean mountains are vast and boundless, yet the Chen family resides in but a corner. For many years, under the guidance of our esteemed ancestors, we have toiled diligently to achieve our current stature. However, other forces cannot abide by the Chen family's rise. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. Notions of righteousness are mere platitudes. You all are the pillars of the Chen family, and must remember the 2 maxims inscribed by our ancestor in the clan's genealogy. Should one not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, I shall repay tenfold. Those who trespass against the Chen family shall be pursued, regardless of distance. The resounding thunderous proclamation echoed throughout the expansive assembly hall, reverberating in the minds of the gathered Chen elders. The blood within their chests surged with fervor as they gazed upon their formidable patriarch, Chen Xiao, their eyes reflecting a shared battle spirit. Kill. The call to arms resonated with unanimous approval, and the exuberant 8th elder, Chen Zhengfu, could not contain his excitement, raising his voice in fervent agreement. Others joined in. Kill. 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 The battle cries erupted from the hall, soaring into the heavens, prompting the disciples within the Chen clan's territory to turn their gazes in curiosity. An overwhelming sense of impending storm filled their hearts. The great battle is about to commence. With the core idea of launching a full-scale offensive against the Zhou family firmly established, a fervent discussion erupted in the assembly hall regarding the forthcoming conflict. At this juncture, opinions varied widely, each elder articulating their perspectives. In light of some contentious issues, it was necessary for Chen Xiao, as the clan leader, to make decisive judgments. Observing the fervent and battle-ready countenances of the 8 elder council members, Chen Xiao murmured, "If our ancestor were here, he would undoubtedly make a decision akin to mine." An hour later, the assembly had preliminarily drafted a rough strategy against the Zhou and Wang families. It was tentatively decided to commence operations 7 days hence, initiating an assault on a small 7-star meteorite mine occupied by the Zhou family. After concluding their deliberations, the elders departed in succession, leaving only Chen Xiao and Chen Jun within the hall. Chen Xiao, wishing to inquire further about the peculiar circumstances surrounding Chen Tianqi's death, signaled for Chen Jin to stay. Second elder, is it mere coincidence that the Zhou family deployed 4 foundation establishment cultivators to lay ambush on Mangdang Mountain? As Chen Zhao's words fell, Chen Jun's expression shifted dramatically. What did the Patriarch mean by this? The intelligence about the suspected spirit stone mine on Mangdang Mountain originated from the Wind Hall, who requested the Battle Hall to send someone for investigation. Recognizing the significance of the spirit stone mine, I immediately dispatched Tianqi, who happened to be available, to lead a team of elite disciples. I never imagined the outcome would be. Alas, the information from the Wind Hall came from external sources. It must have been a deliberate ploy by the Zhou family to release this false information, luring our Chun family to send disciples for investigation and then ambushing them. What a pity for Tianqi. Was it truly that straightforward? Chen Xiao gazed at Chen Jun, who was now engulfed in sorrow. Upon hearing his response, he refrained from further speech and merely gestured for him to withdraw. Turning back to his seat, he settled down, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Zhan Tang's master, Chen Jun. Feng Tang's master, Chen Enian. After much deliberation, Chen Xiao shook his head in resignation. He had fancied himself well-versed in all matters concerning his family. Yet today, an inexplicable sense of confusion arose within him. I hope this matter bears no connection to you. Those of the Chen family, sharing the same roots and origins, should not find themselves in such a predicament. Chapter 2. In the Chen family's rear mountain, the territory spanning 100 miles was designated as a forbidden zone. This was the sole domain of the Chen family's venerable elder, Chen Xuan, who cultivated within its sacred grounds. Nestled within the mountainside, a colossal cave entrance stood, towering 5 meters high and several zhang wide. Upon entering, one would discover an extraordinary expanse, as though the entire mountain had been hollowed out. Countless spirit orbs adorned the surrounding walls, illuminating the cave with a brilliance that banished any darkness. A man-made miniature spiritual spring cascaded melodiously, while winding streams meandered through, nourishing patches of land where various spiritual grains, herbs, and medicines thrived. The most striking feature was the quaint wooden house at the center, exuding pastoral elegance, surrounded by lush bamboo groves. Inside the wooden abode, a man of middle age, his features sharp and dignified, emanated an air of authority and exceptional grace. He sat cross-legged upon a mat, deeply engrossed in meditation. Beside him, a plump, fluffy black cat dozed peacefully, its eyes tightly shut. After completing another cycle of meditation, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, a hint of resignation flickering across his face, accompanied by a silent sigh. It seems I must venture out once more to seize resources. In recent days, without the aid of the Jinling Dan, his progress had plummeted dramatically. A cultivator at the Golden Core stage possesses a lifespan of 500 years, yet he had already passed nearly half of that time. Should he fail to break through to the next stage, Yuan Ying, within the remaining 200 to 300 years, he would meet a fate akin to countless others in the cultivation world, succumbing with regret. At present, Chen Xian had merely reached the latter stages of Golden Core, a feat reliant on his remarkable aptitude. Having transmigrated into the cultivation realm, his spiritual roots had remained dormant for the first decade of his life, yet he refused to squander precious time. Under the guise of mischief, he spent his days playing hide-and-seek within the Chen family's scripture pavilion, while in truth, he voraciously absorbed knowledge, expanding his horizons. A decade later, upon discovering his superior spiritual roots, Chen Xian ascended to the status of a prodigious youth within the clan. He did not disappoint the expectations of his ancestors, leveraging his formidable cultivation talent and the knowledge amassed over 10 years to break through to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 25. Not merely an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, he could wield a plethora of intricate spells and techniques, vanquishing mid-stage prodigies in combat. After 74 years, he summoned the heavenly tribulation and successfully overcame it, achieving the Golden Core. The Golden Core now resided within him, marking a turning point where his fate was no longer dictated by the heavens. At the tender age of 99, he attained the Golden Core. In no time, the name Chen Xuan resonated across vast territories, spreading among various factions. With a Golden Core master presiding over the Chen family, all must tread carefully in their dealings. Thus, the Chen family rapidly flourished over the subsequent century. New generations replaced the old, yet only the venerable elder Chen Xuan remained unchanged, the highest in lineage and might. The younger disciples revered him as their ancestor. None, save for Chen Xuan, were aware that his cultivation had now reached the latter stages of the Golden Core, merely one step away from the Yuan-ing stage, requiring only the perfection of his cultivation and the passage of the Yuan-ing tribulation. Yet this step had ensnared countless cultivators. Even a prodigy like Chen Xuan could not confidently proclaim his ability to ascend to Yuan-ing within 300 years. Indeed, while he had traversed realms, he lacked a system or a golden finger. His current standing was the result of his commendable innate talent and relentless dedication to cultivation. He understood the brutal realities of the cultivation world. Stagnation would lead to being devoured by others. The same held true for the Chen family. Cultivation, oh cultivation, how exasperatingly arduous. Chen Xuan turned his introspection inward, assessing the golden core within him that required untold amounts of spiritual energy to reach perfection. Unable to suppress his frustration, he let out a sigh. The dangers he had faced and the hardships endured since arriving in this cultivation realm were far too numerous. Despite his knowledge of survival, he had ventured outside only thrice since beginning his cultivation. The first excursion occurred shortly after entering the foundation establishment stage, driven by youthful exuberance into a second-tier secret realm to compete for opportunities. That impulsive venture nearly cost him his life, saved only by the intervention of a remnant soul he had inadvertently discovered within a jade fragment. The second journey transpired once he reached the peak of foundation establishment. Chen Xuan had sequestered himself in contemplation, seeking a breakthrough to the golden core, but found no path forward. Reluctantly, he ventured out in search of opportunities and stumbled upon an opening to a golden core master's cave. Within, he engaged in fierce competition with two other cultivators who sensed the commotion, vying for treasures left behind by the ascended master. Though danger lurked within the cave, Chen Xuan's formidable combat prowess turned peril into fortune. He even vanquished those who dared contest him, claiming a golden core master's legacy as his own. With the aid of the master's cultivation notes and resources, he successfully comprehended the path to golden core and, at the century mark, triumphantly weathered the tribulation. His third foray occurred after exhausting all resources accumulated, including a significant portion supplied by the Chen family, to break into the mid-golden core stage. Without the aid of elixirs, his rate of advancement had begun to wane. Unable to endure any longer, he had no choice but to venture out once again to hunt mystical beasts and explore secret realms and caverns. At present, the resources he had previously fought for had been entirely depleted. The sluggish pace of his cultivation compelled Chen Xuan to entertain the notion of embarking on another adventure. He yearned to remain within the safety of his family and devote himself to tranquil cultivation. Yet, who would provide him with the necessary resources? A single Dan Yao, the Jin Yuan Dan required for his cultivation in the Golden Core realm, was worth more than the accumulated savings of the Chen family over several years. How could the Chen family possibly afford to sustain a true immortal like him? Alas, I must ultimately rely on myself. With this thought, Chen Xuan rose from his bed and cast his gaze upon the chief named Jing Zhang, who was lost in sweet dreams beside him. This black cat, dubbed Jing Zhang, had been discovered by Chen Xuan during his childhood on the desolate mountain behind the Sanjingge. Influenced by his former girlfriend, who had a fondness for cats, Chen Xuan could not resist the sight of the feeble little black cat and took it home as a companion. Little did he expect that, as time passed, the cat would grow into a robust creature, resembling a pig, adorned with a dense, lustrous coat of black fur, and possessing an extraordinary vitality. Its remarkable nature was evident in its survival. Not only had it lived for several centuries, but it also showed no signs of aging. Time seemed to have frozen it in its prime. Furthermore, Jing Zhang possessed another unique trait. It consumed only food imbued with spiritual energy, and its appetite had been steadily increasing each day. To date, it had devoured resources worth several Jinling Dan, the worth of which Chen Xuan could only guess. Despite his heartache over the expenditure, he resolved to care for the cat until the end of its days. Jing Zhang, wake up, it's time to go, Chen Xuan said, as he began to stroke the soft back of Jing Zhang. The cat, dreaming of feasting on dried fish, awoke abruptly, turning its head to gaze at Chen Xuan with eyes shimmering like azure stars. Meow, it lamented, its expression filled with reproach, as if questioning why Chen Xuan had disturbed its blissful slumber. Was it not enough to suffer hunger in reality without disrupting its dreams? What kind of look is that? What are you staring at? In preparing to go out and earn your cat food, Chen Xuan replied. All you do is eat and sleep, sleep and eat, with no exercise whatsoever. Look at your figure, how will you ever find a mate? Upon hearing the words cat food, a spark ignited in Jing Zhang's azure eyes, and drool began to seep from the corners of its mouth. Watching this display, Chen Xuan thought to himself that there was no hope for the cat, before preparing to tuck it into his spirit beast pouch. Each time he ventured out, he always brought Jing Zhang along. After all, if he left it at the Chen family home, it would likely go hungry, and upon his return, he would be greeted by a skeletal, resentful black cat. Just as Chen Xuan was about to channel his spiritual energy to open the pouch, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was a melodious sound that made him feel as if he were in a celestial realm, listening to a fairy playing enchanting music. Ding! The creation of the supreme Immortal Clan System is complete. Host Chen Xuan detected, beginning binding. Ding! Binding successful. The system panel is now open, please check it at your convenience. Ding! The novice gift pack has been issued to the host's backpack, please check it at your convenience. The cold, mechanical voice of the system reverberated in Chen Xuan's mind, causing his heart to race at an extraordinary rate. His face flushed with excitement. His blood surged, and he was overwhelmed with joy. The system had arrived. It had finally come. Though delayed, it was not too late. After all, Chen Xuan was still alive. He had persevered until the system's arrival. Meow. Jing Zhang gazed at Chen Xuan with a puzzled expression, as if to say, was it not agreed that they would venture out to earn cat food? Why was he not hastening to tuck it into that dark space? Jing Zhang was eager to continue its slumber and indulge in its favorite dried fish. Chen Xuan snapped back to reality at the sound of Jing Zhang's meow. He squeezed its chubby face and grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Jing Zhang, we no longer need to venture out for adventures we shall never have to again. My cultivation resources, along with your cat food, will soon be secured. With the system in hand, the world is at my command. The myriad paths of existence, I shall reign supreme. From this day forth, it is utterly inconceivable for me, Chen Xuan, to step beyond the confines of the Chen family's rear mountain. Chapter 3 Host, Chen Xuan Cultivation Level, Late Golden Core Family Overview, 750 Qi Refinement Cultivators, 15 Foundation Establishment Cultivators, 1 Golden Core Cultivator. Note, current cultivators include those in service, and updates occur in real time upon defection or death. Family Prosperity, 1000. Note, 1 Prosperity Point for a Qi Refinement Cultivator, 10 for a Foundation Establishment Cultivator, and 100 for a Golden Core Cultivator, and so forth. Family Rating, 10. Note, based on Family Prosperity Assessment. Ratio 1100, Family Points, 10. Note, automatically acquired daily in proportion to family rating, redeemable for special items in the system mall. Daily sign-in, yes. Note, after signing in, the host can randomly receive 2 compatible resources based on cultivation level and family prosperity to assist in the rapid growth of the host and family. Can I still sign in? Upon reading the final line of the system panel, Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy within. Eagerly, he concentrated his thoughts and clicked the affirmative button. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 exquisite Golden Spirit Pill and 1 exquisite Foundation Establishment Pill. Exquisite Golden Spirit Pill. Chen Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. It is noteworthy that most of the pills he had previously consumed were of low quality, with only a few medium-grade ones to his name. As for high-grade Golden Spirit Pills, he had never laid eyes upon one. In the realm of cultivation, possessing the talent for alchemy and obtaining the inheritance to ultimately become an alchemist is a rarity, even among alchemists. Those who can successfully advance to the 3rd rank are few and far between. Yet among the 3rd-rank alchemists, the ability to concoct high-grade spirit pills is exceptionally rare. The Chen family does not have any 3rd-rank alchemists, only a single 2nd-rank alchemist who is an external elder, treated like a precious gem by the family patriarch, Chen Xuan. Even with a 2nd-rank alchemist tirelessly refining pills day and night, they would still struggle to meet the daily cultivation needs of the 15 Foundation Establishment cultivators in the Chen family. Most of the higher-grade pills required by the family are procured from the Xianling market in the Chilean mountains. This is also true for the Zhou and Wang families, who possess similar strengths. Years ago, Chen Xuan established a pill hall to cultivate alchemists for the family. However, after squandering countless resources, numerous 1st-rank alchemists emerged. Yet none succeeded in advancing to the 2nd or 3rd ranks. This was due to numerous reasons, the most significant being the lack of resources available for the pill hall to lavish upon. Additionally, the alchemical inheritance the Chen family held was rather ordinary, with only 2 or 3 2nd-rank formulas. Over the past 2 to 3 centuries, no individual with extraordinary talent in alchemy had arisen within the Chen family, leading to a situation where their mid to high-grade pills could only be imported and not produced in-house, let alone sold externally. Fortunately, Chen Xiao stumbled upon fortuitous circumstances and inadvertently saved the life of a 2nd-rank alchemist named Chui Yu. In gratitude, Chui Yu agreed to serve the Chen family for a century. after bringing him into the fold. This alleviated the family's predicament of having no second-rank alchemist to refine the necessary pills for foundation establishment. The golden spirit pills Chen Xuan had consumed in the past were all purchased from the market, with most being of low quality, and only a couple of medium-grade ones for experimentation. Although higher-grade pills are more potent, their exorbitant prices make them less cost-effective. It is often wiser to purchase several low-grade pills for the same amount of spirit stones rather than a single medium-grade one. Those who pursue high-quality pills are generally from well-established families with abundant resources, trading pills for time. In contrast, while Chen Xuan has familial backing, he belongs to a relatively small family and can only exchange for lower-quality pills. With low-grade pills being insufficient, he often finds himself venturing out to seize resources. To him, the distinction between high-grade and low-grade is negligible. The efficacy of refining 5 low-grade golden spirit pills vastly surpasses that of a single medium-grade one, albeit at the cost of time. The exquisite foundation establishment pill, on the other hand, is even more precious. Low-grade foundation establishment pills can increase the success rate by 20, medium-grade by 25, high-grade by 30, and exquisite ones by 50, for chi refinement disciples with a solid foundation. Consuming an exquisite foundation establishment pill can elevate their success rate to an astonishing 70 to 80. This probability is indeed remarkable. Cultivation is inherently a defiance of the heavens. Each breakthrough to a higher realm is akin to climbing an insurmountable peak. The breakthrough from chi refinement to foundation establishment is particularly notorious, often referred to as the threshold of life and death in the cultivation world. Otherwise, how could the Chen family have accumulated so few foundation establishment cultivators in the span of 2 to 3 centuries? Countless disciples have perished in the chi refinement stage, their lifespans exhausted. If the first attempt at a foundation establishment breakthrough fails, the backlash can result in diminished vitality and incomplete foundational energy, making future attempts exceedingly difficult. The difficulty in concocting foundation establishment pills is particularly high. The primary materials are exceedingly rare and typically grow in unique environments, found only in secret realms that are nearly impossible to cultivate in the outside world. Generally, foundation establishment pills are controlled by prominent families. Even those circulating in the market are mostly low-grade. Medium-grade foundation establishment pills, once they appear, are swiftly snatched up by numerous cultivators. High-grade ones are even more coveted. Chen Xuan had only glimpsed one at a large auction in a major city of cultivators outside the Chilean mountains during his last outing. As for exquisite foundation establishment pills, they are nothing short of legendary. In casual conversations with fellow cultivators, he had learned that exquisite foundation establishment pills are said to exist only in myth. Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the system backpack, and he eagerly extracted the 2 exquisite pills. The golden spirit pill shimmered with a resplendent golden hue, reminiscent of the golden core within a golden core cultivator. The exquisite golden spirit pill appeared smooth and flawless, devoid of impurities, its golden radiance dazzling. Upon exposure to the air, a rich fragrance wafted forth, swiftly penetrating Chen Xuan's nostrils. His cultivation technique instinctively activated, drawing in the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. As the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy entered his body, it was rapidly refined into spiritual power and absorbed into the golden core within Chen Xuan, thanks to the unique energy generated by the pill's medicinal properties. What formidable efficacy! A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Chen Xuan's eyes. Just the scent of the pill had significantly accelerated his cultivation speed. If one were to consume this exquisite Jin Yuan Dan to commence their cultivation, then with a mere thought, he directly stored another exceptional foundation establishment Dan into his spatial ring. He then settled once again onto the meditation cushion placed in the center of the bed. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, he sank his chi into his dantian, adjusting his state to its optimum. Under the watchful gaze of the drooling police cat, he decisively swallowed the precious Jinling fruit. Soon after, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy manifested within Chen Xuan's dantian. This whirlpool emitted an infinite pull, swiftly drawing the surrounding spiritual essence into his meridians. It was rapidly refined into a vast reservoir of spiritual power, ultimately merging into his flawless and translucent golden core. After another cycle of the Great Zhou, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy within his golden core, akin to the effort expended over 2 hours of diligent cultivation in the past. A wave of uncontrollable ecstasy surged within him. However, as his focus wavered, he immediately sensed a disruption in the flow of his techniques. He promptly reined in his thoughts, immersing himself fully in his cultivation. He also retrieved a considerable quantity of spiritual stones from his spatial ring, grinding them to enrich the surrounding spiritual energy, ensuring that the potent effects of the Jin Yuan Dan were not squandered. Thus, a day and night swiftly passed. Chen Xuan had thoroughly assimilated the medicinal properties of the exceptional Jin Yuan Dan, resulting in a significant enhancement of the spiritual power within his golden core. A day's effort equated to that of 100 days. The path to greatness seemed within reach. Chapter 4 Meow. The police cat's mournful cry snapped Chen Xuan back to reality. With a broad smile, he retrieved several second-tier pills suitable for foundation establishment from his spatial ring and tossed them towards the cat. The police cat suddenly opened its mouth wide, a powerful suction appearing as it devoured all the pills. Chen Xuan had long since become accustomed to this almost supernatural ability. After his breakthrough to foundation establishment, he had conducted a thorough examination of the police cat, yet ultimately found nothing conclusive. Initially, he believed it to be a mutated spirit beast, but encountering a slightly larger wild creature outside sent it fleeing in terror. It was hard to discern any semblance of combat prowess within it. Such a useless creature led Chen Xuan to abandon the notion of training the police cat to assist him in navigating the world of cultivation. He simply lacked the time for such endeavors. It was far better to cherish the police cat as a pet, as it brought him no distress. Meow. After years of companionship, a single cry or glance from the police cat conveyed its meaning to Chen Xuan. It expressed that it had only eaten to half satisfaction and was now fixated on another exceptional foundation establishment Dan stored within the spatial ring. Unsatisfied, it sought out spiritual bamboo. Yet this precious foundation establishment Dan was not meant for it. The exceptional foundation establishment Dan was clearly prepared by the system for the Chen family. The prosperity of the family affected its rating, which in turn influenced the daily accrual of family points. Compared to the rewards obtained from daily sign-ins, the truly coveted items available in the system shop were those that left him salivating with desire. Such extraordinary items could only be exchanged with family points. The Tai Su Qing Ling Ju, an unparalleled method of spiritual power cultivation, required 1 million family points for exchange. The Yi Qi Hua San Qing, an unmatched method of creating avatars, also required 1 million family points. The Jiao Zhuan Xian Tian Gong, an exceptional physical cultivation method, likewise required 1 million family points. The Di Sha Qi Shi Er Bian, an unparalleled transformation technique, demanded 1 million family points as well. The Dao Xian Zhong Mo, a supreme control technique, also necessitated 1 million family points for exchange. There were many such extraordinary cultivation techniques and divine abilities suitable for Chen Xuan, yet all were prohibitively expensive, leaving him to merely gaze upon them. There were some he could exchange for after a short period. Among them were those suitable for cultivating disciples of the Chen family. Most tantalizing to Chen Xuan was the Zhao Hua Dan, an extraordinary elixir capable of altering the quality of spiritual roots. Refining 10 could elevate a low-grade spiritual root to a medium-grade one. Refining 100 could promote a medium-grade root to a high-grade one. Refining 1,000 could transform a high-grade root into an earth spiritual root. Refining 10,000 could elevate an earth spiritual root to a heavenly spiritual root. Refining 100,000 could upgrade a heavenly spiritual root to a sacred spiritual root. Refining 1 million could enhance a sacred spiritual root to an immortal spiritual root. The exchange cost for one was 100 family points. After reading the description of the Zhao Hua Dan, Chen Xuan was left utterly astounded. Spiritual roots, a divine gift from the heavens, were not something he had ever heard of being altered through any treasures in the cultivation realm. Perhaps it was simply that his current cultivation level was too low and his perspective too narrow. Chen Xuan could only sigh inwardly. Truly, the system was remarkable. With a sufficient supply of Zhao Hua Dan, his high-grade spiritual root could ascend to a higher tier, the earth spiritual root. At that time, his cultivation speed would experience a tremendous surge once more, with the subsequent heavenly spiritual root and sacred spiritual root awaiting him. The only lamentation was the exorbitant cost. Based on the current daily accrual of family points, Chen Xuan would need nearly 30 years to gather enough to exchange for a Zhao Hua Dan to promote his high-grade spiritual root to an earth spiritual root. Such a slow pace. If others in the cultivation realm were to learn of Chen Xuan's thoughts, they would surely remark on his lack of appreciation for the opportunity. 30 years was but a fleeting moment, and with a few more secluded meditations, it would swiftly pass. In such a brief span, elevating a high-grade spiritual root to an earth spiritual root was hardly slow. It could only be said that he was insatiable, like a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. After binding to the system, Chen Xuan found it increasingly challenging to maintain the calm demeanor he once possessed. His mind was now consumed with thoughts of how to enhance his family's prosperity, thereby increasing the daily accrual of family points. After all, beyond the Zhao Hua Dan, there were many other exceptional items that could be exchanged for with family points. The exceptional foundation establishment Dan could increase a Qi refinement cultivator's chances of breaking through to foundation establishment by 50%, requiring 10 family points for exchange. The exceptional Jinsheng Dan could enhance a foundation establishment cultivator's chances of breaking through to golden core by 50%, requiring 50 family points. The exceptional Puing Dan could raise a golden core cultivator's chances of breaking through to nascent soul by 50%, requiring 300 family points. The exceptional Ningxin Dan could increase a nascent soul cultivator's chances of breaking through to transformation by 50%, requiring 2,000 family points. The exceptional Su Ling Dan could enhance a transformation cultivator's chances of breaking through to void return by 50%, requiring 10,000 family points. The exceptional Healing Dan could raise a void return cultivator's chances of breaking through to integration by 50%, requiring 50,000 family points. The exceptional Dao E Dan could enhance an integration cultivator's chances of breaking through to Great Ascension by 50%, requiring 100,000 family points. Every level had supplementary pills to assist breakthroughs, with prices rising in an unpredictable manner. The most expensive Supreme Dao E Dan is priced at 100,000 family points, and acquiring 10 of them would equate to obtaining the most costly Supreme cultivation technique. Chen Xuan was uncertain about the criteria the system used for its pricing. What he knew was that his primary mission was to develop the Chen family at all costs. This aligned perfectly with the system's name, to forge the most illustrious Immortal Clan throughout eternity. In addition to these breakthrough elixirs, the system's exchange shop also offered various cultivation pills, healing elixirs, and even powerful magical artifacts and treasures, resembling a vast and comprehensive treasure trove. However, to procure anything from this repository, one must expend family points. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the system's rules, Chen Xuan realized that acquiring more family points daily was neither exceedingly difficult nor exceptionally simple. It merely involved enhancing the family's prosperity. The prosperity of the family was intrinsically linked to the cultivation levels of the practitioners within the Chen clan. Fortunately, the external disciples who had joined the Chen family were included in this count. Otherwise, relying solely on the bloodline members of the Chen family would necessitate a more extensive progeny system to facilitate rapid growth. In an instant, Chen Xuan formulated a general strategy. First, he would utilize the system to cultivate himself and the disciples of the Chen lineage, as well as some trustworthy external disciples, to elevate their realms and thus increase the family's prosperity. Second, he would launch offensives against nearby cultivation forces, expanding the Chen family's territory and securing more mines, industries, and resources to recruit additional disciples, thereby augmenting the number of practitioners and enhancing prosperity. Disciples did not work for free. Joining the Chen family required dedication. Every month, the Chen family must compensate them with substantial resources based on their cultivation levels. Currently, the Chen family faced a resource deficit, meaning that due to the combined pressure from the Wang and Zhou families, their income could no longer support the cultivation of all family members. To stabilize the situation, they would have to preemptively deplete the resources accumulated in the family's treasury. Chen Xuan was unaware of this predicament, as he had not interfered in the management of the Chen family since breaking through to the Golden Core stage. If the Chen family were to face an insurmountable enemy beyond the Golden Core realm, it was expected that someone would come to implore him to emerge from seclusion. However, over the past few decades, as the resources sent to the family gradually increased, Chen Xuan could discern that under the leadership of the current patriarch, Chen Xiao, the Chen family was thriving, significantly surpassing the previous generations. By the way, he had yet to open his beginner's gift package. Just as Chen Xuan was about to summon Chen Xiao to report on the recent developments of the Chen family, he suddenly recalled something and immediately dismissed that thought, shifting his gaze back to the system's backpack within him. Much like the game panels from his previous life, there lay a gift box-like item. Focusing his thoughts on it, a button appeared asking if he wished to open it. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan clicked yes. Soon after, a delightful system notification echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 million family points, 100 Supreme Jin Yuan Dan, and 100 Supreme Zhu Ji Dan. Chapter 5 left Chen Xuan astounded. The system was exceedingly generous, bestowing upon him 1 million family points, an amount that would have taken him over 300 years to accumulate. The subsequent 100 Supreme Jinling Dan and 100 Supreme Zhu Ji Dan paled in comparison. However, he would still need to sign in for 100 days to receive them. With 1 million family points, he could directly exchange for the most expensive Supreme Cultivation Technique or Divine Ability in the shop. Taishu Qingling Ju, Ichi Hua Sanqing, Jiozhuan Xiantian Gong, Di Sha Qi Shi Erbian, Dao Xian Zhong Mo, Dari Ru Lai Zhong, Fu Yao Jiu Tian Ju. Previously, Chen Xuan could only covet these techniques from afar. Now, he found himself in a state of profound indecision. Which one should he choose? He yearned for them all. 1 million family points would be an arduous feat to amass again, prompting Chen Xuan to deliberate carefully. It wasn't he until the chief returned, having finished his meal, that Chen Xuan snapped back to reality and made what he believed to be the most prudent choice. System, exchange for Taishu Qingling Ju. For cultivators, power was fundamental. Only through formidable techniques could one accelerate their progress. A powerful cultivation base was essential for establishing oneself in this world. Thus, Chen Xuan ultimately opted for the Taishu Qingling Ju, intending to replace his current practice, Xian Yuan Ju. Upon successfully exchanging, a torrent of vast information surged into Chen Xuan's mind. After assimilating it, he eagerly began to comprehend the profound Taishu Qingling Ju. To his astonishment, whenever he encountered challenging passages, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, illuminating his understanding. He couldn't help but marvel at this experience, thinking how wonderful the system was. even providing after-sales support. Time flew by, and after half a day, Chen Xuan thoroughly grasped the Taishu Qingling Ju. He immediately commenced cultivating according to its methods, absorbing the natural spiritual energy and refining it through a new meridian pathway, ultimately generating a solid and powerful Taishu spiritual force. The moment this Taishu spiritual force manifested in his dantian, it surged directly toward the round golden core, swiftly devouring the Xian Yuan spiritual energy cultivated from the previous technique and transforming it into Taishu spiritual force akin to his own. What a formidable Taishu spiritual force! Chen Xuan exclaimed in awe. Typically, transitioning between cultivation techniques would not be an easy feat. The newly generated spiritual energy would require time to assimilate with the previous energy, a process that generally spans a lengthy duration. However, the Taishu spiritual force produced through the Taishu Qingling Ju was exceptionally domineering, effortlessly consuming and converting the prior Xian Yuan spiritual energy in the blink of an eye. Moreover, when he operated the Taishu Qingling Ju to refine the natural spiritual energy, Chen Xuan was intensely focused on sensing the speed of absorption and refinement, which was approximately 10 times faster than before. What does this mean? It equates to having changed his cultivation method entirely. Chen Xuan's cultivation speed had surged tenfold. Had he begun his journey with this technique from the outset, under ample resources, he might have advanced to the golden core stage in a mere 8 to 9 years instead of the usual decades. Of course, this was merely a figurative expression and not entirely precise. Regardless, the Taishu spiritual force and the Taishu Qingling Ju were undeniably extraordinary. Truly, this supreme cultivation technique produced by the system is a remarkable boon. After experiencing a surge of delight within, Chen Xuan redirected his gaze towards several other cultivation methods and divine abilities displayed in the system's marketplace. The unparalleled method of spiritual cultivation, Taishu Qingling Ju, had astonishingly elevated his cultivation level tenfold. What of the other techniques, particularly those that appeared strikingly familiar, such as the Jiuzhuan Xiantian Gong and the Disha Qi Shi Erbian? Were these not the legendary techniques and abilities practiced by the two great saints in the mythological realm? How could they possibly be acquired by the system? Chen Xuan did not dwell on this incongruity for long, recognizing that the very existence of the system was inherently illogical. It was unreasonable to expect it to present anything sensible. Besides these two, another technique that caught his eye was Dao Xian Zhong Mo. This ability aligned perfectly with the development of the Chen family. Those who joined the Chen family for resources were notoriously unstable. As for loyalty, it was a fleeting concept. Cultivators, by nature, tended to be selfish, and Chen Xuan was no exception. He would sacrifice everything for his own path. Therefore, in the event that the Chen family faced insurmountable threats, risking annihilation, these followers would likely abandon the family at the first opportunity, perhaps even praying for its swift destruction. Only with the fall of the Chen family would these traitors escape accountability. The leadership of every clan was acutely aware of these hidden dangers regarding external followers. This understanding was why every family prioritized nurturing their blood relatives. Regardless of how talented or powerful an external follower might be, they were merely treated as tools. Such was the unfortunate reality. However, the Dao Xian Zhong Mo technique could elegantly resolve this issue by silently implanting a demonic seed within an individual's body. An implicit loyalty to the Chen family could be inscribed. As long as the seed remained intact, that person would pledge eternal allegiance to the Chen family. Ultimately, Chen Xuan found himself torn between the Taishu Qingling Ju and Dao Xian Zhong Mo. One was beneficial for himself, while the other promised the family's advancement. In the end, he chose the Taishu Qingling Ju, believing that personal strength must always take precedence. Otherwise, even if he cultivated Dao Xian Zhong Mo and controlled a host of weaker subordinates, he would merely be a pawn when faced with a more formidable enemy. It was far better to exchange for a more powerful technique to enhance his own strength, thereby facilitating the expansion of the Chen family with ease. With this thought, Chen Xuan took out a voice transmission talisman, murmured a few words, and the talisman transformed into a streak of light, following the aura of Chen Xiao and soaring toward the back mountain, ultimately arriving at his training ground in a building. Chen Xiao, who was seated in meditation, striving to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, suddenly opened his eyes. His spiritual sense immediately delved into the voice transmission talisman imbued with the aura of their ancestor. Chen Xuan hastened to the back mountain. The four authoritative characters resonated in Chen Zhao's mind. With the ancestor summoning him, he dared not delay, swiftly rising to depart. Upon exiting the building, he summoned his sword and ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of light toward the forbidden area of the Chen family's back mountain. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Xiao arrived at the entrance of the forbidden area. Sensing his arrival, the invisible formation enveloping the back mountain quietly dissipated. Upon entering the cave, the formation's barrier re-emerged. Sixth-generation clan leader Chen Xiao pays respects to the ancestor. In the courtyard, Chen Xuan was watering spiritual flowers and herbs. Upon arriving behind him, Chen Xiao immediately bowed respectfully. Chen Xuan turned to regard him, a gentle smile gracing his features. No need for excessive formalities. I am well aware of your performance during your tenure as clan leader. You have done well. Chen Xuan did not hesitate to commend the capable descendants of the Chen family. Hearing this, Chen Zhao's face flushed with a wave of excitement, realizing that the ancestor had indeed noticed all his efforts for the family's growth. His sleepless nights and the gray hair that had sprouted from worrying for the Chen family were not in vain. The ancestor overpraises me. It is merely my duty as a disciple. Mature and composed, he remained humble and earnest. Excellent. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction toward Chen Xiao, then gestured for him to join him at the jade table in the courtyard. Tea utensils appeared as if conjured from thin air. Cups settled on the table, and the teapot hovered above, steam rising from its base. While employing spiritual power to brew tea, Chen Xuan inquired in a light-hearted manner, "How fares the current development of the Chen family? Is all proceeding smoothly?" Chapter 6. Chen Xiao sat in the chair facing the long-absent golden core ancestor, feeling an immense weight of pressure. However, when asked about his responsibilities, he quickly composed himself, donning a serious expression. He then proceeded to report in detail about his actions and strategies since assuming the role of clan leader, which had brought about notable changes within the Chen family. Chen Xuan listened attentively. As he had anticipated, the Chen family was indeed progressing toward a brighter future. However, as Chen Xiao spoke, a sudden expression of sorrow crossed his face. In recent years, the Chen family had thrived under the ancestors' stable strategic guidance. Yet was there a turning point? Chen Xian's gaze sharpened as he awaited further elaboration. After a brief pause, Chen Xiao continued, "However, the nearby Wang family and Zhou family cannot tolerate our growth. They have conspired together to suppress the Chen family's enterprises, resulting in a significant reduction in our monthly income." As he spoke, the sorrow on Chen Zhao's face deepened, causing Chen Xian's heart to tighten with concern. Just a few days ago, the Zhou family ambushed our disciples executing a mission outside the Chen family's martial hall. Ninth Elder Chen Tianqi found himself surrounded and fought valiantly to cover the retreat of the others, but ultimately had no choice but to self-detonate in despair. Perishing on the spot, only 1/3 of the disciples managed to escape, while the remaining 2/3 perished alongside the Ninth Elder, their souls forever resting upon Mangda Mountain. As Chen Xiao recounted the events, an icy killing intent surfaced on Chen Xian's face. Once Chen Xiao concluded, his expression instantly regained its composure as he calmly questioned, "Why was such a significant event not conveyed to me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao immediately rose from his chair, attempting to kneel on the ground, but was restrained by an invisible force that held his knees aloft, preventing him from performing the grand gesture of reverence. "Let us speak of matters at hand. There is no need for unnecessary bowing," Chen Xiao observed, and thus he could only respectfully bend his body in salute to Chen Xian. "Ancestor, please do not be angered. The recent altercation involved only Foundation establishment cultivators and did not encroach upon the realm of Golden Core. Therefore, the disciples did not dare to disturb your tranquil cultivation. Recently, I have summoned all the direct elders of the Chen family to discuss, and we ultimately resolved to declare full-scale war against the Zhou family, seeking justice for Tianqi and all the fallen disciples of the Chen clan." The name Chen Tianqi was one that Chen Xian was quite familiar with. When Chen Xiao broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, he had taken the risk of incurring his wrath by recommending him as his personal disciple. However, Chen Xian had resolutely declined, as he felt he lacked sufficient time to mentor a disciple. Nevertheless, the fact that Chen Tianqi achieved Foundation establishment at the age of 55 left a deep impression on Chen Xian. While he paled in comparison to Chen Xian, within the Chen family, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Apart from the current clan leader Chen Xiao and the Hall Master of Battle, Chen Xuan, only Chen Tianqi's talent was worthy of remembrance by Chen Xiao. It was unexpected that he had met such a tragic fate, truly a lamentable twist of destiny. As Chen Xian observed the agitated Chen Xiao with flushed eyes, he gestured for him to sit down. He then leisurely poured a cup of tea for both Chen Xiao and himself, his expression devoid of any anger over the death of the Chen family's prodigy. "This is cleansing heart tea, capable of purifying the soul and stabilizing the mind. Do give it a taste." With that, Chen Xian lifted the teacup to his lips and took a sip. Seeing the ancestor's calm demeanor, Chen Xiao could only comply, lifting his cup to imitate Chen Xian's actions. As the cleansing heart tea flowed down his throat, a refreshing sensation coursed through his heart, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind in an instant. The emotions of indignation, fervor, and sorrow that had previously adorned Chen Zhao's face vanished without a trace, leaving only tranquility and serenity. He set down the teacup and once again clasped his hands in respect towards Chen Xian. "Ancestor, it was my folly." After savoring the flavor of the cleansing heart tea with his eyes closed, Chen Xian placed his cup down and regarded Chen Xiao, who appeared to have gained some insight. "As the leader of the clan, you must always maintain your composure. Do not allow emotions to cloud your judgment. I do not mean to say that declaring war on the Zhou family is ill-advised. Their audacity to ambush our disciples has sealed their fate. I merely wish to remind you to remain clear-headed and calm while strategizing against both the Zhou and Wang families in the forthcoming operations. The death of the Chen family disciples could not leave Chen Xuan indifferent, for these disciples were his kin, sharing the same bloodline. Yet, death is an all-too common occurrence in the realm of cultivation. At this moment, all Chen Xuan could do was lead the Chen family to grow stronger and seek revenge against the Zhou and Wang families. Currently, how many disciples within the Chen family had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement? The topic shifted rather abruptly. Chen Xiao, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and responded. Reporting to the ancestor, presently there are 12 direct disciples of the Chen family who have attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, in addition to 3 honorary disciples who have also reached this realm. 12, Chen Xuan said, waving his right hand. And a jade vial appeared on the table before Chen Xiao. Let us pause the offensive against the Zhou family for now. Striking a snake without killing it may lead to harm. When we do strike, it must be a decisive blow, overwhelming the enemy with absolute superiority, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate or escape. Otherwise, we risk hidden dangers. As a seasoned practitioner of survival, how could Chen Xuan allow the Chen family, whose strength merely matches that of the Zhou family, to engage in a life-and-death struggle? Even if they were to miraculously eliminate the Zhou family, the Chen family would likely suffer significant losses, ultimately benefiting another golden core family, the Wang family. It would be wiser for the Chen family to bide their time, secretly developing their strength until they far surpass their opponents. Then, they could launch a fierce attack, annihilating the Zhou family and simultaneously extinguishing the Wang family, unifying the surrounding regions of the Chilean mountains. Before acquiring the system, this thought had been nothing more than a pipe dream, a notion that might take a lifetime to realize. The Zhou and Wang families had risen several centuries before the Chen family. While the precise strength of the clan's veteran golden core cultivators remained unknown, they could not be significantly weaker than Chen Xuan. However, now Chen Xuan had a system at his side, with the tenfold enhancement of the supreme golden spirit pill. Coupled with the tenfold boost from the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju, everything once deemed impossible could become possible. His original plan was to endure until reaching the nascent soul stage, then boldly suppress the nearby golden core forces of the Zhou and Wang families, expanding the family's influence to increase its prosperity. Within this vial are 12 Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills. I trust you know how to utilize them. Foundation Establishment Pills. 12. Chen Xiao exclaimed with astonishment upon realizing that the vial contained 12 pills, each valued at 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. As the implications dawned on him, he was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Wait, did the ancestor just say Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills? A gasp escaped Chen Zhao's lips involuntarily. Chen Xian, observing the expression on Chen Zhao's taut face, could not help but smile. After all, even he had been taken aback upon first receiving the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills. These treasures were simply extraordinary, exceedingly rare in the world, not to mention supreme quality. Even high-quality Foundation Establishment Pills, when they appeared, were fiercely contested by major powers, all vying to nurture their promising disciples through this pivotal stage of Foundation establishment. Chen Xiao, undeterred by the potential ire of the old ancestor, was resolute in personally verifying the matter at hand. Upon gazing at the flawless, round pill in his palm, brimming with an overwhelming and remarkably stable energy of the Foundation Establishment Dan, he was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and sprang to his feet. A Supreme Foundation Establishment Dan. It truly was an extraordinary Foundation Establishment Dan. Chen Xiao had initially intended to inquire about the origins of this exceedingly rare treasure, which amounted to 12 pieces. However, reflecting on the matter, he promptly sealed his lips. In the realm of cultivation, each individual possesses their own opportunities. One must not pry too readily, especially when such unparalleled fortune belongs to his own ancestor. A Supreme Foundation Establishment Dan. This legendary elixir could enhance a qi refinement stage cultivator's chances of establishing their foundation by 50%. One pill equated to a fully fledged foundation establishment cultivator. 12 pills, 12 cultivators. The Chen family was truly poised for ascension. The disciple, having little experience in the world, felt a surge of excitement and hastily sought forgiveness from the old ancestor for his earlier indiscretion. Chen Xuan, however, was unconcerned with such trivialities and found himself harboring a modicum of fondness for Chen Xiao. The Supreme Foundation Establishment Dawn he had bestowed were an unparalleled boon for the disciples of the Qi refinement stage, while the Patriarch of the late Foundation Establishment stage derived no benefit from them. Chen Xiao's display of emotion was a testament to his unwavering dedication to the Chen family. As thoughts of breaking through to the Golden Core stage and the Supreme Golden Saint Dan flickered in Chen Xian's mind, he contemplated his initial intention to exchange all family points for Creation Dawn to enhance his spiritual root. However, he now resolved to procure 3 Supreme Golden Saint Dawn instead. Each Supreme Golden Saint Dan required merely 50 family points, allowing him to amass the 3 within half a month's time. These 3 Golden Saint Dawn were prepared for the 3 late Foundation Establishment cultivators of the Chen family. Chen Xiao, the esteemed elder Chen Yuntian, and Chen Xuan, the second elder and current head of the battle hall, particularly for Chen Yuntian, whose aptitude paled in comparison to Chen Xiao and Chen Xuan, and who was now over 160 years of age. This might be his solitary opportunity to challenge the golden core stage. Fear not. Chen Xian gestured for Chen Xiao to sit and calm his spirit with tea. After Chen Xiao sat down, he sipped thrice, feeling the refreshing essence seep into his being. Yet it did not quell the fervor within him. From this day forth, should any matters arise within the Chen family, you must promptly relay them to me. Moreover, the existence of the Supreme Foundation Establishment Dawn must remain concealed. Establish a secret hall and take on the role of its leader. All disciples who consume the Supreme Foundation Establishment Dawn henceforth must be incorporated into this hall and kept hidden. All matters pertaining to the secret hall should be reported directly to me, without entering the family system. You are likely more familiar with the specifics than I am. I shall leave the overall management of the family to your capable hands. Meanwhile, I shall endeavor to procure additional extraordinary elixir resources, including the Supreme Golden Saint Dawn that enhance the success rate of Foundation Establishment cultivators achieving the Golden Core stage by 50%. As Chen Xian spoke, Chen Xiao nodded in agreement, absorbing the old ancestor's guidance with utmost seriousness. However, the revelation that more Supreme Foundation Establishment Dawn could be acquired, alongside the extraordinary Golden Saint Dawn that significantly boosted the chances of success, left him in a state of shock. He gazed at Chen Xian, questioning whether their ancestor might be a transcendent being reincarnated, now awakening memories of a past life, for such possibilities seemed inconceivable. Once more, Chen Xiao rose and bowed respectfully to Chen Xian, assuring him that he would not disappoint the old ancestor's expectations, nor would the Chen disciples betray the old ancestor's benevolence. With the Supreme Foundation Establishment Dawn and Supreme Golden Saint Dawn, if the Chen family could not rise, it would indeed be a testament to their own inadequacy, and thus no blame could rest upon Chen Xian. Now, Chen Xiao comprehended the old ancestor's earlier counsel to delay the offensive against the Zhou family. Why rush into battle with 15 cultivators when they could wait and muster 27? Such a strategy seemed illogical. Yet, the specifics of the Chen family's strength at the time of their assault on the Zhou family remained uncertain, as Chen Xiao was unaware of the old ancestor's timeline for action. Previously, Chen Xian had been absorbed in seclusion, immersed in cultivation. Yet his sudden emergence and summons for Chen Xiao prompted curiosity about the changes that had transpired within him. However, the presence of a golden core stage powerhouse standing behind him brought Chen Xiao immense comfort. Whether forming the secret hall or consolidating forces in preparation for the united front of the Zhou and Wang families, he felt an unwavering sense of confidence. Chen Xian, satisfied, nodded at Chen Xiao. You may go and make the necessary arrangements. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me or come to the back mountain. As the old ancestors signaled the end of their meeting, Chen Xiao nodded respectfully and began to turn away. Yet, halfway through, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to face Chen Xian once more. Old ancestor, I have a humble request that I am unsure whether I should express. Speak. Chen Xian replied. With Chen Xian's consent, Chen Xiao's expression turned troubled. There are several disciples within the clan who have rendered significant service to the Chen family. Yet they have failed to establish their foundations, suffering damage to their essence, and now face a bleak path of dissolution. Might it be possible to procure additional Supreme Foundation Establishment Dawn in the future? Chen Xiao recognized that this request was indeed a delicate one. After all, the Supreme Foundation Establishment Dawn offered a breakthrough probability of 70 to 80% for a disciple with intact essence and a solid foundation. However, for those whose essence was compromised and whose vitality was waning, the chances of success might dwindle to 50% or even less. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao still voiced his intentions, seeking to provide those who had devoted their lives to the Chen family with a final opportunity to reclaim their paths. So this was the matter at hand. Chen Xian had initially assumed it was of greater significance. It is merely a matter of requesting a few exquisite foundation establishment pills from him. He is not lacking in such pills. After all, the beginner's gift package yielded 100, and he receives one each day for signing in. As for whether these exquisite foundation establishment pills will ultimately be wasted due to the disciple's potential failure to break through, that is hardly a concern. How can one ascertain the outcome without trying? Wasting precious pills? Chen Xian is more than willing. There is an abundance of resources. He can afford to be so reckless. In Chapter 8, how many disciples are there? Forget it. Here are 10 exquisite foundation establishment pills. You may handle them as you see fit. Chen Xian casually produced another 10 exquisite foundation establishment pills and tossed them to Chen Xiao. He could not be bothered to allocate one pill per person. As for the surplus exquisite foundation establishment pills, he trusted that Chen Xiao, as the clan leader, would manage them well. Chen Xiao hurriedly caught the jade vials that Chen Xian had tossed, as if discarding trash, cradling them carefully in his palms. His face radiated immense joy as he admired them for a moment before stowing them away in his storage bag. Exquisite foundation establishment pills, another 10. How could the ancestor possess such remarkable elixirs? Satisfied, Chen Xiao bowed respectfully to Chen Xuan and took his leave. After exiting the rear mountain, Chen Xuan returned indoors to continue his cultivation. The daily sign-in notification illuminated once more. After signing in, as expected, Chen Xuan received another exquisite golden spirit pill along with an exquisite foundation establishment pill. With the exquisite golden spirit pill and his Tai Su Qing Ling Ju, his cultivation speed could reach a staggering 100-fold. This means that one day's effort equates to nearly 3 months of cultivation in the past. After a moment of reflection on the terrifying implications, Chen Xuan pondered another issue. While his cultivation speed increased remarkably, the demand for spiritual energy was also immense. Even though the rear mountain had transformed into a realm rich in spiritual energy after hundreds of years of his efforts, it could scarcely withstand the frantic consumption of a golden core cultivator at such a rapid pace. During his training, Chen Xuan found himself compelled to crush spirit stones to release spiritual energy to keep up with his absorption and refinement rate. After another day and night, when the effects of the exquisite golden spirit pill were fully expended, Chen Xuan opened his eyes once more. First, he inspected his body, observing a significant increase in the spiritual power within his golden core. A smile crept onto Chen Xuan's face at this sight. However, as his divine sense scanned his spatial ring, a hint of bitterness surfaced at the corners of his mouth. A full tenth of his spirit stones had vanished. At this rate, in just 9 days, his spirit stones would be completely depleted. Subsequently, continuing to consume exquisite golden spirit pills for cultivation would yield diminishing returns, and there would even be excessive waste. Despite meticulous planning, he had not anticipated that the spiritual energy within this realm would be insufficient to sustain him for a single day. Alas, the challenges of cultivation seemed to arise one after another. There was no notion of a smooth journey. A sense of helplessness appeared on Chen Xuan's face as he recalled the time when he had sworn never to leave the confines of the rear mountain. Was he truly going to succumb so soon? Of course, he would not venture out immediately. Everything would be reconsidered after 9 days when his spirit stones ran out. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xuan fed a few second-tier pills to the chief and sent it off to consume spiritual bamboo. Then he turned his gaze to the system panel and clicked on Daily Sign-In, once again obtaining an exquisite golden spirit pill, which he swallowed to immerse himself in the state of cultivation. Meanwhile, upon leaving the rear mountain's forbidden area, Chen Xiao promptly took action. He summoned the 8 elders to convene in the council hall. Publicly, he announced the cancellation of the planned assault on the Zhou family's 7 stars meteorite mine set for 7 days later. Not only that, but all previously discussed strategies for countering the Zhou and Wang families were also rendered void. He made a statement that left the 8 elders utterly astonished. Elders, you must soon issue orders to recall all disciples of the Chen family from outside to prevent further attacks from the Zhou and Wang families. This includes disciples from the Battle Hall and Wind Hall, who will no longer undertake external missions but remain within the clan to cultivate and await orders. The Chen family's various external enterprises, including mining operations, will be appropriately scaled back or even abandoned. Instruct the guarding disciples that if they encounter danger, they may abandon their posts and flee, prioritizing their lives above all. This matter will be arranged by the Grand Elder. From this moment on, no clan member or disciple is permitted to venture outside without my command. Violations will be treated as treason. Do you all understand? Chen Zhao's calm and indifferent gaze swept over the stunned Chen family elders. The 8 elders, including Chen Yintian, found themselves bewildered by this sudden shift in strategy. Just yesterday, they had been clamoring for bloodshed, yet today, the strategy had abruptly shifted to one of retreat and caution. Did they understand? Of course, they understood. It was simply a directive to retract their heads into their shells and allow the Zhou and Wang families to bully and oppress them. They understood, but why? Clan leader. Why? Someone inevitably voiced their discontent, and it was none other than Chen Zhengfu, the second uncle of Chen Tianqi. His earlier heartfelt words during the council meeting had made it clear that he was among those most eager to rise against the Zhou family. Chen Xiao, expressionless, turned his gaze to Chen Zhengfu. There is no why. Simply execute the order. However, clan leader. Chen Zhengfu attempted to say more, but was silenced by the sudden chill in Chen Zhao's eyes. The authority of the clan leader brooked no defiance. The remaining 7 elders exchanged glances, feeling bewildered by the unwavering firmness of Chen Xiao. They were left speechless, caught between reluctance and obedience. Seeing this, Chen Xiao could only invoke the authority of the one standing behind him. Enough. This is the decree of the ancestor. The matter is settled. No further discussion is necessary. You may all disperse. Second elder, please stay behind. I have other matters to discuss. At this pronouncement, the entire assembly was taken aback. The decree of the ancestor. It was a command issued by the Chen family's steadfast anchor, who had long remained in seclusion within the rear mountain. However, the ancestor had never interfered in clan affairs before. Why had he suddenly intervened now? Confusion filled their hearts, but the previous dissent evaporated instantly. After all, it was the decision of the Chen family's ancestor, a golden core true practitioner, among the descendants of the Chen family, who would dare to voice dissent or utter a single word of disagreement. Chen Jingfu cast a complex gaze upon the clan leader, Chen Xiao, before respectfully taking his leave and turning away. One by one, the other elders also exited the hall. As was the case last time, the grand hall was ultimately left with only Chen Xiao and Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen had already witnessed the clan leader's excessive apprehension during their previous encounter. This time, however, he was uncertain of the reason for his continued presence. Soon enough, a single statement from Chen Xiao nearly set him ablaze with indignation. What? To transfer my 8 most elite disciples from the battle hall into the soon-to-be-established Dark Hall? Absolutely not. I shall never agree to such a proposal. Clan leader, I have no objections to your establishment of the Dark Hall and your recruitment of disciples, but do not even think about encroaching upon the battle hall. It is preposterous. Those 8 disciples, all at the pinnacle of Qi training, represent the finest combat strength within my battle hall. If they are taken away, there would be no reason for the battle hall to continue its existence within the Chen family. It would be better to disband it entirely. Chen Zhen's vehement reaction was anticipated by Chen Xiao. Truth be told, were their roles reversed, he would likely respond similarly. After all, relinquishing the fruits of one's arduous efforts is a sentiment only those who have experienced it can truly understand. However, all 8 of the 12 Qi training disciples bearing the Chen bloodline had joined the battle hall. The remaining 4 were evenly distributed, 1 in the wind hall, 1 in the alchemy hall, 1 in the armament hall, and 1 in the array hall. Chen Xiao retained Chen Zhen, hoping that once he secured this key figure, the others would be easily managed. This was the will of the ancestor. The Dark Hall would be directly accountable to him. A single command rendered Chen Zhen speechless. Yet again, it was the ancestor's decree. Who among the Chen family would dare to utter a word of dissent? Was the ancestor preparing to emerge and personally oversee the Chen family? Chen Zhen cast a questioning glance at Chen Xiao, who shook his head in response. The thoughts of the ancestor are not for us to presume. His orders are to be followed without question by us, the descendants of the Chen family. Second elder, you have devoted too much of your energy to the management of the battle hall over the years, undoubtedly neglecting your own cultivation. Why not seize this opportunity to calm your mind and focus on your training? It is known that what our Chen family truly lacks is a golden core master like the ancestor. Listening to Chen Zhao's words, Chen Zhen contemplated deeply, then bowed in respect. The clan leader's teachings shall be etched in my heart, he vowed. As for the 8 disciples in the battle hall, since it is the ancestor's command, the clan leader may summon them as he sees fit. I recall having other pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Chen Zhen turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Xiao could not help but let out a resigned sigh. He could not comprehend why Chen Zhen was so enamored with the trivial authority of a hall master. Given his exceptional cultivation talent, and that he advanced even more swiftly than Chen Xiao himself. At that moment, he pondered whether it had been a mistake to place him in charge of the battle hall. Nevertheless, under his management, the battle hall had indeed flourished beyond its former glory. Alas, without reaching the golden core stage, one remains but an insignificant creature. When shall our Chen family see the emergence of a second golden core master? Just then, Chen Xiao recalled the last words of the ancestor during their previous meeting, mentioning the Supreme Golden Saint Pill, much like the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill for Qi practitioners. The Supreme Golden Saint Pill could enhance the probability of a Foundation Establishment practitioner breaking through to the Golden Core realm by 50%. Could the ancestor truly acquire such a treasure? It should be possible, for he had once produced 22 Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills in a single endeavor. Yet, it remained uncertain how many Supreme Golden Saint Pills could be obtained. If only one were available, it should be given to the first elder, Chen Yuntian, as his lifespan was already dwindling. Chapter 9. Shortly after the conclusion of the meeting, in a secluded forest not far from the Chen family, 2 figures moved stealthily. What has transpired to warrant summoning me under such perilous circumstances? Reporting to the clan leader, the plan has changed. The Chen family ancestor has unexpectedly issued a personal order to abandon the offensive against the Zhou family and to recall all clansmen from outside, preparing to retreat defensively. The ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Xuan, why has he intervened in this matter? Has he uncovered our plot? Impossible. It must be a mere coincidence. If this is the case, then a conflict between the Chen and Zhou families cannot occur, and the opportunity presented by Chen Tianqi's ambush at the hands of the Zhou family would be squandered. Therefore, we must incite the Zhou family to unite and swiftly eliminate the Chen disciples outside, thereby eradicating the Chen family's living forces, making it easier for us to launch a full-scale assault on the Chen family later. Very well, I shall proceed with the arrangements. Second elder, should there be any new developments within the Chen family, you must inform me immediately. The ancestor's lifespan is nearing its end, and he wishes to risk a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage before then. The outcome is uncertain. We must do our utmost to eliminate the Chen and Zhou families beforehand, for otherwise, relying solely on myself, the Wang family shall surely find it difficult to sustain itself in the future. This plot concerns the fate of the Wang family, and I am grateful for your assistance. Second elder, your words are too kind. As a member of the family, I shall certainly dedicate myself to our cause with utmost diligence. Upon concluding this exchange, the two figures swiftly parted ways, heading in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao convened all the elders for a second meeting, completely overturning the outcomes of the previous discussion. In accordance with the ancestors' instructions, he shifted from an aggressive strategy to one of retreat. After leaving the meeting hall and returning to his residence, he immediately began preparations for the establishment of the Dark Hall. The first matter at hand was the selection of a location. It needed to be both discreet and secure. After much contemplation, Chen Xiao ultimately decided to position the Dark Hall directly beneath his loft. He intended to construct an underground palace. For cultivators, moving mountains and filling seas, such grand endeavors that would take mortals years, if not decades, to complete could be accomplished in mere days within the realm of cultivation. During this time, Chen Xiao also visited the other 4 hall masters to request their most promising disciples. With the ancestors' token in hand, the other 4 hall masters, no matter how reluctant, were obliged to comply. As for the 3 disciples of the Chun bloodline who had previously failed to break through to the foundation establishment stage and suffered damage to their foundations, they had not joined any hall and required no formal invitation. As the clan leader, Chen Xiao could summon them directly. Once the underground palace was completed, Chen Xiao then invested heavily in acquiring a set of 3rd-tier formation plates. Although the Dark Hall had yet to be established, it already concealed secrets too immense to be revealed to outsiders. Safety, naturally, needed to be ensured. The 3rd-tier formation is impervious to all but those of the highest caliber, rendering it utterly secure. Chen Xiao placed this intricate array at the heart of the underground palace, activating it to envelop the entire space, including the loft where he regularly cultivated. Observing his masterpiece, a satisfied expression graced his face. Thus, the Dark Hall was established. The next step was to summon the chosen disciples of the Chen family, all of whom had achieved the consummation of their qi cultivation. He intended for them to experience the formidable sensation of wielding a premium foundation-building pill, a key to their future paths. Chen Xiao produced 15 sound transmission talismans, activating each in turn to dispatch them. The auras of the future disciples had been collected during the construction of the Dark Hall, awaiting this moment for a personal summons. 12 of the talismans called upon those who had reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation, currently refining their foundations and seeking a breakthrough with the foundation-building pill. The remaining 3 were for those who had previously consumed the pill in an attempt to transcend their current limits, but had failed, suffering damage to their essence and leaving their foundational paths incomplete, rendering their hopes of advancement nearly futile. As for the remaining 7 foundation-building pills, Chen Xiao carefully concealed them within an inconspicuous wooden box, casually tossing it into a corner of his storage pouch. Should any bloodline disciples reach the pinnacle of qi cultivation, he would undoubtedly present the premium foundation-building pills to assist their breakthroughs. Of course, all who wish to consume these pills must first join the Dark Hall. Oh, these younger generations are truly blessed with extraordinary fortunes. After dispatching the sound transmission talismans, Chen Xiao, seated in the main seat of the underground palace, could not help but express his sentiments. He reminisced about his own beginnings, recalling the numerous perilous ventures into secret realms, battling against disciples from other factions and rogue cultivators for resources sufficient to exchange for a single foundation-building pill. Even a single ingredient necessary for crafting such a pill would incite fierce competition among countless cultivators, each vying for the prize that represented hope for transcending to a higher realm. Who stands at the pinnacle of the immortal path? The blood-soaked sea serves as a vessel made of bones. The arduous journey of cultivation can only be comprehended by those who tread this path, particularly by those who occupy the lower rungs of the cultivation hierarchy. Yet now, the younger Chun family members approaching this very location are afforded the opportunity to obtain a foundation-building pill without enduring peril, and furthermore, a premium pill that significantly enhances their chances of success. Such a scenario is akin to a celestial windfall descending upon them, evoking profound envy. It is hoped that the future of the Chun family will shine ever more brilliantly because of these individuals. Contemplating this, Chen Xiao slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation as he awaited the arrival of the 15 Chun family disciples. A quarter of an hour later, several figures arrived at the entrance of the loft where Chen Xiao resided. Sensing their presence, he guided them through the underground passage to the grand hall's entrance. Upon lifting their gazes to behold the magnificent underground palace, devoid of any plaque, confusion flickered across their faces. They had not anticipated the existence of such a palace beneath the Patriarch's residence, and it appeared to bear little sign of age. They pondered the reason for the Patriarch's summons, feeling an air of mystery. They were all at the pinnacle of qi cultivation. Perhaps this was somehow relevant. Regardless, they would soon learn the purpose of their gathering upon meeting the Patriarch. The gathered Chen family disciples exchanged remarks amongst themselves. As they entered the grand hall through the wide-open doors, they beheld the current Patriarch, Chen Xiao, seated in his elevated position, a rare sight for them. They all bowed respectfully and saluted. Disciple Chen Jing pays respects to the Patriarch. Disciple Chen Yuan pays respects to the Patriarch. Disciple Chen Qingji pays respects to the Patriarch. Disciple Chen Xiong pays respects to the Patriarch. Disciple Chen Xuan pays respects to the Patriarch. In addition to these 5, the subsequent Chen family disciples also quickly offered their respects to Patriarch Chen Xiao. Among them were 7 individuals named Chen Wu, Chen Zhan, Chen Zhuais, Chen Tianxiu, Chen Tianming, Chen Ying, and Chen Yun. The remaining 3, however, appeared somewhat out of place compared to the other 12, while the latter radiated vitality and robust energy. The trio exhibited signs of decline, their spirits waning and their appearances resembling those nearing their end. They too had reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation, likely having previously attempted a breakthrough only to suffer unfortunate setbacks and backlash. What could the Patriarch possibly want with them? This question lingered not only in the minds of the 12 well-conditioned disciples, but also in the hearts of Chen Tianzhong, Chen Zilong, and Chen Tan, who felt equally perplexed. They were but shadows of their former selves, assigned to oversee familial duties such as guarding the family's scripture repository, spirit herb garden, or shops, contributing their remaining energies to the Chen Clan. Yet, they were summoned to this mysterious underground palace today. What could it signify? Regardless of the Patriarch's directives, the 3 would undoubtedly respond without hesitation, willing to sacrifice themselves for the Chen family, as they were already mere remnants of vitality. Seeing that all had gathered, Chen Xiao rose slowly from his seat, descending the steps to stand before them. Today, I have summoned you all to discuss a matter of monumental significance that could transform the future of the Chen family. The moment these words escaped his lips, curiosity ignited among all present. What could this momentous affair be? How might it pertain to them? The crowd held their breath, eyes fixed on Chen Xiao, eagerly awaiting his next words. This matter, indeed, promised to be a grand boon for all in attendance. After a brief pause, Chen Xiao's next words left the 15 disciples restless with anticipation. What is it? What wonderful news awaits us, Patriarch? Please, do tell. Could you please convey the essence in one go? Chen Tan felt that this elderly lady, over 80 years of age, spoke with greater clarity than the Patriarch before her. A profound smile emerged on Chen Xiao's face, and he slowly uttered a phrase. In accordance with the decree of our esteemed ancestor, I hereby establish the Intang, and I am to be its master. You are the first chosen members of the Chen family's Intang. Establishing the Intang? Is that all? Isn't it merely the creation of another hall? As the Patriarch struggled to articulate his thoughts, disappointment flickered across the faces of the assembly. Yet, a few astute individuals sensed the extraordinary nature of Chen Xiao's words, particularly the phrase in accordance with the decree of our esteemed ancestor. This signified that the newly formed Intang was not a mere decision made during the Elders' Council, but a direct order from their enigmatic Golden Dan ancestor, who was seldom seen. The distinction between the 2 scenarios was monumental. While the crowd speculated internally, Chen Xiao spoke again, delivering a statement that left everyone momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Every member of the Intang shall receive a free foundation establishment pill bestowed by our ancestor. His voice resonated like thunder on a spring day, rendering all present speechless. Free foundation establishment pills? Surely they jest. A foundation establishment pill valued at 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones, simply gifted upon joining this so-called Intang? Patriarch, will we truly receive a foundation establishment pill? A voice broke the near-stifling atmosphere. It was Chen Tianzhong, who felt a tumultuous flutter in his heart after Chen Xiao's proclamation. Having exhausted all his resources in pursuit of a foundation establishment pill, only to fail in his breakthrough attempt, he had abandoned any hope of acquiring another for a second attempt. Amassing such vast resources in his remaining years was nearly impossible. Moreover, even if he managed to obtain another foundation establishment pill, the likelihood of success was minuscule. Rather than squander resources, it would be wiser to reserve them for his descendants. For years, the flame of ambition within him had flickered out, yet now a glimmer of hope appeared before him. A complementary foundation establishment pill. Chen Xiao observed the yearning in Chen Tianzhong's eyes and smiled warmly. Indeed, I affirm that all present are chosen and may join the Intang, receiving a foundation establishment pill from our ancestor. With this confirmation, Chen Tianzhong's heart soared with joy, and he was not alone. Chen Zilong and Chen Tan beside him shared in this elation. They were kindred spirits, each having faced similar trials. Initially believing their aspirations for greater realms were forever extinguished, they now found themselves presented with renewed hope. The Patriarch of the Chen family had given them a chance. Even if the probability of a successful second attempt was merely 1 in 10, or if failure could shorten their lives, they would rather perish in the pursuit of enlightenment. To hear the way of the Tao and die at dusk would be worth it. Moreover, the foundation establishment pill they would receive was not a mere ordinary one. Just as the crowd was lost in their astonishment, Chen Xiao's next words caused them to collectively catch their breath once more. Their affection for the Patriarch, who seemed to delight in teasing them, was mixed with exasperation. Had they known that Chen Xiao displayed such behavior even before their ancestor Chen Xuan, they might have tempered their impatience. After all, if a golden Dan Real person could endure it, what right did they, mere Qi practitioners, have to complain? Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xiao himself was unaware of this idiosyncrasy. He was simply too close to the matter at hand. The foundation establishment pill bestowed directly by the ancestor was of the highest quality. Observing the myriad expressions of disbelief on the faces before him, Chen Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction. This was as it should be. He could not be the only one left astounded. What? The highest quality foundation establishment pill? How could this be possible? Does the Patriarch jest with us? If it were merely a medium-grade foundation establishment pill, it might be plausible. Yet, even 15 medium-grade pills would be astonishing. However, given that their ancestor was a seasoned Golden Dan Real person, it seemed somewhat reasonable. The crowd, their perceptions elevated, even began to entertain the notion that if the Patriarch produced a high-grade foundation establishment pill, it would not be entirely out of the question. But the highest quality foundation establishment pill? The 15 disciples of the Chen family present in the hall began to seriously question the Patriarch Chen Zhao's mental state. Noticing their skepticism, Chen Xiao merely shook his head, recalling that he too had once doubted the ancestor just as they did. However, the forthcoming reality would prove all. The 15 exquisite foundation establishment pills within the jade vial he held would undoubtedly ignite fervor among all present. The expressions on their left cheeks bore the words disbelief, while their right cheeks echoed the same sentiment, until Chen Xiao retrieved a pill bottle from his storage bag, opened it, and presented a perfectly round and lustrous milky white pill in the palm of his hand for all to admire. A rich aroma wafted from the pill, permeating the noses of the Qi practitioners in attendance. Their internal energies stirred restlessly, as if yearning to break through some unseen barrier. A foundation establishment pill. It is indeed a foundation establishment pill. The texts detailed its extraordinary effects, capable of propelling a cultivator's internal energy toward the intangible barrier between the Qi and foundation establishment realms. Without the foundation establishment pill, a cultivator could not even perceive the obstruction separating these two stages, let alone attempt to overcome it. In the realm of cultivation, only during the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage must one rely on the power of such pills. Countless ancient sages had sought to unravel the secrets of the foundation establishment pill and the breakthrough process, yet all returned empty-handed. Only by consuming the foundation establishment pill could one hope to transcend into the foundation establishment realm. This has long been a well-known certainty among all cultivators in the Xiuxian realm. The exquisite, pearly, and lustrous Jipin Zujiden. Truly, it is indeed a Jipin Zujiden. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, where a pair of wide, astonished eyes stared back, filled with disbelief. It was none other than the prodigy of the Dan Hall, Chen Tianming. As a disciple of the Dan Hall, his words naturally carried the utmost credibility. In this moment, as Chen Xiao had anticipated, the atmosphere was utterly electrified. Goodness, a Jipin Zujiden, it truly exists in this world. Kong Yuan slapped me across the face. I feel as though I am in a dream. Did the clan leader just imply that we could all receive a Jipin Zujiden? Is this true? With such a pill to assist in our foundation establishment, if one cannot break through, one might as well seek death by crashing into a block of tofu. Chen Xiao could not concur with such a sentiment, for the Jipin Zujiden merely raises the success rate of foundation establishment to 70 or 80%, not a full 100. The actual breakthrough still hinges on numerous factors. Even in the event of a failure, there is no need for reckless despair. The Intang still requires 2 gatekeepers. It would be far wiser to preserve one's useful body and continue contributing to the family's grand ambitions. As a disciple of the Chen family, one must possess the resolve to toil tirelessly until the very end. Chapter 11 found Chen Tianzhong, Chen Zilong, and Chen Tan frozen in place. The Jipin Zujiden, radiating a pearly glow in Chen Zhao's palm, resembled a blazing white light in the darkness of their hearts. The Jipin Zujiden increases the success rate of foundation establishment by 50%. Chen Tianzhong murmured in awe, glancing at Chen Zilong and Chen Tan. Zilong Tanner, we truly have hope this time. Chen Zilong's eyes were red, brimming with unshed tears. If this is a dream, I hope I never awaken. Chen Tan wore a similar expression, yet retained her rationality, uttering a statement that pleased Chen Xiao immensely. The family has treated us so generously. Henceforth, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the family, enduring any hardship until our last breath. Chen Tianzhong and Chen Zilong regarded Chen Tan with deep agreement. The three, who shared a good rapport, placed their right palms together and raised their voices in unison. For the family, let us surge forth in our foundation establishment. The commotion drew the attention of the other 12 individuals. Witnessing this, they too began to cheer. For the family, let us strive for foundation establishment. For the family, let us strive for foundation establishment. For the family, let us strive for foundation establishment. This fervent chant stirred Chen Zhao's blood to a boil. How invigorating! Soon, One Jiping Zujiden after another flew from the jade bottle towards the 15 fully realized disciples of the Chen family. Everyone instinctively reached out their hands to receive the sacred pills, radiating a gentle white light. Once the pills landed in their palms, Chun Zhao's voice rang out once more. From this day forth, the Intang is established. You shall all be disciples of my Intang. As disciples, you must uphold the ancestral teachings of the Chen family and bear the weight of our family's resurgence. This place is the residence I have designated for the Intang. Equipped with a gathering spirit array, where the spiritual energy is far denser than any previous cultivation site you have known. You shall remain here to cultivate diligently, and I hope you will achieve breakthroughs in your foundation establishment, living up to the expectations of both myself and our ancestors. Upon finishing his words, the Chen family disciples bowed deeply to Chen Xiao, filled with utmost respect. We shall earnestly heed the clan leader's teachings. In the future, you may refer to me as Tangzhu. Chen Xiao reminded them. In unison, they responded, yes, Tangzhu. Thus, the 15 were assigned to a secluded meditation chamber within the Great Hall for their cultivation. The wider the coverage of the gathering spirit array, the more spirit stones required. Naturally, it could not encompass the entire hall, only the area where the disciples would regularly cultivate. With the establishment of the Intang, expenses began to accumulate. The third-tier Great Array, the underground palace, combined with the gathering spirit array. Not to mention, Chen Xiao also intended to procure additional pills to assist the disciples of the Intang in their cultivation, for the ancestor had only provided the Jiping Zujiden. It was a considerable deviation from allocating family resources to the Intang, disregarding other hall masters and elders. Were it not for the backing of ancestor Chen Xuan, Chen Xiao would not possess such authority, even as the clan leader. The Chen family belongs to all, not just to him alone. Once all arrangements were made, Chen Xiao departed from the palace. Passing by the palace entrance, he casually hung a plaque inscribed with the gilded characters for Intang, which had been prepared in advance. He surveyed the palace before him, sensing the diligent Chen family disciples within, their eyes closed in deep concentration. A satisfied expression graced his face. Turning away from the underground, he returned to the attic. Just as the fervor in his blood began to cool, Chen Xiao intended to commence his own cultivation and strive for the completion of his foundation establishment. However, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the Great Array. He hastily extended his consciousness. Outside the attic, a figure stood in a daze, staring ahead, a look of bewilderment on their face. The array? Chen Yuntian scrutinized the invisible ripples that had repelled him, the powerful aura fluctuations leaving him greatly astonished. He sighed inwardly. Such a formidable array. At that moment, the array's ripples dissipated, and a voice resonated in Chen Yuntian's mind. I have withdrawn the array. Please enter, Great Elder. Upon discovering the arrival of Great Elder Chen Yuntian, Chen Xiao promptly deactivated the array. Chen Yuntian ascended to the second floor of the attic and met with Chen Xiao. Without delay, he inquired, clan leader, about that array. To his curiosity, Chen Xiao simply deflected with the phrase, by the command of the ancestor. Once again, it was the ancestor. Chen Yuntian's heart filled with trepidation. In recent days, their ancestor, who had long secluded himself in the back mountains, had been making significant moves. Observing the situation, it seemed he intended to intervene in the management of the Chen family's affairs. What business brings the Great Elder here? As Chen Yuntian pondered, Chen Xiao redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuntian clasped his hands towards Chen Xiao. Clan leader, following our last discussion, the other elders have promptly issued orders to recall the disciples stationed outside. However, it seems some information has leaked, as the Zhou family and Wang family have begun to dispatch personnel to hunt down our Chen family disciples. Fortunately, the majority of the disciples have returned safely, and only the final group, stationed at the Yuling Mountain Obsidian Mine, remains distant. News from the Fengtang indicates that both the Zhou and Wang families have dispatched individuals to Yuqing Mountain. Upon learning this, the second elder immediately summoned the eighth elder and elder Eugene Wu, who were already en route to provide assistance. Chen Xiao was acutely aware of the black obsidian mine occupied by the Chen family. The fierce struggle for the rights to this mine had once caused considerable turmoil among the three families, culminating in a grand battle. Despite heavy losses on all sides, they remained at a stalemate. Ultimately, it was proposed by the head of the Wang family to resolve the dispute through a disciples' competition, thus temporarily halting hostilities and establishing rules for an exciting tournament. Elders from the upper sect were invited to witness the event and serve as judges to prevent any subsequent dishonesty from the other two families. After several days of competition, the disciples of the Chen family performed admirably, triumphing over their rivals and securing the black obsidian mine on Yuqing Mountain. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao's brow furrowed tightly, and a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He was taken aback by the Zhou and Wang families' brazen collaboration to target the Chen family's disciples. Were they truly prepared to sever all pretense? Zhou family, Wang family, how audacious! Chen Xiao snorted coldly, fully aware that the current strength of the Chen family placed them at a distinct disadvantage against both families. The teachings of his ancestor, Chen Xuan, echoed in his mind, and he finally managed to calm himself, instructing Chen Yuntian to closely monitor the movements of both families and their rescue efforts, and to report any new developments to him immediately. Chen Yuntian nodded in response, yet his gaze lingered on Chen Xiao, revealing an unspoken concern. Noticing this, Chen Xiao urged him to speak candidly. Patriarch, the swiftness of the news regarding Chen Tianqi's demise raises my suspicion that there may be a traitor among the core elders of the Chen family. Chapter 12. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao's expression turned ashen. It seemed he was not alone in his apprehensions. The great elders shared the same doubts. Yuntian, I too have sensed something amiss. Do you have any suspects? Chen Xiao held an unwavering trust in Chen Yuntian. Among the 8 elders of the Chen family, anyone could potentially betray the clan, except for Chen Yuntian, who was a direct descendant of the lineage of Chen Xian. In fact, his standing in the eyes of Chen Xian might even surpass that of Chen Xiao, the clan leader. Chen Zhen, Chen Yuntian slowly uttered, pausing before continuing. Chen Enian and Chen Jingfu. The first 2 names did not surprise Chen Xiao. The information from the Feng Tang and the tasks from the Zhan Tang were indeed the culprits behind Chen Tianqi's tragic fate at Mangdang Mountain. The leaders of those 2 halls had ample opportunity to orchestrate such an event. As for the third name, Chen Jingfu, Chen Xiao could not suppress his astonishment. He had not anticipated the great elder's suspicion to extend to the 8th elder. After all, Chen Jingfu was the biological uncle of Chen Tianqi, sharing the same direct lineage as Chen Xian and Chen Yuntian. Furthermore, during their initial meeting in the Grand Hall, Chen Jingfu had displayed an overwhelming grief and a fervent desire to confront the Zhou family. His emotions were undeniably genuine. Such a performance was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. If it were truly him, Chen Xiao could only silently admire his cunning. Chen Yuntian elaborated. I have conducted a discreet investigation. Before leading the disciples to Mangdang Mountain for reconnaissance, Tianqi met with Chen Jingfu. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Zhao's complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, this is dire. If there is indeed a traitor among the Chen elders, particularly between Chen Zhen and Chen Jingfu, then the disciples returning from the rescue of Yuqing Mountain. At that moment, Chen Xiao fell silent, for he observed Chen Yuntian standing before him. His expression as calm as a still pond, exuding an air of strategic foresight. Do not worry, Patriarch. I have already dispatched the 4th elder, 5th elder, and Elder Yang Zhao to follow discreetly. They will be sufficient to handle any unforeseen events. The 4th elder, Chen Xiuming, and the 5th elder, Chen Hongya, were both at the mid-stage of foundational cultivation, while Elder Yang Zhao was at the late stage. Hearing that the great elder had arranged for these individuals to accompany them certainly eased Chen Zhao's concerns. Particularly, Yang Zhao was a remarkable figure even among those at the late stage of foundational cultivation. However, worry still lingered in the corners of his mind. Initially, he had hoped that under the guidance of the ancestor, the Chen family could consolidate their power and isolate themselves to ensure the safety of their disciples for a time. Yet, he never expected such turmoil to arise beforehand. Chen Xiao inwardly prayed that neither Chen Zhen nor Chen Jingfu were traitors. If they were, may they not expose themselves at this critical juncture. The fury ignited by the recent deaths of the 9th elder, Chen Tianqi, and numerous Chen disciples had yet to subside. Should another incident of bloodshed among elders and disciples occur, it would be exceedingly difficult to contain. At the very least, he, as the clan leader, held no confidence in his position unless he were to summon the ancestor, Chen Xian, to personally quell the outrage. Indeed, Yuntian, your meticulous planning brings me solace. Let us hope for a smooth resolution. With that, Chen Yuntian took his leave, intending to seek out the 3rd elder, Chen Enian, in the Feng Tang for discussions over tea. This served 2 purposes, to remain abreast of the latest developments and to further probe the intentions of the leader of the Feng Tang. However, Chen Yuntian believed that Chen Enian was likely the least suspect. After all, the Feng Tang served as the eyes of the Chen family. Were he to betray the clan, it would be illogical to risk exposure for the sake of undermining a single prodigious elder of the Chen family. The rationale simply did not hold. The same applied to the leader of the Zhan Tang, Chen Zhen. If either of them were truly traitors, the Chen family would face far greater losses than merely 1 elder and a few disciples. Thus, the most probable suspect remained the 8th elder, Chen Jingfu, who was also the biological uncle of Chen Tianqi. But if it were truly him, what could possibly motivate him to commit such an act? What benefit could he gain from betraying his own nephew? Meanwhile, within the ancestral hall of the Zhou family, the patriarch Zhou Tai sat cross-legged on a mat, facing the spirit tablets of the deceased ancestors of the Zhou family, dating back nearly 6 centuries. As he diligently practiced, eyes closed in focused meditation, a figure hurriedly burst in from the outside. Instantly, he halted his cultivation, his eyes snapping open. To the esteemed patriarch, I must convey that the Wang family has relayed news that the Chen family has dispatched Chen Zhen, Chen Jingfu, and Eugene Wu to Yuqing Mountain for support. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tai's expression remained unchanged, as tranquil as a still pond. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a command to the venerable Zhou Boyang. the eldest elder of the Zhou family, who was standing respectfully behind him. In that case, Boyang, you must make the journey yourself and ensure that Chen Zhen's head is brought back for me to examine closely. Zhou Boyang, upon receiving the directive, respectfully responded, I shall obey the Patriarch's orders. With that, he turned and departed the ancestral hall, soaring towards Yuqing Mountain on his sword. Once he had left, Zhou Tai gazed at the ancestral tablets before him, momentarily lost in thought. The Wang family is indeed formidable. A few months prior, the Patriarch of the Wang family approached him with a proposal to join forces to suppress the ever-growing Chen family. After thorough deliberation among the Zhou family, they agreed to the alliance. After all, within a radius of 10,000 miles, only the Zhou, Wang, and Chen families possessed the golden core power, forming a tripartite balance of power. If one family were to be eliminated, the territories and resources of the remaining two would naturally expand. However, the decision to act against the Chen family was not solely Zhou Tai's to make. It was an order from their ancestral figure, Zhou Ju, who had long secluded himself in deep meditation within the Zhou ancestral hall. At this moment, in the depths of the hall, Zhou Ju, a late-stage golden core cultivator, was in the midst of his practice. Nevertheless, he consistently allocated a portion of his consciousness to the outside world. Thus he had heard Zhou Boyang's report. After a great cycle of time, Zhou Ju concluded his meditation, and the image of Chen Xuan, the ancestral figure of the Chen family, surfaced in his mind. A century ago, the two had crossed paths, given their proximity within the Chilean mountain range. The formidable aura emanating from Chen Xuan that day had instilled a sense of threat in Zhou Ju, leading him to predict that Chen Xuan would become a significant adversary for the Zhou family in the future. However, at that time, Zhou Ju, being in the mid-stage of Golden Core, refrained from acting against Chen Xuan, who had just entered the Golden Core realm. After all, he was not an untethered rogue cultivator. Once one has a faction, there are always constraints. Zhou Ju lacked the certainty to slay Chen Xuan, and thus, he chose not to act recklessly. He could only engage in superficial pleasantries with Chen Xuan before allowing him to depart. In the years that followed, he watched helplessly as the Chen family flourished. If possible, he would have preferred that the Zhou family eradicate the Chen family, or even that the Wang family monopolize the region. Only in such a scenario could they gather more resources to support his cultivation. Yet, it was evidently an impossible endeavor. The golden core cultivators of those two families were no trifles, especially the Wang family, whose ancestral figure had achieved golden core status over a century earlier than he did. Calculating the time, the other's lifespan was likely nearing its end. Of course, over the past few decades, Zhou Ju's cultivation had made remarkable strides, even advancing to the late stage of golden core. However, this rapid progression was entirely reliant on the spirit stone mine discovered by the Zhou family on Mangdang Mountain. Had it not been for the substantial spirit stones procured from the clandestine mining operations, allowing him to purchase a plethora of golden spirit pills, Zhou Ju would likely still be struggling in the mid-stage of golden core. The breakthrough in his cultivation had gradually unveiled his ambitions. Coincidentally, the Wang family sought to ally with them, desiring to take action against the Chen family. To be candid, Zhou Ju held a greater apprehension towards the Wang family. After all, that decrepit elder within the Wang family had cultivated for so many years, and his prowess was surely formidable. It was highly likely that he, too, had reached the late stage of golden core and had advanced significantly within that realm. Yet, ultimately, Zhou Ju acquiesced to Zhou Tai's agreement to the alliance. This confidence stemmed from his belief in his own strength. As long as his opponent was not at the nascent soul stage, he felt he could contend. Even if he were to lose, escape would still be an option. First, they would eliminate the relatively weaker Chen family, and afterward, the Zhou and Wang families could compete against each other, letting their abilities determine the victor. At that time, Zhou Ju would merely need to hold his ground and await the elder of the Wang family to exhaust his lifespan. Once the golden core cultivator was no longer present, the Wang family would become as easily extinguishable as insignificant ants. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a cold smile crept onto Zhou Ju's lips. He envisioned the glorious future where he would lead the Zhou family to unparalleled heights. However, he quickly wiped the expression from his face and fell into contemplation. He had been involved in the strategic planning against the Chen family, and there were two aspects he could not comprehend. One was the identity of the infiltrator from the Wang family within the Chen family, who could gather so many secretive details. It had to be a member of the Chen family. How had the Wang family managed to exert control over them for their own ends? The second was the leak regarding the spirit stone mine on Mangdang Mountain. Who could have divulged such crucial information? Could it be that there were traitors within the Zhou family? Fortunately, the defenses around the spirit stone mine were robust enough. Recognizing its significance, Zhou Ju had instructed Zhou Tai to dispatch 4 reliable elders to guard it. Moreover, only those with Zhou family bloodlines were allowed to enter the mine. All extraction activities were conducted in utmost secrecy, remaining undisclosed for decades. Yet, just as they prepared to launch a comprehensive offensive against the Chen family, this unforeseen complication arose, leaving Zhou Ju utterly perplexed. As Zhou Ju pondered, Elsewhere, a fierce battle was about to unfold. When the elder Li Mingxi, stationed at Yuqing Mountain, was navigating his spirit vessel back to the Chen family with the Chen family disciples, several powerful auras suddenly appeared before him, equally potent and even more formidable than his own. Instantly, he shielded the Chen family disciples behind him, bracing for confrontation. Upon recognizing the faces of the newcomers, Li Mingxi immediately exhaled in relief, a look of joy gracing his features. The three individuals were none other than Chen Xuan, the second elder of the Chen family, Chen Jingfu, the eighth elder, and Yu Jinwu, also a venerable elder of the Chen family. Excellent. Elder Mingxi and my fellow Chen family disciples are safe and sound, Chen Xuan remarked, his face reflecting a sense of ease at seeing the intact Chen family members. Li Mingxi halted the spirit vessel, alighting to greet them. After joining forces, he extended a respectful bow to the three. I have the honor of meeting the second elder, the eighth elder, and Elder Yu. I am deeply grateful for your arduous journey to assist us. The three responded in unison, returning the gesture. Chen Zhengfu smiled and replied, Elderly, you flatter us. As fellow members of the Chen family, we are bound by shared blood and destiny. Upon learning that the Wang and Zhou families had sent individuals towards Yuqing Mountain, the Grand Elder was understandably concerned for everyone's safety, and thus we promptly came to provide support. Fortuitously, they arrived just ahead of the two individuals from the other families. Li Mingxi felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. The family had not abandoned the elders and disciples stationed outside. Let us hasten our departure from this place. We can reminisce once we return to the Chen family, he urged. At that moment, Chen Xuan, seizing the opportunity as Chen Zhengfu finished speaking, also voiced his thoughts. For some reason, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Li Mingxi nodded at Chen Xuan, leading the three of them onto the spirit vessel. Due to the presence of a large number of Chen family's qi refining disciples aboard, they had no choice but to navigate the spirit vessel towards the Chen family. This mode of travel would undoubtedly be slower than flying on their own swords. However, there was no other option. They could not abandon the qi refining disciples. Just as Li Mingxi was about to execute a technique to activate the spirit vessel for their departure, a loud voice, filled with mockery, resonated in his ears and those of the surrounding Chen family members. You wish to leave? Where do you think you are going? Did I permit you to depart? Accompanying the voice was a flying sword hovering above, upon which stood a figure with an air of arrogance. The expressions of Chen Xuan and the others aboard the spirit vessel changed drastically. It was the Zhou family and the Wang family. 5 individuals in total, 1 in the late foundation establishment stage, 2 in the mid-stage, and 2 in the early stage. The speaker was none other than Wang Zhe, the third elder of the Wang family, the highest-ranking cultivator among them. Chen Xuan, the commander of the Chen family's battle hall, was all too familiar with him. Who dares to speak so arrogantly? Chen Jin retorted, recognizing Wang Zhe. You old dog. Do you really think you can hold me back? Despite the numerical advantage with 1 additional mid-stage cultivator, the overall strength of both sides remained relatively balanced, making it uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation. In midair, upon hearing Chen Zhen's scornful remarks, Wang Zhe did not exhibit any signs of anger. Rather, a broad smile spread across his face. As expected of the commander of the Chen family's battle hall, still as domineering as ever. In that case, prepare to receive my sword. With that, a green flying sword materialized before Wang Zhe, who directed it straight towards the spirit vessel below. The sudden escalation to violence took Chen Xuan by surprise. Why was Wang Zhe so audacious today? However, he quickly regained his composure, summoning his own flying sword to meet the incoming attack, while stepping off the spirit vessel to confront Wang Zhe and his companions. Observing this, Chen Zhengfu instructed Li Mingxi. Elderly, you should steer the spirit vessel and ensure the Chen family disciples move to a safer distance. Elder Yu and I will assist Elder Chen. Li Mingxi nodded in response. Very well, I shall return shortly. Be cautious, both of you. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Jingfu and Yu Jinwu flew towards Chen Zhen. Li Mingxi once again performed a technique to maneuver the spirit vessel, intending to distance the Chen family disciples before returning to join the fight. After traveling for 100 meters, Li Mingxi glanced back. To his astonishment, the 4 cultivators from the Zhou and Wang families remained utterly motionless. A sense of confusion arose within him. Were they truly allowing him to leave without obstruction? What if he led the Chen family disciples away and never returned? Naturally, that was unimaginable. After guiding the spirit vessel a kilometer away, he left the Chen family disciples behind and quickly turned back, taking only a moment. Yet, upon his return to the battlefield, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. In midair, Chen Jingfu's right arm had pierced through Yu Jinwu's body. The two stood in a bizarre position, shocking all present except for Wang Zhe. Yu Jinwu's eyes widened in disbelief as he used the last of his strength to turn and look at Chen Jingfu, wishing to ask why. However, that punch not only pierced his body but shattered his dantian, his life force extinguished. Until his final moment, he could not utter a single word. Nevertheless, his unblinking gaze beheld the expressions of Chen Jingfu, which bore traces of madness, cruelty, indifference, and excitement. Li Mingxi stood frozen, gazing at the unfolding tableau. Meanwhile, a furious roar pierced the heavens. Chen Jingfu. Why? Chen Xuan, his face flushed with rage, deflected Wang Zhe's flying sword and directed a bewildered glare at Chen Jingfu, who had just killed Eugene Wu. Why did you do this? Chen Jingfu, with a cold demeanor, withdrew his arm, casually collecting Eugene Wu's storage bag and flying sword, allowing the corpse to plummet below. Turning his gaze towards Chen Xuan, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Ha ha ha, Elder Chen, what is there to explain? I merely occupy this body. I am not truly one of the Chen family. After years of scheming, I have finally cast my net. Your Chen family is destined for annihilation. Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhen's icy expression remained, but the fury within him dissipated significantly. In the distance, Li Mingxi, regaining his senses, flew towards him. Initially, they had believed that Chen Zhengfu, possessing the bloodline of the Chen family, had betrayed them, leaving them in a state of disbelief and anger. However, now that he claimed to have merely taken over Chen Zhengfu's body, it offered them some solace. Elder, why did you reveal the truth so easily? Wang Zhe's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, broke the silence. His words unveiled the true identity of the entity occupying Chen Zhengfu's body. It was none other than Wang Huan, the second elder of the Wang family, who was believed to have perished years ago. He was not dead. Not only was he alive, but he had also somehow occupied the body of the eighth elder, Chen Zhengfu, and was living anew. How is this possible? Wang Huan, flying towards Wang Zhe, responded, Ha, I simply couldn't bear to let the Chen family's second elder die in ignorance. Alas, I cannot shake this unfortunate habit of compassion. Chapter 14. As Wang Huan spoke, he conveyed his thoughts to Wang Zhe. In an instant, the two elders from the Wang clan and two elders from the Zhou clan moved to encircle Chen Zhen and Li Mingxi. Soon, a flicker of despair appeared on the faces of Chen Zhen and Li Mingxi, who found themselves trapped in the midst of 6 Foundation establishment cultivators. Previously, in a 4-against-5 scenario, both sides were relatively evenly matched. However, with Chen Zhengfu's betrayal and Jin Wu's demise, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Faced with the combined force of 6 Foundation establishment cultivators, Chen Zhen and Li Mingxi found it nearly impossible to break free. They were not exceptional prodigies like the Chen family ancestor, Chen Xuan, capable of crossing realms in battle. At this moment, Chen Zhen looked toward Li Mingxi. Elderly, I will unleash a secret technique to launch a fierce attack on Wang Zhe. You follow closely behind and seize any opportunity to break free. If by chance we manage to escape, return to the clan immediately to report this matter to the Patriarch. It is imperative not to delay, lest we miss our chance of survival. As for the disciples of the Chen family, their fate is their own. Upon hearing this, Li Mingxi's expression shifted dramatically. Second elder. He wished to say more, but upon seeing the resolute determination in Chen Zhen's gaze, the words lodged in his throat, refusing to come out. Li Mingxi understood all too well that Chen Zhen intended to risk everything for a sliver of hope. If he rejected this goodwill, he would only lose his life in vain, which was utterly meaningless. Second elder of the Chen family, and you, elderly, are you prepared to meet your demise? Just then, Wang Huan's voice echoed again, filled with cruel mockery. Yet, before his words fell silent, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Several powerful auras intruded upon the awareness of those present. Halt! Wang old dog, how dare you oppress the people of the Chen family? Receive my sword. Accompanying the thunderous roar was a sharp flying sword radiating golden light. The overwhelming force contained within the sword took Wang Zhe by surprise, prompting him to hastily summon his own sword to meet the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two swords clashed. The incoming flying sword merely trembled slightly before stabilizing, while Wang Huan's sword was sent hurtling back several dozen meters, quaking violently. Jin Jianyang Zhao. This is bad. The Chen family has actually dispatched 2 groups of people. Wang Huan's face paled, unable to suppress his alarm. He had left the Chen family with Chen Zhen and Jin Wu, completely unaware of the subsequent arrangements within the Chen family. He had not received the intelligence that Yang Zhao had also been sent out, which should have been relayed back to the Wang family. At this moment, their side held a clear advantage against Chen Zhen and Li Mingxi. However, if a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Chen family, particularly the formidable Jin Jianyang Zhao among the revered elders, joined the fray, the dynamics would shift entirely. Wang Zhe quickly sent a message to his scattered allies to converge on his position. This was no time to surround the Chen family members. In no time, 3 figures arrived at the center of the battlefield, heading straight for Chen Zhen. Yang Zhao was accompanied by 2 others. Once the 3 stood firm, both Chen Zhen and Li Mingxi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The late-stage Foundation establishment elder Jin Jianyang Zhao, the mid-stage 4th elder Chen Xiuming, and the mid-stage 5th elder Chen Hongya, combined with the 2 of them, formed a formidable lineup, 2 late-stage and 3 mid-stage cultivators. They faced off against 1 late-stage, 3 mid-stage, and 2 early-stage opponents, holding a significant advantage. After all, Jin Jianyang Zhao was a being capable of contending against 2 opponents of equal rank. Chen Ho Master, what has transpired here? As Yang Zhao and the others arrived, they noticed Chen Zhengfu standing beside Wang Zhe and were momentarily taken aback. However, seasoned cultivators like them quickly pieced together the situation. Recalling the recent death of Chen Tianqi and the current arrangements made by the Grand Elder, everything became clear. Chen Zhengfu has betrayed the clan. This thought echoed in the minds of Yang Zhao, Chen Xiuming, and Chen Hongya, leaving them in stunned silence. Why? Soon, they learned the full story through Chen Zhen's message. Upon discovering that Chen Zhengfu had been possessed by Wang Huan, the second elder of the Wang family, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not a bloodline elder of the Chen family betraying them. It was merely an infiltration by a foreign spy. With clarity restored, Yang Zhao and the others stood united with Chun Zhen and Li Mingxi, confronting Wang Zhe and Wang Huan, now bolstered by powerful reinforcements. Chen Zhen felt emboldened. He stepped forward, his sword poised before him, its tip directed at Wang Huan. Wang, old dog, you secretly harmed the elders of my Chen family and usurped their bodies. Such actions are utterly despicable. Today, I shall sever you beneath my sword. This is for the tragic deaths of our 8th elder, 9th elder, and elder you. With that declaration, Chen Zhen commanded his flying sword towards Wang Huan. At that moment, Wang Huan, a mere mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, stood no chance against the late-stage Chen Zhen. Seeing this, Wang Zhe quickly stepped forward, summoning his flying sword to intercept Chen Zhen's attack. However, his ability to intervene depended on whether Yang Zhao would allow it. Halt! Wang Zhe, old dog. Do you think I stand here as mere decoration? The fury in Chen Zhen's voice was palpable. You, who were once defeated by me to the point where the Wang family dared not take a single step forward, today dare to stir up trouble. I shall take your head. The golden sword surged forward, imbued with an unparalleled sharpness aimed directly at Wang Zhe. Upon witnessing this, Wang Zhe's expression shifted to one of horror. He could no longer afford to assist Wang Huan against Chen Zhen and hastily redirected his sword to parry Yang Zhao's attack. Wang Huan, realizing the dire circumstances, could only resort to his trump card, a skull-shaped artifact exuding a chilling aura. Its quality was surprisingly high, classified as a superior spiritual tool, drawing the attention of all present. However, Chen Zhen merely snorted in disdain. Indeed, a practitioner of the demonic path, summoning such wicked artifacts, this must be eradicated. With a furious shout, he intensified the might of his flying sword. In response, Wang Huan activated the skull artifact, unleashing a cacophony of ghastly wails. Countless dark faces erupted from the artifact, launching themselves toward Chen Zhen's flying sword. The flying sword ruthlessly struck against the myriad of ghostly faces. Although these apparitions were easily vanquished, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge for Chen Zhen, who found it difficult to break through the onslaught. As time elapsed, the spiritual energy within his dantian was depleting at an alarming rate. He understood all too well that Wang Huan intended to engage him in a war of attrition using that skeletal artifact. If this continued, he might very well fall victim to his opponent's strategy. Second Elder, we are here to lend you our strength. At that moment, the 3 individuals behind Chen Zhen ceased their passive observation and similarly withdrew their respective artifacts, launching an assault against the ghostly faces summoned by Wang Huan. With the addition of 3 swords, a vast number of the apparitions were swiftly obliterated. Wang Huan, who was currently wielding the artifact, suddenly turned pale, his gaze shifting to the 4 Foundation establishment practitioners by his side. Suppressing his fury, he exclaimed, "Fools, what are you waiting for? Are you just going to stand by and let me collect my own corpse?" Wang Huan was at a loss for words as the 5 members of the Chen family engaged in battle, while his 4 companions remained spectators. His furious shout snapped the onlookers back to reality, prompting them to produce their artifacts and join the fray, alleviating Wang Huan's burden of facing 4 opponents alone. It was not that they hesitated to act initially. Rather, they had been intimidated by the high-grade spiritual artifact, the skull, that Wang Huan had just summoned. They had expected this mysterious second elder of the Wang family to possess extraordinary abilities that would allow him to contend with 5 opponents simultaneously. However, it turned out to be nothing more than this. Despite this, Wang Huan, the second elder of the Wang family, had evidently mastered some arcane technique that enabled him to seize the bodies of others and relive a new life even at the Foundation establishment stage. Coupled with his current mid-Foundation establishment cultivation, he was capable of wielding a high-grade spiritual artifact to engage in a battle of equals against Chen Zhen, the leader of the Chen family's battle hall, who was at the late Foundation establishment stage. This level of prowess left everyone present astonished. The conflict quickly escalated into a chaotic melee. Wang Zhe was being steadily pushed back by the golden sword wielded by Yang Zhao. Wang Huan found that his spiritual energy was depleting rapidly as he operated the high-grade spiritual artifact, leaving it uncertain whether his energy would run out first or Chen Zhen's. Meanwhile, the 2 mid-Foundation establishment elders from the Wang family were embroiled in fierce combat, with 3 mid-Foundation establishment elders from the Chen family. Above in the sky, various artifacts shimmered and intertwined. The thunderous sounds of their clashes resonated throughout the forest. After being forced back 100 meters, Wang Zhe realized that Yang Zhao was growing more formidable with each passing moment, while his own spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. He hastily conveyed a message to Wang Huan. Second Elder, our actions have undoubtedly failed. There is no point in continuing this skirmish. We must retreat. Retreat? Wang Huan was reluctant. Yet the situation had devolved to such a state that further resistance was futile. If they did not flee promptly, they might very well lose their lives here. Thus, he resolved to withdraw. With this thought, he suddenly increased the flow of his spiritual energy, channeling a vast amount into the skeletal artifact in his hand. A surge of black mist erupted from it, gradually taking shape as a 3-meter-tall dark creature. Wang Huan struck his palm against his chest and spat forth a mouthful of blood towards the emerging black entity. The blood soaked into the creature. Its form instantly suffused with a crimson hue, emanating an even more formidable aura. Kill them. With that command, the blood-empowered creature charged directly towards Chen Xuan. Seeing this, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow but did not cease his manipulation of the flying sword, advancing towards the formidable entity. Upon contact, however, his sword was effortlessly swatted aside by the creature. The dark being continued its relentless approach, forcing Chen Xuan to retreat and create distance. Wang Huan observed this scene with a sinister smile creeping across his face. Ha! You think you can stop me, young one? When I roamed the Chilean mountains, you hadn't even emerged from your mother's womb. With those words, he intended to signal his comrades to retreat while engaging in combat. The primary purpose of the dark creature was merely to stall Chen Xuan momentarily. However, as he turned to leave, a sudden thought occurred to him. He faced Chen Xuan, who was being forced back by the creature, with a knowing smile. Before I depart, allow me to reveal a secret to you, young one. The elders of the Chen family who perished at my hands are not limited to just 3. Your father, the one named Chen Daofu, also met his demise at the hands of my dark creature. Ha! The expression of despair etched upon your father's face before he died was truly a sight to behold. Even now, it lingers in my memory. At this moment, Wang Huan's malevolent grin and his devilish words conveyed the aura of a true archvillain. On the opposite side, Chen Xuan stood frozen in shock. He could hardly believe that his father, who had perished under mysterious circumstances during an external training expedition, had fallen victim to the very hands of the second elder of the Wang family, Wang Huan, who was now attempting to flee. Moreover, the 4 elders of the Chen family, Elder Chen Jingfu, Elder Chen Tianqi, and the venerable Elder Jin Wu, had also met their ends at the hands of this vile man. With this revelation, Chen Zhen's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, his gaze becoming a fearsome sight. Beside him, the Chen family's 3rd elder, Chen Xiuming, and 4th elder, Chen Hongya, were equally enraged, desperately channeling their artifacts to launch assaults against their adversaries in a bid to suppress them and redirect their efforts towards Wang Huan. Even the venerable elder Jin Jian, alongside Yang Zhao and Li Mingxi, could not restrain their rising anger at Wang Huan's taunts. Yang Zhao's attacks grew increasingly fierce, leaving Wang Zhu in despair. Internally cursing Wang Huan, he lamented, "You should have fled without mocking us. Do you fear that others will harbor less hatred towards you?" Faced with Yang Zhao's relentless onslaught, Wang Zhe could do little but expend every ounce of his strength to defend himself, leaving him no opportunity to escape. He turned to Wang Huan, who seemed to handle the dark creature with ease against Chen Zhen. "Second elder, I can barely hold on. I implore you to lend me your strength." At that moment, Wang Huan reveled in the exquisite expression on Chen Zhen's face, desiring to engulf him entirely. Yet feeling utterly helpless before the formidable Shamo, he could only harbor a silent rage deep within, his countenance betraying his fury. It was truly a captivating spectacle. Upon hearing Wang Zhe's desperate plea for help, he turned his head, the smile on his face evaporating immediately. With a cold snort, he muttered "waste." 2 words that ignited a surge of indignation in Wang Zhe, almost prompting him to retort against the aged second elder. However, the prevailing circumstances dictated otherwise. He required the other's assistance to extricate himself from this predicament. Thus, he suppressed his emotions, enduring the humiliation that turned his face a deep shade of purple. Wang Huan, observing his demeanor, discerned his defiance but paid it no mind, preparing to join forces with him against the formidable elder from the Chen family, Jin Jian Yang Zhao. After all, they were both esteemed elders of the Wang clan. Wang Zhe, despite his youth, had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, with a considerable chance of advancing to the Golden Core realm in the future, a prospect worth fighting for. However, as he soared towards Wang Zhe, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "Wang Huan, you old dog, did I permit you to move? Today, I shall slay you." Just as the towering Shamo breached Chen Zhen's flying sword and was about to reach him, a surge of crimson light erupted from his body, enveloping him in a sanguine aura. Following this, an overwhelming force, far surpassing that of the late foundation establishment stage, emanated from Chen Zhen, radiating in all directions. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Chen Zhen. Chen Xiuming and Chen Hongya's faces turned as pale as snow. "No, this cannot be. Second elder, stop." Please. Chen Xiaoming shouted anxiously at Chen Xuan. Chen Hongya, disregarding all decorum, echoed the desperate plea. Second elder, you cannot act so impulsively. You are the future hope of the Chen family, with a significant chance of becoming the second golden core true person. You must not destroy your own path. Jin Jianyang Zhao, too, halted his advance, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xuan, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Blood demon curse. Transforming into a blood demon amplifies one's power tenfold. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, the caster will be left with their vitality drained, meridians severed, and cultivation obliterated, reduced to a mere mortal. Is it worth it? Chapter 16. Is it worth it? Perhaps not. Yet, at this moment, Chen Zhen yearned to sever the head of that old dog Wang Huan without delay. He could not afford to wait any longer. Whether deemed impulsive or disregarding the greater picture, whether it meant sacrificing the hope of the Chen family's second golden core, it mattered not. He sought vengeance for his tragically fallen father, Chen Daofu, and for Elder Chen Jingfu, Elder Chen Tianqi, and Elder Eugene Wu. Bloodlight surged through the air, piercing the towering, malevolent Shamo. With a thunderous explosion, the Shamo's form shattered, transforming into a rain of black blood mist that fell from the heavens. Simultaneously, Wang Huan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. When the blood-colored radiance emerged from Chen Zhan, an ominous feeling surged within Wang Huan. Upon confirming that Chen Zhan had indeed invoked the Chen clan's most potent, yet perilous forbidden technique, the blood demon curse, Wang Huan's heart sank. How dare he? Wang Huan had occupied Chen Jingfu's body, lurking within the Chen family for years, fully aware of the curse's ramifications. It was precisely this knowledge that left him in disbelief. How could Chen Jin dare to wield such a forbidden art? Did he truly care so little for his own path? Such tenacity. Second elder, what secret technique is Chen Jin employing? Why has his power surged so dramatically? Beside him, Wang Zhe was equally alarmed by the sudden explosion of power emanating from Chen Zhan, which surpassed even that of Jin Jianyang Zhao. How could they possibly contend against such might? Upon hearing Wang Huan's explanation of the blood demon curse, Wang Zhe was momentarily speechless, then inwardly cursed Wang Huan once more. Damn it, you old fool. It's your incessant provocations that have incited this chaos. Now, instead of escaping the entanglement with Yang Zhao, we face an even more terrifying opponent. How can we possibly escape? The blood beam Chen Zhen unleashed obliterated the once mighty Shamo with ease. Without wasting a moment, he propelled another blood beam towards Wang Huan. The duration of the blood demon curse's power amplification was fleeting. Only a quarter of an hour remained. He had to annihilate his foes within this brief window to justify the self-destructive path he had chosen. Faced with a blood beam capable of obliterating the Shamo in one strike, Wang Huan felt urgency set in. He urgently called out to Wang Zhe, "We must resist together." Initially taken aback, Wang Zhe's lips curled into a cold smile. He longed to retort with a word of disdain, yet he refrained, recognizing the gravity of their situation. With the enemy's might so formidable, cooperation was essential for any chance of survival. However, another formidable adversary, Jin Jianyang Zhao, still loomed nearby. Would he stand idly by? The answer was a resounding no. With Chen Zhen's offensive, the prior skirmish reignited. Wang Zhe could scarcely focus on Wang Huan, struggling even to withstand Yang Zhao's relentless assault. Thankfully, the earlier pause had afforded him a moment to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoming, Chen Hongya, and Li Mingxi were embroiled in a fierce clash with the remaining four adversaries. The blood demon curse had been activated and was irreversible. No words could alter their fate. They had no choice but to pour their utmost effort into assisting Chen Zhan, ensuring that they vanquished their enemies to minimize their losses. Only then could they justify their actions upon returning to the Chen family. Kill. As the bloodlight approached, Wang Huan realized that his allies were utterly preoccupied. No one could lend him a hand, and a chill spread through him. He silently regretted his earlier words, wishing he had kept silent about Chen Daofu. But now, the die was cast. He had no choice but to summon all his spiritual energy to activate the skeletal artifact in his grasp. Countless black, ghostly faces erupted from the artifact, hurtling towards the impending blood beam. This time, it was even more catastrophic. The black faces barely grazed the blood beam before being shattered by an invisible force. The blood beam, undiminished, continued its relentless advance towards Wang Huan. He steeled his heart once more, summoning the skeletal artifact to release billowing black mist that coalesced into a ferocious demon. Simultaneously, he forced out a significant portion of his own vital blood, which spewed forth from his mouth, staining the demon and instantly amplifying its formidable presence as it howled toward the bloodlight. On the other side, upon witnessing Wang Huan conjuring another demon, Chen Zhen's brow furrowed immediately. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly drew a flying sword. The moment the sword appeared, it was enveloped in blood. Under Chen Zhen's command, the blood sword shot forth with great ferocity toward Wang Huan. Midway, the earlier bloodlight attack collided with the demon that Wang Huan had once again summoned. As expected, the demon exploded anew, yet the power of the blood light attack was entirely depleted. Before Wang Huan could breathe a sigh of relief, a blood sword, imbued with a fierce aura, came hurtling toward him. After enduring a protracted battle and expending considerable spiritual energy and vital blood to summon the demons, Wang Huan's internal energy was nearly exhausted, and the excessive loss of vital blood left him in a state of utter fatigue and despair. Faced with the ferocious blood sword charging at him again, a flicker of hopelessness and unwillingness crossed his face. Wang Zhou, assist me. Wang Huan turned to the side, where Wang Zhou was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Though he felt helpless, he could only regard him as a last lifeline, hoping he could unveil some powerful trump card in this critical moment. Assist you? Wang Zhou felt a surge of indignation rising within him. He was barely able to protect himself, yet that old fool still harbored the audacity to hope for his help. Was this not akin to grasping at straws? No. Faced with the imminent threat of the flying sword, Wang Huan could only muster the last vestige of his spiritual energy to control his own flying sword to meet it. However, this act of defiance was merely a final, desperate struggle. His feeble sword attack was effortlessly cleaved by the blood sword, leaving not even a trace of its might. No, it cannot be. The old man proclaimed, I possess boundless fortunes, an unparalleled inheritance, and have been granted a second chance at life. How can I possibly fall here? Chen Xuan, you cannot kill me. I possess an unparalleled inheritance. Indeed, I can bestow that inheritance upon you if you spare my life. What say you? An unparalleled inheritance? The very legacy that granted Wang Huan a second chance at life? It was undeniably tempting, and nearly everyone present, save for Chen Xuan, felt their hearts stir. Yet, Wang Huan's life was firmly grasped in Chen Xuan's hands. As long as Chen Xuan remained unmoved, everything was in vain. Chapter 17 unfolded with Chen Xuan's expression remaining unyielding. The blood sword he commanded showed no signs of slowing as it ruthlessly descended toward Wang Huan's neck. He cared not for the inheritance Wang Huan mentioned. However, while he was indifferent, others were not. Zhou Boyong had arrived at the scene long ago. But upon realizing that members of the Chen family were locked in battle with those of the Wang family, he chose to conceal himself and watch the conflict unfold. Despite the presence of 2 elders from the Zhou family, it mattered little. One was a mid-stage foundation establishment elder, and the other was in the early stage. Even if they perished in this fray, it would not significantly impact the strength of the Zhou family. Chen Xuan, the second elder of the Chen family, was a promising talent poised to challenge the Golden Core realm, alongside the direct descendant, 4th elder Chen Xiuming, and 5th elder Chen Hongya. Among the strongest of the Chen family's elders, Golden Sword Yang Zhao, the loss of any one of them would cause considerable pain to the Chen family. The Wang family faced a similar predicament. The second elder Wang Huan, who had been granted a second chance at life, and the third elder Wang Zhe in the late foundation establishment stage were both core figures of the family. The fiercer their battle, the greater the casualties. Much to Zhou Boyong's delight, this was exceedingly advantageous for the Zhou family. When Zhou Boyong observed Chen Xuan, who had inexplicably experienced a surge in power due to some forbidden technique, commanding his flying sword to strike down Wang Huan, the elders secretly rejoiced. However, when Wang Huan spoke of possessing an unparalleled inheritance, one that likely contained the secrets to his second chance at life, Zhou Boyong could no longer remain passive. Should Wang Huan perish, that unparalleled inheritance would likely vanish as well. Thus, he immediately produced his own artifact, a flying sword of the most commonly used type among cultivators. Of a quality even reaching the mid-grade spirit artifact level, just 1 tier below Wang Huan's skeletal artifact. The azure sword sliced through the air with great swiftness. Just as Wang Huan closed his eyes awaiting death, a streak of azure light surged past him, colliding with the tip of the blood sword that was poised to pierce his neck. The azure sword was instantly sent flying by a tremendous force. Yet Chen Zhen's blood sword also hesitated, its power significantly diminished. Fool, what are you dawdling for? A sharp reprimand exploded in Wang Huan's mind. He immediately opened his eyes in astonishment. I am not dead? Simultaneously, he swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the blood sword. Turning to look, he saw a figure clad in azure robes approaching. This figure was all too familiar to Wang Huan. It was Zhou Boyong, the eldest elder of the Zhou family. A formidable presence in the late foundation establishment stage, capable of contending with Golden Sword Yang Zhao. He was not at all comparable to Wang Zhe, who had just recently broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. Wang Huan's heart soared with joy. His figure quickly slipped past Zhou Boyong's. A transmission of thought entered his mind, causing his expression to darken. Wang Huan, today I save your life. In exchange, you will grant me that unparalleled inheritance afterward. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, Wang Huan comprehended Zhou Boyong's intent. He was after the unparalleled inheritance in Wang Huan's possession. However, given the circumstances, what choice did he have? If Zhou Boyong turned to leave, leaving him to face Chen Zhen's blood sword alone, the outcome would still be death. As you say, elder, I am grateful for your timely assistance. Cornered, Wang Huan dared not entertain any ulterior motives, and he could only obediently agree to Zhou Boyong's demands and express his gratitude. As long as his life could be preserved, he could part with the unparalleled inheritance. After all, it was merely a fragmented record detailing a secret technique for possession and rebirth that a foundation establishment cultivator could employ, and it came with significant drawbacks. One can only execute this secret art once in a lifetime. Furthermore, after seizing another's body, one's cultivation can only reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, with no hope of advancing into the golden core realm thereafter. Had it not been for Wang Huan's imminent depletion of life force and the distant prospect of reaching the threshold necessary to challenge the golden core stage, he would never have resorted to this secret technique to take over the body of Chun Jingfu from the Chen family. Although he was granted a second chance at life, he remained stagnant at the foundation establishment stage. A century later, he would inevitably meet the fate of turning into a pile of dust. At that juncture, there would be no subsequent life to live. However, usurping Chun Jingfu's body allowed Wang Huan to conceal himself within the Chen family, discreetly transmitting messages for the Wang family. And he has accrued countless merits over the years. During the last council convened by Chen Xiao, he even staged a passionate performance, leveraging the incident where Chun Tianqi was schemed against and killed by the Zhou family. His intention was to incite and escalate the conflict between the Chun and Zhou families, hoping that they would engage in a deadly struggle, allowing the Wang family to sit back and reap the benefits. Initially, his plan was successful. Yet, Wang Huan could not fathom what unforeseen complication had arisen. The Chen family's long-secluded Golden Core ancestor unexpectedly intervened in the matter, issuing a bizarre order for all Chen disciples to retreat to the family stronghold. This left him perplexed and compelled him to contact the clan leader, Wang Chaoshan, to report this development and devise alternative strategies against the Chen family. Wang Huan did not hesitate to expose his identity, launching an attack against the elder Gongfu Zhang in conjunction with Wang Zhu and others, encircling Chen Zhen and Li Mingxi. His aim was to eliminate the critically important second elder of the Chen family, the commander of the battle hall, Chen Zhen, by depleting the Chen family's core strength. Comprised of formidable foundation establishment cultivators, he sought to demoralize them further, inciting the Chen clan members to lose their reason and recklessly charge into death. However, another twist occurred. It was unclear whether it was Chen Xiao or Chun Yuntian who had arranged a second wave of individuals to follow them, clearly indicating that they had already sensed something amiss. Ultimately, in his moment of arrogance, he provoked Chen Zhen, who, in a desperate act, resorted to employing forbidden techniques and the blood demon curse to slay him, just as he was about to be beheaded by the blood sword. The elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Boyong, unexpectedly came to his rescue. For Wang Huan, this was akin to finding a glimmer of hope amidst despair. To obtain the secret method that enabled him to live again, all he needed was for Zhou Boyong to shield him from Chen Zhen's attack. What harm would it be to grant such a request? Wang Huan glanced at the distant Chen Zhen, a smirk gracing his lips. He dared not utter further taunts or provocations, though the urge was palpable within him, primarily out of fear. He feared that Chen Zhen might unleash some reckless maneuver, enduring Zhou Boyong's assault to strike him down. In reality, Zhou Boyong was already starting to struggle. Even though he was an established late-stage foundation establishment cultivator on the verge of breakthrough to the pinnacle, preparing to challenge the Golden Core realm, he still found himself at a disadvantage against Chen Zhen, who had unleashed forbidden techniques that amplified his power tenfold. However, Chen Zhen's use of the blood demon curse could only be sustained for a mere quarter of an hour. If they could just hold out until the curse's effect waned, the situation on the battlefield could change once again, or even reverse entirely. After all, Wang Huan had retreated to a safe distance, having consumed 2 recovery pills and grasping 2 mid-grade spirit stones, swiftly replenishing his internal spiritual energy. If he were to fully recover, the final outcome would indeed be uncertain. Second Elder, retreat. Chun Xiaoming exclaimed, deflecting an enemy attack with his sword and turning to glance at Chen Zhen, whose aura was visibly waning. He noticed a tremor in Chen Zhen's body following his words. Before Chen Zhen could respond, Chun Hongya interjected, his face filled with intense anger. We cannot retreat. The second elder has paid such a heavy price, yet that old dog Wang Huan remains unscathed. If we retreat, how will we explain ourselves to the clan leader upon returning? At worst, we can all employ the blood demon curse together, sending that old dog Zhou Boyong alongside Wang Huan to the underworld. Chapter 18. Chen Zhen had been searching for an opportunity to break through Zhou Boyang's flying sword, but all efforts proved futile. As he watched Wang Huan, who was concealed behind him, gradually recovering his spiritual energy, he found himself powerless. Moreover, the temporary augmentation of his strength was slowly diminishing with the passage of time. With just a quarter of an hour remaining, or rather, only 2 or 3 minutes left, he would soon revert to being an ordinary mortal. Given his age, it was likely he would not last long upon returning to the Chen family. Whether he could survive the return to the Chen family had become irrelevant. The key point was Chun Xiaoming, Chen Hongya, and the 2 elders, Li Mingxi and Yang Zhao, who had dedicated themselves to the Chen family. The 4 of them must return safely to the Chen family. Otherwise, even in death, Chen Xuan would find himself unable to face the ancestors of the Chen family. Kill. In a final, wrathful strike. The power of the blood sword surged as Chen Xuan poured all of his remaining primordial energy into the flying sword. Retaining any energy would merely serve to prolong his life a little longer. It was far better to leave a lasting impression on his adversary at this moment. The blood sword tore through the air, its speed vastly exceeding that of moments prior, startling Zhou Boyang, who was wholly focused on defense, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He realized that his spiritual awareness could no longer keep pace with the trajectory of the blood sword. So fast, Zhou Boyang, sensing the impending danger, immediately summoned all his strength to form a protective barrier. Simultaneously, a blue shield artifact emerged, activating to envelop him in a blue light shield. He recalled his mid-grade spirit sword to protect his neck, directing most of his attention to guarding his lower abdomen and dantian. Knowing that for a foundation establishment cultivator yet to condense a golden core, the neck and dantian were the most critical vulnerabilities. Boom. Soon, the clash of the blood sword against the blue shield erupted with a resounding noise. Zhou Boyang quickly maneuvered the protective sword to guard his vulnerable neck. Unfortunately, he was ultimately a moment too late. The blood sword, bearing an unparalleled sharpness, pierced through both the blue shield and the energy barrier formed by his own spiritual power, striking brutally against his left arm. Half of his arm was instantly severed, followed by a catastrophic explosion, showering the area with endless blood rain. Ah, Chen Xuan, you dare to sever my arm. I swear I will slay you. After the furious roar, Zhou Boyang's figure was seen retreating violently, uncertain if his opponent could unleash another insurmountable strike. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance, protecting his vital areas. If that blood sword were to strike at his neck or dantian, it would truly be the end. In truth, Chen Xuan's initial objective was to sever Zhou Boyang's left arm. He had contemplated decapitating his adversary or shattering his dantian's energy sea directly. However, given the formidable nature of this sword strike, such feats were exceedingly difficult to accomplish. It was far more prudent to obliterate an arm, leaving the opponent in a state of disfigurement. At the foundation establishment stage, one does not possess the miraculous ability to regenerate severed limbs. To strike me? Chen Xuan observed the pallid and frantically retreating Zhou Boyang, a cold smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Following that strike, his own strength began to plummet rapidly. Yet, he was unable to contend with Wang Huan, who had already regained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Elder Yang, Elder Si, Elder Wu, Elder Li, we must retreat. Upon uttering these words, Chen Xuan's entire form slumped, and the vitality that coursed through him dissipated considerably in that moment. Elder Air and the others exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern. Yang Zhao first glanced at Chen Xuan, then turned his gaze back to Wang Jia, whose 7 orifices flowed with blood that nearly stained his entire being crimson, a hint of reluctance appearing upon his countenance. If you give me a bit more time, I will surely be able to slay that old dog Wang Jia. Chen Xuan shook his head. Let us depart. If we do not hurry, we may find ourselves unable to escape. Zhou Boyang had merely lost an arm. He was not dead. Coupled with the impending recovery of Wang Huan, their own side was rapidly losing combat effectiveness. If they did not seize this moment to retreat, delaying any further might render their departure contingent upon the opponent's whims. Chen Xuan perceived the situation on the battlefield with utmost clarity. His intention to employ the blood demon incantation to eliminate his foes had ultimately resulted in naught. Zhou Boyang from the Zhou clan had arrived at the most opportune moment. Chen Xuan summoned back his flying sword and conjured a powerful crimson light, directing it toward Zhou Boyang. As for him, he did not look back, but proceeded in the direction where Li Mingxi had piloted the spirit vessel, leading the Chen Clan disciples. With Chen Xuan abandoning the fight, the others lacked the will to continue battling. Chen Xiuming, Chen Hongya, and Li Mingxi unleashed a wave of force to repel their foes, following closely behind Chen Xuan. As for Yang Zhao, he gazed intently at Wang Jia, who was now engaged with Wang Huan, and silently recalled his flying sword to follow suit. Elder Zhou, we cannot allow them to escape. Pursue them swiftly. Upon witnessing Chen Xuan and the others retreat, Wang Huan immediately ceased his recovery of spiritual energy and, stepping upon his flying sword, prepared to give chase. However, before he could fly more than 2 meters, he was halted by a bloodied arm. What? Does Elder Air wish for me to suffer even more? At this moment, Wang Zhi's heart brimmed with rage. He refrained from using spiritual energy to evaporate the blood on his body after the battle, solely to demonstrate to Wang Huan just how wretched he truly was. Wang Huan turned to gaze at the blood-soaked Wang Jia, swallowing hard as a forced smile crept upon his face. Indeed, it is quite tragic. However, your incompetence is of no concern to me. The moment those words escaped, Wang Zhou erupted with fury. The one-armed Zhou Boyang was on the verge of witnessing an intriguing scene of internal strife within the Wang clan. Regrettably, Wang Zhou was no fool and refrained from retaliating against Wang Huan, who was at a lower level than himself. Instead, he first utilized his spiritual energy to evaporate the blood on his body before fixing his gaze upon Wang Huan. Suddenly, he chuckled, a A most peculiar and unsettling laugh. Wang Huan, do not presume that because you have rendered significant contributions to the family, you can act with impunity and disregard me. In truth, you are but a mere wretch clinging to life. At this moment, your identity has been exposed, and you hold no further value for the Wang clan. Even if the clan leader shows you some leniency out of nostalgia, you will never be able to break through to the golden core stage. In the eyes of the clan leader, will you hold more value for cultivation than I? Think carefully, you arrogant fool. As he spoke, a trace of disdain involuntarily appeared on Wang Zhe's lips. To be frank, he truly did not regard Wang Huan, who was now essentially half disabled, with any respect. Losing the qualification to strive for the golden core meant he was doomed to remain at the foundation establishment stage for life, forever toiling for the family. In contrast, Wang Zhe, had the opportunity to challenge the golden core realm and become a pivotal force in the resurgence of the Wang clan alongside the clan leader and ancestors. The disparity in their worth was apparent to any sensible individual. Was Wang Huan a fool? Certainly not. Although Wang Zhe's words were harsh, they struck at the very core of Wang Huan's vulnerabilities, particularly as he was acutely aware of the drawbacks of the soul-seizing secret technique, which he had only disclosed to the clan leader. Have you two finished your conversation? If so, it is time for you to hand over that supreme inheritance to me. At this moment, the Chen clan members were unaware of where they had fled. To pursue them again would be too late. Primarily, Zhou Boyong had no intention of heeding Wang Huan's provocations to pursue the Chen clan members. His voluntary intervention to save them was solely for the sake of the supreme inheritance. As for the Chen clan, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike if it arose. Chen Xuan was the one specifically marked for death by the clan leader. Yet, the current outcome was that he had sacrificed an arm, and his strength had undoubtedly diminished. Whether he could find the rare treasures that could regenerate severed limbs remained uncertain. Even if he did, it would require a tremendous price, possibly costing him his entire fortune. Zhou Boyong had certainly suffered a significant loss from this endeavor. He could only hastily seek out Wang Huan for the promised supreme inheritance to recover his blood. As soon as Zhou Boyong's words fell, both Wang Huan and Wang Zhe turned to look at him simultaneously. Their gazes unintentionally focused first on his severed arm. This rather presumptuous action caused Zhou Boyong to momentarily gasp in shock. In a fit of anger, he blurted, "Are you two lacking in manners?" Regaining his composure, Wang Huan quickly cast an apologetic glance at him, then retrieved a tattered piece of white silk from his spatial ring, transmitting it with his spiritual energy. The supreme inheritance. This was the treasure that contained the knowledge allowing Wang Huan to seize Chen Clan's Chen Zhengfu and live again. Zhou Boyong's breath quickened as he instinctively reached out with both hands to grasp it. However, as he raised his left arm, he suddenly remembered that he no longer had a left hand. A wave of sorrow washed over him once more. He could only extend his right hand to receive the somewhat tattered white silk cloth. As soon as it was in his grasp, he eagerly employed his divine sense to probe its contents. After a considerable time, he suddenly raised his head to look at Wang Huan. "Is this it?" Wang Huan was taken aback, unable to comprehend the expression on Zhou Boyong's face and the meaning behind those two words. Wasn't that precisely what it was? The white silk cloth clearly documented all aspects of the soul-snatching secret technique, including its numerous drawbacks and limitations, all written with utmost clarity. Not a single word was damaged or obscured. The item Wang Huan produced was indeed the original, untouched by any tampering. What was going on? Zhou Boyong gazed at the bewildered Wang Huan and, at that moment, found himself both amused and exasperated. One could only utilize this secret technique for soul-snatching once in a lifetime. After rebirth, one would be forever confined to the foundation establishment realm. Wasn't this merely a means to survive like a wretched dog? Was Zhou Boyong the sort of person who would resort to such absurdity? He was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, possessing the qualifications to aspire to the golden core realm. How could he possibly find use for such a ridiculous technique? The arduous effort and the sacrifice of an arm had yielded this. It was truly laughable. Wang Huan, the second elder of the Wang family, I shall remember you well. Soon, Zhou Boyong adjusted his mindset, stowing away the white silk cloth that recorded the extraordinary soul-snatching technique, while also concealing the complex smile from his face. He summoned his sword and turned to leave, followed closely by two elder guardians of the Wang family. With the arrival of their chief elder, they quickly found their anchor. As they watched the figures of the three recede, Wang Huan furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. What did Zhou Boyong mean? I truly did not tamper with the soul-snatching technique at all. This was incomprehensible. What a mad man. Wang Huan was perplexed, for the white silk cloth was undoubtedly the original version. He had etched the soul-snatching technique into his mind, capable of recalling it at any moment, rendering it useless to keep. The primary issue was that this technique had numerous restrictions. While the allure of living a second life was extraordinary, its practicality was rather mediocre. Otherwise, Wang Huan would not have surrendered it so readily. Yet he could not fathom why, having willingly handed it over, the other party still appeared displeased, leaving behind a glance that suggested he might seek retribution in the future. Truly absurd. Wang Zhe stood silently beside Wang Huan, observing the scene unfold. Everything was none of his business. He was merely a spectator. Once they had departed, it was time for them to leave as well. This operation had successfully eliminated the Chen family elder Eugene Wu and incapacitated the Chen family's second elder and battle hall master, Chen Xuan, marking a significant victory. Everyone should rejoice and return to the clan to receive their rewards. The remaining 4 individuals on the scene were all members of the Wang family. Wang Huan wore a broad smile, encouraging the other 3, including Wang Zhe. After his light-hearted words fell, Wang Zhe's expression softened somewhat. Reflecting on the situation, the results of this mission were indeed commendable. Although the process had been perilous, nearly costing him his life under Yang Zhao's sword, the outcome was remarkably fruitful. The loss of Eugene Wu needed no further elaboration. He was merely an early Foundation establishment elder, hardly more than an addition. What truly stirred Wang Zhe's heart was Chen Xuan. He had not anticipated that the seemingly foolish provocation by second elder Wang Huan would so infuriate the opponent, ultimately yielding such results. It had forced Chen Xuan to unleash the terrifying forbidden technique, the blood demon spell, and he was likely now bereft of all cultivation, reduced to a mere mortal, thus posing no further threat to the Wang family. Moreover, they had incurred little cost. Wang Zhe himself had only sustained minor injuries, which would heal completely within a month. Observing Wang Huan's unusually excited demeanor, it was evident that he suffered no grave harm. As for Zhou Boyang, the elder of the Zhou family, losing an arm, what concern was that to the Wang family? It would be best if he perished. This grand and tumultuous battle concluded with the Chen family suffering severe losses, 1 dead and 1 incapacitated. Wang Zhe's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Wang Huan. He was uncertain whether the earlier mention of Chen Zhen's father, Chen Daofu, was a mere slip of the tongue or a deliberate provocation to compel him into employing the self-destructive forbidden technique, the blood demon spell. One must understand that Wang Huan had long been concealed within the Chen family and was thoroughly aware of the intricacies of the blood demon spell. If it were the latter, it would be utterly terrifying. Suddenly, a chill surged from the soles of Wang Zhe's feet, racing to the crown of his head. After a shudder, he took the lead in summoning his flying sword towards the direction of the Wang family. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Huan's lips curved upward, revealing a knowing smile. He then summoned his own flying sword to follow, aligning alongside Wang Zhe as they soared towards their clan. The other 2 elder guardians of the Wang family trailed closely behind. Before the second elder and third elder of the family, they had no opportunity to interject. Remaining silent and obediently following orders, even if it meant acting as mere laborers, they would fulfill their duties diligently. After the departure of the 4, the battlefield, still shrouded in smoke, swiftly returned to its original state under the caress of the wind. Meanwhile, on the other side, after arriving at the mountain forest spirit vessel and reuniting with the disciples of the Chen family, Chen Xuan and the others continued their journey towards the Chen family without pause. Along the way, silence enveloped them. The other Chen family disciples were oblivious to what had transpired. All they noticed was that the elder Eugene Wu, who had come to assist, had vanished. Their once illustrious second elder and battle hall master, Chen Xuan, now appeared emaciated, stooped, with a head of white hair, skin wrinkled, and his vitality utterly depleted. No trace of his cultivation could be sensed. He resembled a feeble old man on the verge of death. His murky gaze fixed forward, towards the direction of the Chen family, lost in contemplation. Chapter 20, Chen Family. A formidable aura erupted from the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. The oppressive pressure of the golden core realm enveloping the sky. A figure in white robes slowly ascended, suddenly transforming into a streak of light heading towards the Chen family's discussion hall. Simultaneously, a thunderous voice, filled with authority yet tinged with anger, reverberated through the heavens, echoing in the ears of every Chen family disciple below. All elders above Foundation establishment of the Chen family, assemble at the discussion hall immediately. This tremendous commotion stirred the previously tranquil Chen family into a frenzy. The voice of the ancestor resounded, signaling his emergence from seclusion. A stream of luminous energy ascended rapidly, converging towards the council hall. Enveloped within this radiance were all the members of the Chen family residing in the vicinity, except for Chen Xuan and others who were away. In total, there were 9 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, including the clan leader Chen Xiao and the grand elder Chen Yuntian. Both were diligently practicing in their own sanctuaries while anticipating the return of Chen Xuan, Yang Zhao, and others. The unexpected summons from the ancestors stirred a sense of unease within them, though the reason remained unknown. The 6 direct line elders and 3 venerable elders promptly arrived at the entrance of the council hall, entering in succession. At once, they beheld the figure clad in white robes seated at the head of the table. He appeared middle-aged, with distinct features that exuded firmness and composure. His sword-like brows and starry eyes conveyed a brilliance akin to celestial bodies, and his relaxed posture emanated a sharp, formidable presence that seemed capable of cleaving through the very heavens. He was none other than the sole golden core elder of the Chen family, the ancestor, Chen Xuan. Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor. The 9 individuals formed 2 rows, bowing deeply with clasped hands, respectfully greeting Chen Xuan. Upon raising their heads, a calm yet commanding voice resonated. Please take your seats. Following his words, they dispersed to occupy their designated places. Chen Xiao temporarily assumed the seat of Grand Elder Chen Yuntian, who shifted slightly back. Once seated, all 9 pairs of eyes turned towards Chen Xuan, awaiting his pronouncement. Considering the passage of time, it seemed that Chen Zhen and Yang Zhao would soon return. Let us wait, he remarked. As soon as his words fell, Chen Xuan closed his eyes. Observing this, the gathered elders exchanged glances before following suit, entering a state of meditation. Thus, all foundation establishment elders of the Chen family were convened in this grand council hall, patiently awaiting the return of Chen Zhen and the others. Half an hour later, Chen Xuan abruptly opened his eyes. This subtle disturbance did not escape the keen perception of the elders present, who promptly opened their eyes and gazed at Chen Xuan. The ancestors' gaze first fixed upon the entrance of the hall before shifting to Chen Xiao. Recognizing the cue, Chen Xiao immediately rose. Ancestor, he addressed, suppressing the tumultuous emotions surging within him, and spoke with a measured tone. They have returned. You should go and greet them. A chill, perceptible only to Chen Xiao, laced his voice. An ominous premonition surged within him. Yes, he replied, swiftly turning to summon his flying sword, departing the hall. Upon exiting, he soared towards Yuqing Mountain. But after traveling a mere 3 to 4 li, he encountered a spiritual vessel. On board were the returning disciples of the Chen family, along with Chen Zhen, Yang Zhao, and others who had gone to escort them back. Hovering in midair, Chen Xiao extended his consciousness towards the vessel. Soon, his eyes reddened, and his complexion turned pale. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, causing blood to drip through the cracks, yet he felt no pain. At that moment, he was consumed by an overwhelming fury, leaving no room for anything else. Who did this? His anguished roar echoed across the skies. Below, the Chen family disciples, sensing the commotion, looked up to see their usually dignified and composed clan leader, unflinching even in the face of calamity, now seething with rage, his aura chaotic and oppressive. The formidable might of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator radiated outward, yet there was no enemy to confront. In the Grand Council Hall, the 8 elders also reacted to Chen Xiao's roar, rising in unison and directing their gazes toward the hall's entrance. The once spacious doorway now appeared constricted, offering no view of the outside. They were merely foundation establishment cultivators, and even Chen Yuntian's late-stage perception could only reach 3 li. His heart sank. The clan leader's uncharacteristic outburst hinted at grave circumstances. Could it be Chen Zhen? Chen Yuntian glanced at Chen Xuan, seated at the head, and hesitated before speaking. Ancestor. Yet before he could finish, Chen Xian's icy voice interrupted. Wait. While the others could not perceive the events occurring 3 to 4 li away, Chen Xuan, a late-stage golden core cultivator, could see everything. He had long since expanded his consciousness to its limits. The moment the spiritual vessel entered his range, he sensed it immediately. Along with the figures of Chen Jingfu, Jin Wu, and Chen Zhen, who had been reduced to a mere breath of life. On the system panel, the count of foundation establishment cultivators had diminished from 15 to 12. Chen Xuan, having just completed refining a top-tier golden spirit pill and preparing for his daily routine, was taken aback by this shocking development. Recalling the report from Chen Xiao the previous day, the conclusion was inevitable. The group dispatched to Yuqing Mountain to escort the disciples had encountered misfortune. Of the 6 sent, along with Li Mingxi stationed at Yuqing Mountain, 7 foundation establishment cultivators had suffered a loss of 3. Chen Xuan struggled to fathom the extent of the ambush that could lead to such devastation. Considering the travel time, those who remained alive should be nearing the Chen residence. Resolving to cease his secluded cultivation, he decided to present himself and take charge of the situation. With the death of the prodigy Chen Tianqi, and now the potential loss of 3 foundation establishment cultivators, the Chen family had sustained grievous blows that would surely inflame the sentiments of the disciples, inciting calls for war against the Zhou and Wang families once more. In such a scenario, Chen Xiao would be unable to maintain control. Only Chen Xuan, as the ancestor, could ensure a unified voice for the Chen family. Whether that voice would advocate for battle or the continued gathering of strength rested solely upon Chen Xuan's decision. Chapter 21. Chen Xiao alighted upon the spiritual vessel, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He gazed at the elderly figure supported by Chen Xioming ahead, struggling to accept the reality. Was this truly their once vibrant second elder? Is this still the esteemed head of the Zhan Hall, leading the disciples of the Chen family in their conquests, establishing remarkable achievements for the Chen clan? How has he fallen to such a pitiful state? Even with the Patriarch's presence, the people aboard the spirit vessel remained silent, heads bowed, forgetting to pay their respects. Chen Zhen struggled to raise his hand and offered a respectful gesture towards Chen Xiao, exclaiming, Chen Zhen pays his respects to the Patriarch. Chen Xiao hurriedly stepped forward, gently lowering Chen Zhen's arms. Who forced you to resort to the self-destructive blood demon curse? He inquired immediately, only to see Chen Xuan's murky eyes staring back. His lips moving yet no words escaping. Beside them, Chen Xiaoming bore witness to this, and, suppressing his own anguish, conveyed the events of their journey to Chen Xiao through thought. Chen Xiao learned that the 8th elder, Chen Jingfu, had already perished at the hands of the Wang family's 2nd elder, Wang Huan, who had usurped his body and had been lurking within the Chen family for years. The adversary had now revealed himself, brazenly killing the Chen family's elder, Yu Jinwu. As if that were not enough, Chen Zhen's father, Chen Daofu, who had tragically fallen during his training decades prior, had also met his demise at Wang Huan's hands. This was all a calculated provocation aimed at inciting Chen Zhen's hatred and fury, pushing him to the brink of madness and compelling him to invoke the forbidden blood demon curse to slay Wang Huan. Alas, even with the curse, interference from Zhou Jia's Zhou Boyong thwarted Chen Zhen's intentions, leaving the Chen family to suffer the loss of 3 members, either directly or indirectly. In stark contrast, the Zhou and Wang families remained unscathed. Wang Huan, Chen Xiao spat the name through gritted teeth, his desire for vengeance burning within him. He longed to rend flesh from bone, to forge a cursed artifact, the 10,000 Ghosts banner, to entrap his spirit and torment him eternally, subjected to endless tortures without the hope of reincarnation. Let us depart. The ancestors and esteemed elders have awaited our arrival in the council hall for some time. He instructed Li Mingxi, who was piloting the spirit vessel. Upon hearing the term ancestor, a flicker of clarity momentarily pierced through Chen Zhen's murky gaze. The others, too, felt a surge of alertness, their expressions tense. The spirit vessel resumed its journey through the air, heading directly towards the Chen family's council hall. In mere moments, the vessel arrived at the entrance of the hall. The disciples aboard, faces etched with sorrow, bid farewell to Chen Xiao and his companions. Remaining were Yang Zhao, Chen Xuan, Chen Xiaoming, Chen Hongya, and Li Mingxi, who followed Chen Xiao into the grand assembly. Inside the hall, all eyes remained fixed on the entrance after Chen Xiao's roar. As the 5 figures appeared, they were met with the stark contrast of Chen Zhen's appearance. Compared to yesterday, he seemed like a different person, one celestial, the other terrestrial. How could he have fallen to such a wretched state? As Chen Zhen entered the grand hall, his gaze fell upon the venerable figure of ancestor Chen Xian seated in the main position. Chen Xian, in turn, scrutinized him with a complex expression. As the group approached, Chen Xian rose slowly, standing with an air of dignity, his robe billowing without wind, his brows furrowed in anger. Disciples Chen Zhen, Yang Zhao, Chen Xiaoming, Chen Hongya, Li Mingxi, pay respects to the ancestor. The 5 intoned in unison, bowing deeply. Chen Xian's gaze remained locked on Chen Zhen as he spoke plainly. Detail the events that transpired on this journey for all to hear. The rest may take their seats and listen intently. With that, Chen Xian took his own seat, as he preferred not to stand during discussions, an uncomfortable posture. Thus, only Chen Zhen remained standing in the grand hall. Soon, an elderly man, frail yet resolute, began to recount his experiences since leaving the Chen family. After his tale concluded, a series of urgent coughs reverberated through the spacious hall. The onlookers gazed at Chen Zhen's condition with deep concern, fearing that he might falter mid-sentence. However, this was unlikely, for Chen Xiaoming had previously administered a heart-protecting pill, ensuring that Chen Zhen would remain safe for at least 3 days. He appeared alarming, yet was not in immediate danger. Once Chen Zhen recounted the full account of events, the atmosphere in the grand hall plummeted to an icy silence. Were a fly to inadvertently intrude at that moment, it would surely freeze in place. Everyone remained silent. Even as an inferno of rage filled their hearts, forced into submission, no one dared to break the silence until Chen Xian spoke, his expression unchanged. Having mastered the art of maintaining calm amidst turmoil, the loss of junior members of the clan pained him deeply, yet the harsh reality remained. They must focus on moving forward. Chen Xiao, what is your perspective? The first to be addressed was the current patriarch, Chen Xiao, who stood and approached Chen Zhen. Assisting him to a seat before responding, Wang Huan deserves death. The Wang and Zhou families must be eradicated. His succinct yet fiercely vengeful declaration made his stance unmistakable. Chen Yintian, as the eldest elder of the Chen family, what is your view? The second to be called upon was Chen Yintian, the chief elder. He straightened his posture and addressed Chen Xian, uttering words that resonated with all present. The ancestral teachings of the Chen family dictate, those who offend the Chen family shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. Chen Xian paused, momentarily taken aback. This phrase was one he had personally added to the clan's teachings. The preceding line, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall repay them tenfold, had been inscribed during his early days in the Jindan realm to instruct clan disciples to avoid initiating conflict, yet not to fear it. Those who dared to provoke the Chen family were to be met with swift retribution. At this moment, those words were perfectly apart. Chen Xian smiled, surveying the others before inquiring, what do the rest of you think? Third elder Chen Enian declared, kill. Fourth elder Chen Xiaoming added, I now wish to personally behead that old dog Wang Huan and use his skull as a chamber pot for my grandson. Fifth elder Chen Hongya interjected. But that old dog is currently using the body of the eighth elder. That cannot be allowed. One ought to extract his soul and cast it into the latrine to soak daily, for only thus can the hatred that resides in this old man's heart be alleviated. Wang Huan deserves death. The Wang family must be extinguished. We must immediately march upon the Wang family to avenge the deceased disciples of the Chen family. Yes, we must swiftly confront the Wang family and demand an explanation. Otherwise, the reputation that my Chen family has built over a century shall utterly collapse. It is not only the Wang family, but also the Zhou family. Both are of the same ilk. Had it not been for Zhou Boyang, the master of the Chen family would have already dispatched that old dog Wang Huan. Furthermore, Elder Zhou also fell at the hands of the Zhou family. He was the most promising prodigy of our Chen family, destined to break through to the Golden Core realm, yet his life was abruptly cut short. We shall kill. We shall storm the Wang family and the Zhou family. If we do not create a scene of chaos and darkness, if my Dao heart remains unfulfilled, then what meaning does this cultivation hold? The people of the Chen family would rather stand and die than kneel and live. Those who offend the Chen family shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. The crowd was incensed, the intent to kill soaring to the heavens. Aside from Chen Xuan and Chen Xuan, all 12 elders of the Chen family had expressed their stance. Their consensus was clear: war. In chapter 22, Chen Xuan smiled again. This time, it was a broad smile, even in the face of such severe blows to the Chen family. A family that had not seen a second golden core cultivator born in 200 years, not a single person shrank back in the face of powerful enemies. They were all seasoned practitioners with decades, even centuries of cultivation. Did they not understand the strength of the Wang and Zhou families? Did they not realize that declaring war at this moment could lead to their demise? Did they not know that the Chen family might face annihilation because of this? It was inconceivable. Everyone in the Grand Hall was aware of it. Yet, despite this knowledge, they still chose to fight. Why? In the pursuit of cultivation. Is the ultimate goal not to attain immortality and become a celestial being? Why then, were these elders of the Chen family so fearless in the face of death? Even the 5 venerable elders were engulfed in battle fervor. Those unaware of their identities might mistake them for the bloodline disciples of the Chen family. At this moment, Chen Xuan found himself somewhat perplexed. Was the honor and disgrace of the family truly more important than individual lives? He had been reborn into this world of cultivation, influenced by many web novels, believing that cultivation was a solitary endeavor, a struggle for survival, striving to grow stronger, and embracing solitude on the path to greatness. Yet now, he witnessed an entirely different path, one that required collective effort and camaraderie, striving together towards the pinnacle of the Tao. Even if this journey led to a tragic end, there would be no regrets. The Chen family, Chen Xiao. In the Grand Hall, silence reigned. All eyes were fixed upon Chen Xuan, who suddenly wore a radiant smile, leaving everyone puzzled. Was this atmosphere, this occasion, truly appropriate for such laughter? From a rational perspective, it seemed somewhat out of place. However, who could dare to voice dissent against their revered ancestor? Chen Xuan retracted his smile and turned to Chen Xiao. You have done well. This sudden praise did not elicit joy from Chen Xiao. Rather, it instilled a sense of panic. He silently pondered, what has come over the ancestor? Unbeknownst to them, the leadership of the Chen family had transitioned from the 1st to the 6th generation. Nearly 400 years had passed. Chen Xuan belonged to the 3rd generation. The first 2 generations he only knew from ancestral records and did not comment on. The subsequent 3, 4, and 5 generations had been mediocre. Had it not been for Chen Xian's emergence, the Chen family would have likely faded into obscurity. Now, in Chen Zhao's generation, they were experiencing their most glorious era. Chen Xuan merely provided protection for the Chen family in the 100 years since achieving the Golden Core. Despite being the strongest in the family and honored as the supreme elder, he had never intervened in the family's affairs, appearing no more than 3 times. The resources acquired from the outside world were never shared with the Chen family. Yet, he received the offerings of the supreme elder each month. Chen Xuan understood that was his due. Without his presence as a Golden Core cultivator, the Chen family could hardly have stood firm in the Chilean mountains. He had never considered that he was part of the Chen family, that there was no notion of what was deserved or not. It seemed he had never truly integrated into the family. To him, the Chen family had always appeared as a burden. A weak family that could only yield profits equivalent to a single cultivation pill over years. The offerings over a century did not amount to the resources he could obtain by slaying a Golden Core beast during his excursions. Had it not been for the awakening of the family system, Chen Xuan would have likely returned to the secluded mountains in pursuit of his own path, indifferent to the future of the Chen family. In recent days, he had closely monitored the affairs of the Chen family, even personally emerging to oversee matters. This was still largely due to the system. Yet now, it was not solely because of the system. Chen Xuan gazed upon the figures below, each face reflecting the essence of his Chen family. His mindset underwent a profound transformation. These were the promising sons of the Chen family. At this moment, He would wield his sword and lead them to avenge the fallen disciples of the Chen family against the Zhou and Wang families. Not merely for the task recently assigned by the system, but for his own path, and for the heartfelt desire to guide all disciples of the Chen family towards the pinnacle of the immortal Tao, to forge the greatest immortal clan of all time. Who but I shall do this? Ding. Congratulations to the host for clarifying the path of cultivation for the family, solidifying the Tao, strengthening the family's power, leading the Chen family to stand atop the myriad realms. The system hereby rewards you with 1 supreme breaking infancy pill and grants 100 family points as an incentive. Please continue your efforts. Was there even a reward? Chen Xuan was taken aback. This truly was an unexpected delight. A supreme breaking infancy pill was worth 300 family points, which took a month to accumulate, just in time, as he was about to break through. This pill was indeed timely. The additional 100 family points could be exchanged for 2 supreme golden saint pills, suitable for Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian. As for Chen Zhen, the blood demon curse, a forbidden technique he fortuitously acquired in a bustling market, can exponentially enhance one's combat prowess, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. However, the corresponding side effects are overwhelmingly severe, making it nearly unbearable for any cultivator. Presently, he finds himself utterly incapacitated, reduced to a mere mortal awaiting death. Restoration is contingent upon the acquisition of a 5th-order nirvana pill, a treasure synonymous with the transformation stage. Before awakening the system, Chen Xuan could only helplessly abandon Chen Zhen, for even exhausting the resources of the Chen family would not yield such a pill in a short span. Yet now, he believes there is a glimmer of hope for salvation. However, immediate action is not feasible. In the system's exchange shop, a premium nirvana pill costs 5,000 family points. Given the current rate of accumulating family points, it would require a year and a half. Chen Zhen's condition cannot endure such a lengthy wait. Chen Xuan has calculated that, amidst various life-threatening measures, he could only extend Chen Zhen's life by a month. Within this month, he must procure the premium nirvana pill for him to consume. Otherwise, even divine intervention would be futile. 5,000 family points, where would they come from? He can only turn his gaze towards the 2 tasks previously assigned by the system. Ding. The system detects that the host's family is facing a phase of developmental adversity and triggers a side quest. Task 1. Annihilate the Wang family. Reward: 10,000 family points and 10 premium breaking infancy pills. Task 2. Annihilate the Zhou family. Reward: 10,000 family points and 10 premium breaking infancy pills. The rewards for these side quests are substantial, providing the host with ample resources to expedite the completion of the overarching mission to establish the first immortal clan of the ages. There is no need to formally accept these tasks. Rewards are automatically granted upon completion, allowing the host the autonomy to choose whether to pursue them. The system exhibits a commendable level of humanity, not coercing Chen Xuan into fulfilling these tasks. Nevertheless, the design of the tasks aligns perfectly with Chen Xuan's current intentions, and he is undoubtedly inclined to undertake them earnestly, to obliterate the Wang and Zhou families, thereby consolidating dominance over this region, enabling the Chen family to truly emerge in the southern expanse of the Chilean Mountains. Of course, the Chilean Mountains stand as the largest and most spiritually enriched mountain range in the northern wilderness of the eastern domain of Tianshan continent, vast and teeming with powerful sections. Even in the southern region of these mountains, establishing a foothold necessitates the presence of Yuanian cultivators among the powers. At present, the Chen, Zhou, and Wang families, all of which are golden core clans, can only maintain their standing within a radius of a few hundred miles. In the grand scheme of the southern Chilean region, their influence appears rather insubstantial. For instance, to the north, the formidable Jinyang sect, a large sect, not only boasts Yuanian cultivators, but 3 in total, projecting their might across a radius of 100,000 miles. Numerous smaller sects revere them as the upper sect and often offer tributes every few years, seeking merely to avoid conflict with them. As one of the 3 major forces in the southern region of the Chilean Mountains, the Jinyang sect is not prone to oppressing weaker factions without cause. They are not a demonic sect, acting with reckless abandon. The other 2 forces of comparable strength are Lingxi sect and the Maoshan family. Beyond these 3, the southern region also houses the Fuhai sect and the Baiwa sect, both of which have recently ascended to Yuanian status. However, these 2 are newly established forces and cannot compare to the centuries-old heritage of the former 3. When Chen Xuan first awakened the system, he harbored a vague blueprint for the future development of the Chen family. Primarily, he needed to break through to the Yuanian realm, subsequently using his formidable strength to suppress and obliterate the Zhou and Wang families, establishing the Chen family as the most powerful force within the surrounding area, comparable to the Fuhai sect and Baiwa sect, which have also risen within the past millennium. From there, he would steadily develop, acquiring family points to exchange for extraordinary items in the system to enhance his own strength and that of the Chen family disciples. With the system's aid, he aspired to ascend towards the pinnacle of power. Yet, The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, particularly in the realm of cultivation, rife with endless variables. The untimely demise of the prodigy Chen Tianqi, ambushed and surrounded by members of the Zhou family, incited outrage among the senior elders of the Chen family. It was only through the direct intervention of Chen Xuan, the ancestral figure, that the situation was stabilized. However, the current predicament is dire. The Wang family's second elder, Wang Huan, has employed malevolent sorcery to seize the body of the eighth elder, Chun Jingfu, and has slain the esteemed elder Jin Wu, rendering the Chun family's battle hall master, Chen Xuan, incapacitated. This humiliation is tantamount to defecating atop the Chen family, leaving without a hint of remorse. Even after hundreds of years of tempering his spirit, the mere mention of this affront nearly shattered Chen Xian's composure. If he were to continue cowering in the shadows, he feared that his path of cultivation would be obstructed, leading to a proliferation of distractions and inefficacious efforts. Moreover, during his eventual breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, he might encounter unforeseen tribulations that could result in catastrophic failures during the tribulation. Wang family, Wang Jingya. Calculating the time, his lifespan must be nearing its end. One wonders what his current cultivation level is. Zhou family, Zhou Ju. When last seen, he was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. A century has passed. So he must have progressed to the mid-Golden Core stage. As far as Chen Xian knows, despite the Zhou and Wang families having risen several centuries prior to the Chen family, they too possess only a single Golden Core cultivator among their ranks. If it were otherwise, the three factions, situated so closely, would never have coexisted peacefully for so many years. Their strengths are relatively balanced, instilling mutual caution, preventing any rash actions. While minor frictions may occur, they remain within acceptable limits. However, the recent collusion between the two families to orchestrate a series of unwarranted attacks on the foundational elders of the Chen family is unprecedented. Wang Jingya and Zhou Ju, the Golden Core ancestors of their respective clans, are the pivotal figures determining whether Chen Xian can successfully annihilate both families. As fellow Golden Core cultivators, their exact levels of cultivation and combat prowess remain uncertain, leaving Chen Xian feeling apprehensive. This presents an opportune moment to probe their capabilities. If either of them proves significantly weaker, he could dispatch them outright, thereby fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system. Resolutely determined, he turned his gaze towards Chen Xuan, who sat languidly in a chair, utterly weakened. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Among the three late-stage foundation establishment cultivators in the Chen family, Chen Xuan possesses the greatest talent. Without the aid of a premium ginseng pill, he stood the best chance of breaking through the barriers of his realm within a century, becoming the second Golden Core true immortal of the Chen family. Yet now, Wang family, Wang Huan. A chilling voice emanated from Chen Xian's throat, sending a shiver through everyone present in the hall. He then raised his right hand and waved it towards Chen Xuan, causing a white protective barrier to envelop him entirely. The light shroud enveloped his form, transporting him to the side of Chen Xuan. Xuan gazed ahead as both his and Chen bodies were lifted into the air by an invisible force. Humph! How dare they bully the Chen family, thinking me an easy target. Everyone, heed my command, and immediately summon all disciples of the Chen family. We shall proceed to the Wu family to demand an explanation. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Xuan and Chen soared towards the Great Hall's exit. The other 13, including Chen Shio, swiftly followed suit, leaving the hall to retrieve their magical artifacts and fly back to their respective sects to gather the disciples of the Chen family. They would accompany their ancestor and seek justice for the Chen family disciples who had met their tragic fates in recent days. Soon, vessel after vessel ascended from below, gathering in the air, disciples from the Chen family. From the venerable elders at the JNDN realm to the young ones who had just broken through to the first layer of QGN, convened in the skies. The atmosphere brimmed with combat fervor, causing the clouds above to disperse and the heavens to tremble. Onward, with Chen Xuan's authoritative command, the formidable army followed closely behind him, collectively heading towards the Wu family stronghold. Upon returning, Wu and Wu first reported to the clan leader, Wu Xuan, detailing every incident that had transpired. Upon learning that Chen of the Chen family had been forced to resort to forbidden techniques and had become a cripple, a look of unexpected delight crossed Wu Xuan's face. Although the hidden pawn of the Chen family, Wu Huan, had been completely exposed, the fruits of this revelation were undeniably significant. You have done well. Now that you have returned to the family, focus on your cultivation. All resources in the treasury are at your disposal. Strive to break through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment as soon as possible. The Wu family needs you. Wu Xuan said with a satisfied smile, patting Wu Huan on the shoulder, offering him seasoned advice. Beside them, Wu observed Wu Huan's expression of profound gratitude, as if he was ready to dedicate his life to the family. A hint of disdain flickered in his heart. Humph, how hypocritical. In 100 years, the grass on his grave will be 3 meters high. What is there to be proud of? The allure of freely accessing cultivation resources from the treasury was indeed tempting, and English nearly shed tears of envy. However, he would not reveal a hint of his feelings. He even consoled himself with the thought that Chen would never break through to the Chen realm, pacifying his jealous spirit. Clan leader. Where is the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder of the Chen family, N, a prominent figure who attained foundation establishment after 66 years of cultivation, possessed talent rivaling that of TNQ of the Chen family, albeit slightly inferior. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan instinctively raised his hand to stroke his 3-inch-long white beard, his face radiating pride. N is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the Chen realm. What? The Grand Elder has actually reached the threshold to challenge the Chen realm. N was taken aback, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. His rapid advancement must surely have been aided by the blood pool hidden within the clan's secret grounds. Regrettably, that pool, which contained immense energy capable of accelerating a cultivator's progress, was a treasure brought back by the clan's ancestor from the outside world a decade ago. At that time, Chen had resorted to the soul-snatching secret technique in desperation. Even though he had been granted a second chance at life, his path had been irrevocably severed. He could only sigh, lamenting fate. It seems that Chen has gained an advantage, with the existence of that blood pool providing him a promising future in the Chen realm. Despite his unwillingness, Chen's face displayed an overwhelming joy. The Grand Elder is also beginning to challenge the Chen realm. This is fantastic. Once he successfully breaks through and emerges, our Chen family will possess 3 Chen realists, making the annihilation of the ZHU and CHN families merely a matter of time. 3 Chen realists? Chen was initially bewildered, glancing at Chen before shifting his gaze to the clan leader, Chen Xuan. An overwhelming pressure unique to Chen realists suddenly erupted from Chen Xuan's body. He shot a glance at the incredulous Chen, proclaiming with pride, "Indeed, I have secretly broken through to the Chen realm." Chapter 24, Good Heavens. The clan leader is actually a Chen realist. When did this happen? As the third elder of the CHN family, Chen was completely unaware. Yet, why did Chen know? How much of what the clan leader said that night was true, and how much was mere deception? As Chen looked once more at the impassive Chen, his mind began to race with thoughts. Just as he was about to speak, the formidable pressure that enveloped the great hall suddenly dissipated. Simultaneously, the light from a transmission talisman flickered from outside the hall. Chen grasped the talisman and delved into its contents with his consciousness. Chen and Chen remained silent, watching him intently as his brow furrowed in concern. What has transpired? The clan leader's grave expression instantly raised their anxieties. Soon, they learned the contents of the transmission talisman. The ancestor of the CHN family, Xuan, has emerged from seclusion and is leading all disciples of the CHN family towards our Chen family. How dare they? After reviewing the information in the talisman, a look of shock appeared on Chen face. In terms of both quality and quantity, the Chen family's disciples at the Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement realms surpassed those of the CHN family. As for top-tier combat strength at the Chen realm, though previously it had been one-on-one, their clan elder, a well-established Chen realist, would certainly not be outmatched by Xuan, who had only recently stepped into the Chen realm less than 200 years ago. Furthermore, their clan leader had now successfully entered the Chen realm, boasting 2 Chen realists. How could the CHN family dare to initiate an attack? The clan leader seems to have achieved a breakthrough in secret. The CHN family must be unaware of this. It appears that Xuan is overly confident in his abilities, believing he can suppress our clan elder. Truly ignorant of the heavens. If Chen could deduce this, how could Chen be oblivious? His face darkened as he pondered. And after a moment's deliberation, he issued orders to Chen and Chen. You two, immediately gather all disciples of the Chen family and prepare to face the enemy. I shall meet with the ancestor. This time, we must ensure that those from the CHN family return empty-handed. With that, Chen figure vanished before Chen and Chen. The swiftness of their movements left them astounded. The presence of a Jindan cultivator was indeed terrifying. Upon receiving the command, the two immediately commenced gathering the Wang clan disciples to activate the protective formation of their lineage, preparing to confront the impending assault from the Chen clan. Meanwhile, Wang Chengxian hastened without delay to the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain, the sacred training grounds of their ancestor, Wang Jingye. In the past, as he had only attained the foundation establishment stage, each visit to disturb the ancestor's cultivation filled him with trepidation. However, now that he had reached the Jindan stage, akin to the ancestor, he felt considerably more at ease. As he approached the entrance of the forbidden grounds, the great doors swung open, clearly indicating that the being within had sensed his arrival. He soared inside, and before long, he arrived beside a blood pool. At its center stood a middle-aged man, entirely unclothed, whose visage appeared even younger than that of Wang Chengxian. Disciple pays respect to the ancestor. Even though Wang Chengxian had now achieved the status of a Jindan master, he still had to pay his respects to Wang Jingye, as dictated by both lineage and cultivation level. After the formalities, Wang Chengxian continued, I report to the ancestor that the second elder, Wang Huan, has revealed his return to the clan. A venerable elder from the Chen family has fallen, and the war hall master, Chen Xuan, has been rendered incapacitated. The Chen clan's ancestor, Chen Xuan, has emerged from seclusion and is now leading the Chen cultivators towards our Wang clan. After laying bare the intentions of this incursion, Wang Chengxian meticulously recounted the details as conveyed by Wang Huan. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure within the blood pool abruptly opened its eyes and slowly glided towards Wang Chengxian. Alarmed, Wang Chengxian hastily retreated a few steps, clearing a space while awaiting respectfully. Wang Jingye emerged from the blood pool, draped in a crimson robe. Since acquiring the blood spring that accelerated his cultivation, he had developed an increasing fondness for the hue of blood. Oh, did you not previously suggest that we orchestrate a scheme to incite conflict between the Chen and Zhou clans, allowing our Wang clan to reap the benefits? Why then has the Chen clan chosen to attack us first? Despite Wang Jingye's habitual immersion in seclusion, he remained ever vigilant regarding Wang Qingshuan's stratagems. At 562 years of age, he was acutely aware of his dwindling lifespan. Over the years, he had exerted considerable effort to acquire various longevity elixirs and rare treasures, sustaining himself to the present. Yet even so, he faced the inexorable approach of death within a decade. Before that time, regardless of his chances, he must endeavor to break through to the Yuaning stage. Wang Jingye had already reached the pinnacle of Jindan 3 years prior, and now he was amassing energy in preparation for that breakthrough. The more energy he gathered, the greater his chances would be. However, the energy in the blood pool was depleting rapidly. It was time to hunt another batch of cultivators to extract their essence blood as nourishment for the pool. The Chen clan's arrival is quite fortuitous. Forgive me, ancestor. Wang Qingshuan's body trembled slightly at the calm, yet questioning tone of Wang Jingye, prompting him to bow deeply once more. I intended to provoke a conflict between the Zhou and Chen clans by orchestrating an ambush on the Chen clan's prodigies. Unexpectedly, the Chen clan's ancestor intervened for reasons unknown, causing our plans to go awry. I did not foresee that it would culminate in this situation. However, the Warhol master, Chen Xuan, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a cold rebuke. Fool! Wang Jingye regarded Wang Chengxian with an expression of disappointment. How can the Zhou and Chen clans contend with our Wang clan? Is it not solely because they possess Jindan cultivators among them? What a trivial Warhol master. Merely a foundation establishment ant. It is lamentable that I exerted myself to assist you in breaking through to the Jindan stage, yet your vision remains so narrow. And that Wang Huan is nothing but a complete imbecile, recklessly exposing himself for such a meager achievement. How self-important he must be. As he spoke, a shadow of worry crossed Wang Jingye's face. Alas, if I should depart this world in 10 years, what will become of the Wang clan? Upon hearing this, Wang Chengxian felt a wave of shame wash over him. The ancestor will undoubtedly succeed in breaking through to the Yuaning stage and extend his life by 1,000 years. He hurriedly offered flattery to placate the ancestor's ire. Wang Jingye's expression softened slightly at these words. Let us hope so. The Yuaning stage, alas, is no simple matter. As he spoke, the despondency on his face faded, and an imposing aura radiated from him. Let us go. We must confront Chen Xian and ascertain his capabilities. How dare he brazenly attack our Wang clan after merely slaying a few of our foundation establishment disciples? Chapter 25. Wang Jingye, nearing the end of his lifespan, inevitably faced a decline in strength. Yet, his cultivation level remained at the pinnacle of Jindan, allowing him to summon his internal spiritual energy at will to challenge the higher Yuan-Ing stage. Thus, he felt no fear towards Chen Xian. In his recollection, Chen Xian of the Chen clan had achieved Jindan within a century, a rare genius indeed. But how long had he truly cultivated? Calculating the time, it had only been around a century since his breakthrough. In such a brief period, what level of cultivation could one attain? Perhaps the mid-Jindan stage at most, or barely reaching the late Jindan stage. Wang Jingye had no reason to fear. Rest assured, ancestor, regardless of whether Chen Xian currently stood at the mid or late Jindan stage, he was not someone at the initial Jindan stage like Wang Chengxian could contend with. In this fierce confrontation, it would require the ancestor to take the lead. Wang Chengxian closely followed behind Wang Jingye, as the two figures departed from the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Outside, the Wang clan disciples had gathered in the square, orchestrated by Wang Huan and Wang Zhe, amidst the news of the impending attack from the Chen clan. The gravity of the situation etched expressions of seriousness on each disciple's face, their combat spirit ignited. Soon, from the direction of the back mountain forbidden grounds, two formidable auras ascended into the air, prompting nearly 1,000 Wang clan disciples in the square to turn their gazes in astonishment. Jindan. It was the aura of Jindan cultivators, two of them. As Wang Jingye and Wang Qingshuan's figures appeared above the square, an uproar erupted among the crowd. The clan leader. It is the clan leader. He has also broken through to the Jindan stage. When did this happen? Upon witnessing the figure of a Jindan Jinran, who turned out to be their esteemed clan leader Wang Qingxian, the disciples of the Wang family first displayed expressions of astonishment, which swiftly morphed into excitement and elation. The clan leader had successfully ascended to the Jindan realm, signifying that the Wang family now boasted two formidable Jindan practitioners. This remarkable achievement set them apart among the Chun, Zhou, and Wang family factions. Given some time, they would undoubtedly obliterate the Chen family and Zhou family, unifying the vast territories. In fact, they would not have to wait long, for the Chen family members, oblivious to their impending doom, had already come to seek their own demise. They would ensure that the Chen family would not return, and then turn their sights on the Zhou family. The rise of the Wang family commenced today. The disciples reverently hailed, "We welcome our ancestor. We welcome our clan leader." The resounding cheers echoed through the square, reverberating to the heavens. Wang Jingye surveyed the gathered disciples below, nodding in satisfaction towards Wang Qingxian. "Indeed, after all these years, you have worked tirelessly. Praise should be bestowed when due." As the Wang family continued to flourish, largely thanks to the leadership of Wang Qingxian, "Your praise is unwarranted. It is thanks to your guidance and care that the Wang family enjoys such prosperity," Wang Qingxian replied humbly, though his words were laced with flattery. Wang Jingye found great satisfaction in this acknowledgement. Just as he was about to converse further with Wang Qingxian, a sudden presence intruded upon his senses, causing his expression to turn solemn. "They have arrived." It was evident that the Chun family had come. Wang Qingxian immediately followed Wang Jingye's gaze. A thunderous voice erupted from him, resonating in the ears of every Wang family disciple. "All Wang disciples, prepare to face the enemy." With his command, figures began to ascend into the air, swiftly forming a formidable army of cultivators behind the two Jin Danjun Ren. All eyes were fixed in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Time passed slowly, and soon, a figure clad in white robes, exuding an air of elegance, materialized before the eyes of all Wang cultivators. Behind him trailed an elderly, frail mortal, devoid of any spiritual power. Several spirit boats carrying Chun family disciples followed closely behind. Chen Xuan gazed ahead at the formidable assembly of the Wang family, without betraying any emotion. Upon reaching a distance of nearly 1,000 meters from the leading ancestor of the Wang family, he finally halted. A voice echoed forth, "Chen Daoyu. It has been many years. You remain as impressive as ever. I trust you have been well." Wang Jingye observed as figures descended from the spirit boats, gathering behind Chen Xuan, their murderous intent palpable. Unfazed, he greeted Chen Xuan with a smile, feigning ignorance of the true purpose of their visit. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed slightly at the words, internally deeming them hypocritical. He had no time for idle chatter. He could never comprehend the need for such verbosity when conflict was on the horizon. Suddenly, a flying sword materialized before him, its rank unmistakably that of a low-grade treasured artifact, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. What does Chen Xuan mean by revealing his artifact so soon? Wang Jingye, taken aback by Chen Xuan's silence and his expressionless display of the flying sword, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Was this a blatant disregard for propriety? Before he could react, Chen Xuan's response ignited a fire within Wang Jingye, compelling him to summon his own life-bound artifact, a blood-red long blade, also a low-grade treasured artifact. "After all these years, you old fool are still alive. Are you some kind of tortoise? How can you endure so long?" His words shocked the crowd. Wang Qingxian and the other Wang disciples were left aghast. Was this truly the esteemed Jin Dan ancestor? Such foul language. Meanwhile, the Chen family disciples behind Chen Xuan were equally stunned. Was the ancestor truly so coarse in his speech? Among the crowd, Yang Zhao gazed at Chen Xuan with admiration, silently praising him for his unwavering authenticity. It was evident that Wang Jingye's body trembled slightly. He unsheathed the blood blade, ready to retort, but to his surprise, Chen Xuan spoke again before he could. "You old relic, allowing your disciples to bully those from the Chen family. Do you truly believe that longevity equates to strength? Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. A turtle should retract its head. Those who dare to expose it shall meet a fate of being severed." With that, Chen Xuan's flying sword surged forward, aimed directly at the Wang family ancestor Wang Jingye. Such a decisive strike startled Wang Jingye. He hastily commanded the blood blade to soar into the air, Infusing it with his spiritual energy, the blood blade expanded several times its size. With a gentle sweep, a crimson blade aura took shape and surged toward Chen Xuan's flying sword. After executing this attack, Wang Jingye exhaled, casting a cold glance at Chen Xuan. The esteemed ancestor of the Chen family truly lacked decorum. Very well, today I shall slay you and offer you as a sacrifice, demonstrating that there are always greater powers beyond. Soon, the flying sword wielded by Chen Xuan collided with the blood aura unleashed by Wang Jingye. The blood aura shattered explosively. Yet the flying sword continued its relentless advance toward him. What? How is this possible? How could he be so formidable? Chen Xuan continued to channel Tai Su's spiritual energy into the flying sword. That previous strike had dissipated nearly 80% of its power. Yet, he was now pitted against Wang Jingye, a peak Jin Dan practitioner. Remarkably, the strike from this pinnacle cultivator was outmatched by Chen Xuan's seemingly casual sword strike. Chen Xuan understood the key to this phenomenon. It lay within the Tai Su spiritual energy. Had he infused the sword with the Xian Yuan spiritual energy from before he practiced the Tai Su Qingling Ju, this strike would have paled in comparison to the blood aura unleashed by Wang Jingye. Moreover, with Wang Jingye's lifespan nearing its end, his foundational strength must have waned, rendering him inferior to a typical peak Jin Dan practitioner. In this comparative analysis, this exploratory strike saw Chen Xuan, a late-stage Jin Dan cultivator, surpass Wang Jingye in prowess. This left Chen Xuan feeling an overwhelming disbelief towards Wang Jingye, who was opposite him. How could this be possible? He was merely at the late stage of Jin Dan. And even if my strength had diminished, how could I possibly be outmatched by a cultivator of the same stage? This was merely an ordinary strike from a flying sword artifact. Yet, it was astonishingly formidable. With Chen Xuan's infusion of Tai Su spiritual energy, the power of the flying sword quickly returned to its zenith. Wang Jingye, sensing the situation, could not afford to be careless. He hastily summoned the blood blade artifact, launching 2 powerful blood beams of attack. Simultaneously, he discreetly retrieved a jade talisman radiating a blue light, gripping it tightly in his hand. The 2 blood beams nearly collided with Chen Xuan's flying sword at the same moment. The tremendous shockwave sent the flying sword hurtling away. Though its power was completely depleted, it remained unscathed. Observing this, a cold smile crept onto Chen Xuan's lips. After steadying the flying sword, he continued to channel spiritual energy into it. Realizing the futility of his current approach, Wang Jingye understood that he could not persist in this manner. The blood beams he unleashed with the blood blade were utterly ineffective against Chen Xuan's flying sword. If this continued, he would inevitably be the first to exhaust his spiritual energy. Thus, he directly wielded the blood blade to charge at Chen Xuan, abandoning the attempt to unleash even more powerful blood beams. Witnessing this, Chen Xuan's smile grew colder. If the blood beams summoned by the artifact could not contend with his flying sword, how could the artifact itself prevail? The flying sword and blood blade collided fiercely before the eyes of all present. The flying sword remained unscathed and unmoved, while the blood blade was sent flying by a tremendous force, retreating several dozen meters, its blade trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. At this moment, Wang Jingye's mindset completely shattered. He knew well that directly engaging the opponent with a weapon might lead to his downfall. Yet, he never anticipated the disparity to be so immense. After just one clash, the spiritual energy within his blood blade had been entirely dissipated. A couple more exchanges, and it was likely that this artifact, which had also reached the level of a low-grade treasure, would be shattered by Chen Xuan's flying sword. The ancestor was truly formidable. Behind Chen Xuan, the disciples of the Chen family were filled with shock and exhilaration as they witnessed their ancestor overpowering Wang Jingye. Yang Zhao's reaction was particularly exaggerated, his eyes nearly popping out in awe and admiration. Chen Xuan, oh Chen Xuan, you remain as extraordinary as ever. To dominate a peak Jin Dan cultivator while being merely at the late stage of Jin Dan is nothing short of remarkable. Were it anyone else, Yang Zhao would undoubtedly be astounded. Yet, in Chen Xuan's case, it felt perfectly natural. After all, he had once had the fortune of navigating the same secret realm with Chen Xuan, witnessing firsthand how he displayed his might by slaying a peak foundation establishment cultivator despite being at the early stage of foundation establishment himself. That sword strike, which nearly dimmed the heavens, remained etched in Yang Zhao's memory, as if carved into his mind, impossible to forget. It was this first-hand experience of Chen Xuan's unparalleled prowess that compelled Yang Zhao to join the Chen family as a devoted elder. What Yang Zhao did not realize was that when Chen Xuan had previously slain that peak foundation establishment cultivator, he had relied on external assistance. At that time, he possessed neither a heavenly treasure nor a system by his side. He merely utilized various methods to overcome one realm, which was already remarkable. How could he achieve such a miraculous feat of overcoming 3 realms? It was only when confronted with an overwhelmingly powerful foe that the remnant soul residing within the jade fragment seized control of Chen Xuan's body, allowing him to unleash that unforgettable and breathtaking sword strike that Yang Zhao would carry in his heart for a lifetime. Otherwise, It is likely that Chen Xuan would have perished within that secret realm. These were merely past events. At this moment, as Chen Xuan once again displayed his might, the morale of the Chen family surged, simultaneously delivering a blow to the spirits of the Wang family. Before the battle began, they had been ecstatic about having two Jin Dan true masters in their ranks. Yet now, they found that Wang Jingye, their peak Jin Dan ancestor, was actually outmatched by Chen Xuan, who was only at the late stage of Jin Dan. This was an unbearable reality for the Wang family's disciples. In a moment of impatience, Wang Chengxian hastily summoned his flying sword and soared to Wang Jingye's side. "Ancestor, I am here to assist you." Wang Jingye could only watch helplessly as he saw Wang Chengxian charge at Chen Xuan with his flying sword, unable to intervene, and could only curse inwardly at his foolishness. What could a mere early-stage Jin Dan cultivator hope to achieve against an opponent he himself could not contend with? Wang Qingshuan's flying sword quickly collided with Chen Xian's, and soon thereafter, it shattered under a tremendous force, countless fragments raining down from the sky. With his life artifact destroyed, Wang Chengxian immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura waning significantly. Overestimating oneself. After effortlessly destroying Wang Chengxuan's flying sword, Chen Xian continued to wield his flying sword, its might undiminished, charging towards Wang Jingye. His target was clear, the strongest ancestor of the Wang family. As the formidable flying sword surged forward once more, Wang Jingye did not summon the Bloodblade to meet it. Instead, he recalled the Bloodblade artifact and simultaneously tossed the jade talisman he had been gripping tightly. Infusing it with spiritual energy activated it, and instantly, a massive beastly phantom radiating a powerful aura appeared before him. A low-grade 4th-tier beast-taming talisman. Chen Xian. Gazing at the enormous phantom of the initial stage Yuanying-level beast, the one-horned demon rhinoceros, felt a chill run down his spine, a strong sense of crisis enveloping his mind. Ha! Chen Xian. Truly worthy of being the peerless prodigy who broke through to the Jin Dan realm within a century. Not only is your cultivation talent exceptional, but your combat power is also formidable, possessing the ability to fight across realms. Such a monstrous talent is rare even in the entire Chilean mountain range. What a pity. What a pity. In the face of Yuanying power, no matter how defiant you are, death is your inevitable fate. One-horned demon rhinoceros, charge forth and crush him. With Wang Jingye's commanding shout, the terrifying Yuanying aura of the summoned one-horned demon rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies. The clouds within 1,000 meters dissipated instantly. Then, the one-horned demon rhinoceros charged towards Chen Xian. The overwhelming pressure nearly suffocated the disciples of the Chen family, who watched in horror as the colossal figure of the one-horned demon rhinoceros loomed, filling them with dread and a creeping sense of impending death. On the other side, the disciples of the Wang family also shook off their previous despondency, gazing with fervent excitement at the 4th-tier demon beast, Du Jiao Moxie, summoned by the ancestral figure. A wave of ecstasy surged within me. The Chen family is doomed. In Chapter 27, a lament escaped Chen Xian's lips as he beheld the Du Jiao Moxie charging towards him. He was taken aback, realizing that the Wang family patriarch possessed a hidden card capable of unleashing a strike equivalent to that of a Yuanying. Initially, the 4th-tier junior Shui Yaoling Fu in his possession was meant for the annihilation of Wang Jingye. Once that was accomplished, he could unreservedly eradicate the Wang family. However, an unforeseen turn of events had unfolded. The Shui Yaoling Fu had to be activated at this moment to summon the power of the 4th-tier blood demon to counter the impending blow from the Du Jiao Moxie. Before Chen Xian, a blood-red talisman materialized, exuding an aura reminiscent of the 4th-tier junior Yu Fu previously wielded by Wang Jingye. Upon sensing this, Wang Jingye's heart skipped a beat. A 4th-tier talisman. He too possessed a 4th-tier talisman. Wang Jingye was astonished, but saw Chen Xian infusing spiritual power into the blood demon talisman. Instantly, an immense cloud of blood mist erupted from the talisman, coalescing above to form a colossal blood demon, identical in form and comparable in might to the Du Jiao Moxie. The moment the blood demon appeared, it advanced towards the Du Jiao Moxie. Upon their encounter, the blood demon raised its fist and struck fiercely, while the Du Jiao Moxie, undeterred, lifted its front hooves to counter. The clash of their powers resulted in a tremendous roar, as both monstrous figures were propelled back by the force of the explosion, their luminescence dimming significantly. The blood demons summoned by Chen Xian and the Du Jiao Moxie summoned by Wang Jingye were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Continuing this way would lead only to mutual exhaustion. Indeed, after their initial confrontation yielded no victor, the blood demon and Du Jiao Moxie, under the command of their respective masters, re-engaged in combat. With each collision, both entities grew fainter, their internal energies depleting continuously. After dozens of exchanges, they once again struck simultaneously, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that scattered them like stardust in the air. The blood demon talisman before Chen Xian erupted in tandem with Wang Jingye's Yu Fu. The clash between the blood demon and Du Jiao Moxie, both reaching the 4th-tier Yuan-ing realm, left onlookers from the other two families, aside from Chen Xuan and Wang Jingye, utterly exhilarated. Alas, the outcome was merely the depletion of a hidden card from each patriarch. This, however, was evidently favorable for Chen Xuan, as he clearly surpassed Wang Jingye in combat prowess. It was Wang Jingye and his kin who should be feeling anxious. Yet, Chen Xuan lamented the ease with which he had expended the Blood Demon Talisman, a card he had long regarded as his second greatest asset. His foremost trump card remained the mysterious remnant soul residing within the Jade Piece. However, since that soul had saved him previously, it had since fallen into slumber. Years had passed, and despite Chen Xian's calls, he had received no response. Had he lost a 4th-tier junior talisman before binding to the system, it would have pained him greatly. Yet now, a 4th-tier talisman merely cost 1,000 family points. After annihilating the Wang family to complete his system task, he would earn 10,000 family points, enough to exchange for up to 10 talismans. With this thought, Chen Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. In stark contrast, Wang Jingye was left dumbfounded. He had fought tooth and nail to obtain the 4th-tier Yu Fu, and now it was gone. How could he face this formidable adversary? Wang Qingxian and the other disciples of the Wang family were equally bewildered. Was the Chen family as patriarch truly this monstrous? Amidst the stunned silence of the Wang family, Chen Xuan turned his gaze to Chen Xuan, who had risen with renewed vigor, his eyes sparkling with fervent light. Today, the patriarch shall seek justice for you, for Tianqi, Zheng, Dao Fu, and Jin Wu against the Wang family. Sword arise. Radiant sun, grant your essence to my blade. Incinerate heaven and earth. With the incantation of the Liang sword technique, the flying sword in midair was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling, scorching light akin to the midday sun. The radiant sword light illuminated the world. As the sword, imbued with the essence of the blazing sun, surged towards him, Wang Jingye's widened eyes perceived it as a celestial body descending to obliterate all. Sword intention, sword cultivator. In this moment, Wang Jingye finally comprehended that Chen Xuan had merely toyed with him earlier. Now, he was truly serious. Such an overwhelming assault, even in his peak physical state, would be difficult to withstand. This level of might could only be rivaled by a Yuan-ing master. Who among the Golden Core realm could contend with him? Muttering to himself, he felt blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Simultaneously, an unprecedented sense of danger surged within Chen Xuan. The sword, imbued with the potent essence of the blazing sun, abruptly halted under his command, its tip aimed directly at Wang Jingye, poised for action. Chen Xuan felt a surge of frustration. A mere Golden Core faction, first the 4th-tier Yu Fu, and now this unknown card that evoked a life-threatening sense of crisis. Why was this adversary so troublesome? Wang Jingye, from head to toe, resembled a mundane stepping stone type of prodigy encountered during external trials. In terms of combat prowess, he seemed utterly unremarkable. Yet, what did this expression reveal? Wang Jingye, unperturbed by the blood trickling from his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth, even extended his tongue to lick the corner of his lips, wearing an expression of nostalgia and enjoyment. This bizarre demeanor left Chen Xuan utterly astonished. Even Wang Qingxian, who stood beside him, could not help but retreat several dozen meters, his eyes fixed on Wang Jingye, revealing a tumultuous expression. Chen Xuan was oblivious to the events transpiring within Wang Jingye, but this bizarre scene compelled him to summon all his mental faculties to confront it. All eyes converged upon Wang Jingye, who was seen with blood streaming from his 7 orifices, only to be evaporated by spiritual energy in an instant. While his countenance returned to normal, he gazed at Chen Xuan and, after their eyes met, spoke with indifference. You can feel it, can't you? I harbor a great terror within me. Withdraw now, and I assure you that the Wang family will refrain from making further moves against the Chen family, allowing both families to coexist peacefully. Otherwise, should you push me to the brink, I shall unleash that monster within me. At that time, none present shall survive. Chapter 28. Chen Xuan discerned that Wang Jingye was not merely attempting to intimidate him. The aura that had emanated from him was a palpable terror, akin to the imminent approach of death. The creature he spoke of within him was at the very least at the Yuan-ing level, not a mere disposable entity conjured by spiritual talismans. If Chen Xuan insisted on a fight to the death, even if he succeeded in slaying Wang Jingye, the terrifying presence within him would likely manifest, making escape improbable even for someone as formidable as himself. Moreover, he had brought all the disciples of the Chen family with him. His initial intention was to re-establish his authority before them, given that he was bound to intervene in the Chen family's development frequently due to the family's cultivation system. He also hoped to expose the Chen disciples to the conflict between the two factions, broadening their horizons and enhancing their understanding. Should he manage to obliterate the Wang family, it could serve to clear the battlefield as well. However, Chen Xuan did not anticipate the depths of Wang Jingye's capabilities. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Xuan reluctantly abandoned the notion of annihilating the Wang family. Although he had previously suppressed Wang Jingye and employed even more powerful sword techniques, if Wang Jingye At the peak of the Jindan stage, decided to flee. Chen Xuan feared he would be unable to stop him. As long as Wang Jingye lived, Chen Xuan dared not eradicate the Wang family. A solitary Jindan cultivator with no familial ties could instill fear in the Chen disciples, preventing them from stepping beyond their family's threshold in the future. Chen Xuan fell into contemplation, seeking a solution. After much deliberation, he concluded that he could only lead the Chen disciples back from whence they came. The Wang family was not a target he could contend with at present. However, the grandiose assault had ended in vain, leaving him dissatisfied. Beside him, Chen Xuan and the other disciples of the Chen family were undoubtedly filled with frustration. They were harboring a fiery resentment that needed to be released swiftly, lest it harm them. A target for their ire must be found immediately. Since the Wang family was untouchable, what about Wang Huan? Chen Xian's gaze precisely landed upon the figure in the crowd behind Wang Jingye, who was currently nearly bowing his head to his chest. Wang Jingye, who had been awaiting Chen Xian's response, followed his gaze. Others soon followed suit, and the individuals surrounding Wang Huan quietly parted, revealing his solitary figure. He suddenly raised his head, scanning his surroundings before locking eyes with Chen Xian. Fear evident in his gaze as he bowed his head once more. This scene sparked a faint suspicion in Wang Jingye's heart. Soon, his suspicion was confirmed by Chen Xian's words. Wang Jingye, surrender the old dog Wang Huan, who has harmed many elders and disciples of my Chen family, and allow us to deal with him as we see fit. I shall adhere to your words. Ultimately, Chen Xian had found an outlet for the Chen disciples' pent-up emotions. Wang Huan, the second elder of the Wang family. Impossible. Before Wang Jingye could respond, Wang Chengxian beside him eagerly interjected, directly rejecting Chen Xian. Wang Huan is an elder of the Wang family. Why should he be handed over to the Chen family for arbitrary disposal? Conflicts between factions inevitably lead to casualties. Our second elder, having slain several foundational cultivators of the Chen family, can only be said to possess exceptional intelligence and formidable strength. The losses of your Chen family stem from your inferior capabilities and lack of strategy. Your words are nothing but delusions, a fool's fantasy. Seeing that his ancestors' intimidation had taken effect, and Chen Xian appeared to be retreating, Wang Chengxian did not hesitate to retort. Showing no regard for the darkened face of his ancestor, Wang Jingye, who was nearly livid from the foolishness of his own kin. The audacity of such a statement in this situation was almost laughable. Did he not realize that the monster within him would consume him first if unleashed? This was a desire for his ancestor to ascend to heaven immediately. Beast! Beast! Wang Jingye could only marvel at the absurdity of the situation, as the one who made such impassioned declarations was the very individual he had appointed as the Wang family leader. Meanwhile, Wang Huan also raised his head once more, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration for Wang Chengxian. Even in the face of such formidable adversaries, the clan leader had not abandoned him. His years of lurking within the Chen family had not been in vain. The clan leader was truly his hero. Wang Huan silently vowed to dedicate himself to the family, pledging his remaining strength. Wang Chengxian stood proudly in midair, facing Chen Xian without a trace of fear, just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction over his previous remarks. Chen Xian nonchalantly uttered 2 words, noisy. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the flying sword that hovered beside him surged forward once more. This sudden action caused Wang Chengxian to falter, hastily retrieving a backup sword from his spatial ring in preparation for defense, while casting a pleading glance at his ancestor. Wang Jingye, deserved. Wang Jingye could not suppress his inner fury. He had finally managed to intimidate Chen Xian. Did he truly intend to risk his life by releasing the monster suppressed within him? No. He had not yet attempted to break through to Yuanying. He was not ready to perish. Wang Jingye gritted his teeth as he wielded the blood blade, directing it towards Wang Chengxian in a bid to shield him from Chen Xian's oncoming sword attack. There was no way he could stand idly by and watch the patriarch of the Wang clan be slain by Chen Xian. However, halfway through the flight of the blood blade, he sensed something amiss. The flying sword did not seem to be aimed at Wang Chengxian at all. Wang Chengxian also realized that Chen Xian's target was not him, but rather Wang Huan, who stood behind him. Ancestor, quickly intercept the flying sword. Wang Jingye was rendered speechless, internally cursing, "Fool, you are far too fond of Wang Huan." The blood blade hesitated momentarily in the air before changing direction towards Wang Huan. Unfortunately, it was ultimately a step too slow compared to Chen Xian's flying sword. In truth, this delay had been intentional on Wang Jingye's part. The life of a mere foundation establishment ant was a small price to pay to quell the Chen family's wrath and alleviate the Wang family's peril. It was a tremendous gain, no matter how one looked at it. Why not seize this opportunity to strive for a period of peace, allowing him the chance to ascend to the nascent soul stage? Should he, by some stroke of luck, succeed in reaching that realm, the Chen family would be left at the mercy of the Wang clan. At that point, he could exact revenge for Wang Huan. Would that not be splendid? As Wang Huan stood in disbelief, the flying sword pierced through his skull. Blood gushed forth, and his lifeless body plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Chen Xian's flying sword, returning it along the same path. I reclaim the flesh of my elder, Chen Jingfu. Do you have any objections? Chapter 29. The Flying Sword, bearing the body of Wang Huan, slowly approached Chen Xuan. Along the way, not a single member of the Wang clan made a move to obstruct it, including Wang Chengxian. With Wang Huan dead, contesting for the body, which rightfully belonged to the Chen family, had lost all significance. Even the ancestor refrained from intervening, allowing Chen Xian's flying sword to slaughter his clan's disciples without resistance. There was no need for further words. In this manner, Chen Xian successfully acquired the body of Chen Jingfu and entrusted it to Chen Xiao for a proper burial. Although Wang Huan had committed numerous atrocities against the Chen family's disciples while wearing Chen Jingfu's skin, none of that could be attributed to Chen Jingfu himself. In fact, he had been killed by Wang Huan, the old dog. Chen Xiao, with a complex expression, stored Chen Jingfu's corpse in his storage bag. Looking up, he saw Chen Xian extracting a jade vial. After uncorking it, the soul of Wang Huan, ensnared by the sword's tip, was drawn into the vial by an unseen force. Wang Huan had met a swift demise at the hands of a single sword strike. It was far too lenient. He must visit the Chen family's law enforcement hall to experience the myriad of new punitive methods that would soon be introduced. Observing that the ancestor did not obliterate Wang Huan's soul, the other elders of the Chen family were instantly filled with excitement. The various torturous methods they had devised earlier in the Grand Hall now had a practical application. On the other hand, Wang Jingye's expression returned to one of indifference. He turned to Chen Xian and spoke coolly. Is this satisfactory to you, friend? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's previously tense face broke into a smile that sent a chill down Wang Jingye's spine. Satisfaction is still some distance away. However, for today, I shall spare the lives of your Wang clan. Old turtle, I wish you an early ascent. With that, Chen Xian disregarded the now enraged Wang Jingye, turning away to survey the relieved faces of the Chen family members. His voice resonated through the air. All disciples of the Chen family, follow me home. As soon as he spoke, Chen Xian took to the skies alongside Chen Xuan, heading back towards the Chen family. One by one, spirit vessels emerged, and the disciples of the Chen family boarded them in succession, following Chen Xian as they gradually vanished from the sight of the Wang clan. After witnessing the enemy who had slain their foundation establishment elder retreat, Wang Qingxian could not hold back the blood that surged forth from his mouth, his heart ablaze with indignation. Why? How could the ancestor not intervene to protect the disciples of the Wang clan? As a fellow Golden Core cultivator, how could he not see that Wang Jingye had deliberately delayed that critical moment? It was precisely because he realized this that he felt a chill in his heart. If the ancestor could casually abandon Wang Huan today, he would likewise unhesitatingly forsake Wang Qingxian in the face of future peril. Despite having the means to threaten Chen Xian, why not employ them? If Wang Jingye were to grasp the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, he would surely be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood thrice. Those means could easily be employed, but he would not do so, for using them would lead to his own demise. The Wang clan would still face annihilation. If not for being placed in a situation of utter desperation, he would never have so easily released the terrifying blood demon sealed within him. The pitiful visage of Patriarch Wang Qingxian caused the disciples of the Wang clan behind him to display expressions of concern. Yet, Wang Jingye, observing this, coldly uttered 2 words without reservation in front of everyone, "Fool." After which, he turned and strode toward the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Wang Qingxian remained stunned for several seconds, then a bitter smile crept across his lips. Soon, the smile faded, replaced by a chilling intent to kill as he descended, leaving the Wang clan elders and disciples in a state of perplexity, watching the Patriarch's figure vanish from sight. They dispersed, marking the temporary conclusion of the conflict between the 2 familial powers. Ultimately, the result was merely the loss of a foundation establishment elder on the Wang side, which could be described as a damp squib. Above the clouds, Chen Xian soared through the air alongside Chen Xuan. Suddenly, he spoke. I have made the blood demon curse public in the Sanjinggu to provide you with an additional trump card for a last-ditch effort to slay foes or escape. In such circumstances, you should not have resorted to that technique. To be honest, Chen Xian had previously believed that cultivators were all keenly perceptive and possessed remarkable intellect, capable of remaining unshackled by emotions. Just as he had displayed anger while leading the Chen disciples to assault the Wang clan, his heart was filled with calculations and strategy. He had confidence in his strength. As a transmigrator with 200 years of cultivation, he was not only a formidable sword cultivator, but also possessed numerous hidden cards. Furthermore, having recently transitioned to the supreme technique, Tai Su Qing Ling Ju, his ethereal power had been significantly enhanced. In truth, beneath the Yuanying realm, there exists no threat to Chen Xian. As for Wang Jingye, he is indeed a rather significant surprise. Chen Xian never anticipated that such a perilous figure lurked nearby. The Wang family possesses a remarkable fortune. One can only hope that the next Zhou family will not present him with an equal number of unexpected challenges. Disciple acknowledges his errors. I am filled with remorse for the ancestors' profound affection and for the Chen family. At this moment, Chen Xuan's murky eyes dimmed, devoid of light. He had come to realize afterward that he had not only jeopardized a single individual's path, but also the future of the Chen family's second golden core. Yet, it is too late for regrets now. Alas, you are not entirely without the possibility of recovery. A single nirvana pill could restore your path. Upon hearing the first half of this statement, a spark of brilliance ignited in Chen Xuan's eyes. However, upon hearing the term nirvana pill, he immediately wilted. The nirvana pill, a fifth-tier elixir, would require the complete depletion of the Chen family's treasury, and even then, he could scarcely acquire even a fragment. The road that the ancestor spoke of is, in essence, a dead end. Chen Xuan's expression shifted, yet it was all observed by Chen Xuan. He refrained from further explanation. For whether or not they could successfully eradicate the Zhou family remained uncertain. Chen Xuan could not guarantee that he could procure a nirvana pill for Chen Xuan. One could only hope that Zhou Ju would not be like Wang Jingye. Zhou Ju, the ancestor of the Zhou family, had once crossed paths with Chen Xuan shortly after his breakthrough to the Golden Core. At that moment, he sensed a fleeting aura of murderous intent from the other party. But it vanished quickly. Presumably, he feared that his mid-Golden Core strength would be insufficient to subdue Chen Xuan. In truth, it would indeed have been inadequate. Had Zhou Ju dared to strike at that time, Chen Xuan would have certainly shown this Zhou family ancestor what it meant to be a top-tier prodigy in a transcendent battle. On the spirit vessel, Chen Xiao, Chen Yintian, and other foundational disciples of the Chen family piloted the vessel, trailing behind Chen Xuan. Gradually, they began to discern something amiss. The direction was consistently deviating. The ancestor was not leading them back to the family. This was the Zhou family. The ancestor intended to lead them into battle against the Zhou family. Chapter 30. The Zhou family. Intentionally disseminating news that a spirit stone mine had been discovered on Mangdang Mountain, they had preemptively positioned 4 foundational cultivators to lay in ambush, surrounding the disciples of the battle hall sent by the Chen family for reconnaissance. Unfortunately, the elder leading that expedition was their 9th elder, Chen Tianqi, resulting in a great prodigy being slain. It is indeed lamentable. Subsequently, the Zhou family also dispatched disciples to assist Wang Zhe and others in ambushing the Chen family station disciples returning from Yuqing Mountain. The Zhou family's grand elder, Zhou Boyang, made a timely appearance, rescuing the old dog Wang Huan, so that even with Chun Zhen employing the forbidden technique Blood Demon Curse, he could not succeed in slaying his foe. These grudges, coupled with the ongoing conflicts and frictions between the two families over the past few centuries, were finally poised for reckoning today. The foundational elders of the Chen family were immediately invigorated. They had previously witnessed their ancestors' might. Even the pinnacle golden core ancestor of the Wang family was left gasping for breath. Had it not been for the opponent's frequent trump cards, the Wang family would likely have ceased to exist by now. This journey to the Zhou family must ensure that the Zhou family pays for their past actions against the Chen family. The fighting spirit once again surged within them, igniting the blood of the remaining Chen family disciples aboard the spirit vessel, who were still in a state of confusion. They could not comprehend the situation but followed orders without question. Wherever the ancestor's blade pointed, the Chen family disciples would charge forth. At this moment, Chen Xian and Chen Zhan's figures suddenly halted in midair, then turned to descend onto Chen Zhao's spirit vessel. He dissipated the spiritual energy surrounding Chen Zhan and instructed Chen Xiao, continue advancing toward the Zhou family. I shall proceed ahead to scout the way. Without awaiting a response, Chen Xian's figure vanished from the spirit vessel. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao assigned a disciple to care for Chen Zhan while he took command of the spirit vessel, leading the remaining 12 vessels directly toward the Zhou family's direction. After departing from the spirit vessel, Chen Xian retrieved his flying sword and ascended. He channeled all his strength into the sword, maximizing its speed as he raced toward the Zhou family. To prevent the Zhou family from employing Yuaning techniques such as the 4th-tier demon suppression talisman, Chen Xian had decided to scout ahead. The 4th-tier demon suppression talisman summoned by Wang Jingye appeared quite formidable, yet it was not without countermeasures. One need only remember a single word: escape. In his previous life, Chen Xian had been shaped by the educational reforms of the new era and the influence of online literature. Upon traversing into the realm of cultivation, his foremost thought was, naturally, self-preservation. Mastering the supreme technique of flight was indispensable. He intended to flee. The unicorn demon would not even catch a whiff of his exhaust. However, at that time, Chen Xian had nearly 1,000 elders and disciples of the Chen family behind him, leaving him no option to retreat. Ultimately, he could only unleash the 4th-tier blood demon spirit talisman, which he had acquired alongside the forbidden blood demon curse. Regrettably, he had to expend it for the sake of the numerous disciples of the Chen family behind him. Chen Xian, an ordinary cultivator among the myriad souls in this realm, was not a divine being capable of foreseeing the future. He had not anticipated Wang Jingye's capabilities. A lesson learned through hardship. This time, he would certainly act more wisely. He would proceed ahead to probe the true strength of the Zhou family ancestor, Zhou Ju. Should the other party possess trump cards equivalent to the 4th-tier demon suppression talisman, He could escape directly, avoiding the fray. Based on the speed of his sword flight and the pace of Chen Xiao and the others piloting the spirit vessels, by the time Chen Xuan arrived at the Zhou family, Chen Xiao and the others would likely have only traversed half the distance. In this manner, Chen Xuan could act without concern. As for why he did not send Chen Xiao and the others back to the Chen family first, it was primarily because Chen Xuan anticipated that after the destruction of the Zhou family, a considerable number of hands would be required to clean up the battlefield. Swiftly reclaiming the Zhou family's external assets, mines, and strongholds, and pursuing the scattered disciples of the Zhou family. Rooting out the remnants of a fallen power is an immense undertaking. The earlier the action unfolds, the fewer disciples of the Zhou family will be able to escape, thus minimizing the future risks for the Chen family. The radiant light of the flying sword streaked through the clouds above. A fleeting moment in the journey of an hour and a half. By the time Chen Xuan arrived at the entrance of the Zhou family's stronghold, the sky had already darkened. After contemplating for a brief moment, he strode confidently towards the grand entrance. The two Zhou family disciples guarding the gate, upon seeing an unfamiliar face, promptly approached to inquire. However, Chen Xuan, disinterested in idle chatter, unleashed two soul attacks. The two Zhou disciples' bodies suddenly stiffened, and they collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. In the war between two factions, there are no innocents. They can only blame their birth into the Zhou family. The world of cultivation is indeed ruthless. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and survival is reserved for the fittest. After effortlessly dispatching the two gatekeepers, Chen Xuan continued deeper into the stronghold. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he encountered an invisible barrier. A formation? Upon triggering the array, a firework-like explosion erupted not far ahead. Observing this scene, a hint of intrigue appeared on Chen Xuan's face as he silently praised the Zhou family's defensive alarm system for its clever design. The flying sword reappeared beside him and directly struck at the Zhou family's protective formation, comparable to a peaked golden core practitioner's blow. It shattered the array into fragments with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the Zhou family stronghold. Was this not far superior to any firework-like alarm? It was merely a primary third-tier defensive formation, incapable of withstanding the assault of a peak golden core cultivator. In fact, the Zhou family had never anticipated that a peak golden core practitioner would come knocking. Even if they had, they would have been powerless to act. Most of their resources had been allocated to support their ancestor Zhou Ju's daily cultivation needs, leaving them unable to procure stronger protective formations. According to Zhou Ju, such ostentatious protective formations were unnecessary. With those resources, it would be better to purchase a few Jin Yuan Dan. If his cultivation were to increase in strength, he could address any external threats himself. Defensive formations? Merely a turtle shell. When formidable enemies arrive, what use is a mere formation? Zhou Ju's sentiments were not without merit. Given the Zhou family's foundation, they could at most muster the resources for a high-level third-tier formation. However, even a high-level third-tier formation would merely prolong Chen Xuan's endeavor by a few dozen strikes. Ultimately, it would still be broken, making it far more efficient for it to be dismantled as swiftly as this primary third-tier formation had been. Who dares to destroy my Zhou family's protective formation? A furious roar accompanied by a streak of light ascended from the depths of the Zhou family. Upon witnessing this, a smirk crept onto Chen Xuan's lips as he took to the skies towards the figure of Zhou Ju enveloped in that light. The moment Zhou Ju revealed himself, Chen Xuan sensed his cultivation aura, identical to his own at the late Golden Core stage, slightly inferior to Wang Jingya of the Wang family. From the perspective of cultivation realm, Chen Xuan felt more assured about the impending annihilation of the Zhou family. As Chen Xuan ascended and hovered in midair, Zhou Ju, alerted by the commotion, immediately employed his divine sense to investigate. Gasps escaped his lips. Chen Xuan, late Golden Core. How can this be? Chapter 31. Zhou Ju gazed at the approaching figure in white robes radiating the aura of the late Golden Core stage, his heart filled with astonishment. It had only been a century since his own breakthrough to Golden Core. Yet, Chen Xuan had managed to break through two realms, matching him at the late Golden Core stage. It is worth noting that Zhou Ju had attained Golden Core status at the age of 160, and now, at over 380, it took him over 200 years to reach the late stage. This progress was largely thanks to the discovery of a spirit stone mine atop Mangdang Mountain by his clan. Without that windfall, his cultivation pace would have remained sluggish. Zhou Ju now suspected he was still struggling in the mid-Golden Core stage. But what of Chen Xuan? How had he achieved this? Attaining Golden Core status in a century, then advancing to the late stage in another century. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation. Surely, he would soon be poised to challenge the nascent soul realm. Moreover, he would have ample time to consolidate his foundation and enhance his chances of breaking through. Previously, Zhou Ju had foolishly believed that among the three factions, the Chen family was the weakest. Now, it appeared that it was indeed the Zhou family that was the weakest. At this moment, the ancestor of the Chen family had come alone to their doorstep, directly shattering their protective formation. His intentions were unmistakable. However, Zhou Ju, despite being at a disadvantage, refrained from outright hostility. He feigned cordiality towards Chen Xuan, who now stood 100 meters directly before him. Ah, Chen Daoyu, it has been many years, yet you remain as distinguished as ever. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to my Zhou family today? One does not strike a smiling face, provided the person is not an enemy. Chen Xuan returned Zhou Ju's smile and casually remarked, what else could it be? Of course, it is to exterminate your Zhou family. To his surprise, Zhou Ju maintained his composure, responding with a calm demeanor despite Chen Xuan's actions of killing his gatekeepers and demolishing the protective formation. Such demeanor was indeed uncommon. Chen Xuan, with an air of mock astonishment, expressed his disbelief, his sarcasm evident. Given his demeanor and words, Zhou Ju could no longer entertain the thought of avoiding conflict with Chen Xuan. Countless Zhou family disciples were watching. He, the strongest of the Zhou family, could not appear indifferent while enemies approached. Halt! Chen Xuan, how dare you bully my Zhou family, relying on your strength to oppress the weak, killing my Zhou family disciples and destroying my protective formation. Do you wish for the Chen family and my Zhou family to fight to the bitter end? Fight to the bitter end? Chen Xuan chuckled. Fish may die, but the net shall not break. Enough of this noise. Regarding his enemies, Chen Xuan had no desire for further idle talk. He swiftly summoned his flying sword, launching an immediate attack toward Zhou Ju, adhering to the principle of not revealing his trump cards in the initial skirmish. Unless the disparity in cultivation realms is excessively vast, Chen Xuan prefers to hold back a hand during combat, concealing a part of his true capabilities. The hand he retains is his sword technique, empowered by his sword intent, which he can only unleash as a sword cultivator. The hand he conceals resembles a 4th-tier blood demon spirit talisman, capable of summoning a blood demon that can exert the power of the nascent soul, far surpassing the might of his full-powered sword intent techniques. Of course, the term hand is but a metaphor. The actual number of hidden abilities is known only to Chen Xuan himself. For the moment, he first channels the Tai Su spiritual energy within him into his flying sword, executing a seemingly unremarkable strike. After transitioning to the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju, the Xian Yuan spiritual energy within him transforms into a more formidable Tai Su spiritual energy. Even a casual slash from him possesses power nearly on par with what he could unleash while holding back. Otherwise, it would not be an exaggeration to say he could suppress Wang Jingye, who was a whole realm above him. As he prepared to unleash the mightier Lyrian sword technique, Wang Jingye even abandoned the thought of defense, hastily tearing open a seal within himself to reveal an aura meant to intimidate Chen Xuan. The sword strike, imbued with the intense sword intent, was something Wang Jingye knew he could not withstand. It must be said that the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju provided by the system is somewhat excessively powerful. Such formidable might. Is this truly the extent of power a late-stage Jindan cultivator can wield? As he felt the powerful aura emanating from the flying sword charging towards him, Zhou Ju was once again taken aback. Yet, he dared not show any signs of hesitation, swiftly retrieving his own life-bound artifact. It too was a flying sword, gleaming with a blue radiance, its aura revealing its rank, an intermediate-grade treasure. Upon sensing this, Chen Xuan was immediately astonished. An intermediate-grade treasure is worth over 100,000 spirit stones. Is the Zhou family truly so affluent? After summoning the intermediate-grade treasure flying sword, which cost him nearly 200,000 spirit stones, Zhou Ju promptly commanded it to intercept Chen Xuan's flying sword. Its might was also considerable. Soon, the tips of the two swords collided. Zhou Ju's blue flying sword was instantly struck back with great force, retreating several meters before regaining its balance. Observing this, a cold smile appeared on Chen Xuan's lips. Is that all? After a moment of inner reflection, he continued to direct his flying sword towards Zhou Ju. Seeing this, Zhou Ju hastily maneuvered his flying sword to defend. However, the power he could exert with his flying sword was far inferior to Chen Xuan's. Had it not been for his sword reaching the intermediate-grade treasure rank, it would have likely been shattered by Chen Xuan's assault by now. Chen Xuan, I have no enmity with you. Why do you seek to kill me? Zhou Ju protested. No enmity? Chen Xuan nearly laughed aloud. Was the plot to ambush his junior disciple, Chen Tianqi, not a grudge? And what about Zhou Boyong obstructing Chen Xuan from seeking revenge? Over the past century, conflicts between the Chun and Zhou disciples over territory and resources have inevitably led to bloodshed on both sides. Is this not enmity? As the patriarch of the Zhou family, he must not pretend to be ignorant. Now, witnessing the formidable strength of his opponent, he feigned ignorance. How laughable. After sneering, Chen Xuan's expression grew cold once more. He accelerated his flying sword's assault, determined to force the Zhou patriarch to reveal his hidden trump cards. If he failed to do so, then he would regret it in his next life and think twice before opposing him again. Chen Xuan, do not push me. I am not made of clay. Zhou Ju shouted in desperation as he observed his flying sword being driven back, while Chen Xuan's sword showed no signs of diminishing power, closing in on him. Panic surged within Zhou Ju, and he roared defiantly. Yet, his bravado lacked conviction. He knew full well that if this continued, escape would be impossible. Thus, he decisively retrieved a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Upon ingesting the pill, his aura surged dramatically. The might of his flying sword also escalated, colliding fiercely with Chen Xian's sword once more. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Zhou Ju's flying sword could not withstand Chen Xian's might and was forced to retreat again. However, the good news was that this time, the flying sword only fell back a few meters, merely a minor setback. Oh, a pill to amplify spiritual energy? Humph. I shall see how long you can endure, Chen Xian remarked, his expression indifferent as he observed Zhou Ju's sudden surge in power after consuming the pill. Ultimately, even if his strength increased, it would still be a struggle for him to withstand Chen Xian's ordinary attacks. It was impossible for him to triumph. How could he be this powerful? Zhou Ju, realizing he was still outmatched, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. At this moment, he was truly panicking. What should he do? Escape? A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Unlike Wang Jingye, he did not possess an unknown number of hidden trump cards. Over decades, he had secretly mined spirit stones from the spirit stone mine, most of which he had used for his own cultivation. Naturally, he had not neglected to upgrade his equipment. The intermediate-grade treasure flying sword, worth nearly 200,000 spirit stones, was his greatest asset. Yet, it was insufficient to withstand even Chen Xian's ordinary attacks. No, I cannot perish. I absolutely must not die. Zhou Ju looked down to see the expectant and worried eyes of his junior disciples fixed upon him. When he lifted his gaze again, Chen Xian's flying sword was now a mere 20 meters away. After 2 or 3 strikes, if Zhou Ju attempted to flee then, there would truly be no opportunity left. He glared intently at Chen Xian, gritting his teeth as he once again uttered a fierce proclamation. Chen Xian, if you dare harm a single Zhou disciple today, I shall slay 10 of your Chen disciples in the future. Mark my words, when I achieve the nascent soul, it will be the day of your Chen family's annihilation. Before his words had even fully left his mouth, Zhou Ju turned and fled frantically, disregarding the lives of his junior disciples below. Chapter 32. Attempting to escape? Chen Xian observed Zhou Ju fleeing without a backward glance, a look of disdain growing on his face. He soared through the air in pursuit of Zhou Ju, simultaneously forming a hand seal with his right hand. Swift wind sword technique, slash. He intoned, with the augmentation of the swift wind sword intent. The speed of his flying sword surged several-fold. In an instant, he caught up to Zhou Ju. Sensing the chilling, murderous intent behind him, Zhou Ju turned in terror, his eyes widening as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. No, the flying sword mercilessly struck his neck, and the expression on Zhou Ju's face was forever frozen. A golden dan emerged from his body, but before it could travel a few meters, it was once again cleaved apart by Chen Xian's flying sword. Even the soul of Zhou Ju, hidden within the golden dan, was not spared. The fierce sword intent shattered it into dust. For cultivators above the golden dan realm, annihilating the soul was imperative. Chen Xian would never allow Zhou Ju the chance to seize a new life or reincarnate. Thus, the only golden dan ancestor of the Zhou family, Zhou Ju, perished on the spot, his soul extinguished. No ancestor. Below, Zhou Tai, the current patriarch of the Zhou family, witnessed his ancestor being ruthlessly slain by Chen Xian. In his grief and fury, he let out a skyward wail, his voice steeped in sorrow. Beside him, other disciples of the Zhou family displayed expressions of profound anguish. With their ancestor dead, they were nothing more than fish on a chopping board, destined for slaughter. The Chen family would undoubtedly not spare them. Patriarch, what should we do now? Someone posed a soul-searching question to Zhou Tai. What could he say? How was he to know what to do? Their ancestor was dead. They could only await their doom, under the watchful eyes of a golden dan master. Could they hope to escape? That sword strike, even their ancestor could not evade. How could these small cultivators in the foundation establishment stage entertain thoughts of fleeing? Such thoughts were foolishness. Zhou Tai fell into silence. At that moment, an elder from the Zhou family, witnessing the scene, lost his composure and, in full view of everyone, soared towards Chen Xian on his sword, terror etched across his face. Chen ancestor, please spare me. I have just joined the Zhou family and have never harmed a disciple of the Chen family. I beg for your mercy. His desperate pleas were met with a descending flying sword. A head soared high before plummeting to the ground, followed by the headless corpse. This scene struck terror into the hearts of those among the crowd who harbored thoughts of seeking mercy from Chen Xian. Chen Xian did not even glance at the insignificant ant he had effortlessly crushed. At this moment, his consciousness penetrated Zhou Ju's spatial ring, and he could not help but gasp in astonishment. The first sight to greet him was a pile of spirit stones, resembling a small mountain, which brought Chen Xian immense shock. Scanning with his consciousness, he estimated the quantity to be over 360,000. The mid-grade flying sword used by Zhou Ju could be purchased with just 2 of those. Next, he found an array of medicinal pills. Countless vials and jars containing various types, including several of the explosive spirit pills that Zhou Ju had previously consumed to boost his spiritual power. The most precious among them were the medicinal pills required for cultivation in the Golden Dan realm, the Jin Yuan Dan, with a total of 23. This included 3 high-grade, 5 mid-grade, and 15 low-grade Jin Yuan Dan. I am rich. I am rich. Chen Xuan felt exhilarated for a brief moment, only to suddenly realize that the supreme Jin Yuan Dan gifted to him by the daily sign-in system likely eclipsed the total value of all these medicinal pills combined. After all, that was a supreme-grade pill. Its potent effects were one aspect, but its research value was paramount. If sold at auction, it would undoubtedly attract the fervent competition of countless third-tier and even fourth-tier alchemists. Yet, Chen Xuan had no intention of selling the supreme medicinal pill obtained from the system in the foreseeable future, at least until he broke through to the nascent soul stage. He would not entertain any such thoughts. Even afterward, should such thoughts arise, he would exercise extreme caution. The principle of not flaunting wealth was well understood by anyone not utterly foolish. The existence of a supreme-grade medicinal pill, if carelessly revealed, could bring disaster upon the Chen family. This was precisely why Chen Xuan had instructed Chen Xiao to establish the Dark Hall. In this assault on the Zhou and Wang families, Chen Xuan had not awakened the 15 individuals diligently cultivating in the Dark Hall, striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Now, as he surveyed the pile of medicinal pills, he felt no excitement. They were merely trivialities. However, he was puzzled about the source of Zhou Ju's vast wealth in spirit stones and medicinal pills. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. Chen Tianqi, Mangdang Mountain. Spirit stone mine, could it be? As this thought crossed Chen Xian's mind, his expression turned grave. After collecting Zhou Ju's spatial ring and the mid-grade flying sword, he descended directly, fixing his gaze on Zhou Tai, the current patriarch of the Zhou family. The crowd below looked up at the figure descending from the sky, their hearts racing. The man who had just slain their ancestor now appeared as a harbinger of death, instilling fear in all, compelling them to bow their heads in trepidation. Only Zhou Tai stood resolutely, facing Chen Xuan with a semblance of courage. Upon landing, the onlookers instinctively scattered in all directions, leaving ample space around Chen Xuan. He approached Zhou Tai, raised his right hand, and waved it. A black curtain of light rose instantly, enveloping both him and Zhou Tai, obscuring their conversation from prying eyes. Within the black veil, Chen Xuan looked at Zhou Tai, who was feigning calmness, and a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke softly. How long has the Zhou family been mining the Spirit Stone Mine on Mangdang Mountain? The Spirit Stone Mine? Suddenly, Zhou Tai realized. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh. He had wronged Chen Xuan. The latter had come solely to obliterate the Zhou family, their ancestral enemy. The potential existence of a Spirit Stone Mine on Mangdang Mountain was merely an unexpected bonus. What Spirit Stone Mine? I know nothing of it. In a flash, a flying sword appeared, striking Zhou Tai's neck, silencing any further words. Silence. As the black veil dissipated, Chen Xian's gaze shifted to Zhou Boyang, not far away. Meanwhile, the surrounding Zhou family disciples witnessed the lifeless body of their patriarch, Zhou Tai, sprawled on the ground. One of the direct bloodline elders of the Zhou family, filled with sorrow, cried out, "Patriarch!" Yet, the response was a merciless flying sword that pierced his forehead, and his body collapsed to the ground. Panic ensued among the crowd as they desperately scrambled backward. This act rendered the scene utterly silent. Even the desire to weep was stifled. Soon, the dark curtain rose once more, enveloping the figures of Chen Xuan and Zhou Boyang within its shadows. Just 2 breaths later, a self-proclaimed clever individual in the crowd suddenly turned to flee. Unfortunately, Chen Xian's divine consciousness could encompass a radius of 8 to 9 miles, and any movement within this range could not escape his notice. To escape, it would merely result in another corpse lying on the ground. Zhou Boyang gazed at Chen Xuan, whose body radiated a chilling aura of murderous intent, resembling a demonic deity, and his legs involuntarily trembled. He was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Once he succeeded in entering the Golden Core realm, he could extend his lifespan to 500 years. He did not wish to die, he yearned to live. In an act of desperation, Zhou Boyang knelt before Chen Xuan. Whether from weakness or fear, he could not tell. Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged, betraying no hint of emotion. "Chen Zhu, Zhou Boyang began to plead for mercy. But a cold voice interrupted him. "You cannot survive, nor can anyone from the Zhou family. There is no use in wasting your breath. Honestly disclose the details of the Spirit Stone Mine on Mangdang Mountain, and I may spare you a complete corpse. Otherwise." Chapter 33. Zhou Boyang's eyes were filled with despair. Would Chen Xuan truly spare him? It was utterly impossible. As for the information regarding the Spirit Stone Mine, even if he chose not to divulge it, would the Chen family, after annihilating the Zhou family and occupying Mangdang Mountain, be unable to uncover it? Rather than being obstinate, it would be wiser to confess to avoid meeting the same fate as the clan leader Zhou Tai, whose remains were left unwhole. After all, the individual before him was a ruthless character who would kill without hesitation. 20 years ago, a direct descendant of the Zhou family had discovered a Spirit Stone Mine on Mangdang Mountain. Upon the news reaching the Zhou family, it was immediately sealed off. The ancestor had secretly dispatched 4 direct elders of the Zhou family, along with hundreds of qi refining disciples, to guard the mine and mine the spirit stones clandestinely. However, for reasons unknown, news of the mine had leaked recently, attracting the probing of the Chen family's battle hall disciples, ultimately leading to a fierce battle where a prodigy of the Chen family perished. Chen Zhu, our Zhou family never intended to set a trap for your Chen family prodigy. It was he who intruded upon Mangdang Mountain with his men. Zhou Boyang's words abruptly halted. He longed to argue that it was still a spirit stone mine. Which family would not fight to protect it? Chen Tianqi had led a thorough investigation across Mangdang Mountain. If he survived, who would perish? Nevertheless, the fact remained that it was Zhou family members who had encircled and killed the Chen family prodigy. This grudge was indeed real. Furthermore, the Zhou family had subsequently sent individuals to ambush the Chen family disciples returning from Yuqing Mountain, with Zhou Boyang personally intervening to save Wang Huan, the second elder of the Wang family. All these debts would need to be reckoned. Ultimately, the world of cultivation adhered to the age-old principle of the survival of the fittest. The strong were always justified. Now that Chen Xian's strength surpassed theirs, it was only fitting that the Zhou family faced such catastrophic retribution. Conversely, had Chen Xian been weaker, the Chen family would have long been devoured by the united forces of the Zhou and Wang families, leaving no trace behind. 20 years. A glimmer of brilliance suddenly ignited in Chen Xian's eyes. A newly mined site that had only been in operation for 20 years was about to bring forth immense wealth. What was the reserve of spirit stones within the vein? Under normal circumstances, how many spirit stones could be mined in a year? Chen Xian chose to ignore Zhou Boyang's subsequent explanation, as his thoughts were entirely consumed by the spirit stone mine. Observing the eagerness on Chen Xian's face, Zhou Boyang swallowed hard and continued, reporting to Chen Zhu. According to our investigations, the spirit stone vein is only at a primary level, with an estimated reserve of approximately 50 million spirit stones. Without violent extraction, 100 qi refining cultivators could yield about 50,000 spirit stones in a year. 50 million spirit stones. Chen Xian's heart raced with exhilaration. Such a vast quantity of spirit stones could sustain his cultivation in the god transformation realm. With the combination of the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju and the top-grade Jin Yuan Dan, Chen Xian's cultivation speed had surged to an astonishing level. However, he still required a substantial amount of celestial spiritual energy to support his cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy into his body to refine it into spiritual power. He had been troubled by the lack of spirit stones, but now, as if a pillow had been provided when he was drowsy, he was about to possess an entire spirit stone mine. Calm down, it was merely a mine. Once the excitement subsided, Chen Xian quickly adjusted his demeanor, steadying his racing heart. Currently, there were still Zhou family cultivators stationed at Mangdang Mountain, and the hands had yet to strike. Once the mine fell into the hands of the Chen family, it would undoubtedly require careful planning, much like how the Zhou family had concealed the information and mined secretly. Otherwise, the existence of this spirit stone mine could very well attract the covetous gaze of several major Yuaning forces in the southern region of the Chilean Mountains. If they were to confront a large faction like the Jinyang sect, which had several Yuaning experts stationed, the current Chen Xian and the Chen family would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, utterly without hope of victory. After acquiring the desired information from Zhou Boyang, Chen Xian kept his promise and spared him a complete corpse. The dark curtain lifted once more, revealing the imposing figure of Chen Xian, still emanating a fierce aura. Alongside Zhou Boyang, now lifeless on the ground, to the eyes of the onlookers, the scene instantly fell into a profound silence. At that moment, even the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Chen Xian surveyed the surroundings, and everyone remained hushed, faces etched with intense fear. Chen Xian stood still, slowly closing his eyes, remaining motionless. No one knew the meaning behind his actions, and they could only follow suit, quietly awaiting the next development. Soon, spiritual boats began to appear. Just a few miles from the Zhou family's location, Chen Xiao had already received Chen Xian's transmission of divine consciousness. Upon learning that his ancestor had slain the Zhou family's ancestor Zhou Ju, he nearly cried out in excitement. With the only golden core practitioner of the Zhou family having been killed, the Zhou family was effectively finished. Chen Xiao not only increased his output of spiritual power, but also accelerated the speed of the spiritual boat, charging directly toward the Zhou family's stronghold. The 12 spiritual boats following closely behind also hastened their pace. Before long, Chen Xiao and the others arrived at the Zhou family, right beside Chen Xian. Their divine consciousness immediately detected the bodies of Zhou Ju, Zhou Tai, and Zhou Boyang. Both Zhou Ju and Zhou Tai were left in a state of dismemberment, while Zhou Boyang's head remained intact on his shoulders, appearing somewhat less tragic. Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor. Nearly 1,000 disciples of the Chen family raised their voices in unison, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Chen Xian gazed at the formidable assembly of Chen family disciples and nodded gently before issuing his command. Each individual shall take a life. Commence the attack. As he spoke, the overwhelming might of Chen Xian, at the late stage of Jin Dan, erupted, enveloping all the disciples of the Zhou family present. The elders of the Zhou family, whose cultivation was at the foundation establishment stage, found their spiritual energy sluggish under the pressure of a Jindan master, managing to exert only a fraction of their full strength. As for the practitioners at the Qi refinement stage, they were utterly immobilized by such an imposing force, let alone attempting to resist. Obeying the ancestors' decree, the rallying cry echoed once more. Following the command, the Chen family cultivators each selected their opponents, swiftly eliminating them with ease. Soon, all the Zhou family practitioners had been annihilated. Rivers of blood flowed, painting the sky above the Zhou family's stronghold a deep crimson. Chen Xuan refrained from personally slaying the 1,000 Zhou family practitioners, fearing that he would accumulate too much bloodshed, which might attract the attention of the great figure above, complicating his tribulation in the future. During this extermination, he preferred to let the disciples of the Chen family partake in the action, distributing the burden of sin among them. Each person would bear a life or two, a method whose efficacy Chen Xuan himself was unsure of. Nevertheless, it was prudent to try. In this perilous world, one must often think more comprehensively. One should never seek to cut corners or dismiss any detail that could potentially mitigate future risks. Chapter 34. Ancestor, what about those mortals? To be frank, this was Chun Zhao's first experience of slaughtering an entire family. Lacking any experience in such matters, he could only inquire about everything from Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan thought to himself, you lack experience. I, too, have none. The slaughter of mortals by cultivators incurs a heavier karmic burden than that of slaying fellow practitioners. However, there was no alternative. These mortals were also part of the Zhou family. If left alive, would they not seek revenge upon the Chen family once their offspring with spiritual roots matured? Even the slightest risk was unacceptable to Chen Xuan. Let us distribute the burden. Let us eliminate them all. Approximately 10,000 mortals awaited, with each Chen family disciple needing to bear around 10 additional lives of sin. Although this command was ruthless, none of the Chen family disciples questioned it, their expressions reflecting a cold acceptance of the necessity. If Chen Xuan were to falter before Zhou Ju, it was likely that Zhou Ju would order the complete extermination of the Chen family, including the mortals. The idea that one must eradicate the roots of their enemies is painfully evident, a truth that Chen Xuan believed anyone with a modicum of sense would comprehend. With a single order from Chen Xiao, tens of thousands of heads fell to the ground. The Zhou family's mortals met their end with a swift stroke of the sword, their deaths devoid of suffering. After this grim task was completed, the focus shifted to tidying the battlefield and concluding the operation, with particular emphasis on the spiritual stone mine atop Mangdang Mountain. Tasks such as controlling the Zhou family's assets, territory, and tracking down their remaining members fell to Chen Xiao and Chen Yintian, leaving Chen Xuan free from concern. Upon relaying information about the spiritual stone mine to Chen Xiao, he appeared as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place for a considerable time before finally responding. It turned out that a spiritual stone mine indeed existed on Mangdang Mountain. Even after regaining his composure, Chen Zhao's astonishment lingered on his face, soon transforming into elation and exuberance. There were 4 foundation establishment elders and 100 Qi refinement disciples stationed at the Zhou family's stronghold on Mangdang Mountain. You should select 100 Qi refinement disciples of Chen lineage to accompany me in the extermination and take over the mining operations. For the next few days, you will oversee everything and ensure all matters are concluded. I will take Chen Zhen with me. 7 days later, you, along with Chen Yuntian and Chen Yinian, will meet me at Mangdang Mountain to discuss further. After giving these serious instructions, Chen Xuan rarely placed his hand on Chen Zhao's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Chen Xiao straightened up, assuring him, rest assured, ancestor, I will not let you down. Chen Xuan smiled at him before turning toward the Zhou family's treasury. The treasures within were not dissimilar to those in the Chen family vault, save for their greater quantity. Most were first and second-tier resources, hardly worth Chen Xuan's attention. The truly precious items resided within Zhou Ju's spatial ring, which had now fallen entirely into his possession. After a brief inspection, Chen Xuan, feeling rather uninspired, returned to the square. Chen Xiao had successfully selected 100 direct descendants of the Chen family, all imbued with their lineage's blood, and stood ready nearby. After acknowledging him with a nod, Chen Xuan summoned Chen Zhen to his side and retrieved a large spiritual vessel, transporting the 100 Chen family disciples aboard. He then commanded the vessel to depart the Zhou family stronghold, initially heading south before gradually redirecting northward towards Mangdang Mountain. This was a small detail honed from years of navigating the world of cultivation. The last time he left the Wang family for the Zhou family, he had followed the same path. Regardless of its utility, prudence never goes amiss. This large, manned spiritual vessel belonged to Chen Xuan personally, offering ample space, complete with a small 3-tiered loft for rest. He instructed the 100 Qi refinement disciples to remain on board or within the cabin, allowing them to move about freely. Chen Xuan then ascended to the 3rd floor of the loft with Chen Zhen, retreating to his own room. Once reclining on his self-made lounge chair, Chen Xuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The continuous battles had kept his nerves taut. He directed his gaze inward to the system, which indicated that the mission to annihilate the Zhou family had been completed. Chen Xuan surmised that the completion criteria likely required the elimination of 80% of the Zhou family practitioners. After all, there were still over 100 Zhou family cultivators alive atop Mangdang Mountain. Regardless of the underlying rules, Chen Xuan chose not to dwell on it. The task was accomplished, and the reward had been successfully received: 10,000 family points and 10 Pring Dan. The 5,000-point 5th-tier Nirvana Dan could finally be redeemed. At this moment, he was accompanied by Chen Xuan on their journey to Mangdang Mountain, with the intention of bestowing upon him the Nirvana pill to assist in his path to renewal. Observing the family points diminish by 5,000, Chen Xuan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Given the current rate of accumulation of family points, it would take nearly 2 years for Chen Xuan to amass 5,000 points. With each creation pill costing 100 family points, he could have redeemed 50 by now. Deep down, his greatest desire was for the creation pill available in the system's marketplace. The quality of one's spiritual root directly influences a cultivator's progression, making it of paramount importance. Once one's spiritual root is determined, there is no means for others in the cultivation world to enhance its quality. Yet, Chen Xuan had been granted this opportunity. How could he not constantly dwell on it? However, to elevate his superior spiritual root to a terrestrial level would require over 1,000 creation pills, amounting to a staggering 100,000 family points. Such a sum could only be achieved by completing 10 tasks of annihilating families like the Zhou and Wang. Of course, as the Chen family grows stronger, the daily acquisition of family points would also increase. System tasks were merely one of the sporadic sources of family points. The consistent accumulation of family points based on the family's prosperity was the true path to enduring wealth. Chen Xuan was well aware of this. After the destruction of the Zhou family, he would order the Chen family to take time to recuperate, recruit new members, and strive for greater strength and glory. Seizing this opportunity, he would remain at Mangdang Mountain, personally overseeing the spiritual stone vein and cultivating diligently, leveraging the abundant spiritual energy to advance towards the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, laying the groundwork to ultimately attain the nascent soul realm, which would solidify the Chen family's standing in the Chilean mountains. After contemplating these matters, Chen Xuan turned his gaze toward Chen Xuan, who was beside him. He opened his right palm to reveal a jade vial, within which lay the coveted Nirvana pill. This was a 5th-tier Nirvana pill, capable of aiding you in renewing your path. With that, Chen Xuan tossed the jade vial to Chen Xuan. Suddenly, a surge of strength erupted from the frail, old man's body, as if he were experiencing a revival. Chen Xuan straightened his back, extending his hands to catch the jade vial containing the Nirvana pill, cradling it reverently in his palms, trembling with disbelief. His murky eyes fixated on the vial, repeatedly murmuring, "Nirvana pill, Nirvana pill, Nirvana pill." Seeing this, Chen Xuan assumed that Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement at receiving a divine pill that could allow him to renew his path. It was akin to falling from the clouds into an abyss, only to glimpse a glimmer of hope for rising once more. It would be impossible for anyone to remain composed in such a situation, and Chen Xuan understood this. However, he was taken aback when, after a moment of silence, Chen Xuan suddenly knelt before him, not only expressing gratitude for his profound kindness, but also attempting to return the vial containing his hopes and aspirations. Disciple Chen Xuan kneels in gratitude for the ancestors' generosity. This 5th-tier Nirvana pill is exceedingly precious, and I am unworthy to use it. I implore the ancestor to take it back and reserve it for future generations. Chapter 35. Chen Xuan knelt on the ground, holding the jade vial with utmost respect. Facing Chen Xuan, his words were heartfelt. A 5th-tier Nirvana pill, even combined resources from the Zhou, Wang, and Chen families might not suffice to procure a single one. Such a treasure should not be squandered on someone deemed a failure. The forbidden technique, Blood Demon Curse, was a rash decision he made, and the consequences were his alone to bear. As for the Nirvana pill, the ancestor could certainly retain it for the more talented and promising disciples of the family. Whether sold for vast resources to support the ancestor's cultivation or to further the development of the Chen family, it would be far more prudent than bestowing it upon someone like him. He, Chen Xuan, was not deserving. Chen Xuan gazed at Chen Xuan, whose forehead was pressed against the ground, and was about to chastise him, thinking it was merely a 5th-tier Nirvana pill. However, he quickly reconsidered. After all, it was a 5th-tier elixir. How could a cultivator from a small family not regard it as a treasure? Without the system, even a 4th-tier elixir would have left Chen Xuan euphoric. In light of Chen Xuan's actions, rejecting the very pill that could enable him to renew his path was tantamount to willingly relinquishing his cultivation and even life itself. A complex emotion surged within Chen Xuan at that moment. Cultivation, after all, was pursued in the hope of attaining the great Tao and immortality. How could one lightly abandon such aspirations? Perhaps, Chen Xuan's fixation on the pursuit of immortality was too fervent. Or perhaps he held a belief even more significant than the quest for the great Tao. Chen Xuan shook his head, unable to discern the truth. Nevertheless, the nirvana pill, whether Chen Xuan desired it or not, must be consumed. As the ancestor of the Chen family, how could he stand by and watch his descendant perish? If there were no alternative, he would resign himself to fate. Yet, with the fifth-tier nirvana pill now in hand, it was unthinkable to retract his gift. If you feel unworthy, then strive diligently in your cultivation and safeguard the Chen family in my stead. Remember, in the future, to act with careful consideration. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and you must steadfastly uphold your resolve, never uttering words of surrender. As Chen Xuan, the elder, he could not help but impart a few more words of admonition to Chen Xuan. Blood ties are profound. As long as he does not commit acts of treachery against the family, Chen Xuan would not neglect him. In fact, at times, he would even protect and favor those of the Chen lineage. After a moment of silence following his words, Chen Xuan finally raised his head, his eyes red and glistening. With tear-streaked, wrinkled cheeks, he bowed once more, his hoarse voice resonating with strength and conviction. Disciple, I thank the ancestor for this rebirth. Upon raising my head again to face the ancestor, I vow to diligently cultivate and serve the Chen family, ensuring the protection of the Chen lineage and never again disappointing the ancestors' expectations. Chen Xuan nodded in approval at Chen Zhen's words, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He then instructed Chen Zhen to consume the nirvana pill on the spot, as he would provide protection during the process. Once the pill entered his body, Chen Zhen, once a lifeless figure devoid of vitality, was visibly rejuvenating at a remarkable speed. In a mere moment, he regained his original middle-aged appearance. With a head full of lustrous black hair and a face characterized by resilience and determination, exuding an aura of defiance and brilliance. Simultaneously, the shattered foundation of his cultivation was being reshaped under the potent effects of the nirvana pill, becoming even more formidable than before. Inwardly, he sensed a stark contrast. The reconstructed foundation was undeniably more powerful than his previous one by more than a mere fraction. This signified that his body would now be able to accommodate a greater influx of spiritual energy, while also accelerating his cultivation speed. Essentially, it equated to an elevation in his innate talent for cultivation. If one were to draw a comparison, it was nearly on par with the unfortunate Chen Tianqi's once promising cultivation potential. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him from all directions, and Chen Zhen's cultivation began to gradually restore itself. Soon, he re-entered the foundation establishment stage, progressing swiftly through the first and second layers. During this process, Chen Xuan also took out a significant number of spirit stones, crushing them to enhance the spiritual power within the room for Chen Zhen to absorb and refine. He provided as much as Chen Zhen could assimilate, for they had ample resources at their disposal. Early in the foundation establishment stage, progressing into the mid and later stages, Chen Zhen eventually reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. To his astonishment, he discovered that a substantial amount of the nirvana pill's potency still remained. Filled with excitement, he continued to circulate his cultivation method to refine the remaining medicinal power while rapidly absorbing the influx of spiritual energy. After half an hour, accompanied by a resounding crack from within his body, Chen Zhen suddenly opened his eyes, his face alight with exhilaration. The medicinal potency of the nirvana pill remained, allowing him to stabilize his mind and continue to accumulate his foundation in preparation for a future breakthrough to the golden core stage. However, in his excitement, his focus wavered, causing his cultivation to falter. Chen Xuan, noticing this, issued a sharp admonition to pull him back from his daze. Regaining his composure, Chen Zhen swiftly focused his energy and diligently resumed refining the residual medicinal power within him, while the vast amounts of spiritual energy surged in. Chen Xuan quietly stood by, safeguarding him, while internally reflecting on the extraordinary qualities of the system-produced nirvana pill. This remarkable elixir not only solidified Chen Zhen's foundation, but also propelled him to ascend beyond a mere minor realm. Even with his current foundation, if he were to challenge the golden core stage directly, he would likely have a 30% chance of success. Furthermore, if combined with the exquisite golden sage pill, Chen Xuan pondered that if he were to bestow Chen Zhen another golden sage pill, it was highly probable that the Chen family would soon welcome a second golden core cultivator. Nevertheless, there was no rush. With the remaining potency of the nirvana pill, it was prudent to allow Chen Zhen some time to fully digest it, thereby solidifying his foundation further. When the time came to consume the golden sage pill and challenge the golden core stage, his chances of success would be significantly enhanced, exceeding 80%. Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. In his own attempt to reach the golden core stage, he had amassed a substantial foundation and power. Yet even at that moment, he only had a 50% assurance of success, with fate playing a considerable role. Fortunately, fate had favored him. Now, observing that while he had awakened and bound himself to the system, the benefits seemed to extend beyond himself to all disciples of the Chen family, including the 15 who had received the premium foundation establishment pill and Chen Zhen. who had been reduced to a cripple after recklessly invoking forbidden techniques. They were undoubtedly children of fortune. Indeed, no matter how hard one strives, it pales in comparison to the luck of being born into the right family. Being born into the Chen family allowed one to share in such extraordinary opportunities provided by the system, while those born into the Zhou family faced annihilation of their souls, devoid of even a chance for reincarnation. As for the Wang family, they were momentarily safe, but it would not be long before Chen Xuan would confront them once more. The timeline for his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage remained uncertain. Chapter 36. The spiritual vessel was not moving swiftly. It was only at this moment that it arrived at Mangdang Mountain. The enormous peak, with a diameter of over 10 miles and towering 1,000 feet high, came into Chen Xuan's view. His consciousness extended to the limits of his current cultivation, quickly revealing the silhouettes of Zhou family disciples. Casting a glance at the meditating Chen Xuan, he effortlessly set up a protective and soundproof array. Immediately thereafter, his figure vanished from the room. Upon reaching the skies above the spiritual vessel, he summoned 100 disciples of the Chen family who practiced qi cultivation, leading them in a formidable march toward Mangdang Mountain. Within the mountain, in the Zhou family's spiritual stone mine, figures tirelessly wielded their spiritual picks, diligently extracting spiritual stones. As long as the daily output exceeded the family's stipulated minimum, the excess could be taken home by the Zhou family disciples, with half of it naturally going to the 4 Zhou family foundation establishment cultivators guarding the spiritual stone veins. This policy incentivized the mining disciples, as they were all from the Zhou family rather than external loose cultivators. They were mindful of their sentiments. Why not covertly capture some loose cultivator miners? It was precisely to avoid exposing the existence of this spiritual stone mine. Even if it was a primary spiritual stone vein, it was still beyond the protection capabilities of the Zhou family, which was not a golden core force. At this moment, the 4 Zhou family foundation establishment cultivators stationed there were in their respective chambers, engrossed in closed-door cultivation. Their duty was to remain vigilant, ensuring continuous effort in their training day and night. The abundance of resources represented a tremendous opportunity for them, one they could not afford to squander. As they immersed themselves in meditation, a sudden and immense pressure descended from the heavens, causing all 4 to instinctively open their eyes in alarm. The feeling of dread surged within them. A golden core cultivator. The unmistakable release of pressure indicated ill intentions from the arrival. Zhou Sa, the second elder of the Zhou family, along with the other 3 elders, quickly emerged from their rooms, took flight on their swords, and gathered together to face the source of the overwhelming force. Regardless of the circumstances, they had no choice but to confront this threat. Though a golden core cultivator was far beyond their ability to contend with, even attempting to hide or escape would be futile. Chen Xuan was now less than 3 miles from their location, a distance that left no hope for a mere foundation establishment cultivator to escape his grasp. Soon, Chen Xuan, accompanied by 100 qi refinement practitioners, appeared before the eyes of Zhou Sa and his companions. Within a mere 100 meters, the flying sword could reach them instantaneously. Is this the ancestor of the Chen family? Upon recognizing Chen Xuan's figure and countenance, a simultaneous jolt of trepidation surged through the hearts of Zhou Sa and his companions. Although they had never personally witnessed the Chen family ancestor, they had admired his portrait, coupled with the formidable aura of golden core cultivation emanating from him, as well as the presence of 100 disciples clad in Chen family attire. His identity was unmistakable. It's over. An ominous thought arose in their minds. Chen Xuan, gazing at the 4 members of the Zhou family who were within arm's reach, uttered not a word. With a mere flick of his hand, the sword at his side surged forward, mercilessly aimed at the group. No, Ancestor Chen, why such cruelty? As the sword, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens, descended upon them. Zhou Sa's eyes widened in anger, and he shouted with deep resentment at Chen Xuan, a dignified golden core practitioner. Why was he resorting to such tyranny against the weaker? Did he not fear the repercussions from the Zhou family's own golden core ancestor in the future? Seeing Chen Xuan remain unresponsive, Zhou Sa raised his voice once more, demanding, Ancestor Chen, do you not fear that your actions today will provoke a similar massacre of your Chen family disciples by my Zhou family ancestor in the future? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan remained unmoved, a derisive chuckle forming in his heart. If Zhou Ju were still alive, he would indeed feel fear. Those with backing would naturally harbor reservations. To act freely was impossible unless Chen Xuan disregarded the lives of his own disciples. However, with Zhou Ju's demise, Chen Xuan had resolved to annihilate the Zhou family, and his first course of action was to eliminate the one golden core practitioner who posed a substantial threat to both him and the Chen family. No, for anguished cries echoed simultaneously, reverberating through the air above the blood-soaked Mangdang Mountain, lingering long before fading away. Simultaneously, for heads soared into the sky, their lifeless bodies plummeting to the ground as they lost the strength to remain upright. Chen Xuan did not forget to maneuver the flying sword to retrieve the storage bags of the 4, collecting the spoils of battle immediately after the killings. This instinctive talent for seizing rewards was ingrained in every cultivator's being. Although the possessions of the Foundation establishment practitioners might seem meager to a late-stage golden core cultivator, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Chen Xuan harbored no disdain. Every bit contributed to his ascent to the pinnacle of the Tao. After dealing with these slightly larger ants, Chen Xuan's gaze shifted to the Zhou family mining disciples below, who had rushed out to witness the spectacle but now appeared tense and trembling in fear. As per tradition, he resolved to eliminate them all. He had painstakingly brought 100 Chen family disciples aboard the spirit vessel, after all, to replace those below. A powerful pressure descended like a tidal wave, forcing the 100 Zhou family Qi refinement disciples to the ground, rendering them immobile, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. With a command from Chen Xuan, the 100 Chen family disciples sprang into action, colorful magic tools raining down from the sky. In an instant, the ground transformed into a river of blood, staining half the sky above Mangdang Mountain crimson. However, this spectacle lasted only a brief moment. The scattered corpses, blood, and remnants were swiftly cleared away by the Chen family disciples. Erasing all traces of the dead was a task that posed no challenge to cultivators. Thus, this mundane and lopsided slaughter concluded in a remarkably short time. After decisively eliminating the Zhou family disciples atop Mangdang Mountain, Chen Xuan commanded the Chen family disciples to proceed into the mine to continue the extraction of the ore veins. He returned to the spirit vessel and, upon inspection, discovered that the effects of the nirvana pill within him had nearly been entirely absorbed. Therefore, he awakened it at a pivotal moment in his cultivation cycle. There would be ample opportunities for training in the future, but for now, a more pressing task awaited him: establishing defenses on Mangdang Mountain. While it need not be ostentatious to avoid exposure, a greater array of warning measures and smaller formations needed to be laid out around Mangdang Mountain and even along the roads leading to it. This was to prevent a recurrence of the current incident, wherein he and the Chen family disciples had already infiltrated the mining area, revealing their oppressive aura, only for the Zhou family's 4 Foundation establishment elders to take notice. It was akin to waking up only when the enemy was at the doorstep, a strategy that was utterly unacceptable. Chen Xuan was perplexed. This was a spirit stone mine. How could the Zhou family be so negligent? How had they managed to covertly mine for over 20 years without a whisper of news? Was it their indifference that had kept them under the radar? Such advanced reverse psychology was perplexing. Chapter 37. Chen Xuan shook his head in disbelief. Zhou Ju did not seem particularly astute. He was far inferior to Wang Jia of the Wang family. It appeared to be mere carelessness, a lack of caution and seriousness. From now on, Mangdang Mountain would serve as Chen Xuan's training ground, possibly even the future stronghold of the Chen family. It could no longer be treated with the same haphazardness as before. The presence of a spirit stone vein indicated an abundance of spiritual energy. Just days prior, Chen Xuan had been secretly distressed over his dwindling supply of spirit stones, fearing he would have to venture out in search of resources to find a spiritually rich location to break through to the nascent soul stage. However, this spirit stone mine had entirely resolved his needs. He could remain deep within the vein to cultivate, where the richness of the spiritual energy would undoubtedly allow him to absorb it to his heart's content. Not to mention, the enhancement of the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju coupled with the top-tier golden spirit pill would amplify his demand for spiritual energy. Even if he were to increase his absorption and conversion speed tenfold, the spirit stone mine would still accommodate his consumption. Regrettably, Chen Xuan lacked such capabilities. Unless his superior spiritual root could advance to an earth spiritual root, which would undoubtedly bring about a significant boost in his cultivation speed. Alas, 1,000 creation pills and 100,000 family points lay ahead, a long and arduous journey. Chen Xuan instructed Chen Xuan to continue his cultivation in the room before making his way towards the mining area. The spiritual stone vein on Mangdang Mountain stretches for over 10 miles, with an estimated reserve of around 50 million stones, all classified as low-grade. The Zhou family, operating covertly, dared only to develop a single mining area and dispatched 100 disciples. This approach resulted in a rather mediocre extraction rate, yielding only 50,000 stones per year. When a truly large force takes control of a spiritual stone mine, the first step is to conduct exploration to ascertain the reserves and structure of the vein. Based on the composition of the spiritual stone vein, they would expand the mining area as much as possible and recruit more hands to excavate. After all, only the extracted spiritual stones are tangible wealth. Upon entering the mining cave, Chen Xuan ventured deeper, attuning himself to the fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energy. Indeed, the further he went, the denser the spiritual energy became. Upon reaching the innermost part, he extended his consciousness to survey the area. He discovered that the vertical sections of the cave had been nearly fully mined, necessitating a lateral expansion. If he were to cultivate here and inadvertently deplete the surrounding spiritual energy, it could lead to a cave-in, adversely affecting the entire mining area. The truly suitable sanctuary for his cultivation should be sought at another spiritual vein node ideal for constructing a mining area. There, he would have no fear. Even if he were to exhaust all nearby spiritual energy, it would only impact a segment of the vein, leaving other areas unaffected. However, in the current haste, Chen Xuan was not well versed in the art of vein exploration, so he had to temporarily set that aside for future consideration. His immediate priority was to quickly locate a suitable cave to focus on his cultivation. After a confrontation with the Wang family and the subsequent annihilation of the Zhou family, he had wasted considerable time on his practice. Silently withdrawing from this cave, Chen Xuan proceeded to another. After exploring 4 or 5 caves, he finally selected one that was relatively suitable. After issuing orders to the Chen family disciples to prohibit entry into this cave, he cleared a flat area, took out a meditation cushion, and seated himself upon it. He swallowed a top-tier Jin Yuan Dan and closed his eyes, centering his mind and embracing the essence of unity. The Tai Su Qing Ling Ju was activated to its fullest extent. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly surged towards him, even forming a small vortex of spiritual energy at the center of his 5 hearts, condensing into droplets that fell into the vortex, which Chen Xuan absorbed and refined into spiritual power. After several cycles of the technique, he opened his eyes, a look of delight washing over his face. Such rich and pure spiritual energy. Remaining here, there was no need even to set up a gathering array. Within the cave of the forbidden area at the back mountain of the Chen family, Chen Xuan had spent years painstakingly acquiring numerous spiritual springs to enhance the natural spiritual power and even established gathering arrays to collect the energy from 100 miles around to meet his daily cultivation needs. Yet now, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart once again, this truly was a natural treasure. It surpassed his original cultivation ground by far. He then closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in a state of rapid cultivation, the technique operating at full capacity with an endless supply of top-tier pills. The spiritual power in his dantian surged at an astonishing rate. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye when a voice interrupted Chen Xian's deep immersion in cultivation. Chen Xiao had temporarily dealt with the aftermath of the Zhou family's downfall and, following their agreement, had brought Chen Yuntian to Mangdang Mountain to meet with Chen Xian. Along the way, Chen Yuntian could not suppress his curiosity and inquired why the ancestor had personally led 100 qi-refining disciples to Mangdang Mountain to eliminate the remnants of the Zhou family. In response, Chen Xiao feigned mystery, promising that Chen Yuntian would soon understand upon reaching Mangdang Mountain. As they approached within 3 miles of Mangdang Mountain, the alert formation set by Chen Zhen was triggered. Realizing the arrival of the two, he promptly sent a message to Chen Xian. He then rose and flew towards them on his sword. Soon, the three met. Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian gazed in astonishment at the commanding presence of Chen Zhen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Zhen had recovered? How could this be possible? The blood demon curse was a forbidden technique with unavoidable repercussions, unless one obtained a 5th-tier Nirvana Dan to reconstruct their foundation. Could it be? A more incredulous thought surged in their minds. This fleeting idea crossed Chen Yuntian's mind but lingered in Chen Zhao's, especially since he had recently received 20 top-tier foundation-building pills from Chen Xian. If the ancestor could acquire such pills, securing a 5th-tier Nirvana Dan was not beyond the realm of possibility. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Elder. Chen Zhen's robust voice roused the two from their reverie. With a warm and gentle smile gracing his face, he jested, "What? Has it only been 7 days, and the Patriarch and Elder no longer recognize this old man?" Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian's faces brightened into radiant smiles. "How could we not recognize the esteemed leader of the Chen family's battle hall? It is a relief to see you restored. Truly, heaven favors our Chen family." After Chen Xiao spoke, Chen Yuntian followed. "It is indeed a joyous occasion to witness the second elder's rebirth. I observe your vitality is robust, your foundation solid, and your cultivation has ascended to new heights. Might I inquire what method you employed to eliminate the repercussions of that forbidden technique and resume your path?" Not only had Chen Zhen fully recovered, but he had also surpassed both Chen Yuntian and Chen Xiao, reaching the pinnacle of foundation building first. This only deepened their curiosity about the extraordinary opportunity that had enabled him to transform so dramatically in just 7 days, allowing a decrepit mortal near the end of his lifespan to return to his peak. As Chen Zhen was about to explain, a voice resonated in the ears of the three. "It is naturally only the 5th-tier Nirvana Dan that possesses such miraculous effects." Chapter 38. The three turned towards the source of the voice and saw Chen Xian's figure, hastily bowing in greeting. "Greetings, ancestor." Chen Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us proceed to the main hall below to discuss." The four then descended together. As they journeyed forth, Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian were engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. The 5th-grade Nirvana pill. To them, it was akin to a divine artifact. Generally, apart from certain exceptional effects, 5th-grade elixirs could only be refined and utilized by cultivators at the transformation stage. In the entirety of the Chilean mountain range, there were merely 2 such cultivators. In the southern region where the Chen family resided, there was not a single force with a transformation stage cultivator stationed. Such a precious elixir. Where could the ancestor have procured it? Before long, the group entered a modest assembly hall originally constructed by the Zhou family. The hall was enveloped in a soundproofing array, ensuring that their discussions remained confidential. Once all four were seated, Chen Xuan took a moment to appraise the three individuals before him: Chen Xiao, the patriarch of the Chen family; Chen Yuntian, the family's elder; and Chen Zhen, the second elder. These three could be regarded as the foundation of the Chen family, apart from himself. Not only did their cultivation surpass that of the entire Chen family, but they had also all reached the later stages of foundation establishment. Now, with the potent effects of the 5th-grade nirvana pill, Chen Zhen had even advanced further to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, poised to challenge the Golden Core realm. To achieve a significant increase in the family's points, it was imperative to not only augment the number of disciples, but also cultivate those with high talent to break through to higher realms. A Golden Core cultivator could contribute as much to the family points as 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Recently, I encountered a fortuitous opportunity, the specifics of which you need not concern yourselves with. You only need to know that this opportunity benefits not just myself, but you three and all disciples of the Chen family. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao, Chen Yuntian, and Chen Zhen immediately displayed serious expressions, their gazes fixed on Chen Xian, attentively listening. The Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill, along with the 5th-grade Nirvana Pill, these three were acutely aware that their ancestor had obtained an extraordinary, heaven-defying opportunity. You have all lived for over a century and are seasoned in family affairs. Thus, you ought to understand the basic principle of keeping wealth concealed and retaining a hand in all matters. As he spoke, Chen Xian first turned his attention to Chen Xiao. Previously, I provided you with 22 Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills. He then looked towards Chen Zhen and the 5th-grade Nirvana Pill to aid in reconstructing your foundation, as well as these 3 Supreme Golden Saint Pills in my hand, which can enhance the success rate of forming a golden core by 50%. As he opened his palm, 3 jade vials levitated above it. Upon his words, they transformed into 3 streaks of light and shot towards Chen Xiao and the others. Chen Xian's declaration left the 3 present utterly astounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Even the typically composed Chen Yuntian exhibited such astonishment. When the vial containing the Supreme Golden Saint Pill was placed in their hands, all 3 fixed their gazes upon it. Chen Xiao, having been forewarned by Chen Xian, momentarily lost focus but quickly regained his composure, though his heart surged with excitement. The ancestor had truly managed to acquire the Golden Saint Pill, which could increase the probability of forming a golden core, and of the finest quality. A 50% increase in probability meant that the Chen family was on the verge of producing 3 more golden core masters. Chen Zhen grasped the vial in his hand, utterly at a loss for words. First, the 5th-grade Nirvana Pill, then the Supreme Golden Saint Pill. If he could not smoothly break through to the golden core realm with his current foundation and this elixir, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. The ancestor had effectively placed the food directly in his mouth. Moreover, the ancestor had previously bestowed upon the Patriarch 22 Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills. No wonder the Patriarch had suddenly decided to establish a new Hall of Shadows and redeploy all 8 of his Qi refinement disciples from the Battle Hall to the Shadow Hall. Clearly, he intended to grant these disciples the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills to facilitate their breakthroughs. The Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills were far too extraordinary to be displayed openly. Thus, a new hall was established to keep those disciples who received the elixirs hidden from sight. Chen Zhen had once felt discontented by this, but now, reflecting on it, he realized that those disciples transferred to the Shadow Hall had truly stumbled upon an immense opportunity. Having understood everything, Chen Zhen lifted his gaze once more to Chen Xian, who occupied the main seat, his eyes filled with reverence. As for Chen Yuntian, he could hardly contain his excitement and eagerly opened the vial to confirm its contents. It was not that he doubted his ancestor. Rather, the claim that the Golden Saint Pill was of supreme quality was simply staggering. Indeed, it was the Supreme Golden Saint Pill. Chen Yuntian suddenly stood, exclaiming in astonishment, completely disregarding any notions of propriety. In all honesty, Chen Yuntian was of advanced age, and as his physical body decayed and vitality waned, the spiritual energy within him had diminished somewhat. Under such circumstances, his cultivation efforts were becoming increasingly laborious, and the probability of breaking through to the Golden Core realm was gradually diminishing. He had even entertained the thought that he might remain at the Foundation Establishment realm for the rest of his life. Yet now, he held a Supreme Golden Saint Pill in his grasp. How could he not be exhilarated? If given the chance to ascend the path, who would not wish to behold the vistas above, even those at the pinnacle? Observing the 3 individuals below, whose bodies were brimming with excitement, Chen Xian slowly rose, a slight frown creasing his brow. In a grave tone, he cautioned, these supreme elixirs, even a single one, could incite a bloodbath in the realm of cultivation if exposed to the outside world. If news of the Chen family possessing a plethora of such exceptional cultivation and breakthrough elixirs were to leak, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They understood the implications all too well. The Chen family would certainly be erased from the Chilean mountain range without a trace, or it could be quietly taken over by even greater powers. They would seek to uncover the secrets surrounding ancestor Chen Xuan, drain the Chen family of its resources, and then obliterate it. In any case, if such a secret were to be revealed, the Chen family would undoubtedly face annihilation. Furthermore, the spirit stone mine seized from the Zhou family was far beyond the current capacity of the Chen family to securely control. Regardless of how extraordinary the treasures or opportunities may be, only those with formidable strength are deserving of such endowments. I bestow these elixirs upon you, and I utter these words to remind you to strive diligently in your cultivation. There will inevitably come a day when secrets can no longer be concealed, and at that time, the Chen family will be met with a tempest. Whether we can withstand it does not solely rest upon my shoulders. You must face this together with all the disciples of the Chen family. Do you all understand? Chen Xuan's gaze was like lightning, piercing through the three individuals below. Chen Shio and the others met his gaze without a hint of retreat. After exchanging glances, they all respectfully performed a deep bow, paying their respects. The disciples understood and pledged to adhere to the teachings of their ancestor. Chapter 39. Chen Xuan first retrieved the exquisite JNSHND, and he had intended to bestow upon the three of them and presented it to them. Seizing the opportunity, he subtly emphasized its significance, allowing the trio to share in the secret of these precious elixirs. How long they could keep the secret, Chen Xuan could not predict. There are no walls that do not let the wind pass through. He only hoped that when the Chen family faced formidable adversaries, he, along with Chen Shio and the other disciples, would have grown strong enough to confront them. The appetizer of their discussion had concluded. Subsequently, Chen Xuan convened with the three to deliberate on the future development and strategies for the Chen family, focusing on three key points. The first concerned the acquisition of the Zhou family's territories and various mineral resources, which would require a substantial workforce. Chen Shio boldly suggested expanding the recruitment of disciples, striking a chord with Chen Xuan's heart. The disciples recruited would be considered part of the Chen family, and the system would treat them equally in calculating prosperity. Recruitment was not merely necessary. It should be grand and extensive. The more recruits, the better. As for the additional resources required for these new disciples, the recently vanquished Zhou family had provided sufficient assets. If resources fell short, they could also draw from the Chen family's treasury. This task was assigned to YNTN. Presently, the Chen family possessed a spirit stone mine, with resources in the treasury reserved for 2 years. Everything else would be devoted to recruiting disciples. Only reserved for 2 years? YNTN stared at Chen Xuan, momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Xuan interrupted him. I know what you wish to express. Do not worry about resource issues. Simply follow my directives. Chen Xuan's words stifled the objections that were on YNTN's lips. He actually intended to question how they would manage the disciples' salaries after 2 years. Would there still be concerns then? By that time, the Chen family was expected to possess a Yunying powerhouse, several J&DN masters, and dozens of foundation-building practitioners, capable of suppressing a vast territory. With such extensive dominion, self-sufficiency would not only be achievable, but could also sustain Chen Xuan. As long as Chen Xuan's cultivation and the overall strength of the Chen family progressed swiftly, there would be no risk of resource depletion. The 2 years of reserved resources were entirely sufficient as a contingency. Moreover, he was on the verge of breaking through to the Yunying realm. The accumulated wealth of the Wying family, amassed over 7 or 8 centuries, would inevitably fall into the hands of the Chen family. Chen Xuan did not elaborate on these matters to YNTN and the others, primarily because they involved the system. The supreme techniques and exquisite elixirs obtained from the system were his confidence. The importance of family points compelled Chen Xuan to urgently increase the number of Chen family disciples to achieve greater prosperity and thereby acquire more family points daily. Relying solely on natural birth was rather challenging. The probability of a mortal giving birth to a child with spiritual roots was exceedingly low, and practitioners faced reproductive obstacles. Even with a pronatalist policy within the Chen family, a child could only begin cultivation 10 years post-birth after assessing their spiritual roots. The cycle was too lengthy. Chen Xuan felt fortunate that externally recruited disciples were also counted among the Chen family disciples. Otherwise, increasing family prosperity would be a formidable challenge. Regarding the recruitment of disciples, Chen Xuan ultimately established a rough guideline, delegating the specifics to YNTN for full responsibility. After this matter was settled, the second point involved the spirit stone mine acquired from the Zhou family. With 50 million spirit stones, the Chen family would likely have to sell hundreds of times to amass such wealth. Chen Xuan intended to personally guard this mine, which also served the purpose of facilitating his cultivation. Furthermore, he proposed relocating the Chen family's base to Shn, a suggestion that Chen Shio and the others readily supported. This location, housing such a vast spirit stone mine, would naturally possess far denser spiritual energy compared to the current Chen family residence, significantly enhancing the daily cultivation progress of the disciples. However, relocating the family base would draw considerable attention, potentially alerting those with ulterior motives. If news of the spirit stone mine leaked, it could attract major sects like Jin Ying. The Chen family would then have no choice but to relinquish the mine to ensure the family's survival. After thorough discussion, they ultimately decided against relocating the family base for the time being and, following the Zhou family's method, would discreetly extract resources from the spirit stone mine using 100 Chen family disciples. Everything would be reassessed after Chen Xuan broke through to the Ying realm. As for when the ancestor would achieve this breakthrough, Chen Shio and the others were secretly hopeful, yet they felt it might still take a considerable time. After all, although Chen Xuan had defeated the Jin peak ancestor Ying Y and slain the Jin late-stage ancestor of the Zhou family, Zhu, his fighting prowess did not equate to his cultivation level, which was firmly at the late Jin stage. There remained a significant distance to the Ying realm, a fact only Chen Xuan was truly aware of. Not far now. Given his current cultivation speed, he estimated that in another half-month, his Dantian would be sufficiently filled with spiritual energy to break into the Jin peak. After achieving that, it would only take half a month of preparation before he could consume the Pying and attempt to reach the Ying realm. In other words, Chen Xuan anticipated that his breakthrough would occur in a month. At that time, upon successfully breaking through and becoming a Ying powerhouse, the Chen family would likewise ascend to a Ying force, firmly establishing themselves in the Qi mountain range and receiving congratulations from all directions. In addition to these 2 points, there was the matter of the Ying family. The fact that the Ying family ancestor, Ying Y, was no match for Chen Xuan was a truth witnessed by all. In the days to come, the Ying family would likely follow the Chen family's earlier example, gathering all disciples and retreating into their clan. In response, Chen Xuan instructed Chen Shio to seize the opportunity to occupy the various properties of the Ying family, thus increasing the resources of the Chen family. After discussing the main issues, they concluded their meeting. Some matters are merely trifles. For instance, the adjustment of Chen Xuan into the Intang as the leader, tasked with guiding the disciples in their arduous training to attain loftier realms. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, has withdrawn to oversee the various affairs of the family. The territory of the Chen Clan has remarkably expanded, necessitating the recruitment of more disciples and the arrangement of numerous tasks. Naturally, these responsibilities fall upon the clan's patriarch, Chen Xiao. As for Chen Yuntian, besides managing the recruitment of disciples, he must collaborate with Chen Xiao on familial matters. Additionally, the position of the battle hall's master has become vacant, prompting Chen Xian to propose that the devoted disciple Yang Zhao be appointed to this role. Upon hearing this suggestion, Chen Xiao and the others fell into deep contemplation before nodding in agreement. Currently, all the hall leaders of the Chen clan, except for the pill hall leader, the only second-tier alchemist Chui Yu, are direct descendants bearing the Chen bloodline. It is indeed time for a change. Henceforth, the battle hall, in a bold attempt, will be entrusted to the trustworthy Jian Yang Zhao. They also plan to extensively recruit more disciples, allowing the newly joined members of the Chen clan to witness that loyalty and contributions to the clan will earn them recognition and opportunities. Chapter 40. Very well. You three may now proceed to arrange your respective tasks. After the meeting, Chen Xian issued a dismissal to the three. With the internal affairs of the Chen clan being numerous, Chen Xiao and his companions must return to oversee the greater picture. As for him, he will remain atop Mangdang Mountain, cultivating amidst the spiritual energy emanating from the spirit stone veins, adhering to the instructions of the ancestor. The three of them bowed and turned to leave Mangdang Mountain, heading towards the Chen clan. Once they departed, Chen Xian returned to his previous position, sitting cross-legged and entering a meditative state once more. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, countless powers exist, with the Chen, Zhou, and Wang clans being among the most formidable, each possessing golden core cultivators. Additionally, there are numerous foundational and smaller factions, some only at the Qi refining stage. The news of the Zhou clan's demise at the hands of the Chen clan, a significant event for a golden core power, quickly spread among various factions. The name of the Chen clan's ancestor, Chen Xian, resonated far and wide. He first defeated the peak golden core ancestor of the Wang clan, Wang Jingya, and then cleaved the late golden core ancestor of the Zhou clan, Zhou Ju, showcasing his immense strength and unparalleled combat prowess, which ignited fervent discussions among countless cultivators. Subsequently, many smaller cultivation factions sought to visit, expressing their desire to forge long-term alliances with the Chen clan, with some even wishing to pledge allegiance as vassal forces. Thus, the Chen clan's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. On this day, at the entrance of the Chen clan, two weary foundational cultivators arrived, a brother and sister duo. "Brother, are we truly joining the Chen clan?" Jiang Mingyue asked, a look of confusion crossing her face as she glanced at her brother Jiang Yun. Previously, Jiang Yun had led her towards the direction of the Jinyang sect, yet for reasons unknown, they had deviated from their path and arrived at the Chen clan. Along the way, Jiang Mingyue had heard of the Chen clan's recent remarkable feats. The ancestor of the Chen clan, with late golden core cultivation, had defeated an opponent of a higher level and slashed through another of the same realm. Such accomplishments warrant the title of prodigy throughout the entire Chilean mountain range and even the northern wilderness. However, this does not alter the fact that the Chen clan is merely a golden core power, with only one golden core true master among them, making them incomparable to the Jinyang sect, which boasts several Yuan-ing experts. Jiang Mingyue could not fathom why Jiang Yun had suddenly changed his mind, insisting on bringing her to this modest Chen clan. Jiang Yun did not respond immediately. Instead, he fixated on the Chen clan ahead, his pupils gleaming with golden light, which soon vanished. The purple aura shimmered with golden radiance, signifying an increase in fortune. Jiang Yun silently mused before turning to Jiang Mingyue, a smile gracing his lips. "What? Do you doubt your brother's eyes? Do you not recall how you awakened the wind spirit physique? Do not merely focus on the present. While the Jinyang sect is indeed powerful, in the future, it may not even be worthy of comparison to the Chen clan. Green fortune cannot contend with purple fortune, and the Chen clan's purple fortune is gradually transforming into gold, becoming exceedingly precious. To join an entity endowed with such supreme fortune, even as a mere dog within it, one would surely live a life of comfort." Jiang Mingyue was taken aback by her brother's unwavering faith in the Chen clan, belittling the once respected Yuaning power. The Jinyang sect. She recalled that her acquisition of the wind spirit physique was entirely due to her brother leading her to the depths of the treacherous cliff, where she obtained the celestial treasure embodying the essence of wind, which she refined and absorbed to achieve her current status as a prodigy. Thus, her doubts dissipated, and she chose to trust and follow her brother unconditionally. Seeing Jiang Mingyue's whimsical demeanor, Jiang Yun could not help but feel an overwhelming affection. However, suddenly his smile vanished, replaced by a chilling intent that resurfaced. Noticing this change, Jiang Mingyue's eyes reflected fear as she murmured softly, "Not this expression again." She was oblivious to the enemy that haunted her brother's thoughts, observing his stark transformation from warmth to coldness. She had inquired before, but received only silence from Jiang Yun. Her brother harbored significant secrets. After regaining his composure, Jiang Yun silently led Jiang Mingyue into the Chen clan, guided by the disciples stationed at the entrance. They arrived at an expansive plaza. In the center of the plaza, two long lines formed, consisting of those drawn by the Chen clan's call for disciples, attracted by the enticing benefits offered. Naturally, there were requirements and restrictions for recruitment. Only those with a cultivation level above the 7th layer of qi refining and a spirit root of at least medium quality would be considered. Meeting either criterion would suffice, as high-tier qi refining cultivators possess combat capabilities sufficient for numerous roles within the faction, possessing of or above, even if their cultivation has not yet reached the 7th level of, holds significant potential for development. This criterion serves as a fundamental standard for the recruitment of disciples by various. However, this applies solely to the family factions. In contrast, the system for recruiting disciples within is entirely distinct. Such a standard has effectively excluded many from consideration. Some with at the 6th level have expressed their dissatisfaction. They responded directly, stating that as long as they attain the 7th level of in the future, the doors of the will always be open to them. This statement was indeed comforting, essentially implying, strive diligently, young ones. Practice makes perfect. Achieve the 7th level of, and you shall successfully join the, returning to the, and casually joined a queue to register. While waiting in boredom, once more employed, his pupils shimmered with an array of colors. Yet there was not a single trace of the white light representing ordinary fortune. The lowest aura present was green. Even those queuing, who had not formally joined the, mostly emanated green light, interspersed with a few exhibiting a higher blue hue. Only two individuals stood out, their auras starkly discordant, radiating a deep blood-red light, signifying the ominous omen of. After observing them intently, pondered briefly and swiftly deduced the potential logic behind their presence. They had just annihilated the. These two might be remnants of the, fortunate enough to have escaped. As this speculation flashed through his mind, he noted that the blood-red aura above the two individuals intensified, darkening ominously. A deathly calamity. A spark ignited within his heart, and a smile graced his face. He hadn't even joined the yet, and he had already uncovered two the family as spies. What a fortuitous discovery. Chapter 41. Brother, why do you keep staring at others? Observed's gaze fixated on the two enchanting figures ahead, and a knowing smile appeared on her face. turned to cast her a sidelong glance and discreetly transmitted his explanation. Those two female are likely from the. Upon receiving the transmission, looked on in astonishment. If they are from the, does that mean they intend to infiltrate the spies? She turned her gaze to, her eyes filled with admiration. Her brother's insight was truly remarkable, able to discern even the presence of traitors. Brother, what should we do now? Should we expose them publicly? Having never encountered such a situation, directly inquired through their mental connection, adopted a contemplative expression and replied, it would be too conspicuous. For now, let us remain still and report to the higher-ups once we have entered the. Nodded in agreement, just as was about to retract his abilities. A streak of light descended from the depths of the, revealing a figure whose purple aura made his heart race. A person of, undoubtedly a destined individual. Upon their arrival amidst the two disciples responsible for registration, the latter rose hurriedly to bow respectfully, exclaiming in unison, we pay our respects to the Grand Elder. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the himself. Forming two long lines, nearly 100 followed suit in paying their respects. Although these had not yet formally joined their presence here indicated they met the necessary criteria, and thus, greeting the future leaders of their faction was a matter of propriety. Surveyed the assembly with a satisfied expression, nodding to indicate that no further formalities were needed. He had come merely to observe the turnout following the announcement for recruitment of, and witnessing such a throng of capable individuals eager to serve brought him great pleasure. Observing the family flourishing, as the Grand Elder, he found this sight most gratifying. As his divine sense swept over the crowd, it suddenly halted upon reaching the two individuals. He turned his gaze towards, and a look of surprise etched on his face. Such youthful visages. The two stood out amongst the crowd like cranes among chickens, their cultivation levels imperceptible to the lesser cultivators surrounding them. As a practitioner in the late of, could readily sense their formidable presence. When met his gaze, he returned a gentle smile, nodding in welcome. This exchange naturally captured the attention of everyone present. Realizing he could no longer remain inconspicuous, unleashed the powerful aura of a, prompting the surrounding to retreat in fear. He then advanced toward with closely behind, and upon reaching him, they both performed a respectful bow. I am, and this is my younger sister. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. As fellow, was not one to act pretentious, quickly gesturing for them to rise. There is no need for such formalities, my friends. He glanced around before continuing. This is the registration area for. Please, accompany me. We shall converse in our hall. Extended an invitation to the siblings. After nodded in agreement, the three took to the skies, swiftly disappearing from the onlooker's sight. Within the grand hall of the, after settling into their seats, initiated the conversation. Might I inquire where the two of you hail from? While this question seemed to merely seek their origins, it fundamentally aimed to uncover the backgrounds of and, as they were indeed who had lined up to join the necessary inquiries would be unavoidable. The two individuals, their youthful visages frozen in time, resembled the venerable ancestor of the Chen family, who appears to be merely in his 20s or 30s. It is conceivable that they have consumed a longevity elixir at this age, or perhaps they are extraordinary prodigies, akin to their ancestor, who achieved the foundation establishment stage after merely a decade of cultivation. Such remarkable beings would hardly condescend to affiliate themselves with a modest clan like the Chen family. In response to Chen Yuntian's rather direct inquiry, Jiang Yun remained composed. Regardless of which faction he and Jiang Mingyue choose to align with, they must inevitably undergo a process. The elder's words were already quite diplomatic, ensuring that listeners would harbor no displeasure. My sister and I hail from a humble nation to the south, where we stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter and embarked on the path of cultivation. After years of perseverance, we have both finally broken through to the foundation establishment stage. However, the resources required for further advancement are far greater than those needed for the Qi refinement stage, prompting us to contemplate joining a faction for support in our cultivation endeavors. We have heard of the esteemed feats of your ancestor, who triumphed over the Wang family's patriarch and vanquished the Zhou family's elder. And thus we have come seeking your favor. We hope the elder will not reject us and will accept us siblings. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuntian nodded thoughtfully, sighing as he acknowledged, indeed, it is not easy for loose cultivators, especially as one ascends in realm. The resources required multiply. Competing alone against other cultivators for opportunities entails significant risks. Within the realm of cultivation, loose cultivators form a substantial community. They are unbound by the rules of factions, enjoying a carefree existence. This independence is one of the reasons many cultivators choose the path of the loose cultivator. Another reason might be insufficient aptitude to be accepted by any faction. Of course, while they relish the freedom of seeking enlightenment, loose cultivators also bear tremendous risks. The scarcity of cultivation resources compels them to venture into perilous secret realms in search of opportunities. Within these realms, all other cultivators are adversaries. A single misstep could lead to being ambushed, resulting in death with no one to reclaim their remains. It is said that one finds comfort under the shade of a great tree. Striving alone is arduous. Many proud loose cultivators initially believe they can reign supreme through their own efforts, but after experiencing the harsh realities of the cultivation world, most choose to affiliate with a faction. With a sigh, Chen Yuntian mused that Jiang Yun and his sister likely fit this mold. The elder's words hold great truth. Jiang Yun resonated with this sentiment, affirming it. Consequently, Chen Yuntian did not delve deeper into the veracity of Jiang Yun's claims. It was inconsequential. After joining the Chen family, should they fail to make notable contributions, they would not access core family matters. This was the case for all disciples serving the family. Initially, they would be akin to employees receiving a salary. Only with time and contributions would they gradually be accepted and truly integrated into the family, becoming part of it. Chapter 42. There exists a more direct means of integration, namely through marriage. Disciples of the family may form unions with the recruited cultivators, thereby establishing trust more swiftly. Yet, such unions depend on fate. Chen Yuntian proceeded to elucidate the benefits and responsibilities of serving the Chen family. Foundation establishment cultivators may assume the role of serving elders within the family, receiving a monthly stipend of 200 spirit stones and 1 second-tier nourishing spirit pill. Every 3 years, they must complete at least one family task, with corresponding rewards for successful completion. Furthermore, while serving elders enjoy freedom of movement, they must respond to the family summons and stand with the family in times of crisis. Failure to do so would be deemed treachery, punishable by death. Do either of you have any objections to this? Chen Yuntian inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yun promptly shook his head in disagreement. Dismissing the notion of salary, he would gladly offer his services. With the Tiandao Wanqi technique, Jiang Yun possessed a unique ability to perceive opportunities throughout the world. How could he possibly lack resources for cultivation? The spirit stones and elixirs within his spatial ring were sufficient for both him and his sister to cultivate to the golden core stage. As for the requirement to complete a family task every 3 years, Jiang Yun deemed it essential. He must accompany Jiang Mingyue on numerous tasks, striving to earn merit and integrate into the family sooner, thereby benefiting from the family's fortune in their future cultivation journey. Regarding the necessity to respond to summons and face crises together, that was imperative. The purple fortune was already transforming into golden fortune. As a member of such a fateful family, Jiang Yun was determined to cling tightly to Jiang Mingyue, never letting go. Whether they could ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao depended entirely on Jiang Yun's unwavering resolve. He affirmed this with great conviction. Even if the Chun family were to face an attack from a formidable enemy in the transformation stage at that moment, Jiang Yun would not flinch. He believed that such a fortune-laden family must possess means to confront any crisis. A mere transformation stage adversary? They could be extinguished with a snap of the fingers. If Chen Xuan, currently cultivating in Mangdua Mountain, were to learn of Jiang Yun's thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, "Come now, brother, don't drag me into your boasting. If true transformation stage enemies arrive, we are all doomed." Chen Yuntian observed Jiang Yun, who resolutely nodded in agreement, and felt a slight surprise. However, a smile soon graced his face. On behalf of the Chen family, I extend a warm welcome to both of you as elders. After Jiang Yun and Jiang Mingyue successfully joined the Chen family, Chen Yuntian led them to the affairs hall to register and provided them with the attire, tokens, and provisions for their first month as serving elders. He also guided them to select a well-positioned loft as their cultivation venue. Of course, should they desire a cave dwelling, they could venture to the northern peaks to establish one, where it would be more secluded, and several elders of the Chen family also practiced there. Additionally, he assigned a disciple from the affairs hall to guide them in familiarizing themselves with the various halls of the Chen family. Before departing, Chen Yuntian solemnly instructed them. The rear mountain is the sacred ground where our ancestor cultivates. The entire area within 100 miles is forbidden. Do not trespass without the ancestor's summons. The ancestor, Chen Xuan, is the foundation of the Chen family. Anything related to him is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun felt a chill in his heart and nodded earnestly to Chen Yuntian, acknowledging his understanding. As he prepared to familiarize himself and Jiang Mingyue with the Chen family, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Chen Yuntian once more. "The esteemed elder, I have acquired a skill in divination and physiognomy. Just moments ago in the square, I observed 2 individuals bearing ominous visages and a crimson aura atop their heads, likely harboring ill intentions towards our clan. These 2 appear to be remnants of the Zhou family, attempting to infiltrate the Chen family." Jiang Yun did not hesitate to share this information candidly. Of course, this remains mere suspicion, necessitating an investigation by Chen Yuntian to corroborate. This matter no longer concerns Jiang Yun. He directly summoned his spiritual energy to etch the likenesses of the 2 individuals into a portrait, which he then presented to Chen Yuntian. Such trivial matters are inconsequential for a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Upon receiving the portrait, Chen Yuntian nodded with great satisfaction towards Jiang Yun. "I appreciate your efforts. Elder Jiang, rest assured, I will dispatch someone to verify this matter. Should these 2 pose a genuine threat, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity." Naturally, Merit and rewards will not be overlooked. The rewards may be of little consequence, but Jiang Yun places significant value on the merits, as they pertain to his integration into the Chen family. Subsequently, he and Jiang Mingyue bid farewell to Chen Yuntian. Under the guidance of a disciple from the affairs hall, they began to familiarize themselves with the Chen family, only managing to depart towards their assigned lodgings as night fell. Brother, the Chen family does not seem particularly extraordinary. The various halls are quite intriguing, with clear divisions of labor and responsibilities. From the moment they entered the Chen family, Jiang Mingyue exhibited the demeanor of a refined lady, following Jiang Yun silently and allowing him to handle all matters. It was not until they were alone that she finally spoke to him. Jiang Yun was earnestly absorbing the essence of this family of immense fortune. On the surface, it appeared rather ordinary. Yet the Tao of Heaven's divination art is never mistaken. Above the residence of the Chen family patriarch, a swirling mass of rich purple qi hovered, causing Jiang Yun to feel a sense of awe. There remains only one location yet to be observed with the Tao of Heaven's divination art, the ancestral abode of the Chen family, where the venerable ancestor Chen Xuan resides. The direction of the ancestral mountain lies due north. Jiang Yun summoned all the power of the Tao within him and directed his gaze towards the north. Approximately 30 to 40 li away, a golden pillar of light, visible only to him, pierced the heavens. Within this golden column, 9 colossal golden dragons coiled and glided. The 9 dragons' true fate reigns supreme. Jiang Yun murmured to himself, when suddenly, one of the golden dragons, with eyes the size of bronze bells, fixed its gaze upon him. He felt as though struck by lightning, his soul quaking, and blood began to seep from his eyes. This sudden turn of events compelled Jiang Yun to swiftly shut his eyes and cease his observation. At the same time, he channeled the power of the Tao within him to flow into his eyes, healing the injuries caused by the backlash of the Fate Dragon. Brother, what has happened to you? Jiang Mingyue exclaimed in alarm upon seeing blood streaming from Jiang Yun's eyes. Jiang Yun hurriedly summoned his spiritual energy to evaporate the blood on his face, reassuring her, it is nothing, merely a consequence of probing into the fate, resulting in a backlash from the spirit of fate. I shall recover in a few days. He paused momentarily and gravely advised Jiang Mingyue. I know you are intelligent and have your own calculations in mind. Regardless of what transpires in the future, you will always be my sister, the person closest to me in this world. Now that we have entered the Chen family, we must prioritize the interests of the family and act without recklessness. The divine technique your father entrusted to you, along with the wind spirit body, are not as formidable as they may seem. The world of cultivation is vast. Without reverence, one will inevitably face dire consequences. Do you understand? Brother, you are lecturing again. Jiang Mingyue looked at Jiang Yun, whose eyes were closed, feeling a pang of sympathy. She refrained from retorting as she usually would. I shall certainly remember your teachings, brother. I will not cause you any more trouble. Upon hearing Jiang Mingyue's promise, Jiang Yun could not help but let out a silent sigh. Hopefully it will be so. In his previous life, his sister was so well-behaved and understanding that he did not need to worry about her at all. Yet, he never anticipated that she would be treated as a pawn in family transactions, not once, but twice. Moreover, each of those involved was more beastly than the last. His sister Yuling ultimately could not endure the relentless torment and resolutely chose to enter the forbidden realm of the spirit-sealing ruins. However, at the moment she needed protection the most, Jiang Yun found himself trapped in a secret realm, unable to escape for a millennium. Upon his emergence, Jiang Yun immediately wielded his sword to confront those two factions, seeking justice for his sister. Yet, he fell victim to betrayal from his own kin, succumbing to the poison of severed spirit, which rendered him powerless. Ultimately, he met a tragic end. Fortunately, fate was kind. A mysterious scroll he obtained in that secret realm encased his soul and transported him to this world, occupying the body of a recently deceased youth. In this new life, Jiang Yun once again found himself with a sister. However, unlike his previous sister Yuling, who was serene, composed, and well-mannered, Jiang Mingyue had caused her fair share of trouble throughout the decades she had spent by his side. Had it not been for his discreet interventions, Jiang Mingyue might have faced death countless times. Jiang Yun felt a sense of helplessness in this regard. Transforming oneself is easy, but changing others is exceedingly difficult. He had attempted numerous times, only to find it ultimately fruitless. Jiang Mingyue would heed his counsel for a while, but inevitably revert to her old ways. However, this Chen family is no ordinary one. The supreme fate of the 9 dragons, even the heavenly Tao of this realm would undoubtedly watch over them constantly. The heavenly Tao is merciless, adhering solely to the mandates of fate. Those who go against it will perish, and those who defy the heavens often meet disastrous ends. Jiang Yun hopes that Jiang Mingyue will not act recklessly in the Chen family and provoke any significant calamities. Should that occur, even he would find it difficult to protect her. Chapter 43. The Chen family's recent recruitment of honorary cultivators has attracted a swarm of scattered cultivators from a radius of several thousand li. Among them are many cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, with Zhang Yun and Zhang Mingwei being just two among many. The addition of these cultivators has significantly enhanced the overall strength of the Chen family, and correspondingly, the resources expended each month have multiplied several times. All of this presents a headache for Chen Yuntian. Fortunately, the recent annihilation of the Zhou family yielded resources from their treasury, coupled with the acquisition of their various industries and mines. The Wang family, having been thoroughly frightened, chose to abandon all their enterprises and mineral resources, retreating entirely to their family stronghold. This decision inadvertently benefited the Chen family, resulting in a substantial increase in their monthly revenue. Consequently, they were now able to afford the recruitment of numerous offering cultivators, achieving a balance between income and expenditure. Nevertheless, the Patriarch had decreed that only 2 years' worth of sustenance resources should be retained. Chen Yuntian believed that the current number of offering cultivators was already sufficient, far surpassing that of the bloodline disciples of the Chen family. He discreetly conferred with Chen Xiao about whether to halt the recruitment of offering disciples or to adhere to the elder's wishes. Since the elder had given such orders, it was clear he had his own strategies in mind. After receiving this perspective from Chen Xiao, Chen Yuntian nodded in agreement, realizing he should not question the elder's decisions. Thus, the Chen family continued to recruit offering cultivators. Meanwhile, Chen Xian was diligently cultivating within the Mangdang Mountain mineral vein. After concluding another day of practice, he once again directed his gaze towards the system panel. Each day of cultivation compelled him to check the ever-increasing prosperity of his family, filling him with immense joy. With a clear mind, his cultivation speed subtly improved. Host, Chen Xian cultivation level, late golden core family overview. 1. 220 Qi refinement cultivators, 18 foundation establishment cultivators. 1 golden core cultivator. Note, includes external cultivators, updates immediately upon defection. Family prosperity, 1, 500, note. 1 prosperity for each Qi refinement cultivator, 10 for each foundation establishment cultivator, 100 for each golden core cultivator. Family rating, 15, note, based on family prosperity, ratio 1, 1100, family points, 5, 150, note, automatically awarded daily based on family rating. Redeemable for special items in the system store. Daily sign-in, yes. Note, signing in grants the host and family 2 randomly selected resources based on the host's cultivation level and family prosperity, aiding their growth. Over the span of 10 days, the daily output of family points increased by 1/3, and the number of cultivators continued to rise. Chen Xian's accumulated family points had reached 5,100, primarily spent on redeeming a 5th-order Nirvana pill for Chen Xuan, which cost 5,000 family points, along with providing Chen Xiao and others with high-grade golden holy pills and high-grade revitalization pills for their breakthroughs, totaling 285 family points. With the remaining family points, he could only redeem 50 creation pills, falling short of the 1,000 needed to enhance his spiritual root quality by a full 950 pills. Long-term acquisition of family points relied on bolstering family strength, while substantial short-term gains depended on tasks issued by the system. Presently, there was one task remaining, the annihilation of the Wang family. Completing it would yield an additional 10,000 family points, sufficient to redeem 100 creation pills. Tempted by this prospect, Chen Xian focused his mind and resumed his meditative state, recognizing that to obliterate the Wang family, he must first break through to the nascent soul realm. Unbeknownst to him, the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Jingye, was perpetually immersed in a blood pool, absorbing blood energy to augment his foundation, desperately striving to reach the threshold necessary for a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Although he had qualified for this advancement, it was still insufficient, far from enough. Abruptly, Wang Jingye opened his eyes and glared at Wang Chengxian, who stood respectfully by the blood pool. Incompetent fool, I ordered 300 blood offerings. Why have you only brought 100? His voice thundered like a hammer striking Wang Qingshuan's heart. Ever since the Chen family attacked and their patriarch was defeated by Chen Xian, Wang Jingye's temper had grown increasingly volatile, often lashing out at Wang Chengxian. What could he do but endure? After all, the Wang family was relying on this elder for a resurgence. Wang Jingye's breakthrough to the nascent soul realm must succeed. Failure would mean death, leaving the Wang family with no possibility of resisting the Chen family, forcing them to either flee or be annihilated. There was no third option. However, to absorb the blood energy from 300 cultivators, he needed to acquire them. Securing these 100 cultivators had already posed a significant risk, as he had secretly dispatched individuals to hunt down some rogue cultivators. He had even deceived several of their own offering cultivators into the forbidden area of the back mountain to gather this meager number. The gap of 200 blood offerings remained unaddressed, and Wang Qingxian had no leads. Elder, the current situation forces our Wang family to seal off our mountain, while the Chen family continues to recruit offering cultivators, causing nearby rogue cultivators to flee. My disciples have diligently searched for nearby rogue cultivators, yet we find none. After luring offering disciples into the forbidden area under the guise of enjoying the precious blood pool, those individuals have yet to return. This has aroused suspicion among other offering disciples within our clan, and if this continues, they may very well defect from the Wang family. At that point, we could face a situation of universal betrayal. Wang Qingxian approached the issue from the perspective of the entire Wang family, but Wang Jingye was different. He only cared for himself. Hearing Wang Qingxuan's words ignited a wave of anger within him. Fool! If those offering disciples have already entertained thoughts of defection, why keep them? Suppress them all, and bring them to me. Are you so dim-witted that you cannot see? Only by breaking through to the nascent soul can I live, you can live. And the Wang family can survive. Do you understand? Wang Jingye was nearly bursting with rage, unable to comprehend the peculiar reasoning of Wang Qingxian, who had already attained the golden core stage. This was a ruthless world of cultivation. The Wang family was on the brink of annihilation. Yet he was still pondering such matters with indecision and compassion. Truly, he was a complete waste. Elder, calm your anger. I shall immediately suppress all offering disciples and bring them to you. Although Wang Qingxian was a conflicted individual, having lived for so many years, he was far from being irredeemably foolish. He was acutely aware that he had been deceived by the Wang family's devoted cultivators and had fallen into the forbidden grounds, ultimately becoming the sustenance for the old ancestor. The connection between him and the Wang family's devotees had already been severed. Even if he chose not to suppress them now, those devotees would undoubtedly betray him in the future. Thus, it would be more prudent to decisively eliminate all remaining devoted cultivators, converting them into the foundation for the old ancestor to break through to the Yuanying realm. Understanding this, Wang Qingxian immediately turned to leave, intending to summon all the bloodline core cultivators of the Wang family to subdue the remaining devotees entirely. With his golden core cultivation level, accomplishing this task was far from difficult. As he watched his figure disappear, Wang Jingye's mind gradually calmed. He closed his eyes once more, diligently absorbing the blood energy from the blood pool, accumulating power within his dantian as a foundation to prepare for the upcoming breakthrough to the Yuanying realm. Time flew by. Half a month had passed since the fall of the Zhou family. During this period, the surrounding cultivation world had become agitated but eventually fell back into a silence. However, this was merely a brief tranquility before the storm. Unbeknownst to many, both the Chen family's ancestor and the Wang family's ancestor were currently preparing to break through to the Yuanying level. Once one side achieved a breakthrough, they would undoubtedly turn their wrath upon the other, igniting a new tempest. The Chen, Zhou, and Wang families had engaged in a subtle struggle among the three golden core powers for centuries, and a victor would eventually emerge. With the Zhou family now eliminated, it was left to the Chen and Wang families. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. It remains to be seen who will ultimately prevail. Within the Mangdang Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, Chen Xuan, seated in meditation, suddenly trembled as the aura of a peak golden core cultivator unintentionally radiated from him. Upon opening his eyes and exhaling a long breath, he realized he had finally broken through. A smile inevitably graced Chen Xian's face after successfully surpassing his previous limits. Reflecting on the time, it had only taken him 3 to 5 years to advance from the mid-golden core stage to now achieving the pinnacle of the golden core. The years spent in prior cultivation could not compare to the rapid progress he made in just a few days. Since binding with the system, only a little over a month had passed. In this brief span, Chen Xuan had leveraged the supreme technique, Tai Su Qing Ling Ju, which amplified his abilities nearly tenfold, along with the exquisite golden holy Dan that further multiplied his cultivation speed. This was the reason for his astonishing rise to the peak of the golden core in such a short time. Once a cultivator reaches the peak golden core stage, they obtain the qualification to challenge the Yuanying realm barrier. However, most individuals do not opt for an immediate breakthrough. Insufficient foundational accumulation can easily result in failure when attempting to breach the boundary, leading to significant backlash and damage to their roots. A single failure might deprive one of the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough for a lifetime. Therefore, caution is paramount. Even though Chen Xuan had a solid foundation and the aid of exquisite breakthrough pills, he still allocated half a month to deepen his foundation. On the path of seeking immortality and enlightenment, a single misstep could lead to lifelong regret. Thus, he resumed his daily practice diligently. Before continuing, he took a discreet glance at the system panel. His family points had now risen to 17 points daily, indicating that the recruitment of devoted cultivators within the Chen family was progressing smoothly. He needed to expedite his breakthrough to the Yuanying realm. A Yuanying level cultivator generates 1,000 prosperity points, and he alone could produce 10 family points each day. Meanwhile, in the Chen family's residence, in the hidden hall beneath Chen Zhao's quarters, within a quiet chamber, Chen Xuan, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, was also tirelessly cultivating to enhance his foundation. One day, he suddenly opened his eyes and rose, stepping out of the room. His gaze was fixated ahead. In each of the meditation chambers, a Chen family disciple at the peak of the Qi refinement stage was diligently practicing. At that moment, Two rooms simultaneously exuded a powerful aura of the foundation establishment stage. The two individuals who emerged, their faces alight with joy, turned in unison to Chen Xuan. Hall Master, we have successfully broken through. Chen Xuan responded with a smile. Although breaking through under the influence of the exquisite foundation establishment Dan with a 50 success rate was quite normal. Witnessing these disciples truly take that step into the foundation establishment stage was indeed exhilarating. The Chen family was becoming increasingly formidable. Looking at the promising disciples who represented the future of the Chen family, Chen Jin nodded in encouragement. Excellent. Return to solidify your cultivation and do not become complacent. The two who had advanced to the foundation establishment stage were now eligible for elder positions within the Chen family. However, their circumstances in the Hidden Hall were rather unique. Chen Jun had long discussed and finalized the training of the Hidden Hall disciples with Chen Xiao and Chen Yintian upon his arrival at the family. The original plan was to cultivate them independently, outside the family system, prioritizing resource allocation to ensure a steady supply. Now that the Hidden Hall had just been established and the personnel were few, this approach was feasible. In the future, as the numbers grew, they would need to categorize and cultivate based on talent and progress. This, however, was a matter for another time. The two acknowledged his words and returned to their respective rooms to continue their meditation. Observing this, Chen Jun prepared to leave. Just then, another aura of a foundation establishment cultivator erupted from one of the rooms. This room belonged to one of the three individuals, Chen Tianzhong. Chen Jun cast his gaze over, his heart filled with curiosity. He was well aware of the backgrounds of Chen Tianzhong, Chen Zilong, and Chen Tan. Particularly, Chen Tianzhong had once been a disciple of his battle hall. However, he had suffered a setback while attempting to reach the foundation establishment stage, resulting in a damaged foundation and a significant decline in combat ability. After careful consideration, Chen Jun had reassigned him from the perilous battle hall to guard a spirit herb garden. To his surprise, Chen Tianzhong had been granted a second opportunity to establish his foundation, thanks to the surplus foundation establishment pills that Chen Xiao had negotiated for with Chen Xian. Otherwise, a minor figure like Chen Tianzhong, who was merely in the qi refinement stage, would likely have faded into obscurity without drawing any attention. Remarkably, he had succeeded. After a setback in establishing his foundation, he had triumphed once more. The foundation has been compromised, and the vital energy is weak and fluctuating. Even with the aid of an exceptional foundational elixir, the success rate for a second foundational establishment hovers around 50%. For Chen Tianzhong to successfully break through to the foundational realm this time can only be attributed to fate's favor. As the door to the room swung open, Chen Tianzhong, clad in a white robe, emerged. At this moment, he appeared utterly transformed from before. His spirit was vibrant, his blood pulsing with vigor, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance, embodying a complete metamorphosis. With a respectful demeanor, he bowed to Chen Jun, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to the Hall Master." Chen Jun stepped forward, patted his right shoulder, nodded in acknowledgement, and a smile spread across his face. "Excellent. I hope you will not disappoint fate and one day ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao, becoming a towering tree that shields the Chen family from adversity." Chen Tianzhong gazed into Chen Jun's eyes, resolutely nodding. "The disciple shall certainly live up to the expectations of the Hall Master, the clan leader, and our ancestor. One day, I too will become a figure as extraordinary as our ancestor." After his successful breakthrough, the spirited Chen Tianzhong silently vowed within his heart. On the following day, 3 disciples of the Yintang successfully broke through, greatly uplifting Chen Jun's spirits. The joy continued as, on the second day, 4 disciples achieved the same. On the third day, another 3 disciples, including Chen Tan, who also underwent a second foundational establishment, succeeded. Among the 3 Chen family disciples who had undergone a second foundational establishment, only Chen Zilong remained unbroken through. Chen Jin found himself glancing at the room where he resided, silently praying for him. May heaven bless our Chen family disciples. On the 4th day, the remaining 5 disciples of the Yintang, 4 of whom had intact foundations, sequentially succeeded in breaking through to the foundational realm. Ultimately, of the initial 15 Chen family disciples who joined the Yintang, only Chen Zilong was left. All eyes turned to the room in the corner, each heart silently praying for him. Thus arrived the 5th day. While meditating in his room, Chen Jin suddenly opened his eyes, his face alight with ecstatic joy. Chen Zilong had also broken through. After leaving his room, Chen Jun observed that other disciples of the Yintang were also emerging. Together, they directed their gazes towards Chen Zilong's room. The door swung open, revealing a tall figure stepping forth. Chen Zilong looked towards the crowd, beaming with a broad smile, before fixing his gaze on Chen Jun. "Hall Master, the disciple has fulfilled his mission. I have successfully broken through." The smile on Chen Jun's face did not wane upon hearing this. He could not help but burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming thrice, "Excellent." He then surveyed the 15 Chen family disciples, all of whom had successfully broken through to the foundational realm, and his face glowed with excitement. Truly, heaven has favored our Chen family. However, just as his words concluded, The smile on Chen Xuan's face abruptly froze. While the crowd looked on in confusion, he suddenly regained his composure and clarified, "Do not worry. It is merely that the opportunity for my breakthrough has arrived." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Intang felt a jolt of surprise, followed by overwhelming joy. The Hall Master was about to break through. The Chen family was on the verge of welcoming its second Golden Core Master. Chapter 45. Chen Xuan consumed a nirvana pill to reshape his foundation, enhancing his cultivation significantly. After a month and a half of diligent practice to solidify his progress, the immense spiritual energy within him could no longer be contained. This was partly due to the excitement from the successful breakthroughs of all 15 disciples of the Chen family that day, causing a surge of spiritual energy that inadvertently impacted the boundary of his realm. Since he could no longer suppress it, he decided to take this opportunity to sit down and attempt to break through to the Golden Core realm. For the protection of the Hall Master, Chen Tianzhong shouted, promptly sitting beside Chen Xuan. Other disciples quickly regained their composure and surrounded Chen Xuan, preparing to guard him. The Intang was situated beneath the residence of the clan leader, Chen Xiao, and was covered by a third-tier formation, so there should be no unexpected occurrences. Yet, one cannot be too cautious. With good intentions, Chen Tianzhong and the others formed a circle around Chen Xuan as he sat down and took out the exceptional golden holy pill bestowed by the ancestor, consuming it immediately. He then channeled his spiritual energy towards the boundary of the Golden Core realm. As the exceptional golden holy pill entered his abdomen, it erupted instantly, releasing an incredibly rich and pure energy that fused with the spiritual energy in his dantian and surged towards the boundary. Concurrently, 6 whirlpools of spiritual energy emerged within his dantian, each generating a powerful suction that drew the surrounding spiritual energy into his meridians, refining it into spiritual power to assist in breaking through the boundary. In the outside world, centered around Chen Xuan, spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius surged frantically into his body. This phenomenon caught the attention of many. Chen Xiao, who was attending to family affairs in the main hall, Chen Yuntian, who was in his room attempting to break through to the pinnacle of foundational establishment, and numerous elders who remained in the Chen family residence all appeared. They gathered in the air above Chen Zhao's residence, looking downwards. Their spiritual senses probed the area below, only to find themselves thwarted by the formation, unable to investigate. Such an immense outpouring of spiritual energy could likely only be achieved by a Golden Core cultivator. Chen Yinian, the Hall Master of the Wind Hall, wore an expression of astonishment. He turned to Chen Xiao, who remained composed. The others followed suit, glancing over, except for Chen Yuntian, who knew that the one responsible for this commotion was none other than Chen Xuan. It was evident that he was now attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm. Seeing all eyes upon him, awaiting an explanation, Chen Xiao spoke calmly, "Elders, let us remain here together and witness the birth of our Chen family's second Golden Core Master." Upon this declaration, the crowd was taken aback. Who is the second Golden Core Master? Who among the Chen family can break through to the Golden Core realm? After Chen Yuntian returned to the Chen family, Chen Xuan had immediately taken over as elder of the Intang in place of Chen Xiao. The other members of the Chen family were unaware that he had consumed the 5th-tier nirvana pill to restore his path and elevate his cultivation. This has led to a wave of confusion among the elders of the Chen family. Chen Xiao chose not to say much, instead closing his eyes in meditation, quietly awaiting Chen Xuan's successful breakthrough. Achieving a significant breakthrough requires considerable effort and time, and naturally depends on the cultivator's spiritual power and foundation. Observing the Patriarch's enigmatic demeanor, the others stood on the magical artifact, suspended in midair, with their eyes closed in concentration. The mystery would soon be unveiled. Whether the person within the formation below succeeded or not was yet to be determined. Time passed, an hour, then 2. Soon, 2.5 hours had elapsed. Suddenly, all those in midair opened their eyes in unison, gazing skyward. Dark clouds began to gather from all directions. These were the tribulation clouds. The appearance of the tribulation clouds signified that the individual below had broken through the boundary. Next, they merely needed to endure the lightning tribulation. After being baptized by the heavenly thunder, they would achieve the unity of spirit and become a Golden Core cultivator. Who could this person be? Soon, a figure soaring toward the heavens dispelled all doubts in everyone's minds. It was he. Upon Chen Zhen's emergence, apart from Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian, shock was etched on the faces of all present. Elder Chen Zhen, had he not invoked the forbidden blood demon curse, rendering himself a cripple? How was it that he now appeared unscathed and was on the verge of breaking through the Golden Core barrier, preparing to face the Golden Core lightning tribulation? What could possibly explain this situation? Under the gaze of the bewildered crowd, Chen Zhen stepped on his flying sword, heading toward a desolate mountain in the south of the Chen family. The tribulation could not be faced here. Otherwise, the entire Chen family would be obliterated beneath the Golden Core lightning tribulation. The tribulation clouds swiftly locked onto the one who was to undergo the tribulation. Wherever Chen Zhen went, they followed. Soon, he reached the summit of the desolate mountain. Chen Xiao and the others remained far outside the coverage of the tribulation clouds. Looking down at Chen Xuan, although many still harbored doubts, it was only natural that concern and anticipation surfaced on their faces at this moment. As it was their elder facing the tribulation, they worried about whether Chen Xuan could successfully endure the lightning tribulation and hoped he would succeed, becoming the second golden core true person of the Chen family, under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Once the tribulation clouds had gathered sufficient power, a fierce bolt of lightning struck down mercilessly. Chen Xuan, well aware of the impending tribulation, was not unprepared. He boldly charged at the descending lightning with the high-grade spiritual weapon flying sword borrowed from Chen Xiao. The collision dissipated nearly 70% of the power contained within the lightning. Chen Xuan, however, did not employ any further means of defense against the remaining 30%. Instead, he summoned his spiritual power to envelop his body, preparing to withstand the residual force of the lightning with his flesh. The Golden Core lightning tribulation is both a calamity and an opportunity. This was a specific instruction from Chen Xian before Chen Zhen, Chen Xiao, and Chen Yuntian departed from Mangdang Mountain. During the tribulation, one should resist most of the lightning's power and endure only a portion. The baptism of lightning would greatly benefit their future paths. It was even possible that they might gain an extraordinary opportunity as a result. In addition, Chen Xian had provided each of them with 9 supreme revival pills. The revival pill is a second-tier elixir, with each supreme revival pill valued at 5 family points. Together, the 3 of them possessed a total of 27 pills, amounting to 135 family points. Chen Xian was so generous primarily because he wished for the steadfast members of the Chen family to be able to progress even further in the future. The lightning tribulation's body tempering has precedence. However, ordinary cultivators seldom dare to entertain such thoughts. Generally, only those rare cultivators specializing in body refinement would dare to withstand the heavenly tribulation with their flesh. Chen Xian, having also practiced a body refinement technique, possessed an extraordinarily strong physique, which allowed him to attempt this. He later recognized the immense benefits of this approach through personal experience and unreservedly shared this opportunity with the disciples of the Chen family. Of course, had he not possessed the system and the supreme revival pills, he would never have suggested the notion of body tempering through the lightning tribulation. The Golden Core lightning tribulation consists of 9 stages. Each stage corresponds to 1 supreme revival pill, ensuring that even if they are struck by heavenly lightning, as long as they do not perish on the spot, they would remain unharmed. As long as they could master the degree of enduring the tribulation, they would be fine. The first lightning tribulation was not particularly powerful. It was mostly neutralized by the flying sword wielded by Chen Xuan, and the remaining lightning struck him directly, unimpeded. This scene made the onlookers from the Chen family shudder. How could the elder dare to withstand the heavenly tribulation with his flesh? As the lightning struck Chen Xuan, the protective layer of spiritual power enveloping his body was instantly shattered. His robe was swiftly disintegrated by the overwhelming destructive force. He stood amid a deep pit, gasping for breath, his body charred black. He had endured. The powerful destructive force of the lightning surged through his body, wreaking havoc on his flesh, bones, and meridians. Despite the relentless pain assailing his nerves, he gritted his teeth and refrained from crying out. Calmly, he retrieved a milky white elixir and swallowed it. As the supreme revival pill coursed down his throat, it transformed into a multitude of vibrant life force, rushing into Chen Zhen's battered body, rapidly healing his numerous injuries. The destruction wrought by the lightning was relentless, yet the life force emanating from the revival pill followed closely behind, mending the damage. Through this violent cycle of destruction and restoration, Chen Zhen's physical strength surged dramatically. Furthermore, he keenly observed that the areas mended by the life force contained spiritual power and vitality far superior to what they had been before. Generally speaking, cultivators do not place much emphasis on their physical bodies, as combat typically involves wielding artifacts and casting spells from a distance. However, a robust physique certainly offers its own advantages. Instantaneous reactions, enhanced vitality for attacks, smoother circulation of spiritual power within, and improved defenses against assaults all stem from a strong physical body. Yet, cultivators often feel pressed for time, barely managing to focus on internal cultivation of the Golden Core path, let alone waste time on body refinement. Only those who specialize solely in body cultivation or certain prodigies, or those who have received some fortuitous opportunity, may pursue this path. At this moment, Chen Xuan was granted the opportunity to harness the power of the thunder tribulation under the guidance of his ancestor, Chen Xian. This was akin to receiving a rare fortuitous encounter. Soon, the destructive force of the thunder within Chen Zhen's body dissipated entirely. A lingering potency from the supreme rejuvenation pill remained, allowing him to contemplate increasing his tolerance for the thunder's might. However, the Jindan thunder tribulation consists of 9 stages, each more formidable than the last. Engaging the appropriate measure proved challenging. Chen Zhen dared not be reckless. Should the incoming thunder prove too powerful, It could obliterate him in an instant. After a brief moment of brewing, the second bolt of thunder descended. The high-grade flying sword, imbued with formidable might. Sword to meet it. After partially neutralizing the thunder's ferocity, Chen Xuan sensed a lingering, terrifying aura from the remnants above. He summoned a violet shield artifact of the same high grade. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the violet shield expanded to a width of 3 zhang, hovering protectively above him. As the lightning struck the shield, both forces clashed, mitigating some of the thunder's power. Chen Xuan remained attuned to the changes in the thunder tribulation's potency. When he deemed the moment ripe, he withdrew the violet shield's defense. The residual thunder descended upon him once more. This time, Chen Xuan appeared even more battered, collapsing to the ground, his chest heaving with each breath. The rampant destructive force of the thunder wreaked havoc within him. He quickly retrieved another supreme rejuvenation pill and consumed it, leveraging the life force generated by the elixir to counter the destructive energy. This time, the rejuvenation pill's effects barely mended his injuries, restoring him to his peak condition. With an even more formidable aura and faint arcs of electricity dancing across his body, Chen Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief. In the distance, the elders of the Chen family, unable to penetrate the veil of the tribulation clouds with their consciousness, could only observe with their eyes. Witnessing Chen Xuan endure the thunder and then swiftly recover after consuming an unknown pill left them greatly astonished. The second elder, possessing such a potent healing elixir, was no wonder he dared to endure the thunder tribulation for body tempering. Yet, such a sacred item ought to be reserved for crucial battles. Using it here seemed somewhat extravagant. Chen Xuan asserted that the supreme rejuvenation pills were plentiful and that the Chen family lacked nothing. Among the crowd, Cui Yu, the head of the Chen family's alchemy hall and a second-tier alchemist, felt particularly unsettled. While he could not discern the nature of the pill Chen Xuan had consumed up close, its overwhelming potency ignited an insatiable curiosity within him, prompting thoughts of borrowing one for study once Chen Xuan had completed his tribulation. Just then, 2 figures approached from behind the crowd, the Jiang siblings, Jiang Yun and Jiang Mingyue, returning to the Chen family. Upon seeing them, Chen Yintian greeted them with a smile and a nod. The other elders recognized the fresh faces of these foundation-building cultivators and surmised their identities as newly inducted elders of the clan. However, their youthful appearance raised questions about whether they were prodigies who had broken through to the foundation-building stage early or had consumed beauty-enhancing pills. Upon arriving, Jiang Yun and Jiang Mingyue exchanged nods with the clan leader, Chen Xiao, and Chen Yintian, before immediately directing their gaze toward the tumultuous thunder. Unconsciously, Jiang Yun activated the heavenly Dao observation technique. However, after a brief moment, he severed his probing, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Above Chen Xuan, no aura of fortune illuminated his presence, indicating that his heavenly Dao observation technique could not perceive this individual's fate. This was indeed the heavenly Dao observation technique, which embodied the will of the heavenly Dao and adhered to its principles. The inability to glean the fate of a person meant that the heavenly Dao itself could not observe them. Perhaps the heavenly Dao deliberately concealed this, disallowing Jiang Yun from peering into the tribulations of the one currently facing the thunder. The unknown often harbors the greatest terror. After retracting his divine sense, the Jiang siblings joined the others in attentively observing Chen Xuan's impending tribulation. The 3rd, 4th, and 8th bolts of thunder struck in rapid succession. Chen Xuan endured them narrowly without employing any special techniques, relying solely on 2 high-grade artifacts, the offensive flying sword and the defensive violet shield. He consumed 8 supreme rejuvenation pills, each time restoring him from the brink of exhaustion back to his prime. With each successive thunder tribulation, Chen Xuan's aura grew increasingly formidable and terrifying, instilling a sense of inadequacy among the foundation-building cultivators who sensed it. This was the innate pressure that higher beings exert upon those below them. The thunder tribulation and the force of destruction were indeed formidable. After enduring the baptism of 8 bolts of thunder, a trace of destruction energy, akin to that within the thunder itself, naturally emerged within Chen Xuan. At that moment, he comprehended the fortuitous opportunity his ancestor had spoken of: thunder, the force of destruction, and the path of annihilation. Come forth. Chen Xuan raised his gaze to the heavens, shouting at the dense, looming tribulation clouds above. Almost immediately, a bolt of thunder far thicker than the previous ones descended rapidly. It shattered the flying sword, pierced the violet shield, and struck Chen Xuan with tremendous force. A colossal roar resonated, shaking the earth within a 100-mile radius. The desolate mountain where Chen Xuan stood was directly penetrated by the powerful thunder, leaving a deep pit measuring over 100 meters in length and several dozen meters in width. Within the pit, Chen Xuan, barely clinging to life, struggled to summon the remaining traces of spiritual energy within him to activate his spatial ring, retrieving the last supreme rejuvenation pill and swallowing it. A vast surge of life force re-emerged, mending his body. Lying in the deep pit, he watched as the storm clouds receded in all directions, revealing the 7-colored auspicious clouds behind them. Among these clouds, a golden light suddenly shone, illuminating Chen Xuan. A force lifted his body, elevating him like a descending deity. A pure essence of spiritual energy materialized, flowing through his body's acupoints and gathering in his dantian. Soon, a wondrous force began to solidify this spiritual energy, ultimately transforming it into a smooth and radiant golden elixir. Within the golden elixir, an immeasurable and formidable spiritual energy surged. It was accomplished. A golden elixir was swallowed. And from this moment forth, my fate would be in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Chapter 47. After successfully surmounting the tribulation, a radiant smile blossomed on Chen Xuan's face. Previously, when he had unleashed the forbidden blood demon curse, he had almost resigned himself to the inevitability of death. To his astonishment, he had now managed to ascend to the golden elixir realm. This was entirely thanks to the ancestral guidance. Only then had he found a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Without Chen Xuan and that 5th-tier nirvana pill, how could Chen Xuan have achieved such an accomplishment? Turning his gaze to the left, he noticed a group of figures, their feet resting upon magical artifacts, approaching his location. Even before their arrival, their voices heralded the occasion. Congratulations to the second elder for successfully breaking through to the golden elixir. As Chen Zhao's congratulatory words echoed, the other elders joined in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens. Congratulations to the second elder for successfully breaking through to the golden elixir. Cheers to the second elder. Cheers to the Chen family. At that moment, the faces of the Chen family's elders were illuminated with joy. The addition of yet another golden elixir master within the family signified the burgeoning strength of the Chen clan. The future promised not only survival, but also easier conquests and resource acquisitions. The beneficiaries were all present in the arena. However, the question of how Chen Xuan had reclaimed his pinnacle status lingered in their minds, refusing to dissipate. As the crowd drew closer, Chen Xuan returned their greetings with a respectful gesture. His gaze then shifted to Chen Xiao. I pay my respects to the clan leader. Chen Xiao, witnessing this, quickly waved his hand, jesting, no need for such formality. The second elder is now a golden elixir master and serves as the supreme elder of our Chen family. How could he bow to an old man like me? In the future, I must pay my respects to the supreme elder myself. Indeed, this sentiment held true. In the realm of cultivation, those who achieved greatness were revered, and the strong garnered respect. Yet, Chen Xuan had never been one to adhere to such rigid protocols. Moreover, both Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian had been bestowed with the exceptional Golden Saint Pill and the Supreme Rejuvenation Pill by the ancestor. It was likely that they would soon also strive for the Golden Elixir realm, joining him in the esteemed position of Supreme Elder. The clan leader is jesting, Chen Zhen remarked, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Having successfully broken through, he needed time to consolidate his cultivation. After exchanging pleasantries with several elders present, he prepared to take his leave. Jiang Yun naturally approached with Jiang Mingwei to extend personal congratulations. He refrained from engaging Chen Xuan in extensive conversation, merely taking the opportunity to familiarize himself. As a newly inducted offering to the Chen family, Chen Xuan was exceedingly courteous. The youthful visages of the two siblings compelled him to steal a few extra glances. After Chen Xuan departed, others followed suit, bidding farewell to clan leader Chen Xiao. The excitement had reached its zenith. With the protagonist gone, they returned to their respective affairs. The Chen family had triumphed over the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Jingye, and had slain the Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Ju, with the addition of a new golden elixir master. It was akin to administering another invigorating tonic to the hearts of all Chen family elders and disciples, amplifying their confidence in the family's future. However, as the news spread externally, some individuals could not remain composed. Within the grand hall of the Wang family, Wang Qingxian paced back and forth, his mind in turmoil. How could this be? Wasn't Chen Zhen forced by the second elder to employ forbidden techniques, rendering him incapacitated? Even if someone from the Chen family had broken through to the golden elixir realm, it should not have been him. His face reflected disbelief as he directed his gaze at the third elder, Wang Zhe, who had brought this unwelcome news. Wang Zhe's expression was equally grim. His lips pressed into a bitter line. He had no idea how this had come to pass. During the last confrontation, it was evident to all that Chen Xuan, barely clinging to life, had been rendered completely powerless. Yet, many had witnessed Chen Zhen successfully overcoming the tribulation and ascending to the golden elixir realm. This news was undeniably true. Wang Qingxian, now consumed by agitation, felt the Chen family's growing strength looming over them like a sword poised to strike, threatening to bring the Wang family to a similar ruin as the Zhou family. At this moment, Wang Zhe cautiously broached the subject with the irritable clan leader. Clan leader, should we inform the ancestor of this matter? Wang Qingxian turned to him, deep in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, his expression darkened, and he unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Wang Zhe. Fool, what is there to report to the ancestor? It is merely a matter of the Chen family gaining another insignificant golden elixir master. Once the ancestor breaks through to the nascent soul realm, Chen Xuan and the Chen family's patriarch will be but ants easily crushed underfoot. What nonsense. To seek an audience with the ancestor in the forbidden area? Are you looking for punishment? This scene mirrored the reprimands Wang Jingya often delivered to Wang Chengxian, showcasing a striking similarity. Bearing the brunt of the clan leader's fury, Wang Jia quickly lowered his head, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He dared not provoke the ire of this formidable figure, lest he share the fate of the Wang family's offering cultivators, becoming mere fodder in the blood pool, nourishing the ancestors' cultivation. Days prior, after emerging from the Wang family's forbidden area, Wang Chengxian had swiftly captured all offering cultivators and delivered them to the back mountains. Any resistance was met with immediate execution, displaying a ruthless disregard for past associations. The blood pool required the essence of cultivators, and whether the offerings sent were alive or dead mattered little. Wang Qingshuan's sudden and violent actions against the Wang family offering cultivators left all disciples within the clan in a state of trepidation, uncertain of his motives. Yet, as someone who had long led a faction of Wang family disciples in capturing rogue cultivators and had tasted the sweetness of blood beads, Wang Zhe was fully aware. The blood pool demanded the essence of cultivators to sustain its power. Clearly, the ancestor was eager to progress in cultivation and had resorted to the offering cultivators due to a lack of available rogue targets. If the essence provided by the offerings proved insufficient, would the next step involve targeting the bloodline disciples of the Wang family? The cold and ruthless ancestor, who only cared for his own path, truly had the potential to commit such an act. A shiver ran down Wang Zhe's spine as this thought crossed his mind. Just as he prepared to bid farewell to the clan leader and depart from the suffocating family hall, a formidable aura descended from the heavens. He and Wang Chengxian instinctively turned their gazes towards the exterior of the hall, where resounding laughter echoed throughout the realm. Ha! Today, I shall enter the realm of Jindan. This voice was all too familiar to Wang Chengxian and Wang Zhe. It belonged to their esteemed elder, Wang Haoran. They hurriedly exited the hall and looked up, only to behold the skies above the Wang family's residence, which had been clear until moments ago, now shrouded in dark clouds. Beneath the ominous clouds, a figure of extraordinary grace stood proudly in midair, riding a flying sword. Wang Chengxian was well acquainted with this scene, having personally experienced it during his own tribulation to attain the Jindan realm. The elder has successfully broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation and is about to face his tribulation, exclaimed Wang Zhe, a note of excitement in his voice. This good news alleviated the anxiety that had arisen in Wang Chengxian due to Chen Zhen's recent breakthrough to the Jindan realm. His expression brightened as he gazed at the figure suspended in the air. Wang Haoran turned to glance at the clan leader, Wang Chengxian, and his companion, Wang Zhe, nodding at them before heading towards the nearby desolate mountains to prepare for the impending Jindan thunder tribulation. The scene mirrored that of Chen Zhen's tribulation, with all the foundation establishment elders of the Wang family gathering around their clan leader, Wang Chengxian, to witness the event. However, there were significantly fewer of them, as many of the elder offerings had been suppressed by Wang Chengxian and sent to the forbidden grounds. The gazes of the remaining direct lineage elders carried a palpable sense of fear. They were not fools. They had surmised the underlying circumstances. As the tribulation clouds formed, the first bolt of thunder swiftly descended from the heavens. In response to this preliminary challenge, Wang Haoran wielded his flying sword to meet it head-on. With just 3 or 4 strikes, he diminished the might of the thunder by nearly 70%, while the remaining force was effortlessly deflected by the protective barrier formed by his defensive artifact, the Golden Bell. Despite this seemingly effortless defense against the first bolt of thunder, Wang Haoran dared not underestimate the Jindan thunder tribulation in his heart. Each successive bolt of thunder grew more powerful, with their might escalating exponentially. Each one required utmost vigilance and full effort to withstand. As the second, third, and fourth bolts struck, Wang Haoran found himself increasingly strained. The fifth bolt even severely damaged his high-grade spirit artifact, the Golden Bell, reducing its power by over half, leaving him feeling a pang of regret. This artifact was practically rendered useless, its value diminished to that of a mid-grade spirit artifact, and the effort required to repair it surpassed its worth. It would be better to sacrifice it entirely to illuminate his path. With this thought, as he braced for the sixth bolt, he first unleashed a sword beam to weaken the thunder's power, then summoned the Golden Bell for defense. When it became evident that he could not withstand it, he resolutely detonated the Golden Bell. The explosion generated immense force, annihilating both the formidable thunder and itself in the process. After executing this, Wang Haoran looked up, his heart racing. The good news was that only 3 bolts of thunder remained. The bad news was that these 3 bolts were more powerful than the preceding ones. Fortunately, Wang Haoran was prepared. He took out 3 talismans, holding one in his hand. As the 7th bolt descended, he activated it. An overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted, charging towards the thunder. Each wave of this fierce sword energy was sufficient to slay a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Yet it was utterly obliterated by the 7th bolt of thunder, which retained a significant portion of its power. Witnessing this, Wang Haoran activated another talisman. An ice spear materialized, racing towards the descending thunder. Upon collision, a deafening explosion ensued, and the ice spear dissipated, further diminishing the thunder's might. The remainder of the confrontation was straightforward. He directed his flying sword against the lingering thunder, and with just 2 or 3 strikes, he completely eradicated its remaining potency. After expending 2 top-tier second-grade talismans and his flying sword's assault, he barely managed to withstand the 7th bolt of thunder. Wang Haoren let out a long sigh of relief as he regarded the last talisman in his hand, feeling certain that it would be utterly insufficient to withstand the next bolt. Alas, to face a tribulation and risk losing everything. He lamented inwardly, and at that moment, another jade talisman appeared in his grasp. The 8th bolt of thunder descended mercilessly. Wang Haoren crushed the jade talisman, and a plume of green smoke rose, materializing into a gigantic rat towering 5 zhang high. Upon its emergence, the giant rat let out a roar towards the heavens. Unfazed by the cataclysmic thunder, it opened its massive jaws and devoured the descending thunderbolt whole. The outcome was predetermined. The rat's belly swelled several-fold, its entire body crackling with lightning. Moments later, a tremendous explosion erupted as the devouring rat disintegrated, leaving not a trace behind. However, along with its demise, the 8th bolt of thunder also vanished. This jade talisman had been prepared by Wang Haoren many years prior, specifically for this tribulation, and he never imagined it would prove so effective, bringing forth a wave of ecstasy while simultaneously easing the tension in his heart. Only the final bolt of thunder remained. The 9th bolt brewed for a noticeably longer duration than the previous 8, undoubtedly possessing immense power. Wang Haoren summoned various artifacts he had meticulously prepared, all of which were below the grade of the Golden Bell, yet capable of generating explosive energy to counter some of the thunder's force. With unwavering confidence, he gazed skyward, awaiting the descent of the 9th bolt. Soon, a final bolt of thunder, significantly thicker than the 8th, thundered down. Wang Haoren hastily activated his artifacts one by one, opting not to attempt a direct defense. Instead, he detonated the artifacts as they approached the thunder. 1 mid-grade spirit artifact and 2 low-grade spirit artifacts were sacrificed in his desperate bid to withstand the impending storm. The sheer force generated by the self-detonation of these 3 magical artifacts diminished the might of the thunder by nearly half. Soon after, he activated the remaining second-tier supreme talisman, the Golden Spear Talisman. A golden spear manifested, fiercely charging towards the thunder above. The spear shot forth like a dragon, and the tip collided with the thunder, astonishingly holding its ground for 2 breaths. Subsequently, the golden spear dissipated, and the remaining thunder, which had also been nearly exhausted, was effortlessly obliterated by Wang Haoren's flying sword, which unleashed dozens of sword rays. In the distance, the Wang family elders observing Wang Haoren's tribulation were greatly enlightened. They truly grasped the essence and truth of transcending tribulations. One must possess wealth. Sufficient magical artifacts and talismans must be prepared, the more the better, otherwise self-detonation would be utterly inadequate. Wang Qingxian was indifferent to this. His consumption during his own tribulation was not significantly different from Wang Haoren's, perhaps even more. As the head of the clan, he still had some wealth. In the realm of cultivation, wealth is paramount. Without money, how can one cultivate? In the face of the terrifying Golden Core Thunder tribulation, how could one hope to succeed without adequately preparing magical artifacts and talismans for defense? No money? That is a personal issue. One must strive harder, accumulate contribution points through clan tasks, seize resources in secret realms, and hunt ferocious beasts. Is it not all possible? Remaining within the clan to cultivate all day without money or resources, one is destined to fail in overcoming tribulations and cannot blame others. The tribulation clouds quickly dissipated. As if Chen Xuan had successfully transcended his tribulation, a rainbow auspice emerged, descending golden light to envelop Wang Haoren. The mysterious power of the heavenly Tao surged into his body, aiding him in successfully condensing his golden core. Excellent. Congratulations to the Grand Elder on successfully breaking through. From this day forth, our Wang family shall have 3 golden core realists guarding us. With a hearty voice echoing, Wang Qingxian and the other Wang family elders approached Wang Haoren, offering their congratulations. Wang Haoren's face brimmed with joy as he reciprocated their well wishes. After the crowd dispersed, Wang Qingxian took Wang Haoren to prepare for a meeting with the ancestor in the forbidden area of the back mountain. Previously, someone from the Chen family had broken through to the Golden Core realm, and he had refrained from reporting it, fearing this bad news would provoke the ancestor's ire and result in a scathing reprimand. But now that their Grand Elder Wang Haoren had successfully advanced to the Golden Core realm, there was nothing to fear. 3 golden cores in one family. Such a phenomenon was indeed splendid. Moreover, the ancestor was about to challenge the Yuaning realm. Under favorable circumstances, it was conceivable that the Wang family would soon ascend to the ranks of Yuaning powers. At that time, the Chen family. They should prepare to be slaughtered. As Wang Qingxuan's thoughts spiraled, Wang Haoren, walking alongside him, inquired about the current state of the Wang family. Having just emerged from his seclusion, he noticed a significant decline in the clan's vitality. The number of foundational cultivators observing his tribulation was nearly half of their total. Not a single elder of the worshipful class could be seen. All were bloodline relatives. Where were the worshipful elders? Were they all out executing tasks? Unbeknownst to Wang Haoran, all the worshipful elders of the Wang family had perished. Chapter 49. Patriarch. Why is Elder Qingfeng absent? Lu Qingfeng, at the late foundational stage, was the highest-ranking external worshipful elder in the Wang family. He had the best relationship with Grand Elder Wang Haoran. Wang Chengxian, as the clan leader, naturally knew this. Upon hearing this, he fell into silence. How could he explain? Should he reveal that he had personally beheaded Lu Qingfeng? That Lu Qingfeng had led a rebellion against the family and had been justly punished. What? Wang Haoran suddenly halted, turning to Wang Chengxian with a face full of disbelief. Qingfeng could never rebel. The clan leader. He was about to say more when a voice transmission abruptly interrupted him. Wang Chengxian, not wanting to bear the blame for the massacre of the worshipful elders, promptly recounted all recent events to Wang Haoran. After all, he had now successfully broken through to the Golden Core realm, occupying the esteemed position of a senior elder in the Wang family, albeit still beneath Wang Qingxuan's leadership. In truth, moving forward, no significant decisions could bypass Wang Haoran. After Wang Qingxuan's explanation, Wang Haoran's heart surged like a tempest, unable to find calm. However, all of this was the result of decisions made by the ancestor in the forbidden area of the back mountain, and he dared not question anything. Even having advanced to the Golden Core realm, before the ancestor, he remained as insignificant as an ant. His successful breakthrough to the Golden Core realm was entirely reliant on the blood pearl bestowed by the ancestor Wang Jingya. In terms of lineage, he was merely a junior nephew, with little say in matters. The two resumed their journey towards the back mountain's forbidden area, where Wang Jingya was in quiet anticipation of their arrival. He had already sensed the commotion caused by the Golden Core tribulation outside. 3 Golden Cores in one family was indeed monumental news. Moreover, having absorbed the blood essence of so many worshipful cultivators from the Wang family, the immense energy accumulating within him now gave Wang Jingya confidence in breaking through to the Yuaning realm. This was a double joy. Once he advanced to the Yuaning realm, he would surely avenge the humiliation inflicted upon him by the Chen family ancestor, Chen Xuan. Wang Chengxian led Wang Haoran to the edge of the blood pool. They respectfully bowed to Wang Jingya, who was immersed in the pool. Disciple pays respect to the ancestor. Wang Jingya opened his eyes, directing his gaze at Wang Haoran, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he nodded gently. Good. After expressing admiration, he immediately turned to Wang Chengxian, equally generous with his praise. You have done well. Although the last order was given by him, it was Wang Chengxian who executed the mission to eradicate the Wang family's offering cultivators. Ultimately, the blood offerings he provided far exceeded 200, significantly bolstering his confidence in breaking through to the Yuaning realm. Such a succession of joyous news undoubtedly elevated Wang Jingya's spirits. However, it was not long before Wang Chengxian dampened the mood. Reporting to the ancestor, we have received news from the Chen family. The formerly incapacitated head of the battle hall, Chen Xuan, has inexplicably recovered and advanced in cultivation, successfully overcoming the Jin Dan Thunder tribulation, thereby becoming the second Jin Dan true person of the Chen family. It was not Wang Qingxuan's intention to disrupt the delightful atmosphere. He knew that if Wang Jingya discovered he had withheld this information, it would certainly provoke an even greater wrath. Better to disclose it while he was in a good mood, as the emotional conflict might spare him from reprimand. Indeed, as soon as Wang Chengxian finished speaking, Wang Jingya's expression darkened. Yet, after a brief moment, he regained his composure, responding nonchalantly, "It matters not. It is merely a newly ascended Jin Dan, incapable of altering the grand scheme." He continued, "We must closely monitor any movements from Chen Xian. By the way, have we gathered any intelligence on Chen Xian?" At the mention of Chen Xian, Wang Jingya voiced his curiosity. It had been over half a month since the Chen family annihilated the Zhou family, and he was uncertain of what they were currently engaged in. In response, a bitter smile tugged at Wang Qingxuan's lips. The Wang family was on the brink of being forced into seclusion. Where could they possibly gather news? The information about Chen Jin's tribulation was only known because he had been open about it. No other intelligence had been acquired. It was as if the Chen family's ancestor had vanished into thin air. Wang Jingya chose not to press further regarding the Wang family situation, as he was well aware of their dire circumstances. If he were in charge of the Wang family, he would have no better course of action. Their dialogue continued, while Wang Haoran stood by, attentively listening. He was overwhelmed with emotions, struggling to come to terms with the chaotic events that had transpired during his seclusion. Each occurrence had been so sudden. After half a year of isolation, it felt as though a century had passed. In the past century, the 3 major Jin Dan families within 1,000 miles had never clashed so fiercely, with entire clans facing annihilation at a moment's notice. Wang Jingya once again turned his gaze to Wang Haoran, who then extended his right hand, summoning the energy from the blood pool into his palm. In no time, A blood pearl, the size of a longan and crystal clear, formed. The blood pearl flew directly towards Wang Haoran. You have just broken through to the Jindan realm. This item will aid you in swiftly consolidating your cultivation. Consider it a congratulatory gift from me. Upon receiving the blood pearl, the surging and pure energy caused Wang Haoran's heart to momentarily constrict. He cleared his mind of distractions and, after storing the blood pearl, respectfully thanked Wang Jingya. Thank you, ancestor, for your generous gift. The past was gone, and dwelling on it served no purpose. It was far better to focus on the present. The blood pearl could save Wang Haoran 2 years of cultivation effort, a fact that filled him with joy and excitement. In the realm of cultivation, one's own progress was paramount. After bestowing the blood pearl, Wang Jingya adopted a serious demeanor and instructed the two. 10 days from now, I shall commence my formal attempt to break through to the Yuanying realm. From this day forth, unless there is a catastrophic event, do not disturb my cultivation. This breakthrough, if favored by the heavens and successful, will be a cause for celebration, and the Chen family can be extinguished with a mere gesture. However, should I fail, you two must immediately lead the entire Wang family northward, seeking refuge at the Jinyang sect with this blood pool treasure. Wang Jingya's intentions were exceedingly clear. If he were to fail in his breakthrough, the Wang family would lose all chance of contending with the Chen family and would need to flee at once. As for their escape route, it would be the Jinyang sect. This blood pool treasure, which could convert living blood into energy to rapidly enhance a cultivator's abilities, would serve as their lifeline when seeking refuge. Without wealth to entice them, the Jinyang sect would hardly concern themselves with such a minor Jindan family. Chapter 50. The ancestor will undoubtedly succeed in breaking through to Yuanying, leading our Wang family for generations to come. Internally, he understood Wang Jingya's instructions thoroughly, but he could not voice any negativity. In truth, both were fervently hopeful for their ancestor's success in advancing to the Yuanying realm. Only then could the Wang family be preserved. As for the escape route arranged with the Jinyang sect, no one would wish to resort to such a path unless truly left with no other choice. Wang Haoran chimed in. Indeed, the ancestor is favored by the heavens, and with the blood pool treasure to assist him, he will surely break through successfully. Our Wang family shall thrive under his leadership for eternity. After hearing the flattery, Wang Jingya waved his hand, signaling them to depart. With the breakthrough approaching in 10 days, every moment was crucial for him. Upon leaving the rear mountains forbidden area, Wang Chengxian and Wang Haoran parted ways. As the head of the Wang family, Wang Chengxian had numerous pressing matters to attend to during this critical time. Meanwhile, Wang Haoran, having just broken through to the Jindan realm, needed to enter seclusion once more to solidify his cultivation. Thus, the Wang family fell into a renewed silence. However, the monumental event of Wang Haoran overcoming the Jindan Thunder Tribulation could not be concealed. News of it swiftly spread throughout the surrounding area. This prompted discussions among other factions and scattered cultivators outside of the Wang and Chen families. During leisure moments, the topic became a favored subject of conversation. In a spirit tea house, amidst the rising clamor, various opinions regarding the recent significant events in the surrounding cultivation realm were exchanged. The Wang family truly refuses to be left behind. Just as the Chen family produced another Jindan true person, the Wang family follows suit. Is this not a display of strength, a message to the Chen family that the Wang family is not to be trifled with? With a clamor, the mention of the Sanjin Dan stirred whispers of the Wang family's prestigious stature. Yet, dissenting voices emerged, decrying the notion of nobility. What good are numerous Jindan? The last time the Chen family confronted them, the Wang family's patriarch was utterly humiliated. That shameless scoundrel, Wang Huan, lost his head to Chen Zhu. And the old cur, Wang Jingya, dared not utter a word. Mark my words, the Wang family will inevitably fall to the Chen family. Such audacious proclamations drew the attention of those in the tea house. The speaker, a youthful lad appearing no older than 18 or 19, exhibited a sharp tongue, perhaps untainted by the brutal realities of the cultivation world. Little friend, tread carefully, cautioned one elder. Though the Wang family currently lags behind the Chen family, fortunes can shift, and one must refrain from reckless words lest misfortune befall you. Indeed, while the Wang patriarch may currently falter against Chen Zhu, he had reached the pinnacle of Jindan cultivation and could still break through to Yuanying. In these uncertain times, all remains veiled in mystery. The two older men spoke with good intentions, warning the youth to exercise caution, fearing that the Wang family might rise again and the boy's words might lead to dire consequences. Unexpectedly, the youth rose in indignation, but his ire was not directed at them. That old dog Wang Jingya cannot possibly ascend to Yuanying. He has long since fallen into the demonic path, harming not only his kin but also human cultivators. If heaven has any sense, it will surely send down a cataclysmic tribulation to obliterate him. Just watch. The Wang family will be annihilated. With that, he turned and departed the Ling Cha Guan, leaving the patrons in stunned silence, each lost in thought. Had the Wang family patriarch truly descended into the demonic path? When did this occur? Is this rumor ripe for the picking? Why did the source of such tantalizing gossip vanish so abruptly? Do you understand how cruel your actions are to those of us eager for news? Greetings. I wish to join the Chen family. The youth, Yin Shang, approached the entrance of the Chen family. Sincerity etched on his face as he addressed one of the gatekeeping disciples. The disciple, taken aback, replied with regret. I'm afraid our family has currently ceased recruiting disciples of the Qi refinement stage. As his words faded, a formidable aura enveloped the disciple, accompanied by a voice of astonishment echoing in his ears. What of the foundation establishment stage? Under the immense pressure exerted by this young lad, the two Chen disciples found their breaths quickening, disbelief in their eyes. This face, he appeared scarcely 17 or 18. Foundation establishment? How could that be possible? Had he perhaps ingested a youthful elixir at such a tender age? Or was he, in truth, an ancient being masquerading in a youthful guise? Regardless, the notion of someone breaking into foundation establishment at such an age seemed implausible. For the first decade, his spiritual roots had been dormant, preventing any cultivation. By calculation, to traverse the Qi refinement stages and achieve foundation establishment in merely 7 or 8 years defied all logic. Even their prodigious ancestor of the Chen family had only reached foundation establishment at the age of 25. This youth must have consumed a youth-preserving elixir ahead of time. After a long moment of astonishment, the disciple finally regained his senses upon hearing another question from Yin Shang. Is it possible? Yes, of course, he stammered. The gates of the Chen family are always open to cultivators of foundation establishment. Please, enter. I shall escort you to meet the Grand Elder. As a foundation establishment cultivator, once he revealed his realm, the disciples of the Chen family would dutifully usher him in, where Chen Yuntian would personally attend to him. Yin Shang offered a gentle smile and entered through the gates of the Chen family, following closely behind the disciple toward where the Grand Elder typically resided. Brother, have you heard? The Fanhai secret realm is about to open. We must sign up. At the entrance of the task hall, after submitting her completed task, Jiang Yun was joined by his sister Jiang Mingyue, her excitement palpable. The second-tier Fanhai secret realm would commence in 2 months, promising new adventures. Just as Jiang Yun prepared to respond, he suddenly paused, his attention drawn elsewhere. The Taoist art of observing fate instinctively activated within him. A resplendent golden pillar of light erupted before his eyes, revealing a majestic dragon swirling within. Beneath this golden brilliance stood a youth clad in white robes, none other than Yin Shang, who was on his way to meet Chen Yuntian. Another manifestation of golden fortune. Jiang Yun, having previously suffered a setback, swiftly severed his observation. An unsettling numbness washed over him. Within the entirety of the Chen family, ordinary white fortune was non-existent. The lowest was green, with the majority transitioning toward blue hues over time. Azure was commonplace, and purple was not rare. Even the Patriarch, Chen Xuan, and the Grand Elder, Chen Yuntian, wore purple fates. Now, a new golden fate emerged. While it paled in comparison to the ancestral nine-dragon fate, it was nonetheless extraordinary. This could merely be the beginning for this youth at the pinnacle of this realm. How terrifying. At that moment, Yin Shang sensed something and turned to meet Jiang Yun's gaze. Their eyes locked, and he offered his signature gentle smile. Jiang Yun reciprocated, both harboring significant secrets. In their initial encounter, this served as a friendly greeting. Brother? Jiang Mingyue followed her brother's gaze, spotting Yin Shang. His aura radiated foundation establishment. Yet his youthful visage belied his true strength, although she recognized the extraordinary energy emanating from him. Her thoughts were consumed by the impending opening of the Fanhai secret realm. Her call brought Jiang Yun back to the present, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The second-tier secret realm allowed only those of foundation establishment to enter, contained within the same great realm. Jiang Yun, brimming with self-confidence, considered himself invincible. Naturally, the exception within the Chen clan was the venerable ancestor Chen Xuan, who bore the illustrious Nine Dragons' true fate. Accompanying Jiang Mingyue on her quest for exploration would not be an inconvenience. This opportunity also allowed him to discreetly protect other Chen clan disciples who had registered for exploration. He planned to diligently gather various essential materials for refining the foundation establishment pill to present to the family. This would gradually elevate the status of the brother-sister duo within the Chen clan, enabling them to swiftly engage with its core members. Once their significance within the family was sufficiently established, they could seize the moment to propose the cultivation of Qi fortune treasures, solidifying the clan's spiritual fortune and allowing its members to benefit from the enhancement of their destiny. Upon seeing Jiang Yun nod in agreement, a radiant smile instantly blossomed on Jiang Mingyue's face. Her childlike demeanor, with its inherent traits, left Jiang Yun feeling somewhat helpless. The two then departed from the Chen clan, continuing to fulfill the newly recorded tasks from the mission hall. Jiang Mingyue felt a sense of confusion as her elder brother persistently led her through the clan's assignments. The prospect of wandering through mountains and rivers, seeking celestial treasures, hunting demonic beasts, and exploring perilous secret realms seemed infinitely more engaging than the monotony of sitting and cultivating. She relished every moment of it. Meanwhile, upon encountering Jiang Yun, Yanshang inexplicably felt a flutter of trepidation. The nine-tiered little tower within his mind trembled slightly. Such unusual sensations only intensified his perception of the Chen clan's complexity. Previously, he had joined the clan with fervor under the guidance of the tower spirit. Now, he realized that someone could evoke a sense of threat even within the Jinyu Tower. Moreover, that pair of eyes seemed to pierce through the myriad illusions of the world, exuding a profound serenity. The tall figure standing there compelled Yanshang to feel an overwhelming presence akin to a towering tree casting shadows over the earth. The existence of such a person within the Chen clan ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. The Chen clan, a mere millennia-old golden core family, held what extraordinary secrets that prompted the Jinyu Tower to urge him to join so urgently? After the gatekeeper led Yanshang into the affairs hall, he was asked to wait for a moment while the gatekeeper proceeded to the inner hall to inform the Grand Elder Chen Yuntian of his desire to join the Chen clan. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yuntian emerged from the inner hall, his heart brimming with joy upon learning that another Foundation establishment cultivator sought to join. However, upon seeing Yanshang's youthful visage, he was taken aback. So young? This face appeared even more tender than that of Jiang Yun and his sister. Yet, the unintentional display of determination and the calm, serene smile he offered upon meeting Chen Yuntian imparted a sense of composure that belied his age. There was an unusual maturity that seemed mismatched between his physical appearance and his spirit. Surely, this individual must have consumed a youth-preserving elixir. A thought that resonated with the gatekeeper struck Chen Yuntian's mind. Otherwise, how could he have achieved the Foundation establishment realm in such a brief span of 8 or 9 years? I am Yanshang, honored to meet the Grand Elder. As they approached each other, Yanshang respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. Chen Yuntian, seeing this, raised his hand in a gesture of modesty. No need for such formalities. Fellow cultivator. He then invited Yanshang to take a seat in the inner hall for a discussion. Similar to Jiang Yun and his sister, the two engaged in customary pleasantries before Chen Yuntian seized the opportunity to inquire about Yanshang's background. Yanshang did not conceal much. His identity was genuine and verifiable. After all, he had been reborn into this world, possessing parents and a lineage. He merely retained the memories of his previous life spanning 2,500 years. In this life, Yanshang was raised within the domain of the Wang family, a renowned merchant of the city, being the sixth son of the esteemed Yin family. At the age of 10, a celestial from the Shinfeng sect passed through the city to assess the spiritual roots of children, bestowing celestial opportunities. Upon discovering that he possessed an earth spiritual root, he was taken to the mountain for cultivation. Now, at 18, with merely 8 years of cultivation, Yanshang had already reached the early stage of Foundation establishment, undeniably a prodigious talent rarely seen in a millennium. His exceptional gifts, as well as his very existence, were meticulously concealed by the higher echelons of the Shinfeng sect. He remained hidden within the sect's master's secluded training grounds, never revealing himself to the outside world. Resources within the sect were covertly allocated to him, aimed at hastening his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, so he could lead the sect to glory. However, an unexpected calamity struck one day. The Wang clan's Patriarch, harnessing a demonic artifact for cultivation, required the blood of countless beings who embarked on the path of cultivation for sacrificial offerings. After decimating the demonic beasts and rogue cultivators within the clan's territory, they set their sights on the Shinfeng sect. With only 2 Foundation establishment cultivators guarding the sect, it was utterly incapable of resisting the Wang clan. Faced with the Golden Core Patriarch Wang Qingxian, the entire Shinfeng sect was annihilated without a shred of resistance. Only Yanshang managed to survive, hidden within the Jinyu Tower. Confronted with the overwhelming disparity in cultivation levels, even with the possession of a treasured artifact and being a reincarnated individual of great fortune, he could only watch helplessly as his sect was slaughtered, tears of blood seeping from his eyes, his fingers digging into his flesh. Yet, Yanshang refrained from recklessly revealing himself. He sought to survive, to live well, and to grow stronger. He yearned for vengeance against his master, the sect leader of the Shinfeng sect, and the many elders who treated him as their own. He longed to annihilate the Wang clan, leaving no trace behind. After his escape, Yanshang utilized the mysterious powers of the Jinyu Tower to conceal himself, delving deep into the Wang clan's territory to gather information. By a stroke of fortune, he learned of the Wang clan's ancestor Wang Jingye's secret through Wang Zhe. He was using a demonic artifact to slaughter living beings and cultivators, extracting their blood to absorb their power for cultivation. Such actions had already plunged him into the depths of darkness, making him no different from a demonic cultivator. The cruelty and immorality of it all. Just as Yanshang prepared to disseminate this information widely, aiming to turn the Wang clan into a pariah and seize any opportunity for revenge amidst the ensuing chaos, the spirit of the Jinyu Tower suddenly appeared, urgently urging him to join the Chen clan without delay. It spoke of a chance for him to return to his original world and gain the power necessary for revenge. Although Yanshang harbored doubts about this force of vengeance, he dared not linger any longer and hastened toward the Wang clan. The Jinyu Tower was an opportunity he had obtained in his previous life. Without the formidable power of the ZH New York T, he would have been utterly incapable of retaining the memories of his past life during the cycle of reincarnation. It would have been inconceivable for him to conceal himself beneath the watchful eyes of Wang Qingxian, a cultivator at the Jindan stage, and live in peace. The spirit of the tower manifested to provide guidance, and everything held its profound significance within. Thus, Yanshang resolutely arrived at the Chen family, preparing to join as a venerable elder in accordance with the tower spirit's wishes. This encapsulates Yanshang's origins, the narrative of his life, and the reasons behind his affiliation with the Chen family. Naturally, he would not divulge the secrets of his past to the esteemed elder of the Chen family before him. He merely summarized his origins and mentioned the unjust massacre of his fellow cultivators by the Wang family. He made it clear that his purpose in joining the Chen family was to seek vengeance for his sect's brethren and elders, the SHNF NGZing. This sect was not unknown to Chen Yuntian, as it had a few foundational cultivators within its ranks, thus gaining a certain reputation in the region. Situated near the Wang family, they inevitably had to rely on the latter for survival, fostering a cordial relationship. However, he was perplexed as to why the Wang family had covertly eradicated the SHNF NGZing, having received no prior information. Perhaps the recent rivalry between the Chen, Wang, and Zhou families had diverted the Wind Hall's focus, resulting in diminished intelligence gathering on other factions. The authenticity of Yanshang's claims would soon be verified by dispatching disciples from the Wind Hall, as he intended to ascertain the truth behind the matter. Compared to the earlier accounts of the Jiang siblings, Yanshang's backstory appeared much richer and more genuine. Chen Yuntian, of course, welcomed Yanshang with open arms, recognizing the addition of another foundational elder as a significant augmentation of the Chen family's strength. The youth's appearance evoked a sense of curiosity within him. "Elder Yan," he inquired, "might I be so bold as to ask your age?" This question, though perhaps a tad presumptuous, stemmed from his genuine curiosity. He had restrained himself when addressing Jiang Yun and Jiang Minghua, yet he found himself unable to resist now. The SHNF NGZing was merely a foundational power struggling for survival. Could they possess the financial means to acquire a precious rejuvenation pill for Yanshang? Of course. It was also possible that he had personal opportunities unknown to others. Every cultivator who managed to ascend to the foundational stage had undoubtedly weathered numerous trials and tribulations within the realm of cultivation, often possessing unique fortunes. Upon hearing the inquiry, a smile graced Yanshang's lips once more. He did not shy away from the truth, stating plainly, "Just a few days ago, I turned 18, at the foundational stage." What a prodigy! Chen Yuntian stood frozen for several seconds, taken aback by this remarkably youthful figure who had surpassed the age of his own ancestors' breakthrough into the foundational stage. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Such an exceptional talent would undoubtedly be cherished and nurtured within any faction, kept hidden from prying eyes to ensure a stable path toward higher realms and greater power, leading the faction to new heights. How fortunate was the Chen family to attract such a remarkable prodigy. Excitement surged within Chen Yuntian's heart as he resolved to spare no effort in retaining this young man. In the future, he would undoubtedly become a cornerstone for the Chen family, potentially growing to rival or even surpass their ancestor. If Chen Xian were present at this moment, Chen Yuntian would certainly have taken Yanshang to pay respects. An 18-year-old at the foundational stage, what an astonishing talent. Unfortunately, their esteemed ancestor, Chen Xian, was currently sequestered in the spiritual stone mines of Mangdang Mountain, striving to break through to an even higher realm. Before their departure, Chen Xian had specifically instructed that unless matters concerning the family's survival arose, they should refrain from disturbing him. With such a prodigious talent like Yanshang, Chen Yuntian dared not hastily decide on his future training path. He could only think of the ancestor. For now, he would take Yanshang to the main hall to register him as an elder and provide him with the necessary provisions, fearing that he might suddenly have second thoughts and leave the Chen family. After completing all formalities, he personally guided Yanshang through the various buildings and functions of the Chen family, explaining the responsibilities of each hall. They continued until dusk approached, at which point they parted ways. Before departing, Chen Yuntian urged Yanshang to avoid wandering outside and to focus on his cultivation in the designated training grounds. He also warned him against trespassing into the forbidden areas of the back mountain. Following this, he took to the skies on his sword, heading towards Chun Zhao's residence to discuss with the family leader how to approach and cultivate such an extraordinary talent like Yanshang. Chapter 52. Upon arriving at Chun Zhao's residence, Chen Yuntian promptly detailed all the information regarding the newly recruited elder, Yanshang. When Chun Zhao learned that this young man had achieved the foundational stage at the tender age of 18, he too became unsettled. In his experience, 18 and the foundational stage were not things that should equate. Even their ancestor had been 24 upon his breakthrough. He immediately instructed Enian to dispatch Wind Hall disciples to investigate all matters concerning the SHNF NGZing, including why the Wang family had targeted them for extermination. ensuring there were no threats to the Chen family lurking within. As for Yin Shang, he resolved to secretly allocate additional resources to ensure his retention within the Chen family. Once the ancestor emerged from his retreat, he would arrange for Yin Shang to meet him, allowing everything to rest in the ancestor's judgment. Such an extraordinary talent, given sufficient resources, would undoubtedly achieve remarkable heights. Should they manage to secure Yin Shang's loyalty, the Chen family's fortunes would surely rise alongside his renown, reaching unimaginable new heights. This was the foresight and perspective of Chen Xuan as the family leader. Unbeknownst to him and Chen Yuntian, regardless of how gifted individuals emerged within the family, it would ultimately be Chen Xuan, with his system, who held the key to elevating the Chen family to unprecedented heights, demanding respect from all factions across the realms. The ancestral patriarch of the Chen family, located at Mangdang Mountain, within the depths of the Lingshi mine, had now passed 10 days since Chen Xian's ascension to the pinnacle of the Jindan realm. On this day, as he prepared, as per his usual routine, to consume a supreme Jin Yuan Dan to cultivate and accumulate spiritual energy, an unexpected surge of agitation and warmth flickered within his heart. He abruptly opened his eyes, gazing intently towards the direction of the Wang family. Cultivators often experience a subtle connection with the heavens and earth as they absorb and release spiritual energy. And in that moment, Chen Xian sensed an ominous premonition. The Wang family, Wang Jingya, Jin Dan pinnacle. Was it possible that a certain suspicion was beginning to take shape in his mind? With 5 days remaining until the originally scheduled attempt to break through to the Yuan Ying realm, Chen Xian resolved to no longer wait. Given his current foundation, bolstered by the supreme Pai Ying Dan, his chances of success had risen to nearly 90%. If he could not achieve a breakthrough under such circumstances, he might as well throw himself against a wall and perish, for perhaps pursuing the path of the immortal was less promising than that of the ghostly realm. Having made this determination, Chen Xian promptly focused his mind, retrieved a supreme Jin Yuan Dan, and consumed it. As the spiritual energy within him surged, he swiftly directed it towards the formidable barrier of the Yuanying realm. In the outside world, a vast vortex of spiritual energy enveloped him. The immense and pure spiritual energy contained within the Lingshi mine was drawn towards him by a powerful force. However, after several waves of impact, the potency of the supreme Jin Yuan Dan had nearly been exhausted, and Chen Xian began to experience a decline in spiritual energy. Observing this, he immediately took out a supreme Paiying Dan and consumed it. Instantly, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from the elixir, joining the assault against the sturdy barrier of the Yuanying realm. In his dantian, 9 small vortices of spiritual energy gradually formed. The spiritual energy from the surrounding world, within a 100-mile radius, was drawn towards him with fervor. This grand commotion caused the Chen family disciples, who were mining, to halt their actions in unison. The spiritual energy within the walls of the mine visibly diminished at an alarming rate. If they continued to mine at this moment, the resulting spiritual stones would undoubtedly be flawed and incomplete. As all eyes turned towards the influx of spiritual energy in Chen Xian's direction, a commanding voice resonated within their minds, instructing them to evacuate the mine immediately. It was Chen Xian's telepathic order. Consequently, 100 disciples of the Chen family hastily exited the mine, leaving Chen Xian alone within the mine's depths. This precaution was taken by Chen Xian to prevent the complete absorption of the spiritual energy within the mine, which could lead to a collapse and potentially bury some of the qi refining disciples, who might suffer injury or even death due to their low cultivation level. Having completed this, Chen Xian unabashedly began to operate his cultivation technique with full force, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. His body resembled an insatiable abyss. Or perhaps the barrier of the Yuanying realm was as solid as a tortoise shell. After an entire hour of relentless assault, the barrier remained unyielding. Chen Xian did not grow overly anxious, for breaking through to a higher realm requires a lengthy process, akin to the painstaking endeavor of grinding tofu. It demands immense patience to achieve success and produce a fine product. Throughout this process, the cultivator must continuously mobilize their internal spiritual energy to launch wave after wave of attacks against the Yuanying realm's barrier until it is breached. The Supreme Paiying Dan enabled Chen Xian to form 9 vortices of spiritual energy within him, augmenting the efficiency of absorbing and refining the world's spiritual energy into usable power by 9-fold. Even in the heart of the mine, with spiritual energy abundant within 100 miles, he felt he had yet to reach his limit. Was this truly the power of a supreme elixir produced by the system? The potency was indeed formidable. With a silent sigh, Chen Xian diverted some of his attention to retrieve a substantial quantity of spiritual stones from his spatial ring, crushing them. And instantly, a great surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into his being. Though this method was somewhat wasteful, it would significantly shorten the time required to overcome the bottleneck of his cultivation. The sooner he could achieve a breakthrough, the better, for no one could predict what unforeseen events might arise with the passage of time. The unsettling premonition that had arisen in his heart upon deciding to advance to the Yuan-Ing realm compelled Chen Xuan to fervently seek a swift breakthrough. Meanwhile, at the Wang family, Wang Jingye had also mobilized the massive reservoir of spiritual energy within him, nearly tainted crimson, to relentlessly assault the barrier of the Yuan-Ing realm. For him, this breakthrough was a matter of success or utter failure. Should he falter, he feared he would perish on the spot. His lifespan had long since dwindled, sustained only by various miraculous materials, elixirs, and forbidden techniques. If he were to fail in this attempt to break through to the Yuan-Ing realm, the backlash would leave no chance of survival. Should he die, the blood demon sealed within him would surely emerge. Wang Jingye cast a glance down at his chest, where the blood demon resided, alongside the blood pool treasure beneath his feet, and the fourth-tier demon-controlling talisman he had previously summoned. All three originated from an exceptionally secretive location. At that time, Wang Jingye sought to extract the blood pool treasure that suppressed the blood demon within him. However, the blood pool treasure, which could refine the blood of living beings to convert blood energy for a cultivator's benefit, had already birthed a spirit. This spirit demanded that he use his physical body as a medium to seal and subdue the blood demon trapped within. In exchange, it would recognize him as its master. Otherwise, it would return to whence it came. Faced with the treasure spirit that suppressed a fourth-level Yuan-Ing blood demon, Wang Jingye had no other recourse but to comply with its demands, allowing it to recognize him as its master. Naturally, he also used his body as a medium, permitting the spirit to employ forbidden techniques to seal the blood demon within. If he were to fail in this attempt to break through to the Yuan-Ing realm and subsequently perish, the blood demon, whose power was comparable to that of the Yuan-Ing realm, would likely be unleashed upon the world, wreaking havoc. Yet, what concern was that of his? If he truly failed in his breakthrough and died, he would have no further worries about matters left behind. With this realization, Wang Jingye once again concentrated on assaulting the immensely solid barrier of the Yuan-Ing realm. Blood-colored spiritual energy is far more formidable than the original. Coupled with the vast accumulation of blood energy within his body, Wang Jingye possesses profound confidence in his impending breakthrough. Unbeknownst to him, at this very moment, the venerable ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Xuan, is also striving to ascend to the Yuan-Ing realm. The two are nearly synchronized, entering a competitive mode in perfect harmony. Chapter 53. 2.5 days pass in the blink of an eye, all unfolding in serene tranquility. On this day, the sky above Mangdang Mountain undergoes a sudden transformation. Dark clouds converge from all directions, shrouding the horizon within 100 miles. Thunder rumbles ominously, and lightning dances wildly. A figure soars from below, racing towards the north with great speed. This individual is none other than Chen Xuan, having already shattered his Dan and invoked the Yuan-Ing thunder tribulation. Only by overcoming this celestial trial, under the baptism of heavenly power, can he complete his final metamorphosis, merging his essence, spirit, and energy into the Yuan-Ing within his Dantian. Harmonizing with heaven and earth, he aims to glimpse the opportunity to transform into a deity. Soon, he arrives at the pre-selected location for the tribulation. The area within 200 miles is characterized by desolate mountains, rarely traversed by living beings. Nevertheless, such a grand spectacle has drawn numerous cultivators from a 1,000-mile radius, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Xuan remains unfazed. During the heavenly tribulation, no one dares to intervene rashly. To do so would risk being perceived as a variable by the heavens, leading to their immediate obliteration. He gazes upward, observing the dense, dark tribulation clouds brewing with energy. Confronted once more by this magnificent scene of impending thunder, he cannot help but momentarily catch his breath. Yet, within his heart, there is not an ounce of fear or trepidation. It is merely a Yuan-Ing thunder tribulation. If he wishes, a single sword strike could shatter it. His primary goal, however, is to utilize this thunderous power to temper his body, enabling a further transformation that ensures his combat prowess remains unrivaled even after his ascent to the Yuan-Ing stage. Suddenly, Chen Xuan feels his muscles and bones writhe, akin to a mighty dragon surging through his limbs. The once fair and tender skin on his body begins to shift towards a golden hue. The Jiuzhuan Jinggang Ju, the body-refining technique he has cultivated, has reached its pinnacle of 9 turns over a century ago when he faced the Jin Dan thunder tribulation. As it operates, golden light circulates within him, akin to the descent of a Buddha. In all honesty, the Jiuzhuan Jinggang Ju is somewhat inadequate for confronting the Yuan-Ing thunder tribulation. Relying solely on his physical form to withstand the thunder's wrath is insufficient. Yet, having something is better than nothing. At this moment, Chen Xuan recalls the supreme body-refining technique, Jiuzhuan Xiantian Gong, which could be exchanged for 1,000,000 family points in the system's marketplace. Regrettably, he wonders when he might accumulate such wealth. The Jiuzhuan Jinggang Ju now serves merely as a means to prepare for the tribulation's tempering. Initially, Chen Xuan must still strike to diminish some of the thunder's might. Despite his confidence in his unparalleled combat strength and his lack of fear towards the Yuanying thunder tribulation, he is not so arrogant as to endure a full strike of lightning with his physical body. Not even the weakest initial strike dares he to confront directly. Before long, the first bolt of tribulation lightning descends. Prepared for the encounter, Chen Xuan wields his flying sword, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that cleaves through the sky. The effect is immediately apparent, as he successfully diminishes the lightning's power by 1/20th. Estimating his physical capacity to withstand the remaining might of the thunder, he strikes out with 5 additional sword blows. 70% seems to be the current limit of his physical endurance. This is made possible by the insights he gained during his last Jin Dan Thunder Tribulation, where he comprehended the paths of destruction and thunder, with the corresponding power of these paths granting him resistance to attacks. A force within him, resonating with the descending lightning, brims with a destructive aura, poised to absorb and refine the same energy. Thus, Chen Xuan stands resolute, motionless, as he watches the lightning descend fiercely upon him. The initial layer of golden light defense formed by the Jiuzhuan Jingang Ju crumbles within seconds. The mighty force of the thunder torrents into his body like a dam breaking, obliterating everything in its path. Chen Xuan channels the energy he controls, mirroring the lightning's essence, and immediately attaches it to the overwhelming force of tribulation lightning, desperately gnawing and consuming it. This indulgent feast aims to fortify himself. However, despite its utmost effort, it only manages to nibble a small morsel. If he relies solely on this method, his physical form might soon be obliterated entirely. He has prepared 3-tiered Supreme Recovery Pills, superior to the 2nd-tier Revival Pills, specifically for this tribulation, having acquired 9 in total. The Jin Dan and Yuanying Thunder Tribulations each consist of 9 strikes. Beyond that lies ascension to the higher realms, which will require enduring 81 heavenly tribulations, a long way off. There is no reason to prepare Supreme Revival Pills for Chun Xiao and his companions during their Jin Dan Tribulation, while neglecting to stock up on the finest elixirs to heal his injuries. With 1 pill consumed, an immense surge of life force floods into his ravaged body, rapidly restoring his flesh, veins, and bones, imbuing him with an even more potent aura than before. This method of destruction followed by rebirth is undoubtedly extreme. Only with Supreme Healing Pills can Chen Xuan dare to undertake such a path. Each of these precious pills could incite a bloodbath in the realm of cultivation. Yet for Chen Xuan, as long as he has sufficient family points, he can procure as many as he desires. Following this approach, Chen Xuan continues to tackle the subsequent bolts of lightning. After sensing the power contained within each strike, he first employs his sword to diminish their force before fully receiving the remnants with his physical body. With each lightning bolt that strikes, his physical strength increases significantly, and the thunder energy he commands swells in size with each devoured morsel. Chen Xuan would be able to comprehend more about the path of thunder and the path of destruction from this surge of power in the future. The sword intent of thunder and destruction that could be infused into his sword would consequently grow even more formidable. With the descent of the 9th bolt of thunder, a powerful cultivator was about to be born here. 100 miles away, outside the enveloping range of the calamity clouds, another cultivator could not help but sigh inwardly. To the east of the calamity clouds, an elderly man with a 3-foot-long white beard leisurely waved a dilapidated fan while riding on a yellow ox, which trod upon clouds, hovering in midair. The gaze of both the man and the ox was fixed intently on the figure beneath the calamity clouds, unwavering. Moments after the 9th bolt of thunder struck, as the dark clouds dissipated and a cascade of colorful light illuminated the sky, the elder gently patted the ox's rear with his fan. "Let us go, old friend, to meet this young prodigy." As soon as the words left his mouth, the clouds beneath the ox stirred, carrying both man and beast straight ahead. After crossing the 9th thunder tribulation, even Chen Xuan, who was already confident of his success, could not help but let out a long sigh of relief at that moment. The lifespan of a Yuanying cultivator is 1,500 years, and he was merely over 200 years old now, having only passed 1/8 of his time. There remained ample opportunity for him to strive towards higher realms. With the assistance of the system, Chen Xuan was confident that ascending to the peak and attaining longevity equal to that of heaven and earth was undoubtedly within his grasp. The power of the heavenly Tao descended, instantly merging his essence and spirit with the Yuanying within him. From this moment on, the Yuanying would be his lifeline. Even if his physical body were to be destroyed, Chen Xuan would not perish immediately, for the Yuanying could escape. However, should he truly encounter an adversary capable of destroying his physical form, he believed that even the remaining Yuanying would be unable to flee. The true purpose of the Yuanying was to consolidate the entirety of a cultivator's power into a single entity. Every strike from a Yuanying cultivator was executed with their full strength, and thus they were often referred to as great beings. The gap between the Yuanying realm and the Jindan realm was an insurmountable chasm. Chen Xuan possessed unparalleled combat prowess, yet when he faced the 4th-tier summoned creature, The unicorn demon rhinoceros. During his confrontation with Wang Jinj, he was compelled to summon a blood demon with a similarly fourth-tier talisman to counter it. This was because he was acutely aware that while he could dominate the Jindan realm, he had to retreat in the face of the power of the Yuanying. Just as Chen Xuan was deep in thought, an unusual combination intruded upon the range of his spiritual perception. A Yuanying cultivator could envelop a radius of 20 miles with their consciousness. He beheld an elderly man with a 3-foot-long white beard, leisurely fanning himself while riding on a yellow ox, approaching him on clouds. This peculiar ensemble evoked 2 words in Chen Xian's mind: a master. Chapter 54. The ethereal and unrestrained image of this immortal figure, wielding a tattered fan in his right hand, exuded a sense of returning to simplicity, akin to a treasured artifact. Coupled with the standard of riding an ox, albeit an exceedingly ordinary old yellow ox, it was remarkable that this ox could traverse the clouds. Such a marvel could hardly be considered mundane. Chen Xuan stood still, patiently awaiting the approach of the pair. Soon, the man and his ox arrived a mere 10 meters before him. "I am the carefree wanderer, passing through this place today and fortuitously encountering you, young friend, as you attain your Yuanying Dao fruit. Truly a cause for celebration." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan courteously clasped his hands and bowed in respect. "I am Chen Xuan, the descendant of the Chen family, honored to meet you, senior." Introducing oneself was a matter of proper etiquette. As for the Chen family, he was the only Yuanying cultivator in the entire clan, and he feared that such a mysterious figure as the carefree wanderer was likely unheard of in their circles. Nevertheless, it mattered little. When the Chen family eventually rose to prominence, all in this realm would surely come to know their name. On the back of the yellow ox, the carefree wanderer, adjusting his white beard, wore a satisfied smile and nodded at Chen Xuan. He favored polite juniors. He then waved his fan gently, and a square seal suddenly materialized between them. Although Chen Xian's spiritual sense enveloped the surrounding space, he failed to catch even a glimpse of any object's trajectory. The seal appeared as if conjured from thin air, and such nonchalant mastery was enough to stun Chen Xuan. Based on his current cultivation level and understanding, he could only describe it as unfathomable. "Young friend, you possess the true fate of the 9 dragons. You shall one day rule the world. This seal, crafted from the bones of a true dragon, can aid you in stabilizing your family's fortune and consolidating the spirit of destiny. The spirit of destiny can endow the ethereal and intangible heavenly fortune upon your clan's disciples, paving a smoother path for their future cultivation. Meeting you is a matter of fate. I shall bestow this seal as a congratulatory gift to assist you in achieving your path sooner." As the carefree wanderer concluded his speech, he regarded Chen Xuan with a kind smile. Chen Xuan found himself momentarily stunned. Initially, the mention of the true fate of the 9 dragons and ruling the world seemed impressive, but he did not feel particularly surprised, as these were merely basic skills with the system. However, the subsequent remarks rendered him unsettled. He had thought this mysterious elder approached him merely to establish a connection due to his extraordinary nature. He never anticipated such a generous gift. The bestowed treasure was indeed a supreme artifact, crafted from the bones of a true dragon. The very material itself was something Chen Xuan considered unattainable at present. The true dragon, a fearsome creature that possesses the strength of the He-Shou realm at birth, is a being of immense power. The cultivation path of the Jindan realm is divided into 9 stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, Jindan, Yuanying, Huashan, Fanxiu, He-Shou, Decheng, and crossing tribulation. A true dragon is a formidable being of the 7th stage at birth, and upon maturity, it possesses the power of Decheng or even the ability to cross tribulations. The ascent to the higher realms is merely the starting point of a true dragon's life. Its true stage is the upper realms. What level of treasure could be crafted from the bones of a true dragon? Chen Xuan dared not fathom. Such a priceless artifact. Was this mysterious elder truly offering it to him? Upon regaining his composure, Chen Xuan immediately voiced his refusal. He believed that one should not receive rewards without merit and felt unworthy of such a precious treasure. He humbly requested the elder to retract the offering. In the realm of cultivation, it is commonly understood that fate and karmic cycles are inextricably linked. The gift he received today could obligate him to repay a greater debt in the future. Although he was undeniably tempted by the dragon seal, a treasure capable of suppressing his family's fortunes and bestowing luck upon the disciples of the Chen family, he recognized that he must abstain from accepting it. On the other side, the carefree wanderer was taken aback by Chen Xian's ability to resist the allure of the dragon seal. He could not help but marvel at the steadfastness of one who possessed the true fate of the 9 dragons. However, the elder had not sought any recompense for his generosity. His great power rendered him beyond the need for anything in this realm. It was merely a serendipitous encounter, a chance meeting with a polite junior, and he simply wished to forge a benevolent connection. To him, the dragon seal was nothing more than a common object he used to stabilize his table. The carefree wanderer flashed a meaningful smile and gently spoke. "My young friend, you are overthinking. To me, This dragon seal is merely a mundane item for propping up my table. Please accept it without worry. I must hasten my journey and shall not linger. I hope that when we meet again, you will have ascended to great heights. Chen Xuan opened his mouth to say something, but the figure and the ox before him, along with the solitary white cloud, vanished without a trace. Within the 20-mile radius of his divine sense, there was no sign of their presence, leaving only the exquisite dragon seal, crafted from the bone of a true dragon, floating silently before him. Such a supreme treasure had been reduced to a mere table prop, carelessly discarded. This was indeed a poignant revelation, indicating that the elder on the ox was a person of profound mystery. Seeing this, Chen Xuan could only manage a bittersweet smile, tears welling in his eyes as he accepted the dragon seal into his possession. For Chen Xuan, the significance of this treasure was unparalleled at present. The development of his family and the accumulation of family points depended not solely on him, but on every disciple of the Chen clan. Only through their collective strength could the family prosper and generate more points daily, enabling him to exchange for numerous supreme techniques and heavenly materials in the system's marketplace. Thus, the dragon seal, which could suppress fortunes and bestow luck upon the Chen disciples, was exceptionally fitting for both the Chen family and Chen Xuan. He could not discern whether the elder acted with intentionality or by mere coincidence. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan chuckled at himself, shaking his head. For a fleeting moment, he questioned the might of the system. Regardless of the elder's strength, it was impossible for him to perceive the system residing within Chen Xuan. It must have been unintentional. As for the karmic burden he had unwittingly accepted, he resolved to embrace it with equanimity. After all, it was merely a magical artifact made from true dragon bone, insignificant when compared to the karmic ties of establishing the first immortal clan of all time. One day, this item might serve as a mere table prop, and Chen Xuan would likely regard it with indifference. As for the elder's kindness in bestowing the treasure, he could repay it at a suitable moment if fate allowed their paths to cross again. Chen Xuan first cast his gaze towards the direction of the Chen family, and then turned to look towards the Wang family's location, murmuring to himself, the Wang family must also be brought to ruin. Before departing, Chen Xuan set up a third-tier formation on Mangdang Mountain. He had not mastered the art of formations, nor had he delved deeply into it. The third-tier formation was activated using a ready-made disc. Upon completing the arrangement, he instructed the 100 disciples of the Chen family to continue mining spirit stones. As for him, he soared through the skies towards the Wang family. At this moment, 100 miles east of the Wang family's stronghold, dark clouds loomed over the desolate mountains, accompanied by thunderous roars and flashing serpents of lightning. It was here that the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Jingye, was undergoing his Yuan-ing tribulation. Indeed, he had successfully broken through the bottleneck of the Yuan-ing realm, harnessing the blood energy he had accumulated over the years. As long as he could weather the storm of the tribulation, he would achieve greatness. Chen Xuan and he began their tribulations almost simultaneously, and now Chen Xuan had effortlessly passed through the Yuan-ing tribulation and was heading towards the Wang family. While Wang Jingye was barely managing to endure the 7th bolt of lightning, his body battered and bloodied, in a state of utter disarray. His vitality was waning, and he seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Yet, 2 more bolts of lightning awaited him, each far more formidable than the 7th. No, I refuse to accept this. Wang Jingye roared towards the heavens. After over 500 years of cultivation, he had finally broken through the barriers of the Yuan-ing realm. Now, only 2 more tribulations stood between him and his transformation into a formidable being. He was so close, so very close. No, I cannot fall now. Wang Jingye straightened his posture, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the direction of the Wang family. Beneath the enveloping tribulation clouds, Wang Chengxian and Wang Haoran, the 2 golden core true practitioners of the Wang family, awaited the ancestor's successful passage through the Yuan-ing tribulation. They were prepared to congratulate him at the first opportunity. Should the ancestor fail, they would swiftly lead the entire family to escape to Jinyang's sect. The blood pool treasure had been temporarily stored by Wang Chengxian with the ancestor's permission. While he harbored hopes for his ancestor's success in the tribulation, he was also ready to flee with the entire family at a moment's notice. Though the scene of Wang Jingye undergoing his tribulation was hidden from view, the 7 successive bolts of thunder could be distinctly counted. At this moment, the faces of all the Wang family members were illuminated with delight. Just 2 more bolts. With 2 more heavenly thunders, their family would have a Yuan-ing expert. In the rising tide of fortune, every member of the Wang family would experience greater development. And how could they not be thrilled? Yet, at that moment, a sudden voice of astonishment shattered their blissful reverie. Wait, the ominous Jieyun, as if it were shifting towards them, suddenly began to move. The dark clouds, which had obscured the sky and sun, were rapidly advancing in their direction. This scene caused Wang Chengxian to panic, his small face turning pale. If they were engulfed by the Jieyun, it would spell disaster. Retreat. Everyone, retreat quickly. With his sharp command echoing, the disciples of the Wang family hurriedly exerted all their strength to flee backward. However, the speed of the Jieyun was far too swift. surpassing the pace of even the Wang family's Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples by an order of magnitude. What on earth did the ancestor intend to do? The Jie Yun was targeting the one undergoing tribulation, namely, their ancestor, Wang Jingye. The approach of the Jie Yun was undoubtedly connected to him. As Wang Qingxuan's mind buzzed with confusion, a streak of light suddenly shot out from his spatial ring. He looked on in shock. It was the blood pool treasure that the ancestor had instructed him to safeguard before the tribulation. What could the ancestor possibly be planning? Had he anticipated the failure of his tribulation and intended for Wang Qingxian to take this treasure to the Jinyang sect? Or were there other schemes afoot? Wang Qingxian glanced at the rapidly approaching Jie Yun and then at the group of foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples behind him. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated his flight. Regardless of the ancestor's intentions, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the other Wang family disciples. If he were truly enveloped by the Jie Yun of the Yuanying Thunder Tribulation, his mere golden core body would likely not withstand the devastating bolts of lightning capable of obliterating him. Wang Haoren had been flying alongside Wang Qingxian, and upon seeing him suddenly speed up, he followed suit. What could he do when the clan leader was abandoning the other disciples in the face of danger? He could only choose to share the fate of his comrade. A crimson streak of light emerged from Wang Qingxuan's spatial ring and hovered above the heads of the Wang family disciples, transforming into a colossal blood-red bowl. The bowl expanded, its opening facing downward, exuding a tremendous suction force. The disciples at the Qi refining stage were helplessly drawn into the bowl by this force. No, don't. Clan leader, save me. Great elder, save me. Countless Wang family disciples reached out in despair towards the distant figures of Wang Qingxian and Wang Haoren, whose silhouettes had blurred into the distance. In the face of such dire circumstances, they found themselves powerless. Soon, the cries were abruptly silenced. Only a group of foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang family remained, struggling against the suction force above. Their eyes were filled with sorrow. Among them were even the third elder, Wang Zhe, and several other elders who had participated in the hunt for rogue cultivators. For some, the blood-red bowl above was a novel sight, but for others, it was all too familiar. It was none other than the blood pool in which the ancestor had long been immersed, capable of devouring the essence blood of cultivators and refining it into pure blood energy, thereby rapidly enhancing their cultivation. In this situation, the sudden appearance of the blood pool transformed into a bowl, intent on consuming them, made the consequences all too clear. The ancestor had evidently plotted this in advance, intending to sacrifice these pure-blooded descendants of the Wang family to aid him in overcoming the Thunder Tribulation. How ruthless of him! An elder exclaimed with indignation, gritting his teeth. Wang Zhe looked up at the bowl overhead, then turned to glance at the clan leader and the great elder, now mere indistinct dots in the distance. Ultimately, his gaze returned to the encroaching Jie Yun. With a bitter laugh, he said, "The Wang family is doomed. With only 3 of us left. Can we still call it the Wang family? The ancestor, who has fallen into the path of darkness, along with the clan leader and great elder who fled, is utterly laughable. This is the state of our Wang family, each member selfishly pursuing their own interests. How can we compete with the Chen family? Even if we are not annihilated by them, our day of reckoning will surely come." As the blood-red bowl finished consuming the essence blood of 200 or 300 Qi refining disciples, its power surged, and the pulling force it exerted became irresistible for the foundation establishment elders below. Desperate cries of unwillingness echoed. "No, don't, ancestor. Spare us, ancestor. We have dedicated our lives to the Wang family. We should not meet such an end. I won't accept this. Wang Jingye, you are unworthy. You are a demon, a beast." Wang Zhe, in despair, closed his eyes. A profound sense of sorrow surged within him. If previously the ancestor had merely commanded the clan leader to hunt down all the remaining Wang family cultivators, retaining some semblance of humanity, now he brazenly demanded a blood sacrifice of all the Wang family bloodline disciples, sacrificing his own descendants. Such actions rendered him no better than a beast, consumed by selfish ambition. After a final, anguished cry, the highest-ranking Wang Zhe relinquished all resistance, allowing the blood-red bowl to engulf him, crushing and refining him. It seemed as though heaven itself sensed this injustice, for a colossal bolt of lightning descended fiercely from the sky, directed toward the blood-red bowl. Wang Jingye, who was racing towards the bowl, lifted his gaze, fury blazing in his eyes as he shouted at the Jie Yun above, "Heavenly scoundrel! You force me to blood sacrifice my own disciples, plunging into the depths of darkness. One day, I shall ascend to the 9th heaven with my sword and seek justice for my Wang family." After uttering such absurd words, his gaze hardened. As he raised his blade against the Wang family disciples, his faith crumbled. He needed a psychological anchor to attribute all this blame to the heavens. And that notion was all too fitting. As his words fell, the immense blood-red bowl surged toward Wang Jingye. One vessel, one person, both rushing towards each other. Fortunately, they converged just before the thunderstorm struck Wang Jingye. The bowl, with its base facing upward and its opening downward, shielded him within. The tempest unleashed its full fury upon the blood shield materializing above the bowl, with crimson energy continuously surging forth to resist the onslaught. As the blood energy gradually diminished, the might of the thunder was correspondingly weakened. Ultimately, when the shattered blood shield crashed down upon the already exhausted bowl, its power had dwindled to an almost negligible degree. Only a tremor of force caused the bowl, along with Wang Jingye, to plummet into the depths of the earth, creating a pit 100 meters deep. Wang Jingye spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning yet further. However, these were mere trifles. If he could successfully endure the heavenly tribulation, he would be cleansed by the power of the heavenly Tao and would instantaneously regain his peak strength. Yet, there remained the final bolt of thunder, the mightiest of the entire Yuanying thunder tribulation. The eighth thunder had already consumed all the blood energy accumulated by the disciples of the Wang family, except for the clan leader Wang Chengxian and the elder Wang Haoran. How could he possibly withstand the impending ninth bolt of thunder? Chapter 56. Wang Jingye glared furiously at the direction in which Wang Chengxian and Wang Haoran had fled. If he could perform a blood sacrifice on these two golden core cultivators, he would surely be able to weather the ninth bolt of thunder. Nevertheless, those two were golden core true beings, capable of escape at remarkable speeds, and had long since vanished from sight. Was the heavens truly intent on his demise? Wang Jingye gazed at the gathering storm clouds above, a profound despair and unwillingness manifesting in his eyes. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, a muffled drumbeat resonated from within Wang Jingye's body. A sudden brilliance ignited in his eyes as his consciousness plunged into his dantian, resolutely diving into the crimson mist. Above him, the blood-colored bowl that had just shielded Wang Jingye from the ninth bolt of thunder began to tremble violently. After a prolonged silence, a phantom emerged from within, accompanying Wang Jingye's consciousness into the spatial realm of the blood demon's prison. There, chains of crimson entwined and intersected, finding a figure that bore no difference in appearance from a human. It was the blood demon. When the blood demon saw that the spirit of the bowl had also arrived, a wicked smile spread across his fiercely contorted face. Ha ha ha, Yu Chen, you are but a blood attendant beneath your master, and you dare to suppress me for a full 100,000 years. The primordial power of the Liantian bowl is insufficient, so you resort to using this human body as a prison to enact the blood prison technique. What a clever strategy. Just wait, once I break free, I shall make you experience the torment of being suppressed for millennia. Beside Wang Jingye stood a figure no taller than 1 foot 3 inches, appearing as a child, the blood spirit known as Yu Chen. He looked coldly at the blood demon before him and reprimanded. How long? It is you who, in your audacity, violated the palace rules established by our master. Taking advantage of his ascension to the upper realm, you led the disciples of the blood god palace to slaughter and refine human cultivators, thus depleting our master's merits. Such egregious sins cannot be atoned for by merely 100,000 years of suppression. I shall ensure that you remain confined in this blood prison for all eternity, never to see the light of day again. The child Yu Chen and the blood demon Hao Lan stood opposed, completely disregarding Wang Jingye, who was in a state of urgency. He internally lamented. The ninth bolt of heavenly thunder was about to strike. Could they not temporarily set aside their grievances? Whoever could help him withstand this final bolt of thunder would have the opportunity to converse at length once he successfully ascended to the Yuanying realm. At that moment, the gaze of the blood demon Hao Lan turned towards Wang Jingye, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Yu Chen, is this the new master you have painstakingly chosen after waiting for 100,000 years? A mere waste incapable of enduring a single bolt of Yuanying thunder. And yet you believe he is worthy of wielding the Liantian bowl? Throughout these 100,000 years, I have urged you to abandon your obsession and acknowledge me as your master. United, we would be invincible, swiftly ascending to the celestial realm to continue serving our master. Yet you stubbornly cling to your folly, even expending the primordial power of the Liantian bowl to suppress me. Now look where we are both gravely wounded. The primordial essence of the Liantian bowl is on the verge of exhaustion, and my cultivation has plummeted to the lowly initial stage of Yuanying. 100,000 years have passed, and I fear that the blood god palace created by our master has long since been obliterated by those so-called righteous powers espousing moral superiority. What was the point of all this? In response, the spirit of the Liantian bowl, Yu Chen, remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. For 100,000 years, he had endured the blood demon's words, his ears nearly calloused from the repetition. No matter how grandiloquently Hao Lan spoke, it could not alter the fact that after their master ascended to the upper realm, he had immediately violated the most crucial rule of the blood god palace, leading the disciples to massacre human cultivators to convert blood energy for cultivation. Any disciple daring to defy him had become mere fodder for his advancement. The title of blood demon was aptly affixed to him by righteous cultivators, and Yu Chen felt it fitting, cruel, tyrannical, a bloodthirsty demon. Yu Chen watched helplessly as the force established by their master descended into the abyss under Hao Lan's leadership. In a fit of righteous indignation, he resolutely fused his essence with the contingency plan entrusted to him by their master before his departure, the ancestral treasure of the Blood God Palace, the Lien Tian Bowl. Drawing upon its power, he successfully suppressed and confined the blood demon Hao Lan. This confinement lasted for 100,000 years. But now the primordial essence of the Lien Tian Bowl was nearing depletion. The blood demon Hao Lan was close to breaking free. Fortunately, after 100,000 years, the blood demon's cultivation had also diminished to the initial stage of yuanying. By sheer coincidence, the golden core Wang Jingye stumbled into that secret realm. Yu Chun seized the opportunity to use Wang Jingye's physical form as a medium to enact the forbidden blood prison technique once more, thereby minimizing the consumption of the Lien Tian Bowl's essence. However, he never anticipated that the third master of the Lien Tian Bowl, Wang Jingye, would be so utterly inept. He required the power of the Lien Tian Bowl to breach the boundary of realms, and even to endure the tribulation. Was the Lien Tian Bowl his father? Yu Chun found it utterly incomprehensible. What a wretched waste. Where can one find such extraordinary fortune? To penetrate into the land of Tansha, which suppresses Hao Lan, and to become the master of the transcendent treasure, Lien Tian Yu of the Blood God Palace. It seems one has indeed stepped upon the divine excrement laid by the heavenly emperor. Ah, Yu Chun, when you reproached me for betraying my master, did you ever consider that one day your new master would also tread the path of slaughtering the human race to refine and convert blood essence for cultivation? TSK, I am truly curious about the expression on your face as the spirit of Lien Tian Yu. Witnessing him utilizing the Lien Tian Yu to refine human cultivators and convert their blood essence. It must be quite a spectacle. After all, 100,000 years have passed, and the Blood God Palace has likely perished. It is indeed time for you to alter your mindset. Release me now, acknowledge me as your master. And it is not too late. We can join forces and ascend to immortality together. How delightful that would be. Yu Chun, after a moment of mockery, opened his mouth once more to entice the blood demon Hao Lan, his face flushed with anger. He was tempted to retort. However, the blood demon spoke the truth. Yet, all of this was to suppress you, the traitor. If I were to release you, the entire Tianxian cultivation realm would once again be thrown into chaos. Hao Lan, do not harbor any delusions of escape. As long as I exist, you shall never see the light of day again. As soon as Yu Chun finished speaking, the anxious voice of Wang Jingye suddenly rang out. Master Spirit, the ninth thunderbolt is approaching. I beseech you for assistance. The rumbling of the tribulation clouds above had gradually diminished, indicating that the thunderstorm was nearing its end. Upon hearing this, Yu Chun turned to look at him. Their eyes locked, and a smirk crept upon his lips, the sarcasm evident. What? You have submerged your consciousness within the confines of this blood prison to seek the aid of this blood demon, yet now you turn to me for assistance? His words pierced through Wang Jingye's ulterior motives, leaving him speechless, while Hao Lan, bound by blood-red chains, could not help but chuckle. It was merely a feeble attempt on Wang Jingye's part. Who would have thought that a human cultivator could be so foolish as to believe that he could seek help from the spirit of Lien Tian Yu? Who was suppressing him? Truly laughable. This fool cannot discern between the trivial and the significant. Had Wang Jingye been more resolute and not so easily swayed by the blood demon's temptations, even if Lien Tian Yu had lost its blood essence, Yu Chun could still have summoned the primordial power to help him withstand the ninth heavenly tribulation. Deep down, he harbored a desire for the third master of Lien Tian Yu not to perish so easily beneath the mere tribulation of the nascent soul. To become the master of Lien Tian Yu, one must possess extraordinary fortune. Why then is he so inept and foolish? Master Spirit, Wang Jingye's words were abruptly cut short. The spirit of Lien Tian Yu, Yu Chun, suddenly struck, unleashing a beam of azure light that struck his consciousness. Wang Jingye as consciousness disintegrated into countless twinkling starlights, vanishing in an instant. How noisy! Hao Lan beheld this scene, his mouth agape, unable to suppress his laughter. Oh, it seems I shall soon witness a splendid show of the spirit devouring its master. Yu Chun remained unmoved by the misfortune of the blood demon Hao Lan. He summoned the power of Lien Tian Yu once more, shifting him from the blood prison to refine him within, depleting his primordial power for suppression. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. The primordial power of Lien Tian Yu was dwindling. He must quickly find another being to serve as a medium, constructing a blood prison to subdue the merciless and unfeeling blood demon Hao Lan. Chapter 57. The blood demon Hao Lan spoke the truth. Today, Yu Chun is indeed intent on slaying his master. Wang Jingye is not only inept, but also selfish, cruel, and devoid of humanity, showing no mercy even to his own kin. He is utterly unworthy of being his master, unworthy of wielding Lien Tian Yu. Most importantly, he dared to entertain thoughts of seeking assistance from the blood demon. This was what truly provoked Yu Chun's ire. With his consciousness shattered, Wang Jingye's head felt as though struck by lightning, leaving him dazed and on the verge of collapse. As Yu Chen's consciousness emerged from his body, he gazed at him coldly. At that moment, the Lien Tian Yu, hovering above his head, suddenly unleashed a tremendous suction force. With no capacity for resistance, Wang Jingye was drawn into it, instantly refining into a pool of blood. In the sky, the final thunderbolt had just emerged from the tribulation clouds. The delicate lotus had just revealed its tips when it abruptly halted, suspended in a state of indecision, neither falling nor remaining aloft. The heavenly tribulation was perplexed. Where's the target? Its grand display had been prepared, yet the human was gone. How could this be? It was as if a programmed sequence had encountered an error. Wang Jingye's sudden demise left the heavenly tribulation stunned for a full breath before returning to normalcy. The thunder dissipated, the tribulation clouds retreated, and the sky once again basked in clear blue skies and gentle sunshine. A streak of bloodlight also sliced through the heavens, heading northward. Meanwhile, the fleeing Wang Chengxian and Wang Haoren frequently glanced back at the situation regarding the tribulation clouds. Seeing that the clouds had ceased their pursuit, they simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Having survived the tribulation, they felt a deep sense of dread, fearing that the family's chi refining disciples and foundational elders would still fail to satisfy the ancestor, prompting further pursuit. Thus, they resolved to disregard the outcome of their ancestors' tribulation and set off directly toward their family stronghold. Along the way, after much contemplation, Wang Chengxian turned to Wang Haoren and voiced his intentions. Haoren, our ancestor has completely lost his sanity. Regardless of whether he can successfully ascend to the nascent soul stage, the Wang family has already become a mere shell of its former self. I propose we relocate the clan to the north, and the two of us can conspire to secure positions as honored elders within Jin Yang's sect, leveraging its power to protect the Wang family. What do you think? Currently, aside from the two of them, the Wang family possessed only a few gatekeepers, guardians of the treasury, and chi refining disciples stationed at various halls. The rest were all mortals devoid of spiritual roots. Yet, one must not overlook that portion of the Wang family members. They are the key to the Wang family's future flourishing. However, Wang Haoren evidently harbored differing thoughts regarding Wang Qingxuan's proposal. After a moment of contemplation, he candidly expressed, Patriarch, I wish to venture beyond the Chilean mountains and explore other realms of cultivation in the northern wasteland. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingxian was initially taken aback, but then he gazed deeply at him. After a period of reflection, he slowly nodded in agreement, choosing not to further persuade him. The Wang family had reached its current state, and for someone with Wang Haoren's extraordinary talents, remaining within the clan was akin to confinement and restraint. It would be better to let him go. Very well. Since that is the case, let us first return to the clan and divide the resources accumulated over the centuries, after which we shall part ways. As soon as Wang Qingxian finished speaking, he observed Wang Haoren bow deeply in gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch. As for the family resources, there is no need to share them with me. Please take them with you, if the opportunity arises. I hope you can restore the Wang family. I wish that when I return, there will still be a place for me to call home. As for how to rebuild the Wang family, it naturally depended on the nearly 10,000 ordinary disciples residing in the family's estate. Now that Wang Qingxian had achieved the status of a golden core true person, his ability to bear offspring was significantly hindered, thus making the probability of having descendants exceedingly low. Yet, one must remember that stone can be carved, and water can wear through stone. As long as one does not give up, even an iron tree can blossom. Wang Haoren's refusal of the clan's resources brought joy to Wang Qingxian. Although he maintained a composed facade, he returned the gesture with a bow, solemnly stating, I will certainly rebuild the Wang family and restore its former glory. I hope that we shall meet again one day. Haoren, be cautious and take care on your journey. Wang Haoren, equally solemn, nodded at the concerned patriarch before resolutely turning away. As he watched Haoren's figure fade from sight, Wang Chengxian immediately took to the skies, heading back towards the Wang family estate, his face alight with joy and barely containable excitement. The smile that graced his lips was more difficult to suppress than ever. The resources accumulated by the Wang family over the centuries would undoubtedly ensure his cultivation for decades to come. Before long, Wang Chengxian returned to the family. He hurriedly made his way to the family treasury, collecting all the resources within into his spatial ring. Subsequently, he summoned all members of the Wang family. Currently, the family had only 18 chi refining disciples remaining, alongside over 10,000 mortals. The vast crowd gathered in the square. Hovering in midair, Wang Chengxian surveyed the assembly below, preparing to command everyone to accompany him to Jinyang's sect. However, just as he was about to speak, an overwhelmingly powerful aura descended from the heavens, enveloping him. Startled, he stood frozen in place, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Yuaning. The mere pressure emanating from this presence caused even the golden core true person to tremble uncontrollably. Who could possess such might? Who was the formidable being that had come to the Wang family? Soon, the appearance of a figure resolved Wang Qingxuan's doubts, filling his eyes with profound shock, which quickly morphed into unwillingness, despair, and ashen defeat. Chen family ancestor, Chen Xuan. How is this possible? How could he have broken through to the Yuaning realm? Wang Qingxian's heart was engulfed with disbelief. Just a month prior, he had still been at the late stage of the golden core. Yet, the overwhelming power radiating from Chen Xuan forced him to accept the reality of this breakthrough. A month's time. How could that be possible? How had he achieved it? Patriarch Wang, it has been a long time. What are you doing here? Upon breaking through to the Yuan Ying realm, Chen Xuan's spiritual sense had expanded to a 20-mile radius. He had thoroughly scoured the Wang family estate. And confusion arose within him. Where were the cultivators of the Wang family? Why did he only see Wang Chengxian and 18 insignificant qi refining disciples? Where had everyone else gone? What of the Wang family ancestor, Wang Jingya? Could it be that he had gone to undergo tribulation? The ominous feeling he sensed earlier had originated from the Wang family, likely from Wang Jingya. Chen Xuan could not think of anyone else who could pose a threat to him. Or perhaps it was the master of that aura he had sensed previously. Regardless of what presence it was, Chen Xuan had come personally to investigate thoroughly, intending to eradicate any potential threat while he was now a Yuaning. Facing Chen Xuan, Wang Chengxian wore an awkward smile that failed to reach his eyes. Ancestor Chen, your presence is an honor. Please forgive my inadequate welcome. Chen Xuan was not interested in idle chatter. Where is Wang Jingya? Wang Chengxian opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Chen Xuan unleashed the full force of his Yuan Ying might upon him, pressing down so hard that Wang Qingshuan's spine bent, and his entire body trembled. He grit his teeth, struggling to remain upright. Answer my question, and perhaps you might leave with your life intact. Chen Xuan was known for his decisiveness in murder, as evidenced by the tragic fate of the Zhou family. Wang Chengxian understood that this was no jest. In the end, he would not survive. Perhaps he could strive for a complete corpse? The ancestor is in the south, 300 miles away, undergoing tribulation. He has successfully achieved Yuan Ying and is currently receiving the gifts of the heavenly Tao to stabilize his cultivation. I returned specifically to gather the Wang family disciples to congratulate him. Before Wang Chengxian could say more, a flash of silver light struck, freezing the look of terror on his face forever. Blood spurted forth as the flying sword first pierced his neck and then reversed direction, penetrating the golden core within his dantian. In an instant, Wang Chengxian perished at the hands of Chen Xuan. Such a clumsy lie. Chen Xuan was unaware of the turmoil within the Wang family, but he would not spare a single soul from the clan. Wang Qingshuan's mention of the southern tribulation site is something he will personally investigate. However, before that, he must first deal with the remaining 18 disciples of the Wang family and nearly 10,000 mortals in the plaza below. At this moment, those individuals are all gazing upward, filled with terror and dread, at Chen Xuan, who has just slain their family patriarch with a single sword strike. Chen Xuan is unwilling to bear the burden of such bloodshed. He rummages through his spatial ring and retrieves a third-tier formation disc, casually setting up a formation to temporarily confine these members of the Wang family. He plans to have Chen Xiao send someone to deal with them later. Once the formation is established, he heads southward. He travels 100, 300, 500 miles without encountering any other Wang family cultivators or any signs of tribulation. It soon becomes apparent to Chen Xuan that the audacious Wang Chengxian has deceived him. Yet, it matters little. This was within his expectations. The area to the east and south of the Wang family stronghold is the most desolate, littered with barren mountains suitable for tribulation. It is unlikely to be in the south. It must be to the east. Chen Xuan adjusts his course and heads eastward to investigate. Before long, he senses the lingering aura of destruction emanating from the thunder tribulation in the sky, along with traces of cultivators' energies and the scent of blood. It seems that Wang Jingya chose to undergo tribulation here, and undoubtedly, most of the Wang family cultivators came to witness it. However, the fate of these individuals, including Wang Jingya, remains a mystery, as they have vanished without a trace. Wang Chengxian has gathered the remaining members of the Wang family in the plaza, and it is evident that there are intentions of a family-wide escape. Could it be that the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Jingya, failed his tribulation? Wang Chengxian understands that staying in this place with the Wang family will eventually lead to their annihilation by the Chen family. Thus, he is preparing to flee with the remaining members of his clan. But what of the other Wang family cultivators? Chen Xuan finds it perplexing but decides to set it aside for now. He first returns to the Wang family stronghold, and after such a lengthy absence, no other Wang family disciples have returned. It appears that something has indeed gone awry. Before departing, he casts a cold glance at the Wang family members trapped within the formation. His expression is one of utter indifference. These individuals must perish. Family power is different from others. Familial ties are deeply rooted. Hatred can linger for millennia, and leaving them alive only sows future discord. As per the usual protocol, it will be the Chen family's disciples who bear the burden of this bloodshed. Above the Chen family stronghold, a streak of light cuts through the sky. The figure enveloped within this light is none other than Chen Xuan, returning from the Wang family stronghold. He descends directly onto the high platform of the Chen family plaza, emanating the aura of the early Yuanying realm in all directions. Simultaneously, he channels his spiritual energy into his throat, producing a thunderous voice that reverberates across the heavens. ensuring every member of the Chen family can hear him. All disciples of the Chen family gather at the family plaza. It is the ancestor. The ancestor has returned. This aura is so powerful. Yuanying realm. Our ancestor has broken through to the Yuanying realm. The elders and disciples of the Chen family, upon sensing this overwhelming presence, display expressions of excitement and joy. The ancestor has summoned them. None dare to disregard his call. Instantly, countless streaks of light arise from various directions. The disciples who lack the ability to fly due to their lower cultivation levels channel their spiritual energy into their legs and race towards the family plaza. Chen Xuan, who is currently in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation, abruptly opens his eyes and rises, vanishing from his room in an instant. The 15 newly initiated Foundation Establishment disciples in the Dark Hall also cease their training and hastily exit their rooms, converging towards the sect plaza, their ears ringing with the ancestor's voice, compelling them to present themselves. At the Chen family plaza, individuals continue to arrive and gather. Once they are assembled, their gazes are fixed on the figure in white robes standing proudly atop the 99 steps, their expressions filled with admiration, excitement, and adoration. The ancestor's successful breakthrough to the Yuanying realm signifies the Chen family's ascension to a Yuanying power. With the ancestor's presence, the Chen family can firmly establish themselves in the southern region and even the entire Chilean mountain range. After all the Chen family cultivators have gathered, Chen Xiao leads the assembly in bowing to Chen Xuan, collectively exclaiming their congratulations. Disciples congratulate the ancestor on his successful breakthrough to the Yuanying realm. Congratulations to the ancestor. Congratulations to the Chen family. The resounding cheers reverberate, shaking the clouds 100 miles above the Chen family stronghold. Chen Xuan surveys the crowd below. After days of recruiting and accepting disciples, the number of cultivators in the Chen family has already surpassed 1,000. Among them, he stands alone as the Yuanying cultivator, Chen Xuan as the sole Jindan cultivator, and there are 36 Foundation Establishment cultivators, which includes the 15 newly initiated disciples from the War Hall. The remaining Qi refining cultivators total 1,215. This is the statistical report provided by the system panel. Host, Chen Xian cultivation, early Yuanying family overview. Qi refining cultivators, 1215. Foundation Establishment cultivators, 36. Jindan cultivator, 1. Yuanying cultivator, 1. Note, includes external surnamed cultivators. Updates in real time for defectors. Family prosperity, 2875. Note, Qi refining cultivators contribute 1 prosperity point. Foundation Establishment cultivators contribute 10 prosperity points. Jindan cultivators contribute 100 prosperity points. And so forth. Family rating, 28. Note, based on family prosperity, ratio of 1:100. Family points, 28. Note, automatically acquired in equivalent family points daily based on family rating. Can be exchanged for special items in the system mall. Daily check-in, yes. Note, after check-in, the host can randomly receive 2 resource items based on their cultivation and family prosperity to aid the host and family growth. The current Chen family has grown exponentially stronger, more than doubling since Chen Xuan first bound the system. He has summoned all the disciples of the Chen family for a significant purpose, concerning the mysterious long seal gifted to him by the elusive Xiaoyao Sanren, which has the power to stabilize the family's fortunes. Chen Xuan retrieves the long seal, crafted from the bones of a true dragon, from his spatial ring, continuously infusing it with his spiritual energy. The long seal ascends into the sky, expanding 100-fold before finally halting. Soon, strands of imperceptible energy emerge from within the bodies of all the Chen family disciples, converging towards the long seal above. Before long, a magnificent golden dragon, measuring a foot in length and possessing 4 claws and 5 toes, emerged suddenly. A sight only witnessed by the master of the dragon seal, Chen Xuan. Coiling atop the grand dragon seal, it opened its sleepy eyes to gaze upon Chen Xuan. In that instant, a tender voice echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, calling him master. This was the embodiment of the Chen family's destiny, a spirit that manifested in the legendary form of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Chen Xuan could not contain his exhilaration as he beheld this spirit of fortune, which had awakened its intelligence right from its birth, allowing for communication. To facilitate their future interactions, he promptly bestowed upon it a simple yet memorable name, Xiaojin. After naming it, he inquired about the current enhancement Xiaojin could provide to the Chen family disciples. The revelation he received took his breath away, an increase of 1-fold. This was not merely an enhancement in the speed of cultivating and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it also encompassed comprehension. This meant that the innate talents and potential of all Chen family disciples had been significantly elevated. One must not underestimate such a doubling of enhancement. Given equal talents and resources, while others might require 10 years to ascend a realm, the disciples of the Chen family would only need 5 years. Viewed in this light, the implications were indeed formidable. This was merely the initial amplification brought forth by the nascent spirit of fortune. As the Chen family flourished and their fortune coalesced into a vast sea, the golden dragon would continue to grow and its enhancing power would correspondingly increase. The extent of its growth could be discerned by Xiao Jin's length. Currently, at just 1 foot, it could only provide a doubling effect. At 10 feet, it would amplify tenfold, at 100 feet, 100-fold, and at 1,000 feet, 1,000-fold. Of course, the potency of fortune was also intertwined with the overall strength of the Chen family. Should the golden dragon of fortune truly grow to 100 feet, it was likely that the Chen family would stand invincible among the heavens. The vision of a 100-foot-long golden dragon of fortune merely served as a glimpse into the promising future of the Chen family. As Chen Xuan wielded the dragon seal to gather the family's fortune and solidify the spirit of luck, the surrounding Chen family disciples were left in a state of bewilderment. They could not perceive the intangible forces of fortune at play. Only Zhang Yun, an elder among those specializing in foundational cultivation, was keenly aware of the unfolding events. His astonishment unending. First, he beheld the ancestral figure, Chen Xuan, whose fate was entwined with 9 dragons, an embodiment of unparalleled nobility. Next, he beheld the dragon seal, forged from the bones of a true dragon, emanating an ancient aura that spoke of its past master's extraordinary prowess. Perhaps even his former self could not compare. Initially, Zhang Yun had intended to submit the crafting method of the fortune artifact he had mastered to his family when the time was ripe. However, he was taken aback to discover that the ancestral Chen Xuan already possessed such a treasure, one far superior to any fortune artifact he had previously encountered. Zhang Yun could not help but marvel at the fact that one who bore the fate of 9 dragons could possess such a remarkable treasure. Furthermore, the spirit of fortune, forged from this artifact, had manifested as the highest tier of all, a 5-clawed golden dragon, leaving Zhang Yun almost numb with astonishment. The ability to produce such a spirit of fortune indicated that the future accomplishments of the Chen family would likely surpass his wildest expectations. Not only in this realm, but even in the vast world of his past life, there seemed to be no force capable of hindering the Chen family's relentless ascent. This lifetime promised to be even more exhilarating, feeling the celestial force of fortune bestowed upon him by the spirit above the dragon seal. A brilliant light flickered in Zhang Yun's eyes. Nearby, Yanshang felt a tremor in the Jinyu Tower within his mind, which erupted in a golden radiance from its previously dark form. He sensed an exuberant emotion emanating from the tower. Moreover, all Chen family disciples, including himself, experienced a refreshing clarity of mind following the birth of the spirit of fortune. At that moment, the disciples and elders did not engage in their usual practices of cultivating spiritual energy. Thus, they could not fully appreciate the benefits of the fortune that had been conferred upon them. However, when they resumed their cultivation later, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The sensations of enlightenment and clarity they would experience while studying techniques and comprehending divine abilities would surely bring them immense joy. After completing these rituals, the dragon seal diminished in size and returned to Chen Xian's hand. Once the seal was stowed away, Chen Xian addressed all the Chen family disciples below, announcing a significant event. To celebrate the Chen family's ascension to a Yuanying-level power, he would host a grand banquet in 10 days, inviting cultivators from all walks of life. A disciple competition would be organized for entertainment, with details and rewards to be disclosed later, urging everyone to prepare diligently to showcase the talents of the Chen family disciples. Those above foundational level, accompany me to the council hall for discussions. The rest may disperse. With that, Chen Xian turned and made his way to the council hall, his figure swiftly vanishing from sight. The golden core cultivator Chen Xuan, along with 36 foundational level Chen family cultivators, followed him to the council hall, while the other disciples obediently retreated. On their way back, groups of 3 or 5 excitedly discussed the monumental news of their ancestor Chen Xian successfully breaking through to the Yuanying realm, as well as the upcoming festivity and disciple competition. Though the specifics of the competition and its rewards had yet to be announced, they were certain it would be exceedingly generous. Meanwhile, Chen Xian sat at the head of the council hall, surveying the assembly of foundational elders of the Chen family. This gathering comprised the core members of the family, some of whom were unfamiliar faces, appearing notably youthful, prompting Chen Xian to linger his gaze upon them, particularly on Yanshang, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Mingyue. Without the ability to discern their true ages, his curiosity was piqued. After his appraisal, he addressed the assembly directly, stating, "After my breakthrough, I visited the Wang family and discovered that Wang Qingxian had summoned all disciples, including mortals, to gather in the square, likely preparing for a mass escape. I took the liberty of eliminating them. As for Wang Jingye and the majority of the Wang family's cultivators who have vanished without a trace, I surmise that they may have perished during their tribulation before my arrival. Regarding the other missing members of the Wang family, all of whom are below the golden core stage, it suffices to send someone to investigate their disappearance. If the cause remains elusive, it is best to disregard them altogether. Before departing from the Wang family, I set up a formation to suppress the remaining members within it. After our discussion, Chen Xiao, you shall accompany Chen Zhen and lead the disciples to deal with them all. Remember, ensure that the bloodshed is evenly distributed. Furthermore, promptly assign individuals to take control of the Wang family's territory and various enterprises. I trust you will handle this well. Chen Xuan glanced at Chen Xiao, who solemnly nodded in agreement. I shall obey the elder's command. This statement bore significant implications. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Qingxian, had been slain by Chen Xian. Wang Jingye was suspected to have perished due to a failed tribulation, and the majority of the Wang family's disciples had vanished, likely meeting their demise in the cultivation world. It is also possible that some are still alive, having fled to territories unexplored by Chen Xian. This necessitates that Chen Xiao dispatch Chen family disciples to investigate thoroughly. Chen Xian, however, had no time to concern himself with the remnants of the Wang family. The Wang family should now be considered effectively defunct. Among the crowd below, Yin Shang exhibited an unmistakable excitement. Wang Jingye, that old dog, has died due to a failed tribulation? How splendid. Indeed, evildoers eventually meet their fate. Good riddance. The Wang family deserve to be eradicated. It is a pity that he lacks the opportunity to take revenge personally. However, he could proactively request to accompany the Patriarch to the Wang family to eliminate the remaining remnants, thereby participating in avenging the esteemed ancestors of his beloved Shen Fengman. Upon hearing of the Wang family's downfall, the other elders also displayed expressions of exhilaration and surprise. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, only 3 major golden core factions remained. Now, the Chen family stood alone in dominance, reaping all the resources and industries within this vast expanse. One could hardly imagine the glorious and prosperous future that awaited the Chen family. As their family thrived, they too would benefit from increased cultivation resources, significantly elevating their potential for future achievements. The three-way stalemate among the Chen, Zhou, and Wang families, which had persisted for centuries, was effectively concluded, with the Chen family emerging as the ultimate victor. Ultimately, this triumph was entirely reliant upon the individual who presided over the upper echelon, the Chen family's Yuanying ancestor, Chen Xian. After issuing instructions to Chen Xiao regarding the handling of the Wang family's affairs, Chen Xian proceeded to outline several points concerning the future development strategy of the Chen family. First and foremost was the announcement of the existence of the Dark Hall, albeit without disclosing any specifics regarding the cultivation of disciples within this newly established institution. This was primarily to inform others in the Great Hall of the sudden emergence of 15 foundation-building elders. Simultaneously, he emphasized that the Dark Hall would fall under his direct jurisdiction, and no one within the clan was permitted to pry into its affairs. He sternly warned and admonished the disciples of the Dark Hall against disclosing any information regarding it. Any breaches would be treated as treason, resulting in the forfeiture of their cultivation and expulsion from the family. This revelation left many in the hall feeling a sense of unease. What significant secrets lay concealed within the Dark Hall that warranted such stringent measures from the elder? Next, Chen Xian addressed the arrangements for the battle hall. The current head of the battle hall was the elder Jin Jian, Yang Zhao. Chen Xian candidly stated that the family would increase its resource allocation to the battle hall, prompting Yang Zhao to focus on recruiting and cultivating additional disciples, expanding the recruitment criteria from merely Qi refinement stage disciples to include those at the foundation establishment stage. The family's influence, inevitably, would reflect varying degrees of favoritism, a reality that every external elder present was acutely aware of. To maintain balance, Chen Xian intended to establish the battle hall as the foundation for the disciples of the Chen family, while the Dark Hall would exclusively cultivate those of the direct bloodline of the Chen family. This arrangement would remain unchanged at least until Chen Xian acquired formidable sealing techniques. It was not necessary to rely solely on the supreme magical powers available in the system's marketplace. Rather, this magical seal needed to be more discreet, more secure, and more enduring. Regardless of how powerful the Chen family became, this technique would always be applicable. Should one seek alternative methods, it would inevitably come with the risk of the sealing techniques becoming ineffective alongside the cultivator's breakthroughs, necessitating new protective measures, which could foster feelings of dissatisfaction among the external disciples. Once the roles of the Dark Hall and Battle Hall were clearly defined, Chen Xian separately briefed Chen Yuntian, the head of the Affairs Hall, and Chen Yinian, the head of the Wind Hall, regarding his thoughts on the future of these two halls. Concerning the elder Chen Yuntian, who oversaw the internal affairs of the family, Chen Xian instructed him to continue expanding the recruitment of external disciples after the Chen family absorbed the Wang family. He also ordered the creation of numerous invitations to summon all factions, large and small, from the southern region of the Qilian Mountains to attend a ceremony at the Chen family 10 days hence. The invitations to Jinyang sect and Mao Shanyang family must be delivered, regardless of whether they would send representatives to congratulate the Chen family on its ascension to a Yuanying force. The existence of the Yuanying Chen family needed to be publicly acknowledged. Additionally, regarding the clan's internal disciples competition, he and Chen Xiao needed to devise a detailed and comprehensive process. distinguishing between the competitions for chi refinement and foundation establishment disciples. The family would provide a portion of the conventional resources as rewards, while he would offer more abundant and precious top-tier prizes. As for Chen Xuan, the head of the Wind Hall, Chen Xuan directed him to undertake a reform and reorganization, with the family significantly increasing resource investments, enabling him to recruit and train a large number of disciples. When the time was right, Wind Hall disciples could be dispatched to establish branch halls elsewhere or secretly gather intelligence from around the world, no longer confined to a radius of merely tens of thousands of miles. The southern region of the Chilean Mountains, the entirety of the Chilean Mountains, and even the northern wilderness beyond them, within the Tianshan continent, were all targets for expansion. Chen Xuan's ambition was to see the disciples of the Chen family's Wind Hall permeate every corner of the world. The Wind Hall would serve as the eyes of the Chen family, influencing how far and deep they could reach in the future. Furthermore, the Alchemy Hall, Weapon Hall, Formation Hall, Talisman Hall, and Law Enforcement Hall would continue to operate as usual. However, Chen Xuan would not show favoritism, instructing Chen Xiao to increase resource investments in these halls as well. He aimed to recruit exceptionally talented disciples without hesitation for vigorous cultivation. After all, the Chen family had already become a formidable yuaning force, and its territory and industries had expanded threefold or more. Moreover, there existed an entire vein of spiritual stone mines atop Mangdang Mountain. It was time to take bolder steps. These matters were openly discussed by Chen Xuan in the assembly hall, in the presence of all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage within the Chen family. Additionally, after the meeting, he privately retained Chen Xiao, Chen Xuan, and Chen Yuntian for further deliberation. The spiritual stone mines on Mangdang Mountain required an increase in manpower for rapid extraction. Now that I have successfully broken through to the yuaning realm, there is no longer a need to worry about the leakage of information regarding the mines attracting the covetous eyes of other forces. Subsequently, relevant family tasks can be issued, allowing the disciples to voluntarily choose to undertake them, with specific task details and rewards to be determined by the three of you. As for the family residence, it should be relocated to Mangdang Mountain within 7 days, while retaining the current residence as a secondary base. My cultivation requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and Mangdang Mountain is indeed a place rich in spiritual essence. The new residence must have larger and more magnificent buildings to avoid becoming a laughingstock for other forces in 10 days. 7 days is ample time. Cultivators are adept at moving mountains and filling seas. There is no need for concern. Chen Xuan issued the command, and Chen Xiao arranged for execution. We shall diligently obey the ancestral decree. Chen Xiao and the others listened attentively to the words of the ancestral master, committing them to memory. There were also various details regarding other family affairs that Chen Xuan discussed with the three for quite some time before temporarily finalizing matters. The main ideas were under his personal control. As for the subsequent refinement and execution of each task, it would undoubtedly require the cooperative effort of Chen Xiao and the others. Handling family affairs is indeed exhausting. After concluding the matters, Chen Xuan could not help but glance at Chen Xiao, privately reflecting on the challenges he had faced as the head of the clan over the years. There were simply too many intricate affairs to attend to. Once all family matters had been deliberated and agreed upon, Chen Xuan prepared to depart for the spiritual stone mines on Mangdang Mountain to continue his secluded cultivation. Just as he was about to take his leave, Chen Yuntian called out for him to pause, informing him of a newly joined disciple of the Chen family who had reached the foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 18. Please, make your own decision. Is it that young man? Attaining the foundation establishment stage at 18, truly a prodigy. If the system had not arrived, my future achievements might indeed have paled in comparison to his. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, responding to Chen Yuntian. I am aware. I shall personally meet this child shortly. There is no need for you to concern yourselves. Should any exceptionally gifted disciples emerge in the future, kindly keep a record of their progress and inform me. I shall consider recruiting a select few to nurture by my side, whether they are bloodline disciples of the Chen family or disciples of the family. In the past, Chen Xuan was reluctant to recruit disciples due to his own limited time and resources, making it impossible to expend effort and resources on cultivating clan members. However, with the advent of the system, such worries have vanished. Resources are now abundant. Recruiting a few disciples to remain by my side for cultivation will enhance their strength, thereby increasing the family's prosperity and daily contributions, which will ultimately benefit me in return. Establishing a mentor-student bond, even with the disciples of the Chen family, will gradually cultivate their loyalty without the need for coercive measures. Chapter 61, 18, Foundation Establishment. After exiting the assembly hall, Chen Xuan directly summoned his spiritual awareness to locate Yin Shan's position. He had just returned to his quarters when a familiar figure in a white robe suddenly appeared in his room. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the ancestral master. Chen Xuan, disciple pays respects to the ancestral master. Yin Shang hastily rose to pay his respects. Chen Xuan waved his hand, his expression calm. I have heard that a young prodigy who has just joined the clan achieved the foundation establishment stage at the age of 18, so I came to see for myself. Indeed, extraordinary. Being directly praised by Chen Xuan brought a look of trepidation to Yin Shang's face. The ancestral master overstates my abilities. Compared to you, I am still far from adequate. As a nascent cultivator, the gap in cultivation level and strength between him and the now Yuan Ing Chen Xuan was indeed significant. Yet, it must be noted that Chen Xuan had only broken through to the foundation establishment stage at the age of 25, while Yin Shang stood before him, now at merely 18. In terms of talent, he was indeed slightly superior to Chen Xuan. Observing Yin Shang's humble and respectful demeanor, a satisfied and warm smile emerged on Chen Xuan's face. After exchanging pleasantries, he directly stated the purpose of his visit. I have never taken a disciple in my years of cultivation, but today I am inclined to open the gates of my sect. Would you be willing to become my first disciple? Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment appeared on Yin Shang's face. The ancestral master Chen Xuan had come to take him as a disciple. Though unexpected, it fell within the realm of comprehension and acceptance. Simultaneously, the Jinyu Tower in his mind began to tremble violently, revealing an urgent emotional response. As the master of the Jinyu Tower, Yin Shang could understand the profound meaning the spirit of the tower was trying to convey. Agree to him. Quickly agree to him. Perform the disciple's bow and become his student. Yin Shang had originally had a master, the leader of the Xinfeng sect, but tragically, that master had perished at the hands of Wang Chengxian from the Wang family. Now he found himself alone. There was no harm in taking on another master. An invitation from a Yuaning expert, especially one from the Chen family, was a great honor. Without the urging of the tower spirit, Yin Shang would not have refused. He knelt on both knees, calling out, "Master, please accept my bow." He then performed the traditional 3 kneels and 9 knocks to pay his respects. After the ceremony was completed, a unique feeling blossomed within Chen Xuan. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed this realm of cultivation for over 2 centuries. Time flies, and the years have sharpened him. He was no longer young. At this moment, he had unlocked the title of master. Since Chen Xuan was willing to take on disciples, he would naturally also shoulder the responsibility of being a qualified master in the future. Originally, he was entrusted with the significant responsibility of presiding over the Chen family's affairs. He did not mind taking on a bit more. With many lice, one does not fear the bites. Here is a small token for you to keep. Chen Xuan presented a spatial ring to Yin Shang, containing some spiritual stones and pills for foundational cultivators, with the most precious item being a low-grade flying sword. After slaying Zhou Ju, Chen Xuan acquired his medium-grade flying sword. Thus the old sword could now serve as a gift to Yin Shang as a token of their master-disciple relationship. Yin Shang graciously accepted the spatial ring and bowed deeply to Chen Xuan once more. He then expressed, "Master, my previous sect, Xinfeng Zone, was obliterated by the Wang family. I wish to accompany the clan leader to eliminate the remaining remnants of the Wang family and visit my parents in the mortal realm, the Yin family. I seek your permission." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. The clarity of one's Tao heart and the understanding of one's thoughts are paramount for a cultivator. One should refrain from indiscriminately slaying mortals, as it invites karmic retribution and diminishes fortune. During this journey, bring your mortal family into the Chun family for their care and support. Cultivating does not necessitate severing emotional ties. As long as you can maintain a balanced perspective on life and death, emotions will not hinder you. In 3 days, you may join me at Mangding Mountain for cultivation. Chen Xuan granted Yin Shang 3 days to settle his affairs and arrange for his mortal family before departing. Farewell, master. Yin Shang watched as Chen Xuan's figure vanished from his sight. The Jinyu Tower in his mind also regained its tranquility at that moment. After exiting the room, Chen Xuan reappeared in another chamber, where Jiang Yun was present. Earlier, Chen Xuan had been observing him discreetly in the grand hall. If Yin Shang exuded maturity and composure beyond his years, Jiang Yun radiated a calm and unassuming demeanor. Observing him closely, one could not help but feel he resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, truly extraordinary. Both Yin Shang and Jiang Yun were recent additions to the Chun family's ranks of cultivators, having joined during the time of the Golden Core influence. Their youth was striking. Chen Xuan found himself perplexed as to why such exceptional individuals would choose to affiliate with the Chen family. The Jinyang sect was neither too close nor too far from the Chen family, reachable in 3 days by foundational cultivation. Why not join the Jinyang sect or the Yang family of Maoshan, which were undoubtedly far superior? Even now, despite Chen Xian's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, he would still be outmatched by those formidable factions that have stood firm in the Chilean mountains for over a millennium. Decades ago, rumors circulated within the Jinyang sect about an elder attempting to break through to the transformation into God realm. However, Chen Xuan was unaware of the truth of these claims or whether the elder succeeded. Regardless, the strength of a peak nascent soul cultivator was undeniably formidable. Should he confront such an opponent now, he would likely be forced to flee, uncertain of even escaping successfully. Ultimately, the Chen family should not have been the first choice for such top-tier talents. The only plausible explanation was the inexplicable influence of fortune. Today, the power of the dragon seal could manifest a 5-clawed golden dragon, signifying the Chen family's extraordinary luck, which may have drawn talents like Jiang Yun and Yin Shang to them. This remarkable turn of events could be attributed to the system. Chen Xuan speculated that the sudden enhancement of the Chen family's fortune was closely tied to the arrival of the system. Disciple Jiang Yun, I pay my respects, ancestor. Jiang Yun's voice pulled Chen Xuan from his reverie. Observing the ever-calm expression on Jiang Yun's face stirred something within Chen Xuan. Since joining the Chen family, have you adapted well? He found himself inquiring about Jiang Yun's life without premeditation. Jiang Yun paused momentarily, then a smile graced his lips. I appreciate your concern, ancestor. I am doing well. Chen Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. He was about to continue speaking when a sudden wave of intense suffocation gripped him. As if Jiang Yun harbored a significant secret or destiny that the heavens nudged him to abandon the thought of accepting him as a disciple. Just as he was about to relinquish the notion, a refreshing sensation surged from within him, dispelling the heavy feeling. The system? A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind before he continued. Would you be willing to join my sect and take me as your master? Take a master? Like Yin Shang. Jiang Yun initially appeared taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and respectfully bowed to Chen Xuan. I am grateful for your kindness, ancestor. However, I am already bound to another master, who is still alive. Thus, I cannot easily change my allegiance. Jiang Yun did not deliberate long before respectfully declining Chen Xuan's offer. Though he added, however, my sister, Jiang Mingyue, possesses exceptional talent and has a wind spirit body. I dare to request that you take her as your disciple. Having already sensed the potential within Jiang Yun, Chen Xuan did not dwell on the refusal. He possessed the system's unparalleled fortune, and thus the opportunities of others, regardless of how extraordinary, could not compare. Since Jiang Yun had an existing master and his lineage was remarkable, Chen Xuan would not press him to change his allegiance. However, the mention of Jiang Mingyue, with her wind spirit body, certainly qualified her to be a disciple of Chen Xuan. Nonetheless, the current scale of the Chen family was still too small, with few possessing exceptional talents. Among their own bloodline, only Chen Xiao, Chen Zhen, Chen Yintian, and Chen Yinian could barely meet his expectations. Yet, when compared to Yin Shang, Jiang Yun, and Jiang Mingyue, their cultivation talents appeared as dim stars against the bright moon. Chen Xuan pondered when the Chen family would finally produce an individual of outstanding talent among their bloodline. He firmly believes that as the Chen family continues to grow in strength under the convergence of fortune, a prodigious talent will undoubtedly emerge among the bloodline disciples of the Chen family. However, this may require some time for nurturing. At this moment, due to the absence of such extraordinary individuals among the bloodline disciples, Chen Xuan had no choice but to turn his gaze towards the devoted disciples. Coincidentally, there exist the likes of Yin Shang, these exceptional talents. The Fengling body can indeed enter my fold. Upon receiving a definitive response from Chen Xuan, Jiang Yun's face instantly lit up with joy. This sudden display of emotion left Chen Xuan somewhat astonished. Was it merely the acceptance of his sister as a disciple that warranted such excitement? Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, Jiang Yun, who cultivates the path of fortune, joined the Chen family to leverage its power for his own cultivation. Deep within, he yearned to forge a connection with Chen Xuan, who possessed the 9 dragons' true fate. However, in another realm, his master still thrived, leaving him with no choice. Nevertheless, Jiang Mingyue's apprenticeship under Chen Xuan would yield similar results, as she was indeed his beloved sister. Moreover, he too was now a disciple of the Chen family, making Chen Xuan his ancestor. Thus, he would not lose a single fragment of the fortune he was entitled to. Of course, Jiang Yun was not one to solely take without giving back. In the future, within the Chen family, he would exert his utmost efforts to assist and protect the disciples of the Chen family. Jiang Mingyue's residence was adjacent to Jiang Yun's. Upon receiving a transmission from her elder brother, she hurried over. Upon entering the room and catching sight of Chen Xuan, Jiang Mingyue immediately bowed respectfully. Disciple Jiang Mingyue pays homage to the ancestor. After carefully assessing her, Chen Xuan directly inquired, "Are you willing to join my fold?" The news of the ancestor's desire to accept her as a disciple had already been conveyed to her by Jiang Yun prior to her arrival. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue promptly performed the 3 bows and 9 prostrations customary for apprenticeship. "Master, please accept this bow from your disciple." After completing the ceremony, Jiang Mingyue officially became Chen Xuan's second disciple. Chen Xuan bestowed upon her resources of equal value to those granted to Yin Shang. Though the only low-grade treasure sword was replaced by a low-grade soul-capturing bell, this bell could emit a soul-capturing sound, attacking the souls of cultivators and proving remarkably effective in battles. It was one of Chen Xuan's favorite artifacts from his early days. However, its current potency had somewhat diminished. The sound emitted by the soul-capturing bell was no longer intimidating to Yuaning cultivators, whose essence, spirit, and energy were unified. The discarded artifact was conveniently presented to his disciple. As for the top-tier pills, the moment for their reckless distribution had not yet arrived. When Chen Xuan deemed it appropriate, he would wholeheartedly nurture them by providing the top-tier pills in his possession. Currently, the Chen family was privy to an abundance of information regarding top-tier pills, known only to Chen Xuan, Chen Xuan, Chen Xia, Chen Yuntian, and the disciples of the Dark Hall. After receiving her welcome gift, Jiang Mingyue revealed a beaming smile. "Thank you for your generous gift, master." She then eagerly opened her spatial ring to examine the treasures bestowed upon her by her master. From her demeanor, she appeared as a naive young girl, still in need of more experiences and guidance. With the matter of accepting disciples concluded, Chen Xian turned his attention back to Jiang Yun. "You may join the battle hall alongside Yang Zhao to oversee the devoted cultivators of the Chen family." Upon hearing this, a serious expression immediately crossed Jiang Yun's face, and he assured Chen Xian, "Disciple will diligently obey the ancestors' orders." Chen Xian intended to concentrate most of the devoted cultivators within the battle hall, and there was a profound intention behind this decision. Rather than harboring suspicion towards them, it was more prudent to gather them openly in one hall and subsequently select a couple of talented individuals who were both capable and loyal to the Chen family. To manage the affairs, Yang Zhao was the first individual chosen by Chen Xian. He had previously saved Yang Zhao's life, and having been a loyal member of the Chen family for many years, his dedication was evident. He received unanimous recognition from Chen Xiao, Chen Zhun, and Chen Yuntian, making him the ideal candidate to lead the Dark Hall. Jiang Yun was the second candidate that Chen Xian found particularly suitable for the battle hall. With his sister having already become his disciple, their relationship had naturally deepened. Coupled with his talent and solid mid-foundation stage cultivation, along with his composed demeanor, it was a foregone conclusion. Jiang Yun had no objections whatsoever. In his previous life, he had assumed a similar role within the family, and now re-entering the Chen family's battle hall felt like a return to familiar territory. Chen Xian departed, taking Jiang Mingyue with him. Before leaving, Jiang Mingyue cast a lingering glance at Jiang Yun, filled with reluctance. Throughout their lives, she had spent most of her time following in Jiang Yun's footsteps, rarely experiencing separation. Most importantly, she could no longer accompany Jiang Yun on family missions or adventures. Following her master, she would likely enter seclusion or meditation. The thought alone seemed rather dull. Jiang Mingyue had guessed correctly. Chen Xian was indeed a fervent practitioner. He understood that in this realm of cultivation, strength was paramount. Consequently, he would not allow his second disciple, Jiang Mingyue, to waste time on external endeavors. Resources were abundant, and there was no need for her to risk anything. She merely needed to remain by his side, striving towards greater heights. On the journey back to Mangdang Mountain, Jiang Mingyue deliberated for a long time before finally asking Chen Xian, "Master, the Fanhai secret realm will open in just over a month. I wish to enter to procure the primary materials for refining foundation building pills for our family. I hope for your permission." Previously, Jiang Mingyue had secured Jiang Yun's consent, but now, the decision regarding her entry into the Fanhai secret realm lay not with her brother Jiang Yun, but with her master Chen Xian. If Chen Xian did not agree, she would have no choice but to obediently follow him wherever he went. After all, would she dare to slip away beneath the watchful eyes of a Yuaning powerhouse? Jiang Mingyue was certainly not foolish enough to overestimate her capabilities. Thus, she could only voice her request at this moment, gazing at Chen Xian with wide, hopeful eyes. Upon hearing mention of the Fanhai secret realm, Chen Xian first paused, as long-buried memories were instantly stirred. Upon his initial foray into the realm of foundational cultivation, he was brimming with youthful exuberance and ventured into a recently opened second-tier secret realm known as Fanhai Mijing. Within this enigmatic domain, he encountered a life-and-death crisis. Had it not been for the serendipitous discovery of a jade fragment harboring a mysterious remnant soul that intervened to save him, the subsequent events would likely never have unfolded. The Fanhai Mijing was fraught with peril. Why would a mere novice in the foundational stage seek to engage in such tumult? Since I have taken you as my disciple, rest assured that your cultivation resources will be plentiful. There is no need to risk your life in futile conflicts. It is not a matter of restricting your freedom. I, your master, also disdain being constrained by others. However, such risks are truly unnecessary. Frankly speaking, if resources are sufficient, should one not focus on diligent cultivation and relish the pleasures of advancing in realms? The sense of security that accompanies burgeoning strength should indeed represent the correct approach to the path of immortality. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue's face immediately registered a look of grievance. "Master, I have previously discussed this matter with my elder brother, and he agreed to take me in. Primarily, I wish to contribute to my family and assist in the quest for the primary materials needed for the foundational elixir. My brother is invincible in the foundational stage and can certainly ensure my safety. Please allow me to proceed." At this moment, Jiang Mingyue revealed her true intentions. Chen Xian was momentarily speechless. He had just imparted wisdom regarding the virtues of cautiousness. Yet it appeared that his newly accepted second disciple merely desired to join the fray for the sake of excitement. As a novice in the foundational stage, her claims of wanting to aid her family in seizing materials for the foundational elixir seemed rather naive. Without Jiang Yun accompanying her, she might as well be offering herself up as a target. The notion of being invincible in the foundational stage was audacious indeed. Jiang Yun's cultivation was merely at the mid-foundational level. If he truly could achieve invincibility in combat, the term genius would scarcely suffice to describe him. Nevertheless, even if he could not attain such prowess, ensuring this girl's safety should pose no significant challenge. The mere thought of Jiang Yun instilled in Chen Xuan an inexplicable sense of reassurance. However, permitting this girl to roam freely was not without its complications. Contemplating further, Chen Xuan devised a plan. If you can elevate your cultivation to the mid-foundational stage before the Fan Hai Mi Jing opens, you may accompany Jiang Yun. If not, remain by my side and focus on your cultivation. With a month at your disposal, breaking through a minor realm should not be overly arduous. Chen Xuan thus entrusted the decision regarding entry into the secret realm to Jiang Mingyue, as if fate itself lay in her hands, contingent upon her ability to seize the opportunity. As Chen Xuan's words faded, a radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Mingyue's face, and she deeply bowed in gratitude. Thank you, master, for your generosity. Chen Xuan could not help but chuckle at her confidence. The two traveled in silence until they reached Mangdang Mountain. This time, Chen Xuan led Jiang Mingyue to establish 3 simple caves along a mineral vein. They had 3 days before Yanshang would return, each with their own dwelling. Upon returning to their respective caves, both promptly entered into a state of cultivation. Jiang Mingyue was fully committed, as her opportunity to access the Fan Hai Mi Jing hinged upon her efforts. After awakening her wind spirit body, her cultivation speed had increased tenfold. Coupled with the aid of elixirs, breaking through a minor realm within a month was certainly an achievable dream. After 2.5 hours, Chen Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system panel within his mind, where he noticed a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of annihilating the Wang family. Reward: 10,000 family points, and 10 Pering Dan. The completion of the Wang family mission dawned upon Chen Xuan, as he surmised that Chen Xiao had led the Chen Clan disciples to the Wang family, exterminating those trapped within his formation. With 10,000 family points and 10 Pering Dan, the rewards were indeed substantial. Since Chen Xian's ascent to the Yuaning realm, the daily sign-in rewards had transformed into the premium Ing Ling Dan and premium Jin Ling Dan, aligned with the elixirs suitable for those in the Yuan Ing and Jin Dan realms. Chen Zhen had already reached the Jin Dan level, and the system seemed to distribute rewards based on the highest cultivation level among his clan members besides himself. At present, Chen Xian's family points had amassed to 15,600, with 19 premium Pa Ing Dan, 1 premium Jin Ling Dan, and 115 premium Foundation Establishment Dan. The premium Ing Ling Dan was promptly consumed and refined by him. The remaining balance of family points still required 80,000 to facilitate the transformation of his upper-grade spiritual root into an Earth Grade 1. To accumulate substantial family points, he would need to complete the tasks issued by the system. Fortunately, the annihilation of the Wang and Zhou families had been achieved. Just as Chen Xuan lamented the absence of tasks, several new ones materialized in the system's task panel, reigniting his enthusiasm and delight. Primary mission: dominate the Qilian mountain range. Reward: 1,000 family points and 10 premium Su Ling Dan. Submission 1: annihilate and subjugate the Jin Yang sect. Reward: 100,000 family points and 10 premium Ning Shen Dan. Submission 2: annihilate and subjugate the Mao Shan Yang family. Reward: 100,000 family points and 10 premium Ning Shen Dan. Submission 3: annihilate and subjugate the Ling Shi sect. Reward: 100,000 family points and 10 premium Ning Shen Dan. Submission 4: annihilate and subjugate the Fu Hai sect. Reward: 20,000 family points and 2 premium Ning Shen Dan. Submission 5: annihilate and subjugate the Bai Hua sect. Reward: 20,000 family points and 2 premium Ning Shen Dan. The primary mission of dominating the Qilian mountain range necessitated that the Chen Clan's strength surpass all factions within the region. Excluding the other 3 factions, one could not overlook the 5 Yuaning powers in the south: Jinyang sect, Lingxi sect, Mao Shanyang family, Fu Hai sect, and Bai Hua sect. Among these, Fu Hai sect and Bai Hua sect were closest in strength to the Chen Clan, being newly emerged Yuaning powers. The other 3 posed significant challenges, particularly the Jinyang sect, which was not only an established Yuaning force, but might even have secretly ascended to the status of a Huashan power. However, the rewards for annihilating or subjugating the Jinyang sect were comparable to those for Ling Shi sect and Mao Shanyang family. This left Chen Xuan somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the esteemed elder of Jinyang Zong had failed in his breakthrough to the Huashan realm? Or perhaps both the Yang family of Mao Shan and Ling Shizong harbored Huashan cultivators secretly stationed within their ranks. If indeed all 3 factions possessed Huashan masters, Why did they collectively choose to remain silent? Was there a deeper significance hidden within this silence? Chen Xuan found himself unable to comprehend it, but chose not to dwell on the matter excessively. Since the system had issued these tasks, it was evident that the Chen family would eventually confront these factions one by one. As the most powerful cultivator within the Chen family, Chen Xuan would inevitably face the strongest practitioners of these factions one day. At that time, everything would naturally reveal itself, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Chen Xuan planned to bide his time until he reached the Huashan realm. With the tenfold enhancement of the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju and the Supreme Infant Spirit Pill, his cultivation speed would increase 100-fold. Furthermore, being situated within this vein of spiritual stones, he needn't worry about insufficient spiritual energy for the time being. Chen Xuan was confident that the day of his breakthrough to the Huashan realm was not far off. After calming his mind, he once again assumed a meditative posture, immersing himself in his cultivation. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao led the disciples of the Chun family to assault the Wang family, resulting in their complete annihilation. This news swiftly spread in all directions. Alongside this, word emerged that the ancestral figure, Chen Xuan, had successfully broken through to the Yuaning realm, elevating the Chun family to the status of a Yuaning force. They planned to host a grand banquet in 10 days, inviting various factions from the southern Qilian mountains to witness the ceremony at the Chen family's new stronghold on Mangdang Mountain. Within a certain sect, several individuals gathered to deliberate on the news that had reached their ears. To their astonishment, amidst the fierce competition among the three factions, it was the Chen family that emerged victorious. Indeed, a month prior, when the Chen ancestor attacked the Wang family, he was merely at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, yet now, he had suddenly ascended to the Yuan Ying realm, propelling the Chun family to new heights. Alas, the three factions had unified, and thus the ruler of the surrounding immortal realm had come into being. Sectmaster, what shall our Lu Yunzong do? The leader of Lu Yunzong looked at the solemn faces of the elders below and fell into silence. What could they do? Lu Yunzong had been established for over a century, yet they had yet to produce a single golden core cultivator, let alone now being a mere foundational force. Even as a golden core power, facing the Chen family and the recently ascended Chen Xuan, they could only lower their tails and beg for mercy. In the face of the newly crowned overlord, Lu Yunzong had no choice but to hasten to congratulate him and announce their allegiance. Previously, during the rivalry among the three factions, they were too insignificant to warrant attention. Now that the Chen family stood unrivaled, failing to recognize the situation and proactively seeking allegiance would undoubtedly lead to a bleak existence under their watchful eyes. This was an unavoidable reality. Aside from Lu Yunzong, there were numerous foundational and qi refining forces within 1,000 miles. Each was making their own plans, primarily preparing lavish gifts to present to the Chen family in 10 days while also seeking to pledge their allegiance. This was akin to how the Chun, Wang, and Zhou families would periodically offer substantial resources to Jin Yangzhou. Such was the advantage of a powerful force. Under its renowned might, all would come to pay homage. As the grand spectacle drew to a close, it was time for the cleanup. In these days, Chen Xiao, Chen Zhan, and Chen Yuntian were exceptionally busy. With the annihilation of the Wang family and the acquisition of their assets, the Chen family's sphere of influence had expanded 3 to 4 times compared to its initial state. The construction of the new Chen family stronghold on Mangdang Mountain was underway, alongside the distribution of resources among various branches and institutional reforms. Additionally, they reopened recruitment for disciples. Following the announcement, a steady stream of cultivators arrived seeking to join. These new disciples also needed to be accommodated. The daily management of family affairs had multiplied manifold compared to before. Fortunately, Chen Xiao was a cultivator. Working around the clock was merely a trifle. He could easily handle 48 hours of sleepless work. Thus, 9 days slipped by quietly. Tomorrow marked the day of the grand ceremony celebrating the Chun family's ascension to the Yuan Ying realm. The once barren Mangdang Mountain was now adorned with numerous magnificent palaces and various pavilions, a testament to their splendor, with over 100 structures erected. The new Chen family stronghold was indeed resplendent and dazzling. As Chen Xian's consciousness swept over the scene, he couldn't help but silently marvel. Truly, cultivators were remarkable. If they were to traverse to Blue Star and engage in city planning, given their speed, quality, and appearance, the entire real estate industry would surely experience a seismic shift, rivaling nations in wealth. To the north of the Chen family, a violet glow moved steadily forward. Upon closer inspection, one would discover it enveloped a spiritual vessel crafted entirely from a millennium-old purple sandalwood. On board stood 2 figures, one in front and one behind. They were the envoys dispatched by Jin Yangzhou to congratulate the Chun family on their ascension, following a discussion after receiving the invitation. The figure clad in a purple robe was Liu Baiqi, the newly appointed elder of Jin Yangzhou, at the early stage of the Yuaning realm. Behind him, dressed in green, stood his disciple Jiang Xia, at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. At this moment, both gazed towards the direction of the Chen family in the south. Before long, Jiang Xia spoke. Master, we are about to reach the Chen family. Lu Baiqi acknowledged with a soft hum. Jiang Xia continued, I did not expect that this desolate southern region could produce a Yuaning powerhouse. The Chen family's ancestor, Chen Xuan, must possess extraordinary talent. Indeed, Lu Baiqi replied. The sect master has instructed you to extend an invitation for him to join Jinyang Zone, but I doubt he will acquiesce. One must understand that those who rise from remote areas tend to be proud and will not easily submit to others. Jiang Xia couldn't help but roll his eyes, then chose to remain silent and cultivate quietly. Soon, a golden sea filled Lu Baiqi's vision, nearly blinding him. He couldn't help but utter a single word, wow. Upon hearing the exclamation, Jiang Xia hastily opened his eyes, only to quickly close them again, pondering inwardly. Is the Chen family truly this ostentatious? As the arrival over the Chen family's residence drew near, it captured the attention of the disciples of the Chen family. Some immediately rushed to inform the clan leader. Within the grand hall, Chen Xiao was handling matters when he received the message and swiftly extended his consciousness, departing the hall to ascend into the skies on his sword to greet the visitors. Jinyang Zong. Upon seeing the emblem of Jinyang Zong engraved at the bow of the spirit vessel, Chen Xiao instantly recognized the identity of the guests. Suddenly, the spirit vessel vanished, and two figures materialized, both exuding an aura that sent tremors through him. They must be above the golden core stage. I, Chen Xiao, the clan leader of the Chen family, have the honor of meeting the two esteemed envoys from the upper sect. After Chen Xiao respectfully cupped his hands in greeting, the figure in the rear, clad in a blue robe, stepped forward with a warm smile, bowing in return to introduce himself. I am Jiang Xia, and this is my master, Lu Baiqi, the Grand Elder of Jinyang Zone, here to extend congratulations on the Chen family's ascendance to the Yuanying power. Standing proudly beside Jiang Xia, Lu Baiqi remained silent, embodying the demeanor of a lofty figure, while his disciples served as his spokesperson. The Grand Elder, Yuanying realm. Chen Zhao's heart trembled at this revelation. He had not anticipated that Jinyang Zone would send a Yuanying cultivator to attend the Chen family's elevation ceremony. This level of attention astonished him while simultaneously filling him with pride. The Chen family circle had quietly ascended into the Yuanying tier. The arrival of these two envoys truly illuminated the Chen family. Please follow me into the hall for a brief respite. I shall send someone to notify the ancestor to personally receive you. With that, Chen Xiao gestured for the two to follow and turned toward the reception area below. Jiang Xia and Lu Baiqi followed closely behind. Along the way, Chen Xiao sent a message to an elder of the Chen family at the foundation establishment stage, instructing him to hasten to inform the ancestor in seclusion of the arrival of the Grand Elder from Jinyang Zone. The Chen family's residence was a short distance from Chen Xian's secluded area. Mount Mangdang was vast, with the spirit stone vein being just one segment of it. The construction of the residence was naturally distanced from the spirit stone vein. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, diligently cultivating in seclusion, sensed someone approaching and promptly inquired through his consciousness about the matter. Upon learning that someone from Jinyang Zone had arrived, and that it was a fellow Yuanying cultivator, he felt a twinge of surprise. Initially, he thought that the Jinyang Zone would only send a golden core elder to grace the occasion as a courtesy. He hadn't expected such significance to be placed on the visit. A Yuanying cultivator. It was only fitting that Chen Xian personally receive them. After standing, he assessed the spiritual energy within his Yuanying, noting that in just 9 days, it had replenished by more than 1/10. Calculating this, he realized that in just over 2.5 months, he could attempt to break through to the mid-Yuanying stage. Cultivating immortality was, in fact, this simple. A smile like a gentle breeze graced Chen Xian's face as he swiftly vanished from his cave abode. Upon arriving at the spacious reception hall of the Chen family, 3 figures suddenly came into view. The individuals seated and engaged in casual conversation turned their attention toward him. Rising abruptly, Chen Xian exchanged glances with Lu Baiqi, who emitted an aura similar to his own, and they shared a smile. Approaching, he spoke with a deep and commanding voice. Chen Xian of the Chen family welcomes the esteemed guests from Jinyang Zone. Lu Baiqi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Jinyang Zone's Lu Baiqi extends congratulations to Dao friend Chen for successfully attaining the Yuanying Dao fruit. Naturally, he began with congratulations, for the purpose of their visit was indeed this. With the principal guest present, the subsequent interaction would be between Chen Xian and Lu Baiqi. Jiang Xia and Chen Xiao, due to their statuses, could only listen attentively from the side. After inviting everyone to take a seat, Chen Xian produced his cherished remaining supply of high-grade spirit tea, TXINT. As he prepared the tea, Lu Baiqi revealed a square box floating in his palm. The box, lifted by spiritual energy, landed on the table beside Chen Xian. Dao friend Chen, this is a congratulatory gift from our sect's master, specifically selected to celebrate your breakthrough to Yuanying and the elevation of the Chun family to Yuanying status. I hope you will not find it lacking. The box bore no restrictions, allowing Chen Xian and Chen Xiao to easily probe within, revealing a beautifully crafted purple elixir bottle standing within. It contained a high-grade infant spirit pill, This pill would aid in swiftly stabilizing your Yuanian cultivation, saving you years of arduous training. As he explained, a hint of pride emerged on Lu Baiqi's face. Just a single low-grade infant spirit pill could fetch over 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones on the market, equating to 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, let alone this high-grade infant spirit pill. Even Lu Baiqi felt a twinge of envy at such a generous gift from the sect master. One could only imagine the Chen family's ancestor, living in a remote southern region, must be overwhelmed with joy at this moment. Lu Baiqi observed Chen Xian's astonished expression and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction swell within him. It was truly delightful to leave others in awe with just a slight gesture. Chen Xian was indeed somewhat taken aback. His first thought was, how could Jin Yongzong, a prominent southern power, be so parsimonious? Only gifting a mere high-grade infant spirit pill, he had expected something more precious. However, upon reflection, he understood. Without the top-tier infant spirit pills produced by the system, this high-grade infant spirit pill would indeed be exceptionally valuable. It could only be said that Chen Xian had unwittingly become quite affluent. Though he had no immediate use for this high-grade infant spirit pill, it could be sold openly. While he was uncertain of its exact value, he estimated that a fourth-tier cultivation pill would certainly be worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Such a lavish gift could only be afforded by a wealthy sect like Jin Yongzong among the myriad powers in the south. On behalf of the Chen family, I express my deepest gratitude for the generosity of your sect's master. Seeing Chen Xian quickly regain his composure, Lu Baiqi inwardly acknowledged his exceptional nature while also tempering his smile. He then directly expressed another purpose of this visit. In addition to congratulating the Chen family on their elevation to Yuaniing status, the master of Jin Yongzong has also tasked me with exploring the possibility of inviting Chen Xian and his family to join our sect. The sect's influence is vast and all-encompassing. Within the Jinyang sect, numerous families have devoted themselves to its development and survival. Daoist Chen, I have come to convey the sect master's intentions. The Chilean mountain range is expansive and boundless. In the regions surrounding it, the northeast boasts abundant coastal resources, while the west, near the heart of the northern wasteland, frequently produces monsters. However, our southern region has long been neglected and weakened. If we can unite and develop together, there lies a future of hope. The sect master's intention is for me to inquire whether you would be willing to closely ally the Chen family with our Jinyang sect, to pursue a grand ambition together. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xian's brows furrowed tightly. Beside him, Chen Zhao's expression also changed dramatically. Jiang Xia sensed the palpable tension in the air of the grand hall and glanced at Lu Baiqi, a hint of helplessness flickering in his gaze. His master, with a penchant for theatrics, rarely engages in conversation with those of lower cultivation, and even with him, his disciple, he is sparing with words. His emotional intelligence is alarmingly low, though his words were somewhat veiled. They had just arrived at the Chen family, and he had laid bare the Jinyang sect's intentions to subdue them before both him and the clan leader, provoking unwarranted disdain. Could he not have waited until after the grand ceremony to discuss matters privately with the Chen family's ancestor? Sigh. Jiang Xia truly wished he could take over the social interactions, yet his own cultivation was rather meager, and his status did not equate to that of the Yuaniing realm's Chen family ancestor. He could only smile wryly as he watched his master, Lu Baiqi, perform. Noticing Chen Xian's change in demeanor, Lu Baiqi realized he had perhaps spoken too bluntly. He then continued, "There is no rush for you to respond, my friend. You may take a few days to deliberate before making a decision. If this alliance can be forged, the Jinyang sect is willing to offer an upper-grade Yingling pill, 10 middle-grade Yingling pills, and 100 middle-grade Jinling pills to support you and your family's future cultivation needs." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia was greatly astonished. He was unaware of the benefits promised by the sect master. The scale of the offer was astonishing. A Yuaniing force was indeed worth so many resources? Chen Xian's tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. The Jinyang sect's desire to subjugate the Chen family seemed a bit fantastical, yet the sincerity behind the offer was palpable. The gifts had already been presented. He merely wondered what would follow should he decline. The promised benefits were but a drop in the ocean to Chen Xian at this moment, especially concerning medicinal resources. He felt no inclination to be swayed. Among the tasks decreed by the system was the mission to either annihilate or subdue the Jinyang sect. Regardless, the relationship between the Chen family and the Jinyang sect could only remain adversarial. Even if a future union were to materialize, it would be the Chen family absorbing the Jinyang sect, with the Chen family in the lead. In the presence of the esteemed elder of the Jinyang sect, Chen Xian naturally kept his audacious thoughts to himself. He merely nodded lightly to Lu Baiqi and uttered a single word, "Good." He then refrained from further pleasantries and continued, "My friend, having traveled such a long way, you must be weary. Tomorrow is the day of the grand ceremony. It would be best for you to rest and regain your strength." Without waiting for Lu Baiqi's response, he rose and directed his gaze toward Chen Xiao, instructing, "Arrange for the esteemed guests to be accommodated in the finest lofts and have 2 astute disciples ready at their service." Chen Xiao promptly rose. Lu Baiqi and Jiang Xia had no choice but to follow suit. Yes, please rest assured, Ancestor. I will ensure that the two esteemed guests are well accommodated. With that, the reception of the Jinyang sect's envoy came to a close. Chen Xuan led the group out of the grand hall, reiterating his instructions to Chen Xiao to host their guests well, before bidding farewell to Lu Baiqi and returning to his secluded abode in the clouds. Outside the hall, Lu Baiqi and his disciples exchanged glances. They were then escorted to two adjacent luxurious lofts within the Chen family's residence, where the spiritual energy was most abundant and the scenery most exquisite. Two disciples of the Chen family were assigned to stand guard in the courtyard, ready for any tasks. Disciple, do you think the ancestor of the Chen family was a bit excessive? How could he suddenly become angry while conversing? Jiang Xia remained silent. I am also a Yuanying powerhouse and the esteemed elder of the Jinyang sect. Doesn't the Chen family ancestor's attitude seem somewhat dismissive of both me and the Jinyang sect? Jiang Xia, are you a turtle spirit reincarnate? Why are you so reticent? If you continue like this, I shall truly become enraged. Jiang Xia replied, Master, it is getting late. You should quickly wash up and rest. Oh, Lu Baiqi lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and soon entered a dream state. In the vast expanse of a boundless prairie, he stood facing a silhouette in the air. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Xuan, the ancestor of the Chen family he had just met. Lu Baiqi looked ahead at the dream demon, Chen Xuan, exuding a sharp sword intent, and his face lit up with surprise. He had not anticipated that this ancestor of the Chen family was actually a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators possess unparalleled combat prowess and can truly be regarded as an excellent sharpening stone. Lu Baiqi practiced a technique known as the Great Dream Sutra, which allows him to transform into dream demons based on the cultivators he has encountered. Once within the dream, he could battle these dream demons, honing his combat skills while absorbing the immense power of the great dream generated from their clashes. Consuming this great dream energy would facilitate rapid growth in his cultivation. If he could successfully slay the dream demon he had conjured, he would receive a substantial return of great dream energy. The stronger the dream demon, the more great dream energy one could acquire. With a thought, Lu Baiqi eagerly summoned a flying sword shimmering with azure light. Simultaneously, the dream demon Chen Xuan materialized a sword identical to the one in Lu Baiqi's hand. This was the dream realm birthed from the Great Dream Sutra. All is but an illusion. Only the combat techniques that continuously evolve in the heat of battle, along with the formidable power of the Grand Dream, are the true treasures that make Lu Baiqi yearn with great desire. Chapter 65, The Dance of the Sword Light. An hour later, Lu Baiqi leaned on his sword, bending slightly, his complexion pale, breath coming in gasps. In contrast, the dream demon Chen Xuan stood across from him, proud and indifferent, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor unwavering. The dream demons always exuded this air of invincibility. Witnessing the undiminished strength of Chen Xuan after an intense battle left Lu Baiqi drenched in sweat. How could he be this strong? Lu Baiqi was unwilling to accept it. He practiced the renowned Demeng Jing, the only method of its kind in the world, which allowed him to construct a dream realm capable of evolving all things. The grand dream power cultivated through this technique was unparalleled, transcending all forces across realms. How could he possibly be at a disadvantage against others of the same level? Chen Xuan was indeed formidable, comprehending multiple sword intents, his array of sharp sword techniques unending. Yet it should not be so overwhelming. Lu Baiqi was uncertain of the technique Chen Xuan practiced, but every strike he unleashed was overwhelmingly powerful, forcing Lu Baiqi to exert his utmost just to stay afloat. Could it be that I am unable to defeat this dream demon? A thought emerged in Lu Baiqi's mind, sending a chill coursing through him, reaching his very core. The dream demon, once manifested, must be eradicated, otherwise it would return each time he entered the dream realm. Even if Lu Baiqi attempted to use others as sharpening stones, Chen Xuan would still appear, joining in the assault. Currently, just this single dream demon was challenging enough to contend with, let alone facing a group. After such a prolonged struggle, despite not managing to slay Chen Xuan, Lu Baiqi had accumulated considerable grand dream power from the ripples of the dream space. He absorbed all this power into his Dantian's Yuanying, witnessing a remarkable surge in his cultivation. Merely through the act of sleeping and dreaming, he gained far more than through meditation and the consumption of elixirs, yielding an exponential increase in his cultivation. Ever since he began practicing the Demeng Jing, Lu Baiqi had not meditated for cultivation. He opened his eyes, extending his consciousness outward, and found the external world had transformed completely. This dream lasted an entire night. The Chen family was adorned with lights, bustling with crowds, and filled with a cacophony of noise. Even early on, leaders from various surrounding factions arrived personally to offer their congratulations, presenting gifts as they took their seats, awaiting the grand banquet. Essentially, all members of the Chen family, aside from Chen Xuan, had appeared, each engaged in hosting the guests. Chen Xiao, Chen Yuntian, and even the Jindan realm's Chen Zhen were all present. After stretching and shaking off his weariness, Lu Baiqi sent a message through his consciousness to awaken Jiang Xia, urging him to accompany him to the venue of the Chen family ceremony. Their auras remained unrestrained, the Golden Sun sect emblem emblazoned on their robes, their identities unmistakable. This was the moment for a grand entrance. The overwhelming presence of a Yuan-ing cultivator overshadowed everything, drawing the attention of all present to Lu Baiqi. He reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention. Despite a hint of vanity, he cherished it. A Yuan-ing expert. A Yuan-ing expert has personally arrived. Noticing the sect emblem on their chests, everyone realized they were from the Jinyang sect, astonished that such a powerful figure had come to honor the Chen family. What an imposing aura. Surely, a mere glance from such a being could annihilate me. Upon arriving before Chen Xiao, Lu Baiqi was warmly invited to take a seat of honor. The primary seat was, of course, reserved for the Chen family's ancestor, Chen Xuan. Shortly after Lu Baiqi settled in, Chen Xian's figure appeared, his terrifying aura enveloping the entire venue once more. The ancestor of the Chen family has arrived. Countless gazes converged upon Chen Xian. He walked directly to the main seat and greeted Lu Baiqi with a smile and a nod. Lu Baiqi felt a stir in his heart, eager to engage in pleasantries to ease the relationship. However, a streak of light shot in from the west towards the Chen family, with no attempt to conceal its presence, causing those at the foundational and qi levels to momentarily gasp for breath. A Jin Dan cultivator. This individual, adorned in attire bearing the emblem of the Mao Mountain Yang family, represented a significant southern force, coming to pay respects to the Chun ancestor on his attainment of Yuan-ing and to congratulate the Chun family on their rise to Yuan-ing status, presenting a mid-grade infant spirit pill and a top-grade flying sword as gifts. After arriving before Chen Xian, Yang Kong immediately bowed respectfully, offering the family's prepared gifts. This gift was certainly of substantial value, only slightly less than the top-grade infant spirit pill presented by the Jinyang sect. Upon his arrival, Yang Kang's consciousness swept across the venue, and he quickly noticed the two Yuan-ing experts already seated. Upon seeing Lu Baiqi, he was taken aback. Wasn't this the newly appointed elder of the Jinyang sect, Lu Baiqi, along with his disciple Jiang Xia? They had sent a Yuan-ing cultivator personally. This southern region, typically impoverished, had actually produced a Yuan-ing force that the Jinyang sect took seriously. After presenting his gifts, Yang Kong was directed by Chen Xiao to a seat lower than Lu Baiqi's, and he respectfully cupped his hands in greeting to the duo. Yang family S. Yang Kong, greetings to Senior Lu and Taoist Jiang. Lu Baiqi merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further engagement. Given the disparity in status, he refrained from unnecessary conversation. Jiang Xia, however, smiled and returned the greeting. Taoist Yang, you are too kind. Please, take a seat. Following the Mao Mountain Yang family, representatives from Lingxi sect, Fuhai sect, and Baihua sect also arrived, all Jin Dan cultivators. While their gifts may not match the Jinyang sects, they were still quite generous. The arrival of representatives from the Baihua sect caused quite a stir, as it was well known that this sect comprised solely female cultivators. Two figures, strikingly graceful and adorned in white veils, entered, their lively eyes shaped like crescent moons, each smile revealing enchanting charm, captivating all who beheld them. Lu Baiqi noticed that his disciple was staring blankly at someone, his eyes seemingly frozen in place. Seizing the moment, he playfully transmitted a message. What's wrong? My dear disciple, is your heart fluttering with spring feelings? Do you need me to arrange a match for you? Jiang Xia, coming back to his senses, rolled his eyes at Lu Baiqi, thinking how disrespectful this old man was. He was merely appreciating something beautiful, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. However, the woman in purple attire did possess truly captivating eyes. Bai Huazong's Yun Shu Ran and Su Xian came to congratulate Chunjia's elder for achieving the Yuan-ing Dao fruit and for the family's elevation to a Yuan-ing power. After presenting their congratulations to Chen Xian, they offered a generous gift, 10 jars of Baihuan Yang, a premium spirit wine of human rank, which could fetch a price exceeding 1,000,000 spirit stones if sold. However, Baihuan Yang, despite its value, was a rare commodity that Chen Xian had long coveted. Now fortunate enough to receive it, he intended to keep it hidden and savor it at his leisure, as he had no need to sell it for mere millions of spirit stones, which equated to just a few thousand middle-grade stones or several hundred top-grade stones. The 5 factions, Jinyang Zone, Maoshan Yangjia, Lingxi Zone, Fuhai Zone, and Baihua Zone, all had their representatives present to witness the ceremony. With the arrival of significant figures, the presence of others became inconsequential. The grand ceremony for Chunjia's ascension was about to commence. The family head, Chen Xiao, delivered an impassioned opening speech, followed by Chun Xian's climactic appearance where he addressed old feuds with the Wang and Zhou families, declaring 2 ancestral teachings he had personally inscribed into the family lineage. Those of Chen Jia must know the ancestral teachings. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, I will repay tenfold. Those who offend Chen Jia shall be pursued, no matter how distant they may be. The resounding declarations reverberated in the air, stirring the hearts of all present, including Liu Baiqi, whose gaze was fixed intently on the figure in white robes, his eyes betraying an unusual glimmer that went unnoticed by others. The banquet commenced with an array of spirit delicacies and wines being served. Musicians, previously arranged, began to play celestial melodies while dancers twirled gracefully in the square. Under the hospitality of Chen Jia, the guests raised their cups and engaged in lively discussions about various intriguing tales from the cultivation world. As the wine flowed, a highlight of the event was soon to unfold. The internal competition among the disciples of Chen Jia divided into qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. Upon noticing that the number of foundation establishment cultivators from Chen Jia had exceeded 50, nearing 60, all the factions present were taken aback. Chen Jia was growing at an astonishing pace. However, the representatives from the 5 Yuan-ing powers felt no alarm. To them, a Yuan-ing power with only 1 Yuan-ing cultivator and a single Jindan cultivator, along with just over 50 foundation establishment practitioners, seemed to lack depth and could not compare to them. They believed that without Chen Xuan, the remaining Chen Jia would merely be a weak ant-like faction. The 5 factions, including Jin Yangzong, had come primarily to show respect for Chen Xuan, who had already become a Yuan-ing powerhouse. Chen Jia was merely riding the coattails of his ascent. Chen Xuan was acutely aware of this reality, yet he remained unfazed. Given time, Chen Jia would surely rise to prominence. Chen Yuntian and Chen Xiao were on the verge of breakthroughs to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and would soon be ready to advance to the Jindan stage. Chen Yinyan, the master of Feng Tang, had also recently broken through to the later stage of foundation establishment. With the support of fortuitous energies, the cultivation speed of all Chen Jia members surged dramatically. Once they reached the peak of their realms, Chen Xuan would grant them corresponding top-tier breakthrough elixirs and treasures to assist them through their tribulations. With his formidable support, any disciple of Chen Jia with sufficient cultivation could have a success rate of 8 to 90% in breaking through major realms, making failure a challenging prospect. The future development of Chen Jia was destined to undergo a rapid and revolutionary transformation. By the next Huashan Grand Ceremony, a completely different scene would unfold. After contemplating these prospects, Chen Xuan turned his attention back to the competition. Aside from Jiang Yun, Jiang Mingyue, and Yin Shang, none of the other disciples impressed him. However, one disciple of Chen Jia's bloodline caught his eye, a promising sword cultivator. The one wielding the long sword and unleashing fierce sword qi was none other than Qin Tianzhong, a former failed foundation establishment candidate. As a descendant of Chen Jia, he was fortunate enough to enter the Yintang and receive a top-tier foundation establishment elixir, allowing him to continue on his path. His attacks were beginning to exhibit the embryonic form of swordsmanship, with a subtle sword intent brewing within him, unbeknownst to even himself. Yet, Chen Xuan, being a sword cultivator, keenly perceived this potential. Naturally, he intended to take this disciple under his wing for personal cultivation. Although resources were focused on the Yintang, the family was not solely for its service. There was still room to nurture talents. Friend Chen, with so many prodigious disciples emerging from your clan, the rise of Chen Jia is surely just around the corner. Liu Baiqi initiated a conversation to dispel the awkwardness. Chen Xuan smiled in response. You flatter me, my friend. The disciples of Chen Jia are hardly comparable to those of Jin Yangzong. For Chen Jia to soar, it is indeed a daunting task. With a sigh, Chen Xuan directly rejected Liu Baiqi's proposal from the previous day, stating, as for what you mentioned yesterday, I have given it careful consideration. Please convey to your sect leader that Chen Jia has been established for hundreds of years, managing this territory. In the future, we only wish to maintain stability and development in this region, with no grand ambitions beyond that. I hope you will not take my earlier rudeness to heart. Upon hearing this, Liu Baiqi understood that Chen Xuan was being forthright. Just as Jiang Xia had predicted, he had decisively declined. This outcome was anticipated by Liu Baiqi, who realized that the sect leader had perhaps been overly idealistic, thinking that a mere statement and some resources could secure control over a Yuan-ing power. To say that it is a delusion of infatuation would not be an exaggeration. After receiving a response, Liu Baiqi could not help but let out a sigh of relief internally. To be honest, subduing the Qin family was entirely the will of the sect master and not his own. However, as the supreme elder of Jinyang's sect, he felt compelled to follow the sect master's orders, especially if it would benefit the expansion of Jinyang's sect. This obligation, however, led to the current awkward situation. No matter, my friend, you worry too much. The sect master merely made a suggestion, regardless of your choice. Both Jinyang's sect and the Chen family belong to the southern regional powers, and they shall undoubtedly support each other in the future. Such words, of course, were mere nonsense. Those who understood knew the truth. If it were not for the numerous concerns, the Yang family of Mao Mountain and Lingxi sect would be lurking nearby, like a tiger watching its prey. With Chen Xuan having already achieved Yuan-ing, it was uncertain what hardline measures Jinyang's sect might employ to achieve its goals. Good. With your assurance, I, Chen, can rest easy. Chen Xuan responded with a smile. and after the conversation opened up, Lu Baiqi found himself speaking more freely. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, enjoying each other's company. Meanwhile, the other Golden Core cultivators sent by the four major factions sat uneasily, recognizing that they had no right to interject in the discussions between two Yuaning powerhouses. Their attention remained fixated on the grand competition. Although the duels among the foundation building and Qi refining junior cultivators appeared somewhat tedious, they still provided some entertainment. From morning until night, as night fell, the grand competition finally drew to a close. An extraordinarily lively banquet thus came to an end. Guests began to depart in succession, while many lingered, waiting for the majority to leave before approaching high-ranking cultivators of the Chen family, such as Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian, to propose the idea of aligning their forces with the Chen family. Before Lu Baiqi took his leave, he extended a peculiar invitation to Chen Xuan. My friend Chen, in 10 years, the various forces of the North Sea Tianxing region will unite to hold a demon-slaying conference on Pasha Island. Should you wish to join the festivities, feel free to visit Jin Yang's sect in advance, and I shall accompany you. The North Sea, Tianxing region. Pasha Island, such a distant place. A demon-slaying conference? It must refer to the extermination of demonic beasts in the sea. Chen Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he had no intention of attending that so-called conference. Even if the various forces of the North Sea cultivation world offered substantial rewards, he remained uninterested. With the system by his side, he lacked nothing in terms of cultivation resources and saw no need to venture into danger. The same four-character cultivation mantra held true, Go Dao Wei Zun. After everyone had departed, the once lively Chen family fell into silence once more. Chen Xuan sought out Chen Xiao and handed over the premium foundation building pills and premium gold sage pills he had in his possession. The Chen family was set to enter a period of stable development for quite some time, and Chen Xuan prepared for an extended retreat to focus on his cultivation. All family matters would continue to be overseen by Chen Xiao, with any issues requiring discussion to be brought to Chen Jun, Chen Yuntian, or Chen Yinyan. Only in the event of significant decisions, or when faced with formidable enemies would they rouse him from his seclusion to preside over matters. After conveying these instructions, Chen Xuan approached Chen Tianzhong. Are you willing to take me as your master? Chen Tianzhong, astonished at the sudden appearance of his ancestor, was nearly rendered speechless upon hearing these words. I am willing, master. Chen Xuan observed the excited and flustered expression of Chen Tianzhong and reminded him. Proceed with the formalities of apprenticeship. Chen Tianzhong regained his composure, his face instantly turning a deep shade of crimson. He then knelt before Chen Xuan, performing the traditional 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Once the ceremony was complete, Chen Xuan bestowed upon him a spatial ring containing resources equivalent to those previously given to Yan Shang and Jiang Mingyu, though this time the pills were of superior quality. Subsequently, he used his magic to envelop Chen Tianzhong and return to the cave dwelling together. He briefly informed Yan Shang and Jiang Mingyu that this was their new junior brother. Thereafter, he instructed them to assist in establishing the cave dwelling for Chen Tianzhong while he swiftly settled down to meditate and enter a state of cultivation. Exhibiting an air of urgency, Master truly is an unrepentant cultivation fanatic. Jiang Mingyu murmured quietly in awe as she watched Chen Xuan's vanishing figure. Yan Shang pondered for a couple of seconds before hastily urging Jiang Mingyu to join him and their junior brother Chen Tianzhong in swiftly preparing the cave dwelling. Mimicking Chen Xuan's demeanor, they worked fervently to complete their tasks, eagerly hurrying back to their own cave dwellings. Leaving behind an insightful remark for Chen Tianzhong. Heaven rewards diligence. We ought to take master as our model and not be negligent in our cultivation. Chen Tianzhong nodded in agreement, turning to Jiang Mingyu and saying, Thank you, senior sister, for your assistance in establishing the cave dwelling. You should return to your own dwelling quickly and not let our junior brother's presence delay your cultivation. With that, he seated himself on the meditation mat, completely disregarding the dazed Jiang Mingyu beside him, and swiftly immersed himself in his cultivation. Jiang Mingyu, bewildered by the actions of her master Chen Xuan and her 2 senior brothers, stood rooted in place for quite some time. Only then did she regain her senses and return to her own cave dwelling, her heart filled with questions. Does sitting in seclusion for cultivation really not become tedious? Even if one must be diligent, must it be to such an extent? Initially, after participating in the disciples' grand competition and receiving rewards, Jiang Mingyu had been eagerly preparing to gather with Yan Shang and the newly initiated junior brother Chen Tianzhong under the moonlight for a joyous drink, sharing amusing tales from their cultivation experiences. Yet now, everyone had retreated to their respective cave dwellings for seclusion. What could she do? Of course, she could only join them. Fortunately, she truly needed to exert herself for a while. Otherwise, her ability to accompany them into the forthcoming Fan Hai secret realm would remain uncertain. Upon thinking of the Fan Hai secret realm, a look of anticipation immediately graced Jiang Mingyu's face, filling her with renewed vigor. Harnessing this newfound energy, she quickly settled her mind and soon entered a state of cultivation. With her wind spirit body, medicinal pills, and the power of fortune amplifying her abilities, The spiritual energy within her surged at an unimaginable pace. Yanshang also benefited from medicinal pills and the power of fortune. Not only that, the Jinyu Tower possesses the remarkable ability to transform the power of the Qi Jiao Xian she imprisoned within it into pure, easily refined energy, directly infusing it into his body. Thus, he is able to break through to the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. Yanshang's cultivation speed surpasses even that of Jiang Mingyue, who possesses the wind spirit body. In comparison to the two of them, Chen Tianzhong appears somewhat overshadowed. Lacking extraordinary opportunities and formidable innate talent, he relies solely on the auspicious fortune bestowed by the Chen family, supplemented by the exceptional elixirs secretly granted by the ancestor. Suitable for the foundation establishment period, each elixir requires merely 2 family points for exchange, while within Chen Xian's reach. The elixirs for the golden core stage demand an excessive number of family points, but daily sign-ins grant him ample supply. The 4 disciples are all immersed in the swift enhancement of their cultivation. Following the conclusion of the Chen family's promotion ceremony, the name of the Chen family quickly spread throughout the southern region of the Chilean mountains, even reaching the ears of neighboring forces from the 4 directions. The Yuanying Chen family has only now begun to truly reveal its prominence within the Chilean mountains. Chapter 67. A corner of Mangdang Mountain. Zhang Yun stands atop the mountain, gazing toward the direction of Chen Xian's dojo. Towering golden pillars of light pierce the clouds, flanked by 3 slender golden beams that rise into the sky. Influenced by him earlier, Jiang Mingyue had only elevated her fortune to purple. Unexpectedly, after becoming Chen Xian's disciple, it has directly transformed into gold. Even Chen Tianzhong, who previously possessed only blue fortune, has now transcended purple to ascend to gold. As for himself, although he has not committed the transgression of switching allegiances, being a disciple of the Chen family and having his younger sister become a disciple of Chen Xian, the source of their fortune, he undeniably reaps significant benefits. Zhang Yun looks up at the radiant golden light overhead, where 2 golden dragons, one large and one small, entwine and soar. The newly born golden dragon, though diminutive, grows each day. This Chen family and the existence of its ancestor likely far surpass Zhang Yun's comprehension. Perhaps it is time to hasten his pace. He perceives that his own methods may seem trivial in the eyes of those entrenched within the realm ahead, and thus, there is no need to continue concealing them. Additionally, in the western skies, a blood-red glow faintly emerges. Zhang Yun senses a familiar yet repugnant aura emanating from it. Should that entity truly descend, it would signify a cataclysm for this realm of cultivation. He must accelerate his progress to attain a higher level of power to confront potential crises in the future. As Zhang Yun mutters to himself, the spiritual sea within him simultaneously begins to expand, akin to unanchored duckweed, with spiritual energy manifesting from thin air and converging into the vast spiritual sea. An overwhelming force, far surpassing that of the Chen family head, Chen Xiao, radiates from within him. Remarkably, he has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. For now, he will wait until he takes Mingyue out of the secret realm before breaking through to the golden core stage. Regardless of what the future holds, this brief moment is inconsequential. Having promised his sister to guide her into the second-tier secret realm, Zhang Yun will not go back on his word. He will undoubtedly seek justice for the wrongs of his past life. In this life, he will spare no effort to protect his sister as before. Zhang Yun's figure quickly vanishes from the mountaintop. Time passes quietly. Ever since the Chen family became the sole dominant force within a radius of 10,000 miles in the cultivation world, its momentum has surged like a dragon. The entire Chen family is undergoing a transformation that is both rapid and remarkable. Shortly after the promotion ceremony concluded, both the Patriarch, Chen Xiao, and Chen Yuntian broke through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At this moment, the family's affairs have entered a phase of stable operation, with internal vigor and external respect, instilling fear in others. They have rare opportunities to enjoy tranquility and focus on their cultivation for a period, strengthening their foundation in preparation for a breakthrough to the golden core stage. On the eve of the opening of the Fanhai secret realm, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, accompanied by thunder and lightning. This scene is all too familiar to the members of the Chen family. It is the calamity cloud. The golden core tribulation is upon them. Whether it is the Patriarch or the Elder who has broken through remains uncertain. The answer is that both have advanced together. 2 figures appear above Mangdang Mountain, each leading half of the calamity cloud towards the east and west. The Chen family members stationed at Mangdang Mountain are divided into 2 groups to witness the event. The methods employed by Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian to transcend the tribulation are nearly identical to those of Chen Zhen. They withstand part of the lightning tribulation, then endure the remaining force, subsequently consuming supreme rejuvenation elixirs to recover from their injuries. After overcoming the 8th bolt of lightning, both of them give birth to a destructive aura contained within the thunder. By comprehending this aura of destruction, they may grasp the path of thunder in the future. The Thunder Path is undoubtedly an exceptionally formidable and supreme path of slaughter. The unparalleled opportunity that descends upon them elicits profound surprise and excitement in the hearts of Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian. In the future, when they face adversaries within the same realm, they are bound to be regarded as extraordinary talents. With the formation of 2 golden cores, the Chen family successfully gives rise to 2 golden core true persons alongside Chen Zhen, totaling 3 golden core true persons. Such a configuration barely embodies the aura befitting a Yuanying force. However, compared to newly ascended powers like the Baiwa sect and the Fuhai sect, which boast nearly a dozen golden core experts, and the Jinyang sect, the Maoshangyang family, and the Lingxi sect, the Chen family still has much ground to cover. They must continue to strive for improvement. Congratulations to the Patriarch for successfully breaking through to the golden core stage, a celebration for the Patriarch and the family. Congratulations to the Elder for achieving the golden core stage, a celebration for the Elder and the family. Thunderous applause erupts from both the east and west of the Chen family, soaring into the skies and causing the surrounding clouds to recede in awe. After reuniting, Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian exchange respectful gestures. Congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations to you as well. They share a joyful smile and head back towards the Chen family, followed by excited and exuberant disciples of the Chen family. The scene of the tribulation is felt by nearly everyone within the Chen family's stronghold at Mangdang Mountain. Chen Xian, upon sensing the situation, merely curled the corners of his mouth into a slight arc. He had not yet emerged from his seclusion. After all, it was merely a minor tribulation of the golden core stage. With the supreme rejuvenation pills he had bestowed upon the 2, no unforeseen incidents would occur. After nearly a month of cultivation, the spiritual energy accumulated within his Yuan Ying had already surpassed 1/3. Soon, he would be able to advance further. In his delight, he could not help but extend his divine sense to probe the 3 disciples nearby. Yin Shang had already broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment 10 days prior. This little prodigy undoubtedly possessed some extraordinary opportunities unknown to him. Chen Xian did not delve too deeply into it, for every cultivator harbored secrets. No matter how remarkable the opportunity, it could not compare to his system. Then there was Jiang Mingyue, who had awakened her wind spirit body. After diligent cultivation, her speed was also remarkable, having broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment 3 days ago. Upon her breakthrough, Chen Xian could not help but shake his head with a wry smile, lamenting the will of heaven. He could not prevent her entry into the Fan Hai secret realm. As for Chen Tianzhong, his cultivation speed had significantly increased compared to his time in the Dark Hall. Unfortunately, he still fell short compared to Jiang Mingyue and Yin Shang. Chen Xian focused his divine sense intently on him for a long while, but hesitated to impart the Taishu Qingling Ju, a supreme technique worth 1 million family points. In this realm, it was undoubtedly a transcendent existence. The thought of passing down the technique to a disciple of the Chen family had crossed his mind more than once. The first time was when he faced Chen Zhen, yet he ultimately held back, wary of potential consequences. Even among close family, the treacherous nature of the cultivation world rendered everything uncertain. Human hearts are the most unpredictable. In his previous life, every time he returned home for the new year, he would hear countless village gossip from his grandmother that shattered his worldview and nearly collapsed his understanding. When human nature intertwines with interests, it cannot withstand the test. Chen Xian's resolution was to wait until his strength grew stronger, granting him the capability to handle unexpected events before gradually sharing the treasures of his system to strengthen the Chen family. Perhaps it was best to observe a little longer. The teachings of a technique should not be passed lightly, especially one as supreme as what Chen Xian had acquired, necessitating even greater caution. He had a general understanding of Chen Tianzhong's past and felt he was a disciple of decent character. However, to bestow upon him the supreme technique, he needed to remain by his side for further observation. As the patriarch of the family, Chen Xian hoped that in the future, his blood relatives would excel and produce a plethora of talents. In contrast, nurturing a devoted disciple would prove significantly more challenging than cultivating a Chen family disciple. For instance, he had only granted the finest cultivation elixir to Chen Tianzhong, withholding it from Yin Shang and Jiang Mingyue. As night fell, Jiang Mingyue emerged from her seclusion and first sought out Chen Tianzhong. Junior brother, the Fan Hai secret realm is set to open tomorrow. Let us enter together to seize resources for the family. Naturally, Chen Tianzhong was aware of the Fan Hai secret realm. Among the second-tier secret realms, it contained a wealth of rare materials, far more abundant than those found in the first-tier realms. Each opening saw various factions dispatching foundation establishment cultivators to vie for treasures and opportunities, particularly the essential materials for crafting foundation establishment pills. The Chen family was no exception. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianzhong's heart stirred slightly, but a sudden transmission in his mind caused his expression to turn grave as he firmly declined Jiang Mingyue's proposal. I'm sorry, senior sister, but I am currently at a critical juncture in my breakthrough to the mid-stage of foundation establishment and cannot accompany you to the Fan Hai secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Mingyue, eager, interjected, Junior brother, but was interrupted once more by Chen Tianzong. Senior sister, there is no need to say more. My cultivation is still low. I would only be a burden in that secret realm. It is better for me to remain here in the cave and focus on breaking through to a higher realm. Perhaps you could go with the senior brother instead? Jiang Mingyue wanted to persuade him further, mentioning the safety of having her brother there, but upon seeing Chen Tianzong's resolute expression and his reference to the senior brother, she opened her mouth but chose not to press further. After bidding farewell to Chen Tianzong, Jiang Mingyue returned to Yanshang's cave, only to receive a similar response. In fact, Yanshang even advised her against taking risks. Junior sister, it is a waste of precious cultivation time to venture into that secret realm. With our master as protection and support, we should seize this great opportunity to cultivate diligently and aim for an early breakthrough to the golden core stage, growing stronger to contribute to our master and the family. I won't listen. After finding no joy in her endeavors, Jiang Mingyue sulked as she approached her master, Chen Xuan, to bid farewell. Although Chen Xuan did not wish for her to waste time in the Fanhai secret realm, the decision was made, and he had to consider the dangers she might encounter. Before her departure, he bestowed upon her various types of pills, talismans, and protective artifacts, mandating that she stay close to Jiang Yuan and not act independently. Rest assured, master, I will certainly stay close to my brother. After accepting Chen Xian's gifts, Jiang Mingyue's spirits lifted once more. Exiting the cave, she hurriedly flew on her sword, following the aura of her brother, Jiang Yuan. At that moment, Jiang Yuan was in his loft, perusing a book titled Supreme Pill Scriptures. To enter the second-tier secret realm, he could not afford to enhance his cultivation. Thus there was no need for further practice. Sensing the familiar aura approaching, he set aside his book, stepped outside, and looked to the sky. A graceful figure descended on a flying sword, calling out cheerfully, "Brother." Jiang Yuan immediately smiled. "Sister, after such a long time apart, did you miss me?" "You have no idea. I was nearly suffocated staying in that dark cave," Jiang Mingyue complained, linking her arm with Jiang Yuan's. "I truly fail to comprehend the significance of sitting there in perpetual cultivation. My master, along with my senior brother and junior brother, are all utterly consumed by their obsession with practice. They remain seated on their meditation cushions, hardly shifting an inch. Alas, I had intended to persuade my senior brother and junior brother to accompany me to the secret realm, yet they dismissed the notion without a moment's hesitation. Moreover, my senior brother even advised me against going. It is infuriating. Nevertheless, it is said that each individual possesses their own character and thoughts." Jiang Mingyue merely sought to vent her frustrations to Jiang Yuan, harboring no malice. In the next moment, she produced a spatial ring, waving it excitedly before Jiang Yuan. "My master bestowed upon me an abundance of treasures before my departure. Even if I venture alone into the secret realm, I shall surely manage." Alone? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. He could not allow Jiang Mingyue to navigate such perilous territory unaccompanied. Not even for a moment could she be out of his sight. "Look at you, so proud." Jiang Mingyue replied with a smile. "You are the best brother." Yet, as soon as her words fell, Jiang Yuan's subsequent response felt like a bucket of cold water dousing her joy, causing her radiant smile to vanish in an instant. "Do not rejoice too soon. Once this venture into the secret realm concludes, you must remain by our ancestors' side to cultivate in seclusion. Do not emerge until you have successfully advanced to the golden core stage. This is not a discussion, it is an order." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue's expression soured, her lips pouting as she whined. Brother, please. I am only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How long will it take to break through to the golden core stage? At least a year or two, right? Such a lengthy period will drive me mad." In preparation for entering the Fanhai secret realm, Jiang Mingyue had already secluded herself for over a month. Even that was nearly unbearable. The thought of sitting there for another year or two filled her with dread. She feared that she might unwittingly succumb to inner demons, ultimately leading to her downfall. Jiang Yuan observed Jiang Mingyue's demeanor, recognizing her inherently restless nature. Though he was accustomed to it, each time he could not help but sigh inwardly. Isn't seclusion for cultivation a worthwhile endeavor? The influx of spiritual energy continually cleansing the body brings immense clarity. After a breakthrough, one's lifespan extends, and one can ascend towards the path of immortality. With enhanced strength comes greater power, allowing one to transcend all and attain true freedom. Shouldn't these be the aspirations of a cultivator? How could one perceive it as tedious? Jiang Yuan intended to advise Jiang Mingyue against merely seeking immediate pleasures, yet ultimately decided against wasting his breath. "It will not take 1 or 2 years. Shortly, I shall impart a cultivation technique to you. After transitioning to this method, your cultivation speed will increase approximately 8-fold. A couple of months of focused meditation will suffice for you to break through to the golden core stage." A couple of months. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. What was once a daunting prospect of 1 or 2 years had suddenly transformed into a mere couple of months. The stark contrast alleviated her resistance to the idea of further seclusion after the secret realm. "Brother, What technique is this that can enhance my cultivation speed by 8 times? Jiang Mingyue, though playful and spirited, was not lacking in understanding. She was well aware that a technique capable of such a feat was exceedingly rare, often mentioned only in the biographies of legendary figures within the realm of cultivation. Jiang Yun did not respond verbally, but instead demonstrated through action. He pointed his finger to her forehead, and a torrent of immense information surged into her mind. Jiang Mingyue stood stunned, passively absorbing all there was to know about the Tai Xian Ziqi Jing. After a long while, she regained her senses and began to murmur. At the dawn of Tai Xian, the purple energy flows eastward, with the celestial pivot and literary star illuminating the 9 provinces. The Tai Xian Ziqi Jing was the supreme creation Jiang Yun had acquired in his previous life. It was through this technique that he became the most illustrious prodigy within his family, dominating his peers across 10 domains. However, one day, he would return to make those who wronged him pay dearly for their actions. Jiang Mingyue, upon receiving the Tai Xian Ziqi Jing, immediately fell into a trance-like state, wandering into Jiang Yun's room and settling onto a meditation cushion with closed eyes. An enigmatic aura emanated from her being, while the surrounding spiritual energy converged upon her. Jiang Yun silently stood guard, extracting a large quantity of spirit stones from his spatial ring to crush, thereby intensifying the spiritual energy in the air. Time passed, and after a night, Jiang Mingyue abruptly opened her eyes. Her consciousness swept through her dantian, and she was taken aback, though her realm had not changed. Still at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, her qi had inexplicably expanded significantly. It is immense. Can this spiritual energy even be exhausted? If Jiang Yun were aware of his sister's thoughts at that moment, he would surely be astounded. What cultivator ever feared running out of spiritual energy? The disciples of the Chen family preparing to enter the Fanhai secret realm had gathered in the square. The Fanhai secret realm. Jiang Mingyue suddenly snapped back to reality, disregarding her internal changes, and hurriedly dragged Jiang Yun outside. Quickly, we must head to the family square. With their feet on flying swords, the two streaked through the sky towards the square, where a multitude of Chen Family Foundation establishment cultivators had assembled. There were a total of 28 individuals, all set to enter the Fanhai secret realm. 90% were serving cultivators. With only 3 elders from the Chen family present, Elder Chen Hongye, Elder Chen Taiji, and Elder Chenin. Among them, only Chen Hongye displayed commendable talent, being the youngest yet the most accomplished. Thanks to the family's fortuitous circumstances, he had rapidly advanced, successfully breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, both Chen Taiji and Chen have surpassed the age of 130, akin to the venerable elder Chen Yuntian, placing them firmly in the realm of advanced age. Yet their cultivation remains stagnant at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Recently, despite a remarkable surge in their cultivation, they have yet to ascend to the next level. Their decision to enroll in the second-tier Fanhai secret realm stems from a desire to utilize their waning vitality to contest for the Chen family's honor. Upon the arrival of Jiang Yun and Jiang Mingyue, all participants had gathered. Yang Zhao, leading the group, boarded the spirit vessel, setting a course towards the northwestern direction where the Fanhai secret realm resides. Indeed, it is Yang Zhao, the current head of the Chen family's war hall, who is guiding this expedition. Now, Yang Zhao has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, his combat prowess unmatched, making him the ideal candidate to lead the Chen disciples into the secret realm. Apart from Yang Zhao, the most formidable among the Chen clan is Jiang Yun. At this moment, Jiang Yun chose not to further conceal his cultivation, as it would inevitably be revealed sooner or later. The powerful aura emanating from him enveloped the entire spirit vessel, drawing the attention of many onlookers. It was unexpected that his cultivation had ascended to such heights. Jiang Yun had joined the war hall under Chen Xian's directive and had conversed with Yang Zhao on several occasions. Standing side by side now, Yang Zhao looked at him, a wry smile appearing on his lips. When first encountering Jiang Yun, he was struck by his extraordinary presence, which instilled an involuntary feeling of inferiority. Ultimately, there was a semblance of balance restored in their cultivation levels. However, he had not anticipated that Jiang Yun had previously concealed his cultivation. Now reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, merely a step away from the higher golden core realm, Jiang Yun remained silent as Yang Zhao continued to gaze ahead, stating that each opening of the Fanhai secret realm attracts numerous factions from the southern region, sending representatives to seize opportunities. While loose cultivators often form temporary alliances to contend with these factions, clans like Jin Yangzong, Mao Shanyang family, and Yun Shizong might not bother with the resources of a mere second-tier secret realm, and thus, few if any, would come to compete. In contrast, the Baihua Zong and Fu Hai Zong, like our Chen family, have dispatched numerous personnel to enter the combined forces of various golden core factions, alongside formidable lone wanderers among the loose cultivators, should not be underestimated. Within the secret realm, we must join forces to fend off adversaries. Should the Chen disciples encounter peril, I hope you can extend your protection especially for the three individuals Yang Zhao mentioned. These three refer to the direct bloodline elders of the Chen family. Chen Hongyi, Chen Taiji, and Chen and Jiangyun also looked ahead and nodded lightly. As long as these individuals can gather around him upon entering the secret realm, he would be able to ensure their safety. The only concern is the possibility of ambush during their journey. However, having chosen to enter the secret realm, one must be prepared for the possibility of death and destruction. Jiang Yun is determined to spare no effort in safeguarding these Chen disciples. Yet destiny is fickle, and he cannot guarantee that unforeseen events will not arise. Nevertheless, he had already discreetly observed the auspices of the other 29 individuals aboard the spirit vessel, finding no signs of blood calamity. Thus, he hoped that this expedition would proceed smoothly. Almost all those entering the secret realm are disciples of the War Hall. While none of the numerous Foundation establishment bloodline disciples from the Dark Hall have come, do you harbor any discontent regarding this? This question left Yang Zhao momentarily stunned. Before he managed to smile, "You jest, Jiang brother. We both understand that family forces are not akin to sections. Having chosen to align with our family, one must be able to endure differential treatment. If you feel discontent, you may leave the Chen family and join a sect. The competition there is ruthless. Survival of the fittest, filled with intrigue, not necessarily any better. In contrast, the Chen family treats its disciples with considerable favor. This expedition into the secret realm, ostensibly for the family, ultimately benefits the individual, as all resources can be converted into contribution points." Yang Zhao countered. Jiang Yun glanced at him and smiled. "You worry too much, young brother. I merely wish to understand your perspective on the family's disciples. In truth, I share your views. The family recruits disciples primarily to compensate for the insufficient number of bloodline members, as the expansion of power necessitates a substantial workforce to guard the periphery. The Chen family has only just begun to rise, occupying this modest territory. Sooner or later, when the Chen family reigns supreme, the disciples will also have the opportunity to replace the family and defend a region." As Jiang Yun spoke, he couldn't help but reminisce about the 10 domains of the world he once inhabited. It was said that the rulers of the ancient 10 domains were once disciples of superlative cultivation families, entrusted with guarding that realm. As for what became of those families, they presumably ascended to higher realms. However, over time, that once great family gradually lost contact with the descendants of the 10 domains. It remains uncertain whether they were destroyed or faced some other misfortune. In the world of cultivation, circumstances shift, and the unpredictability of fate harbors countless variables and possibilities. In essence, Jiang Yun aimed to convey to Yang Zhao a vision of a potential future for the Chen family as disciples. To reign supreme? To guard the periphery? Yang Zhao looked at Jiang Yun with astonishment, taken aback by his optimistic view of the Chen family's prospects. It is worth noting that the current Chen family cannot even dominate the southern region of the Chilean mountains, let alone the world. The Tianxian continent is divided into 5 major lands: Beihuang, Nenli, Dongtu, Xiyu, and Zhongshenzhou. Beyond the Tianxian continent, there are also 4 vast seas, each flourishing with its own brilliant cultivation civilizations. Frankly speaking, Yang Zhao does not lack confidence in the Chen family. However, the ambition of reigning supreme truly seems somewhat fanciful. Although ancestor Chen Xuan possesses unparalleled combat strength, he remains merely a 4th-stage Yuanian cultivator. Yang Zhao could hardly dare to envision further. He believes that under the ancestor's leadership, the Chen family could surpass Jin Yangzong and become the dominant force in the southern Chilean mountains, which is already a remarkable achievement. As for farther aspirations, they can only be regarded as distant hopes. Observing Yang Zhao's expression of disbelief, Jiang Yun refrained from further elaboration. Their perspectives simply resided on different levels. Prolonged discussion would yield no benefit. The future would ultimately validate everything he had proposed. At this moment, Jiang Yun could not help but contemplate his future. Following the Chen family, to what heights could he ascend? Would he become a ruler akin to the Lord of the 10 domains from his previous life? Or could he unify the 10 domains and wield dominion over a realm? Alternatively, might the golden fortune of the Chen family merely be a fleeting illusion, potentially fading away one day without warning? The uncertainty of the future is what truly excites the imagination, is it not? Chapter 70. The spirit vessel glided steadily, and by the time they reached the entrance to the Fanhai secret realm, it was already teeming with people. Various factions and teams had congregated there, including around 50 to 60 members from both the Baihua sect and the Fuhai sect. The arrival of the Chen family drew considerable attention, with their contingent of 30 individuals presenting a formidable challenge. More and more people continued to arrive, while scattered throughout the vicinity were solitary figures, likely wandering cultivators. They seemed eager to enter the secret realm, hoping to seize opportunities within. Among these individuals were those who believed themselves to be invincible, as well as others who fancied themselves lucky enough to profit amidst chaos and return unscathed. Regardless of their intentions, all who entered the secret realm would find themselves as adversaries to one another. Yang Zhao retrieved the mother and son sensing array and kept the mother disc in his possession. distributing the 29 sun discs to the remaining members. Upon entering the secret realm, they were to follow the array's guidance and first regroup with the elder before proceeding together. If they encountered danger along the way, they were to evade it whenever possible. Do you all understand? Yang Zhao urged gravely. Understood. Everyone was intelligent enough to recognize that unity within the secret realm would enhance their safety. After Jiang Yun stowed away the sun disk, he took out a white jade pendant from his spatial ring and hung it around Jiang Mingyue's neck, conveying to her telepathically once more. This pendant will automatically activate in the face of life-threatening danger and is indestructible below the golden core stage. Once inside the secret realm, do not entertain any ulterior motives. First, we must regroup. Should you act recklessly, relying on this treasure, you should be well aware of the consequences. As Jiang Mingyue met her elder brother's cold gaze, an inexplicable shiver ran down her spine. She felt as though she had glimpsed a fleeting vision of a mountain of corpses, a truly terrifying sight. Rest assured, brother. I understand the gravity of the situation. Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction at her response. Time slipped away, and with a resounding roar, the earth split open. A massive chasm forming. A white pillar of light surged skyward, converging in midair to gradually form an open white portal. The secret realm has been unlocked. Someone shouted excitedly. And soon the members of the Fu Hai sect surged toward the portal. Witnessing this, the other factions, including the Chen family, followed suit under Yang Zhao's lead and plunged into the Fan Hai secret realm. As they entered, a whirlwind of sensation enveloped them. Immediately, the Chen family members produced their sun discs to sense the direction of the mother disc and swiftly made their way toward Yang Zhao. Outside the Fan Hai secret realm, the entrance remained open, allowing anyone who wished to enter at any time. In the sky, a crimson light descended, enveloping 9 figures clad in blood-red robes. Each of these individuals was at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. At last, they had arrived at the Fan Hai secret realm. Such a mere second-tier secret realm scarcely qualifies as a place to suppress our sect's holy master. Come, let us proceed to welcome our master and allow these barbarians of the northern wilderness a taste of true terror. As one of the blood-robed figures spoke, the 9 figures stepped through the portal into the secret realm. Within the secret realm, Jiang Yun and Yang Zhao had gathered together, their distance not too far apart. Other disciples began to appear in succession, yet Jiang Mingyue remained absent. Why hasn't she arrived? Could the teleportation have taken her too far? Jiang Yun's brow furrowed tightly. After a while, a total of 28 individuals had congregated around Yang Zhao, leaving only 2 missing. Shortly after, another individual arrived, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Pursued relentlessly by a cloud wolf, whose cultivation was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Before Yang Zhao could act, Jiang Yun, feeling slightly vexed, pointed forward. And an invisible wave of energy pierced through the cloud wolf's forehead. The creature's lifeless body rolled several times before coming to rest on the ground. Give me the mother disc. Jiang Yun turned to Yang Zhao. From his gaze, Yang Zhao sensed a tumultuous ocean of blood and hurriedly passed the mother disc over. Upon receiving it, Jiang Yun infused it with spiritual energy to sense the remaining 29 sun discs. But he could only detect the presence of himself and the 28 others nearby. The last one, the one Jiang Mingyue carried, had vanished without a trace. Jiang brother, do not fret. Perhaps Mingyue has been transported to a special area within the secret realm, where the sensing array's aura is temporarily shielded and cannot be detected. A special area within the secret realm that obscures presence? It is indeed a possibility. However, how fortuitous is it that Jiang Mingyue would stumble upon such a place? Jiang Yun produced a small bell, having previously captured a fragment of Jiang Mingyue's aura within it as a contingency for situations like this. As the power of the celestial path surged into the bell, the captured aura belonging to Jiang Mingyue began to stir towards the east. Jiang Yun turned to Yang Zhao, tossing the mother disc to him, and saying, "You may explore the secret realm first. I will seek out Mingyue and bring her to join you later." Without waiting for Yang Zhao's response, his figure transformed into a streak of light racing swiftly toward the east. Such speed left Yang Zhao in awe and slightly envious. As Jiang Mingyue regained consciousness, she began to probe her surroundings with her divine sense, only to find an all-encompassing darkness devoid of light or color. Where's this place? She hastily retrieved the sun disk from her spatial ring, channeling spiritual energy to sense the direction of the mother disk. However, there was not a whisper of response. Undeterred, she made several attempts in vain to sense anything. Panic surged within Jiang Mingyue as she instinctively clutched the jade pendant hanging around her neck. Her gaze lost in the enveloping darkness ahead. Tentatively, she called out, "Is anyone there? Where's this place? Senior?" Silence reigned, and the hollow, oppressive atmosphere began to encroach upon her spirit, igniting a flicker of fear within her heart. She cautiously took a step forward, and the darkness receded like a tide, allowing an infinite light to flood her vision, dispelling her tumultuous emotions of anxiety and trepidation. In this pristine white expanse, a substantial tome shimmering with iridescent hues materialized before her. As her eyes fell upon it, The book trembled, and a chilling female voice resonated within her mind. You have finally arrived. With that, the pages began to turn, each displaying vividly carved images of fantastical beasts. 1,000 pages unfolded before Jiang Mingyue, each revealing a unique creature, etching their forms deeply into her consciousness and vastly enhancing her knowledge of these mystical beings. Once she had perused the entire volume, it closed, revealing the title inscribed in bold characters, WNYOTL. As the title emerged, the radiant colors coalesced and dissipated, and the WNYOTL descended directly towards Jiang Mingyue. She hurriedly raised her hands to receive it, and a magnificent aura materialized in her mind, forming an ethereal spirit with an indistinct visage. The familiar, cold voice echoed once more. This WNYOTL was crafted by my own hands, encompassing the top 10,000 bloodlines of various demonic beasts from realms beyond. In the future, should you encounter any of the creatures depicted within, wielding this treasure will allow you to easily subdue and command them. In this space, I have captured a tongue shi to serve as your guardian. Once you refine the WNYOTL, you may claim it for yourself. I hope to meet you one day. Good luck, kindred spirit. With the final words, the ethereal spirit abruptly vanished. Jiang Mingyue stood there, cradling the WNYOTL in a daze. Just then, a thunderous, terrifying roar echoed from below, causing the very space to tremble. This immense disturbance snapped her back to reality. A tongue shi? Jiang Mingyue swiftly channeled her spiritual energy into the WNYOTL, fully aware that she had stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. The significance of this treasure and the nature of the spirit in her mind were still beyond her comprehension. Yet, the tongue shi, a divine beast, rumored to possess a pure bloodline enabling it to reach the 6th realm upon birth, rivaling even the true dragon, was undoubtedly a formidable presence. Was there a powerful demon of the 6th realm lurking beneath? Goodness, its mere spittle could drown her. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she continued to infuse spiritual energy into the WNYOTL, eager to refine it swiftly and capture the formidable demon below for her future command. The excitement was overwhelming. However, amidst her exhilaration, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Several powerful presences were rapidly approaching her direction. Someone was coming. Grasping the WNYOTL, Jiang Mingyue quickly sought refuge, retrieving the soul-capturing bell, a low-grade treasure bestowed by her master, along with her own exceptional flying sword, preparing for confrontation. Soon, 9 figures clad in blood-red robes arrived in the white expanse. This is the place. If we destroy this space, the master will be freed. One of them exclaimed. There are others here? The 9 turned their gazes towards Jiang Mingyue, who stood rigidly, her eyes darting in fear, trembling. Sensing her modest cultivation level, they scoffed. What a fright. It's merely a mid-stage foundation establishment ant. Just a little mouse that has wandered in. Xian Shi, deal with her swiftly. Others, prepare the formation. At the command of their leader, Xian Yi, one figure shot forth towards Jiang Mingyue. As he approached, a flash of sword light erupted. A powerful strike from a peak foundation establishment cultivator aimed directly at her. Panic surged within Jiang Mingyue as she faced the impending attack. Hastily, she diverted some of her spiritual energy into the soul-capturing bell, gently shaking it, and the resonating sound rippled outward. The sword aimed at her abruptly halted, and Xian Qi momentarily lost focus. The other 8 blood-robed cultivators were similarly momentarily stunned by the bell's sound. Regaining their composure, Xian Yi turned to another, Xian Er, and remarked, a low-grade treasure. This person is not simple and may possess even greater treasures. You and Xian Qi must swiftly eliminate her and return to set the formation to rescue the master. Understood, Xian Er responded, joining Xian Qi as they both ascended on their swords, charging towards Jiang Mingyue. Once again, Jiang Mingyue activated the soul-capturing bell, but it only distracted them for a fleeting moment. The soul-capturing technique required a simultaneous offensive approach, and with her current low cultivation level, she had no opportunity to attack while trying to refine the WNYOTL. Forced into a defensive position, the bell merely delayed the inevitable clash of swords. Realizing this, Jiang Mingyue chose to stow the bell away, conserving her energy and focusing entirely on refining the WNYOTL. Once she successfully refined this treasure and claimed the subdued tongue shi, the looming crisis would be effortlessly resolved. Her thoughts were remarkably clear at this moment. As for the 2 powerful swords bearing down upon her, she opted to ignore them. After all, she still wore the jade pendant gifted by her brother. What was there to fear? Below the golden core, she was invincible. The 9 individuals ahead were all at the foundation establishment stage. As the flying swords, under the control of Xian Er and Xian Qi, reached within 3 meters of Jiang Mingyue, the jade pendant around her neck suddenly shattered, and a blue shield materialized, enveloping her within its protective barrier. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun, who was hastening toward the east, seemed to sense something amiss. His figure abruptly paused before accelerating with even greater speed. Amidst the fleeting light, A mist of blood began to rise and swirl around, observing the powerful attacks from the flying swords striking the blue shield without so much as a tremor. Xian Er and Xian Qi exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth? They were both seasoned practitioners of combat magic, and witnessing this prompted them to immediately control their swords to launch another assault on the blue shield. After several strikes, they stared at the motionless blue barrier encasing the person before them, beginning to question their own existence. How could it be that a mere mid-foundation establishment cultivator had not yet been subdued? Xian Yi and the other 7 were prepared to set up a formation to break the spatial seal before them. But upon seeing that Xian Er and Xian Qi had yet to capture that mid-foundation establishment their brows involuntarily furrowed. Boss, it seems they are encountering difficulties. Hearing this, Xian Yi snorted coldly. Let us go over together. I wish to see what kind of miraculous means this insignificant ant possesses. The 7 figures in blood-red robes swiftly approached Xian Er and Xian Qi. They looked at the two, drenched in sweat, then turned their gazes to Jiang Mingyue, whose 2 flying swords continued to strike relentlessly against the blue shield, yet failing to move it even slightly. Seeing this, Xian Yi barked an order. All together now. At once, 7 flying swords surged forth, joining the assault on the blue shield alongside Xian Er and Xian Qi. 9 powerful attacks converged upon the blue barrier surrounding Jiang Mingyue. The result left all 9 individuals dumbfounded. The blue shield did not even quiver in the slightest. Realizing this, Xian Yi decisively issued a command. This shield must be a golden core technique. Let us form the 9 tribulations sword formation. If we cannot break this tortoise shell, we shall temporarily disregard this ant. They were intent on slaying Jiang Mingyue, primarily out of concern that she might meddle while they dismantled the seal, jeopardizing their grand scheme. The 9 flying swords hovered in mid-air, positioned at various angles, emanating a unique force, with a power potent enough to shake the heavens. The 9 swords descended directly towards Jiang Mingyue's head. The combined sword radiance struck the blue shield with ferocity. This time, the blue shield finally trembled. Although it did not shatter, it was clearly nearing its breaking point. Jiang Mingyue, hiding within, felt a surge of panic. Why was it still not done? How long would this wretched thing take to absorb enough spiritual energy for refinement? Could it not be faster? Meanwhile, Xian Yi and the others could not help but smirk, their lips curling into cruel smiles. It seemed that the tortoise shell could indeed be broken. Continue the assault. We had not anticipated that this girl would delay us at such a critical moment in our effort to rescue the Holy Master. Once that shield is shattered, let us not be hasty in killing her. That would be too generous. We shall bring her back to the sect, allowing our brothers to enjoy her thoroughly before refining her into a blood slave to serve us. How delightful. Their lewd remarks caused Jiang Mingyue's face to pale. A wave of regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have heeded her master's advice and not ventured into the secret realm. Just as Xian Yi and his 9 comrades were about to unleash the 9 tribulation sword formation once more to break the blue shield and capture Jiang Mingyue, a cold, mocking voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Oh, just you lot? Chapter 72. Xian Yi and the others immediately shifted their expressions. Who is speaking? Show yourself. With Xian Yi's furious shout, a figure clad in white, resembling an otherworldly immortal, suddenly appeared beside Jiang Mingyue. Brother, you finally arrived. Jiang Mingyue exclaimed in delight, her face alight with excitement. The tension in her heart immediately eased. Her brother was here. Everything would be fine. Jiang Yun's consciousness swept over the book in Jiang Mingyue's hand, and he was struck with understanding. His expression softened slightly as he looked at Jiang Mingyue and said gently, focus on refining what you have. Leave this to your brother. With that, Jiang Yun turned his gaze toward Xian Jiao and the others, his pupils swirling with a blood-red nebula. Upon meeting his gaze, Xian Yi and the others felt an inexplicable chill. However, as the leader, he quickly suppressed his unease, a fierce look crossing his face as he coldly snorted at Jiang Yun. Humph, what a show. You are but 1 person, and you dare to face us 9? Truly ignorant of fear. Jiang Yun smiled. Suddenly, a golden banner flickered beside him. This treasure was called the Ren Huang Fan. The virtue of the Ren Huang benefits the world, exterminates demons, and confines souls within the banner for transformation. Your fate, my dear sirs, lies within this Ren Huang Fan. As soon as he uttered these words, it ignited a storm of rage among Xian Yi and the others. Arrogant, conceited, ignorant. What nonsense is this Ren Huang Fan? It is merely the Wan Gui Fan. How dare you claim to have us enter it? It's utterly ridiculous, showing no fear. Boss, form the array and slay him. Let this fellow understand why the flowers are so red. Jiang Yun raised his head, gazing at the 9 flying swords hovering above him, all shimmering with a chilling light. Trembling slightly, a mocking smile crept across his lips. You cannot even stabilize your swords. What a bunch of worthless fools. As his voice echoed, Jiang Yun pointed a finger. An immense force erupted from his fingertip, surging toward the 9 swords above. Seeing him make a sudden move, Xian Yi shouted, form the array, strike the enemy. The 9 swords reformed the 9 tribulations sword formation and charged downward. An invisible wave of energy effortlessly passed through the formation, piercing the very center of the 9 flying swords. The swords exploded in a thunderous roar. Xian Yi and the others simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. What a formidable power. This is undeniably not a force that a mere foundational cultivator could possess. Xian Yi raised his head in terror, gazing at Zhang Yun ahead. He wanted to utter something, yet Zhang Yun pointed at him once more. Quickly, defend. The 9 of them simultaneously produced various protective talismans. Activating them as shimmering barriers enveloped them. Countless runes emerged, seemingly thrown out without concern for their cost. There were defensive and offensive spells alike, all aimed at obstructing Zhang Yun's terrifying fingertip that could effortlessly shatter the 9 tribulations sword formation and obliterate their life-bound flying swords. It was utterly horrifying. Could this truly be an attack unleashed by a foundational cultivator? Zhang Yun observed the chaotic figures before him, each employing desperate measures to fend off his assault. A cold smile creeping into his heart. A swarm of ants. How could they fathom the vastness of heaven? With a mere 3 fingers to the heavens. Zhang Yun's strikes thus far were merely the first. This group of lower realm ants were not even worthy of witnessing his second strike, let alone a third. An invisible wave surged through ice spikes, earthen walls, tidal waves, golden spears, and massive trees, effortlessly creating dragon eye-sized holes in the protective barriers. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of impending death surged within Xian Yi and his companions. No, I do not wish to die. Xian Zhou broke down, screaming in fear. He had only recently been selected for the Xianzi Palace and was meant to soar high. This was his first mission, yet he found himself facing imminent demise. Not just Xian Zhou, as death loomed, none could maintain their composure and bravery, including Xian Yi. He could not comprehend why the person before him was so powerful, so much so that he could see no glimmer of hope for resistance. In the blink of an eye, 8 blood holes appeared almost simultaneously on the foreheads of Xian Heir to Xian Zhou. 8 grotesquely contorted souls, drawn by an unseen force, began to enter the human emperor banner beside Zhang Yun. The bodies collapsed with a thunderous crash, plummeting below, leaving only Xian Yi standing in shock. There was no joy in surviving. His heart was filled with dread over the unknown fate that awaited him. Zhang Yun's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing next to Xian Yi. An unseen force bound him, and Zhang Yun raised his right hand, placing it atop Xian Yi's head, closing his eyes. After a long while, Zhang Yun opened his eyes. With a swift motion, an attack eliminated the dazed Xian Yi, collecting his soul into the banner, uniting him with his fallen comrades. He then manipulated the human emperor banner, instructing the ancestors already within to appropriately welcome and attend to these 9 newly joined brothers. The earlier insults hurled at his sister deserved such a fate. Not only did they, but their backing forces, who failed to discipline their subordinates, must also pay the corresponding price. Bei Huang, Bloodming sect. After noting this power, Zhang Yun returned to Zhang Mingyue's side, standing guard and protecting her. His gaze fell upon the ancient tome in her hands, emanating a profoundly archaic aura that sent a shiver down his spine. It seemed that Mingyue had encountered a true fortuity this time. As for the enormous serpent below, even at its peak, it barely reached the Great Ascension realm, and now, trapped in this second-tier secret realm, its cultivation had plummeted to the foundational stage, rendering it utterly insignificant. Upon realizing this, Zhang Yun paid it no further heed. It was not worthy of his attention. Merely a divine beast's bloodline. He had encountered many in his previous life. The human emperor banner he had forged then also contained the souls of several beings from the Tengxi clan. In this life, the human emperor banner would gradually accumulate its power. After 2 hours, the Wanyao illustrated record in Zhang Mingyue's hands suddenly vanished, indicating she had completely refined it and absorbed it into her being. In her mind, a book shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors as Zhang Mingyue curiously turned to the first page. A depiction of a fierce beast alongside a line of annotations promptly materialized. Tengxi, divine beast bloodline, flight without feet, adept in water. Weaknesses, fleshy wings, the 7-inch region of the serpent's belly. Divine abilities, wind manipulation, water control, divine strength. Cloud summoning, rain invoking. Additional note, this creature's meat is tender, highly nutritious when stewed, non-toxic and harmless, requiring no preparation, ready to eat once cooked. Was that last supplementary note serious? At this moment, Zhang Mingyue felt that the originally serious annotations in the Wanyao illustrated record had suddenly intertwined with some rather irreverent commentary. I have yet to taste the flesh of a divine beast bloodline creature. I wonder what it would be like. I truly wish to try it. Below, a 100-foot-long giant serpent gazed up with eager eyes, yearning for its disciples to swiftly rescue it from this sea of suffering. Its expression was filled with urgency, yet inexplicably, a chill crept into its heart. Its rear tightened suddenly. It felt as if something ominous was about to descend upon it. A vivid memory flashed in its mind. A particularly vicious woman who had ruthlessly broken its pair of fleshy wings and sliced away a massive chunk of over 1,000 pounds of excess flesh from its abdomen. Before its very eyes, she had washed, chopped, boiled, and roasted its meat, feasting with unbridled delight. To be honest, when its flesh was cooked, it did indeed smell quite appetizing. Ugh, what nonsense. It was foul, sour, and toxic. That woman had even waved the roasted wings in front of its face, cruelly asking, "Would you like some?" The tongue she nearly erupted in rage. "I'll curse your lineage." More despicable was the fact that she had noticed its sorrow and, in a seemingly kind manner, tried to console it. "Don't look so glum. It's just a bit of meat you lost. Look at you, strong and robust. You'll grow it back in no time. Listen to that. Is this what humans say? Do you hear the words of the people? Could it be that woman has returned?" A dreadful thought surfaced in the tongue she's mind, causing goosebumps to erupt along its serpentine body. "No way. Don't scare me. That would be far too terrifying." Chapter 73. As tongue she anxiously observed, the radiant white light of the sealing power above receded like a tide, revealing the figures of Jiang Mingyue and Jiang Yun. They both instinctively looked down, locking eyes with a pair of large, transparent, and somewhat foolish yellow snake eyes. A thought suddenly flickered through Jiang Mingyue's mind. Is this the legendary divine beast Teng Shi? It seems a bit lacking in intelligence. Jiang Yun was nearly amused by the peculiar expression on the old mud loach's face below. The Teng Shi clan, it seems, has produced quite an oddity in this realm. Below, upon seeing the two figures above and sensing their aura, Teng Shi's face immediately brightened with relief. Thank goodness. It is not that ferocious woman with a hint of madness. Jiang Mingyue noticed a smug expression suddenly appear on Jiang Yun's face. Brother, this is Teng Shi, a divine beast, one you've never encountered before. Just wait and see how I will subdue it. Jiang Yun smiled silently in response. Jiang Mingyue then soared forward, and the Wan Yao Tu Lu materialized before her. The first page slowly turned. An exquisitely vivid image of Teng Shi emerged. Oh, what is this? Who painted this portrait for me? It resembles me so closely, as if carved from the same mold. As Teng Shi beheld the image on the Wan Yao Tu Lu, surprise and uncertainty filled its heart. Suddenly, a tremendous pulling force lifted its massive body off the ground. In an instant, it transformed into a beam of light and dove into the first page of the Wan Yao Tu Lu. The previously dull image of Teng Shi began to shimmer with a blue light. After the Wan Yao Tu Lu absorbed Teng Shi, Jiang Mingyue immediately felt a surge of power, realizing that with a mere thought, she could render it a dead snake. A voice echoed in her mind. Old servant Teng Shi Clan Tengu, greeting the master. Jiang Mingyue excitedly turned to Jiang Yun to share the news. Brother, I have subdued a divine beast. A divine beast, renowned for being invincible within its realm and capable of slaying foes across boundaries. Am I impressive, or what? Jiang Yun looked at her, his face breaking into a fond smile as he generously praised her. Impressive indeed. A divine beast, even more formidable than your brother. From now on, it seems Mingyue will no longer need her brother's protection. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue's smile faded instantly, and she retorted with mock anger. Brother, what are you saying? How could I not need your protection? If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have been in grave danger. Jiang Yun was merely joking. He retrieved a Z-pan from his spatial storage. The restrictions had vanished, and Teng Shi had been captured. The sensing ability was restored, and the Z-pan pointed towards the northwest. Let us hurry and reunite with Yang Zhao. We've delayed for so long. I wonder if they have encountered any dangers. Jiang Mingyue nodded in agreement, and the two of them stepped onto their flying swords, transforming into two streaks of light, soaring in the direction indicated by the Z-pan towards Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao, you are nothing more than a dog raised by the Chen family, easily discarded. Is it worth risking your life for them? Of the 28 disciples of the Chen family, only 22 remained. 6 had already perished, their lives claimed by the disciples of the Fuhai sect. The contention was over one of the primary materials for refining the foundation establishment pill, the Qiyang grass. A vast expanse of Qiyang grass, grown for a millennium and swaying in the wind, comprised 36 plants, all of which were collected by Yang Zhao, who had arrived first. However, they were unexpectedly confronted by passing disciples of the Fuhai sect, and conflict erupted as a result. Each plant of the main material for the foundation establishment pill could secure a priority opportunity for distribution. 36 plants equated to 36 quotas. Such an extraordinary opportunity could not be allowed to slip away before the eyes of the disciples of the Fuhai sect who had entered the secret realm. Even if the Chen family had discovered and collected them first, it mattered little. In the secret realm, killing and plundering treasures, along with power struggles, were commonplace. The Fuhai sect boasted over 50 disciples, their overall strength nearly double that of the Chen family, prompting their leader to issue an immediate order to attack. As a yuaning force, the Fuhai sect had ascended earlier and possessed a deeper foundation, rendering them unafraid of the Chen family, who had only recently achieved their yuaning status. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, has always been the greatest truth in the world of cultivation. Yang Zhao fought valiantly against two disciples from the Fuhai sect, desperately defending against their combined assault, while also attending to the three elders of the Chen lineage. However, in the heat of battle, there were inevitably areas he could not cover. In a moment of carelessness, Chen Tai was left gravely injured, clinging to life, and Yang Zhao had no choice but to feed him a heart-protecting pill he had kept on hand. Only the slightly stronger Chen Hongya and Chenin, whom he had frequently looked after, managed to survive unscathed. Yang Zhao fixed his gaze on the leader of the Fuhai sect across from him, a fierce expression crossing his face. Watching Chen family disciples fall one after another before him was a torment he could hardly bear. Just as he resolved to employ the forbidden technique, Blood Demon Curse, to enhance his strength and lead the remaining Chen disciples to break through, an invisible wave of energy, reminiscent of a familiar sensation, pierced through the air, striking the foreheads of the two disciples from the Fuhai sect. Two bloody holes appeared, and their bodies slumped lifelessly from their flying swords. This spectacle immediately stunned the remaining disciples of the Fuhai sect. They halted their attacks, gathering together with expressions of vigilance and fear as they gazed towards the eastern horizon. Within visible range, two beams of flying swords were swiftly approaching. Upon recognizing the familiar light, Yang Zhao's face erupted with uncontainable joy. Jiang Yun, and Jiang Mingyue have returned. At the same time, he was taken aback. This Jiang Yun possesses truly terrifying combat prowess. Earlier, he had effortlessly dispatched a mid-foundation establishment beast with a mere gesture, leaving Yang Zhao unable to gauge the depth of his offensive capabilities. Now, witnessing Jiang Yun strike that spanned several miles, effortlessly eliminating two peak foundation establishment cultivators, he felt as though slaying opponents of the same realm was as easy as slaughtering chickens or dogs. It was genuinely fearsome. When Jiang Yun and Jiang Mingyue reached Yang Zhao, they immediately began to scan their surroundings with their spiritual senses. Several corpses of Chen family disciples lay scattered across the ground. The disciples of the Fuhai sect across from them were similarly affected. This place had recently witnessed an intensely brutal battle. Such scenes occurring within the secret realm were not uncommon. Jiang Yun's expression reflected a silent understanding. He first glanced at Yang Zhao, giving a slight nod, before turning his attention to Jiang Mingyue. Summon the serpent you have tamed. It requires blood energy to restore its cultivation. Jiang Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. With a thought, a stream of light shot forth from the wand Yao Tu Lu, manifesting a colossal serpent, measuring 100 feet in length, in midair. As Tenga appeared, it let out a thundering roar that echoed through the sky, before turning its head toward Jiang Mingyue. Lowering its head slightly, it spoke, "Tenga, at your service, master." Jiang Mingyue cast a glance at Jiang Yun, noting his continued indifference, and then swallowed hard, decisively pointing toward the gathered disciples of the Fuhai sect, commanding, "Tenga, eliminate them." "As you command." With that, Tenga's head swung towards the group of Fuhai sect disciples, its massive maw opening, saliva dripping uncontrollably. Having been sealed away by that madwoman for countless years, it had long since craved the delicious taste of human cultivators. Today, it would finally feast to its heart's content. The 100-foot serpent soared through the air, an overwhelming aura causing the disciples of the Fuhai sect to nearly cease breathing. They were shrouded in the shadow of its immense body, trembling in fear. Yang Zhao and the surrounding Chen family disciples, though not facing it directly, were nonetheless struck by its imposing presence, their faces paling. Jiang Yun's soothing voice broke the tense atmosphere as he reassured everyone. "This serpent has been tamed by Mingyue. It is on our side, so there is no need for alarm." Chapter 74. Just moments ago, Tenga had spoken, addressing Jiang Mingyue as its master. Everyone now understood its allegiance. Jiang Yun reiterated that Tenga was indeed one of them, which eased the anxiety of the Chen family disciples considerably. Tenga, lacking wings, descended from the sky, charging directly at the disciples of the Fuhai sect. The overwhelming might caused most of them to falter in their formation. "Do not panic. This serpent is merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Its size is merely for show. Steady your formation, and let us strike it down together. Today we shall feast on serpent soup." With these words, most of the Fuhai sect disciples regained their composure, channeling their spiritual energy into their artifacts to counter the oncoming Tenga. Meanwhile, upon hearing the word serpent soup, Tenga's eyes turned blood red. It detested the notion of being eaten by humans. As it neared, various artifact attacks reached it. Tenga simply opened its mouth, unleashing a curtain of water that effortlessly deflected all the assaults. With a swift flick of its tail, it swept towards the Fuhai sect disciples. This tail sweep was executed with such finesse that when it was unleashed at close range, it was perfectly timed. The gigantic tail came crashing in, prompting the disciples to hurriedly pull out their defensive artifacts or conjure up spiritual shields for protection. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile against such overwhelming force. After the tail swept by, numerous corpses lay scattered across the ground, with only a few still barely clinging to life. Yet, it mattered little. Tenga opened its cavernous maw, swallowing all the human cultivators on the ground, whether they were already dead or merely gasping for breath. This scene left all the Chen family disciples, including Yang Zhao, utterly astonished, their mouths agape in shock. In a single strike, Tenga had annihilated the very disciples of the Fuhai sect who had been pressing them. This serpent was powerful, terrifying. Many gazes inadvertently turned to Jiang Mingyue, marveling at how she had tamed such a seemingly invincible beast beneath the Golden Core realm. It was truly remarkable. The immense influx of blood energy allowed Tenga to restore its cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. However, due to the restrictions of the second-tier secret realm's natural laws, it could advance no further. The excess energy was stored within its body, and once it exited the secret realm, it would be able to utilize this energy to reach the Golden Core stage. After satisfying its hunger, Tenga's 100-foot form suddenly vanished, and in its place stood a muscular middle-aged man, exuding explosive power and standing 2 meters tall. He flew to Jiang Mingyue's side, grinning widely to reveal a set of gleaming white teeth, extending both hands to present a space ring with great reverence. "Master, here are the spoils of battle. Please accept them." Jiang Mingyue, taken aback, surveyed the transformed Tenga, finding herself at a loss for words. Internally, she mused that it was indeed a case of brawn over brains. Nevertheless, its combat prowess was formidable, making it an ideal enforcer. After accepting the space ring, she intended to return Tenga to the Wan Yao Tu Lu but was interrupted by its earnest plea. "Master, may I not be returned to that space? After being imprisoned for so many years, I wish to breathe in the exquisite air of the outside world. Allow Tenga to guard you instead." Without hesitation, Jiang Mingyue nodded in agreement to this modest request. Jiang Yun's voice resonated at the opportune moment. "Protect your master well, should anything happen to her. Your existence will no longer be warranted." Tenga turned to meet Jiang Yun's gaze, initially curious about who dared to speak so boldly after witnessing its earlier display of might. However, upon seeing the mountain of corpses reflected in Jiang Yun's eyes, it quickly shrank back. "Rest assured, master. Anyone who seeks to harm you must first step over Tenga's corpse." Tenga was on the verge of tears, bewildered by the state of the world. It was filled with bizarre individuals. The madwoman was absent, yet a master and a harbinger of death had arrived. Meanwhile, Yang Zhao, witnessing Tenga's reaction, felt a numbing shock. What was Jiang Yun's true identity? He had trained this fearsome giant serpent as if it were a child, and had previously dispatched 2 equally matched foundation establishment cultivators with ease. Reflecting on the earlier events aboard the spirit vessel, he recalled the words exchanged. "On a certain day in the future, the Chen family shall reign supreme." Could it be that the Chen family harbors secrets unknown to others, capable of attracting such extraordinary individuals and garnering their unwavering support? The Chen family is undoubtedly far more complex than it appears on the surface. Reflecting upon the myriad upheavals and peculiar occurrences that have transpired within the Chen family of late, one cannot overlook the annihilation of the Zhou and Wang families and the unification of territories spanning thousands of miles. The ascension of the Yuanying forces and the emergence of numerous Jindan cultivators is indeed noteworthy. Unexpectedly, Chen Xuan, whose path of blood demon incantations had been obliterated, has suddenly regained his abilities and even advanced to a higher realm, breaking through to Jindan. All these events signify that the Chen family is anything but ordinary. Yang Zhao took a deep breath, turned to Jiang Yun, and cautiously inquired for his opinion on their next course of action. Jiang Yun, looking at him, suddenly smiled and replied that everything should proceed according to the original plan, leaving it all to the Hall Masteress arrangements. After speaking, Jiang Yun approached Chen Taiji, producing a superior healing elixir to administer to him. Chen Taiji's injuries visibly healed at a remarkable rate, and after taking a breath, he bowed to Jiang Yun, his face filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Jiang Yun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Originally, 30 disciples of the Chen family had entered the secret realm, but now only 24 remained, with 6 having perished within. Jiang Yun could not help but sigh inwardly at the unpredictability of fate. Although he practiced the path of fortune, he could discern the fortunes of others, thus indirectly gauging their blessings and calamities. Yet, each person's fortune could shift over time or due to unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Yun, not being a deity, cannot accurately foresee the future. In his previous life, there existed a force known as the Tianji Pavilion, where disciples practiced the art of divination. However, Jiang Yun had never dabbled in this path, as meddling with destiny could provoke backlash from the heavenly laws, leading to a detrimental fate. The losses suffered by the Chen family were unavoidable. Exploring the secret realm and contending for treasures inevitably incurs casualties. Fortunately, the 3 core elders of the Chen family, Chen Hongya, Chen Taiji, and Chen En, remained unscathed. The situation was far graver for the Fuhai sect, whose disciples had all perished without exception. Within the soul hall of the Fuhai sect, over 50 soul lamps extinguished almost simultaneously, causing a stir among the patrolling disciples, who hurried to report this grave news to the sect's main hall. "What? All the soul lamps of the Fuhai sect's disciples in the Fanhai secret realm have extinguished. How could this be?" That was over 50 foundational cultivators. The secret realm had only been opened for less than a day. How could so many foundational cultivators perish? Such a significant loss would undoubtedly result in the Fuhai sect facing a drought of Jindan cultivators for centuries to come. At this moment, a deep frown of worry marred the face of sect master Xiong Kuai. However, the disciples had fallen within the secret realm, and exploration was a test of skill. Even if he knew which force had dealt the fatal blow, he could not seek vengeance without risking ridicule from other factions, as he would stand on shaky moral ground. Moreover, the entity capable of annihilating all his disciples could be the Jinyang sect, the Maoshuanyang family, or the Lingxi sect. Xiong Kuai could not ascertain the truth, and thus forced himself to steady his mind, awaiting the opening of the Fanhai secret realm, when relevant news would inevitably emerge. It would undoubtedly be a breathtaking battle, and there would be no shortage of witnesses to the downfall of his disciples. Since establishing a new family stronghold on Mangdang Mountain, the Chen family had also constructed a soul hall, a facility typically found among major forces in the cultivation world, to house the soul lamps of their disciples for constant monitoring of their fates. The 6 extinguished lamps bore the names of recently inducted disciples. Upon receiving the report, Chen Zhao's brow furrowed deeply with concern. Time was fleeting. It had been less than a day since entering the Fanhai secret realm, and the Chen family had already suffered the loss of 6 members. With the secret realm remaining open for half a month, it was uncertain how many of the Chen family disciples would ultimately return alive. Chen Xiao could only wait for the final outcome, silently praying for the safety of his kin. Meanwhile, within the Fanhai secret realm, Jiang Yun, alongside his companions, was diligently gathering heavenly materials and earth treasures. He vowed that as long as he was present, every one of the 24 surviving Chen family disciples, including himself and Mingyue, would return safely from the secret realm. Half a month passed in silence. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor resonated within the Fanhai secret realm, and soon after, beams of light enveloping human figures began to emerge successively from the entrance. As the duration of the secret realm concluded, the laws of heaven and earth expelled all who had entered. Jiang Yun glanced around and noted that many had emerged alive, yet compared to the number that had entered, they were reduced by nearly 4/5. The survival rate stood at a mere 20%, a starkly high mortality rate. The only forces retaining substantial strength were the Chen family and the Baihua sect, the latter's female cultivators astonishingly suffering no losses. Jiang Yun had previously sought to discern the fortunes of the Baihua sect's disciples through the heavenly path observation technique, only to find his efforts thwarted by an enigmatic power. Among them lay treasures or methods capable of concealing their destinies from heavenly scrutiny, a formidable force not to be underestimated. Upon exiting the secret realm, the disciples of the Chen family gazed at Jiang Yun and his sister with eyes filled with admiration, reverence, and gratitude. Over the course of their half-month exploration, the siblings had garnered the recognition of all present, including Yang Zhao, who contemplated resigning in favor of Jiang Yun, believing that under such a godlike figure, the Chen family's martial hall would undoubtedly ascend to glory. As Yang Zhao mused, those from other factions began to leave the secret realm in succession, leaving only the Chen family members behind. Seeing this, Yang Zhao hastily retrieved the spirit vessel, beckoning everyone aboard to return to the Chen family. This expedition had indeed yielded bountiful rewards. In the depths of the secret realm, various heavenly treasures and rare foundational elixirs awaited them. Upon their return to the Chen family, every individual present would receive a substantial amount of contribution points, sufficient to support their cultivation for many years to come. Upon entering the family grounds, they discovered that the clan leader, Chen Xiao, had been waiting in the plaza, a smile gracing his features as he patted Yang Zhao on the shoulder. "This journey has been arduous for you, Hall Master Yang." Yang Zhao, however, was quick to deflect the praise, expressing gratitude instead. "We owe much to Jiang Yun and Mingyue during our expedition to the Fanhai secret realm, or else." Hearing this, Chen Xiao turned to Jiang Yun, nodding in satisfaction, while his heart brimmed with curiosity regarding their experiences within the secret realm. Ultimately, 24 disciples of the Chen family managed to emerge alive, marking this expedition as a resounding success. Within the main hall of the clan, Chen Xiao, Yang Zhao, Jiang Yun, and Jiang Mingyue gathered together. Yang Zhao recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm, delivering the account without a shred of exaggeration. Chen Xiao frequently cast glances at Jiang Yun and Jiang Mingyue, particularly intrigued by their feats, subduing a 100-foot giant serpent and vanquishing 2 peak foundational cultivators with a single strike, all while protecting the group in an invincible manner. This brother-sister duo was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Mingyue, being a disciple of the clan's ancestor, was well known to Chen Xiao, while her brother, Jiang Yun, possessed an ethereal aura that could not go unnoticed by anyone with discerning eyes. Chen Xiao regarded Jiang Yun with deep gratitude. "Your efforts, Elder Jiang, have been invaluable." Jiang Yun swiftly replied, "Since the day I joined the Chen family, I have been a part of it. Protecting the disciples during our explorations is my duty. There is no need for the clan leader to be overly courteous." With this declaration, Jiang Yun reaffirmed his loyalty and commitment to the Chen family, emphasizing their shared bond and purpose. Chen Zhao's face lit up with joy, nodding in approval once more. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yang Zhao proposed that Jiang Yun assume the position of Hall Master of the Battle Hall, a suggestion that Jiang Yun firmly declined. Recognizing Jiang Yun's resolute stance, Yang Zhao opted to refrain from pressing the matter further. After parting ways, Yang Zhao returned to the Battle Hall to oversee its affairs, simultaneously beginning to enhance his cultivation in preparation for the breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. After escorting Jiang Mingyue back to her cultivation cave, Jiang Yun took his leave. Now that they had exited the secret realm, he was eager to break through into the Golden Core realm at the earliest opportunity, seeking a secluded location to endure the tribulation of the Golden Core lightning. As Jiang Mingyue watched her brother's figure fade from view, she understood that her arduous journey of solitary meditation was about to commence. First, she made her way to Chen Xian's cave. "Master, I have returned." Chen Xian opened his eyes and gazed at Jiang Mingyue, noting that her aura seemed altered compared to before. "Did you encounter any dangers in the Fantian secret realm?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue fell into reminiscence, a hint of trepidation appearing on her face. "Master, I faced grave peril in the secret realm. I nearly lost my life." Her words piqued Chen Xian's curiosity, leading him to listen intently as she recounted her extraordinary journey, one filled with remarkable fortuitous encounters. Upon entering, she was transported to a mysterious space, where a radiant book suddenly materialized before her. Jiang Mingyue did not hold back, detailing her experience of refining the 10,000 Demons illustrated manuscript, being besieged by 9 mysterious figures clad in blood-red robes, and how her brother timely arrived to save her. She elaborated on how he subdued the divine beast, Teng Shi, leading the Chen family disciples to an overwhelming victory within the secret realm, recounting every detail vividly. Chen Xian listened with rapt attention, an expression of bemusement gradually forming on his face. This girl was indeed unreserved. She laid bare everything, even revealing her brother Jiang Yun's prowess. It was unclear whether her candidness stemmed from naivety or if she had developed a level of trust in her master that allowed for such openness. The allure of the 10,000 Demons illustrated manuscript was undeniable. Its very name suggested it was extraordinary, capable of subduing divine beasts and refining such treasures. Truly a remarkable boon. Additionally, Jiang Yun's ability to vanquish 9 peak foundational cultivators with a mere gesture was something Chen Xian himself could not have accomplished with such ease in his youth. However, he understood that sometimes the chasm in strength could not be bridged by mere numbers. As a prodigy capable of transcending realms, he was acutely aware of this fact. Could it be that Jiang Yun was a reincarnated immortal? This speculation surfaced in Chen Xian's mind. "Master, my brother instructed me to enter seclusion until I break through to the Golden Core realm before emerging. I shall return to my training now." As she spoke, a look of melancholy crossed Jiang Mingyue's features, yet she understood the necessity of diligently striving for her breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Only then could she venture forth once more into the world of cultivation. Having spent considerable time with her, Chen Xian was well acquainted with her temperament. At that moment, an idea struck him, prompting him to call out to her. 3 pill vials materialized in his palm, soaring towards Jiang Mingyue. She caught them with both hands, while Chen Xian's voice echoed in her ears. "Here are 20 superior spirit-enhancing pills, 1 superior golden saint pill, and 9 superior rejuvenation pills. The spirit-enhancing pills will aid your cultivation, combined with your wind spirit physique. You will break through to the late foundational stage in 3 days and reach the peak foundational stage in 7 days, allowing for an immediate assault on the Golden Core realm. The Golden Saint pill will enhance your chances of breaking through the Golden Core by 50%. With your aptitude, you will undoubtedly succeed. As for the 9 rejuvenation pills, they are for use during your tribulation." Chen Xian also explained the usage of the rejuvenation pills to Jiang Mingyue. Dumbfounded, Jiang Mingyue stood still, shock etched upon her face as she held the 3 vials. After a long moment, she regained her composure, her expression brimming with excitement as she respectfully bowed to Chen Xian. "Disciple, I am profoundly grateful for Master S.'s generous gifts." Originally, she had anticipated a 2-month journey to break through to the Golden Core realm, but now it had been condensed to 7 days. The magnitude of this surprise was utterly overwhelming. Chen Xian's decision to bestow the pills upon Jiang Mingyue stemmed from the belief that she possessed a potential greater than the pills themselves. In comparison, the pills were but a minor factor in his judgment. What truly swayed his decision was, it is still that foolish girl who offers him her unreserved affection. Perhaps he had been overly cautious in the past. In the realm of cultivation, should there not be sincerity? Before Jiang Mingyue departed, Chen Xian had earnestly advised her. "The treasure you hold, the Wan Yao Tu Lu, along with the exquisite pills I have bestowed upon you, must remain a secret within your heart. Although your personality is lively and restless, I can discern your innate wisdom and clarity. Your actions will undoubtedly be measured. There is no need for further words. Go forth, Strive diligently in your cultivation, and endeavor to attain the golden core Dao fruit as soon as possible. Jiang Mingyue's eyes sparkled as she grinned at Chen Xuan, revealing a set of bright, white teeth. Disciple will heed Master's teachings. I take my leave. With that, she performed a respectful gesture and turned to exit Chen Xuan's cave abode. Upon returning to her own dwelling, Jiang Mingyue opened the vial containing the exquisite Zhengling Dan, took out a pill, and admired it for a full 3 seconds before swallowing it whole. Once the Zhengling Dan entered her body, a surge of immense spiritual power emanated from the pill, directly merging into her already vastly expanded qi. The operation of the Taishu Qingling Jing drew in the surrounding spiritual energy, as if devoured by a whale, flooding into Jiang Mingyue's being. The growth of spiritual power within her qi was visibly perceptible with each passing second. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy and couldn't help but glance toward Jiang Mingyue's cave. A hint of astonishment flickered in his brow. The speed at which she absorbed spiritual energy rivaled that of the Taishu Qingling Jing. It seems I have underestimated this girl's potential. After her brief excursion, she has transformed from a top-tier prodigy into an extraordinary genius. In the future, the Chen family's stabilizing pillar may not just be him, but also Jiang Mingyue. Perhaps alongside Jiang Yun. Chen Xian's gaze inevitably wandered to the other side, to Yin Shang's cave, and further back to Chen Tianzhang's dwelling. The transmission of the sword technique and the Taishu Qingling Jing should perhaps be prioritized. Jiang Mingyue's adoption of a more formidable cultivation method served as a reminder to Chen Xuan that his other 2 disciples must not fall too far behind. He murmured to himself, and spiritual stones began to manifest and explode around him. Soon, his cave was filled with dense spiritual energy. At this moment, he was at a critical juncture in his advancement to the mid-stage Yuanying, coincidentally matched by Jiang Mingyue's rapid absorption of spiritual energy, creating a competition for resources. He was compelled to utilize spiritual stones to compensate. Perhaps he should consider a change of location. Initially, the 4 of them had remained together, and the supply of spiritual energy within this vein was more than sufficient. However, should Yin Shang and Chen Tianzhang also cultivate the Taishu Qingling Jing in the future, a depletion of spiritual energy would certainly occur. 2 days later, Jiang Mingyue achieved a breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage, a day earlier than Chen Xuan had anticipated. 5 days later, she successfully broke through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Her ascension seemed as effortless as drinking water. Even Chen Xuan felt a twinge of envy. He recalled his own struggles, the lengthy time it took to break through even a small realm. Following her breakthrough to the peak of foundation establishment, Jiang Mingyue did not pause. Possessing the wind spirit body, her foundation was naturally substantial. Coupled with the exquisite Jin Sheng Dan, the probability of overcoming the golden core barrier was nearly absolute. After consuming the Jin Sheng Dan, the immense spiritual power within her surged under her command, relentlessly assaulting the barrier of the golden core realm. After a cycle of this, a formidable aura emanated from Jiang Mingyue. Above her, dark clouds gathered and thunder crackled. Yin Shang and Chen Tianzhang, who were in the midst of their own practices, were jolted awake by the sudden commotion. They instinctively turned their gazes toward the direction of Jiang Mingyue's cave, sensing her familiar presence. A collective shock coursed through their hearts. Had she broken through? How could that be? Before entering the secret realm, she had merely been at the mid-foundation establishment stage. How could she have advanced through the late foundation establishment and peak stages in less than a month, even shattering the barrier and commencing the golden core tribulation? Such a speed of cultivation was utterly terrifying. Chen Tianzhang assessed his own qi, realizing he only had 1/10 of the capacity needed to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yin Shang, possessing a stronger constitution, was on the verge of breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage himself, yet Jiang Mingyue, who had once lagged behind, was now about to attain the golden core realm. Truly, the comparison was infuriating. His junior sister was indeed formidable. After leaving her cave, Jiang Mingyue sought a desolate mountain suitable for transcending tribulation to the south. Chen Xuan, Yin Shang, and Chen Tianzhang hovered outside the tribulation clouds to protect her. The immense disturbance had captured the attention of many within the Chen family. However, upon realizing that it was the ancestors' secluded domain causing the stir, they refrained from intruding. Jiang Mingyue's method of transcending tribulation mirrored that of Chen Zhen, Chen Xiao, and Chen Yintian, and she even surpassed them in her abnormality. The wind spirit body altered her constitution, enabling her to endure greater lightning strikes. During the first bolt of lightning, she did not employ any magical instruments for defense, instead meeting it head-on with her flesh. The powerful thunder struck her, leaving her charred yet seemingly unscathed, which left Yin Shang and Chen Tianzhang in stunned silence. So this is how one transcends tribulation? They imagined themselves in her position, shivering involuntarily. No, the flesh could never withstand the full force of such lightning. Yin Shang, possessing the Jinyu Tower, might withstand a strike without perishing, but Chen Tianzhong would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. After Jiang Mingyue consumed the exquisite Huichun Dan given by Chen Xuan, her injuries were fully restored, and her body was reborn from destruction, becoming even more formidable. One bolt after another descended. Throughout the ordeal, Jiang Mingyue did not utilize any methods of defense. She relied solely on her physical form to endure. This was also Chen Xian's prior instruction, based on her own sensations. Enduring more of the lightning's power would ultimately benefit her. Chen Xian was also taken aback. Her wind spirit body was indeed remarkably resilient. In the realm of cultivation, special constitutions such as spiritual bodies are classified into innate and acquired types. Innate spiritual bodies are born with the heavens and earth, manifesting at birth with extraordinary phenomena. Jiang Mingyue's wind spirit body was merely an acquired spiritual body awakened by Jiang Yun through some unique method. Yet, despite this, it still evokes an overwhelming sense of extraordinary talent that captivates the senses. After undergoing the baptism of 9 bolts of thunder, Jiang Mingyue's entire being seemed to be infused with the essence of a thunder dragon, coursing through her. Thunderous resonances echoed within her bones, while a vast breath of destructive thunder circulated through her meridians. Her original wind spirit body began to operate autonomously, as the wind accompanied the thunder's roar. The convergence of wind and thunder was taking shape. As the catastrophe clouds dissipated, the heavenly Tao responded, showering her with a rainbow of auspicious clouds, enveloping Jiang Mingyue in a golden light. Within her, an exceptionally round and luminous golden elixir was slowly taking form. Within 100 miles, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly towards her, transforming into spiritual power and converging into that golden elixir. After successfully transcending the tribulation and solidifying the golden elixir to achieve the golden elixir realm, Jiang Mingyue carefully sensed the changes within her. The difference between her former self and her current state could only be described as that of an ant, with an expanded range of spiritual awareness. Her vision had broadened significantly. Excitedly, she approached Chen Xian. Master, I have successfully broken through to the golden elixir realm. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Xian's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. Good, congratulations. Yin Shang and Chen Tianzhong hurriedly congratulated Jiang Mingyue as well. Congratulations, junior sister. Senior sister has successfully broken through to the golden elixir realm. Jiang Mingyue beamed with an uncontrollable smile as she replied, Thank you, senior brother and junior brother. After reaching the golden elixir realm, Jiang Mingyue was finally free from the confines of the cave, no longer needing to sit in seclusion. However, she was taken aback when her brother, Jiang Yun, had defined her as being in the golden elixir realm, yet Chen Xian had yet to speak. At that moment, his words shattered her composure. You have just broken through to the golden elixir realm. For the time being, remain in the cave to diligently cultivate. Here are some cultivation elixirs suitable for the golden elixir realm. Only after stabilizing your realm can you cultivate to the later stage of the golden elixir realm before you may leave. As he spoke, Chen Xian handed her a spatial ring containing numerous high-grade golden spirit elixirs. At this point, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel troubled. Soon, as Yin Shang and Chen Tianzhong also broke through to the golden elixir realm, the resources consumed from their cultivation would be substantial. He estimated that it would be challenging to sustain them, especially since he was still yearning for the transformative elixirs that could enhance spiritual roots. Fortunately, with the Chen family's growing prosperity, they now generated over 40 family points daily. In just over a month, Chen Xian had accumulated over 1,000 family points, and the total was nearing 7,000. Such steady progress was commendable. However, to quickly obtain enough transformative elixirs to enhance spiritual roots, he still needed to accomplish the tasks assigned by the system. Among the 5 major Yuaning forces in the south, the most feasible targets for infiltration appeared to be the Fuhai sect and the Baihua sect. Perhaps it was time to instruct Feng Tang to gather intelligence on these 2 factions and explore any opportunities. The later stage of the golden elixir realm? Jiang Mingyue felt a pang of despair. She had initially hoped to negotiate, but after meeting Chen Xian's unwavering gaze, she reconsidered and refrained from voicing her thoughts. Fortunately, her cultivation progressed rapidly. With the wind spirit body, the Tai Xian Zi Qi Jing technique, top-tier cultivation elixirs, and the Chen family's ever-strengthening fortune, she would soon be able to break through to the later stage of the golden elixir realm. After returning to her cave for seclusion, Chen Xian summoned Yin Shang and Chen Tianzhong. Today, I wish to impart my cultivation methods to both of you. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over their faces, quickly transforming into profound joy. However, Chen Xian's furrowed brow and grave expression caused them to instinctively tighten their hearts, preparing themselves for what was to follow. This method is an unparalleled Tao technique, transcending all laws of this realm, and can be said to be the greatest creation I possess. Chen Xian's assertion held merit. The Tai Su Qing Lingju was worth 1,000,000 family points. Everything he owned combined could not compare to the value of this technique. Once you both receive this supreme law, you are forbidden from divulging it without my permission, lest you betray your master and your clan. With that, Chen Xuan pointed at their foreheads in succession, transmitting all information regarding the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju into their minds. As the cosmos began to take shape and the primordial essence emerged, the profound and mysterious sounds resonated in the minds of Yanshang and Chen Tianzhong, plunging them into a state of deep enlightenment. Chen Xuan stood beside them, safeguarding their path. After imparting the law, he continued to cultivate while guiding them for the next period. Initially, when he exchanged for the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju, he had the system's after-sales service to assist him, allowing him to instantly comprehend the supreme law. However, Yanshang and Chen Tianzhong did not enjoy such privileges and had to rely on their own understanding. Nonetheless, whenever they encountered difficulties, Chen Xuan's guidance would illuminate their minds, providing clarity in an instant. Thus, time flew by. Chen Xuan did not expect the process of imparting the law and guidance to last a full 2.5 months. Jiang Mingyue had already broken through to the later stage of the golden elixir realm and eagerly emerged. Even Chen Xuan felt a twinge of inferiority at her astonishing cultivation speed. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he called out to the system. System, could you perhaps provide a spiritual body? He merely spoke casually, but was surprised when the system actually responded. Ding. After the host's family develops to a certain stage, the system will unlock physique exchanges. Currently, only cultivation techniques, divine abilities, and elixir exchanges are available. Please continue to strive in developing your family. The system has many wonders waiting for you to unveil. Such a prospect was intriguing. The possibility of exchanging for a physique with family points, and the prospect of other unknown functions being unlocked, indicated that developing the Chen family was a mission Chen Xuan must undertake. During this period, Chen Xuan also successfully advanced to the mid-Yuaning stage, having just broken through from the golden elixir realm to the Yuan-Ing realm a mere 2 months prior. He had now ascended to a small realm within the mid-Yuaning stage. If this news were to spread, the various Yuaning forces in the south would undoubtedly be alarmed. Even the senior elders of Jinyang sect would feel a significant threat and might secretly visit the Chen family to engage in discussions with Chen Xuan. Achieving the mid-Yuan-Ing stage in just 2 months raised the question of whether he could reach the peak of Yuan-Ing within a year. However, such calculations were misleading. The higher the realm, the more substantial the spiritual power required for consolidation, which increased exponentially. In the realm of cultivation, the practitioner gathers spiritual power within a confined domain. Once this spiritual energy accumulates to a certain degree, a transformative leap is necessary to break through the confines of one's current realm and ascend to a higher level of existence, thus achieving a metamorphosis and entering a new domain. Chen Xuan, assessing his current progress in cultivation, estimates that it will take at least 6 months to transition from the mid-stage of Yuan-Ing to the late stage. As for advancing from late stage to peak, he anticipates it will require 2 years of dedicated effort. In essence, it will be 2.5 years before he qualifies to challenge the next major realm, the Huashan realm. It is at this juncture that the Chun family is likely to dominate the southern territories. During this interval, there may be opportunities for the Chun family to engage with the Fuhai sect and the Baihua sect, particularly the Fuhai sect to the west, which is relatively close to the Chen family. The powerful Yuan-Ing adept of the Fuhai sect, who broke through 2 centuries ago, now possesses an unknown level of cultivation. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan dispatched a sound transmission talisman to Chen Xiao, instructing him to swiftly expand the family's territory to the west and south. As for himself, he would remain within the Chen family to focus on his cultivation. After receiving the teachings from Chen Xuan, Yanshang and Chen Tianzhong experienced a remarkable surge in their cultivation speed, improving by 7 to 8 times compared to before. The reason it did not reach tenfold is that they have yet to fully comprehend the essence of the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju. As time passes and they master the technique, their cultivation will inevitably reach levels akin to Chen Xian's. Nevertheless, a 7 to 8-fold increase is astonishing enough. This means that what previously took them 7 to 8 days to accumulate in spiritual energy can now be achieved in just 1 day. In Yanshang's mind, the Zhenyu Tower was constantly vibrating, and he deciphered a message. See, joining the Chen family was indeed a wise choice. The spirit of the tower, akin to a child, elicited a chuckle from Yanshang. Under its guidance, he had indeed received an extraordinary opportunity. Furthermore, after imparting the teachings, Chen Xuan gifted him a bottle of top-tier cultivation pills, rare elixirs in the world. The surprises Chen Xuan, as his master, brought to Yanshang were simply overwhelming. In his previous life, he only achieved the Huashan realm. In this life, Yanshang felt that the Huashan realm might merely be his starting point. With the Zhenyu Tower, the unparalleled Tai Su Qing Ling Ju, and the exquisite elixirs, all these fortuitous opportunities converged upon one individual. Even if he were a mere pig, he would likely be propelled to the heights of ascension. Chen Tianzhong shared the same exhilaration. He had been a failure in foundation establishment, relegated to a mundane role within the family, awaiting his end. To his astonishment, he was fortunate enough to receive a top-tier foundation establishment pill, successfully establishing his foundation and reigniting his path. Even more unexpectedly, he was able to take the ancestral master as his teacher and receive comprehensive guidance. With the transmission of unparalleled techniques and the provision of exquisite elixirs, his path became clear and bright. Disciple expresses profound gratitude to the master for the unparalleled teachings and exquisite elixirs. Your immense grace will forever be etched in my heart, he vowed solemnly, bowing deeply to Chen Xuan. Chen Tianzhong echoed these sentiments, acknowledging the ancestral master's kindness and pledging to diligently cultivate and share the burdens of the family. Both of them, as disciples of the Chen family, had now taken Chen Xuan as their master. Chen Xuan sought no return for his generosity. He merely wished for their paths to be smooth. In the future, as the Chen family ascended to the pinnacle of the myriad realms, he envisioned a tranquil retirement where they could share his company, play chess, enjoy tea, and fish together. Naturally, the myriad complex affairs of the family would fall to them to manage, and they would also need to contribute their share of family points. The allocation was as follows: 1 point for each person in the Jindan realm per day, 10 points for those in the Yuaning realm, and 100 points for the Huashan realm. Chen Xuan delighted in nurturing talented cultivators, as their rapid ascension would significantly increase the family points he received daily. He calculated that by the time the Chen family reigned supreme in this realm, he might be able to acquire a volume of unparalleled techniques every day. Even if he sought a celestial root, he would likely obtain it in no time. The prospect of every disciple of the Chen family possessing a celestial root was not beyond imagination. Should surplus family points accumulate, even the family dog would receive a celestial root. However, reaching such heights required considerable effort, as they had yet to conquer the southern regions of the Bei Huang mountain range. The road ahead was long and arduous, demanding diligence. Chen Xuan departed his cave dwelling to establish another within a newly discovered spirit stone mine for his cultivation. Yanshang and Chen Tianzhong remained deeply immersed in their practices, progressing at an astonishing rate as if they were on a meteoric rise. Just 2 months prior, Zhang Yun returned to the Chen family and ventured to a desolate mountain on the brink of the Fu-Hai Sect's territory. Mobilizing the spiritual energy within him, he swiftly shattered the barriers between the Foundation establishment and Jindan realms. The heavens responded, and dark clouds gathered, heralding a tribulation. He gazed skyward at the sprawling storm clouds enveloping dozens of miles, nostalgia washing over him. With the force of a cannonball, he launched himself toward the clouds above. The clouds seemed unaccustomed to such an audacious approach, as the thunderous roars momentarily ceased. Upon reaching the storm clouds, multiple bolts of lightning, imbued with formidable power, surged from below and struck Zhang Yun with ferocity. His garments were instantly torn apart, revealing his perfectly sculpted musculature. Instead of suffering any injuries from the baptism of lightning, his vitality surged, resonating within him like the sound of drums. Though he appeared as an ethereal being, the truth was that Zhang Yun was brimming with an overwhelming aesthetic of violence. In his previous life, he had only practiced the spiritual energy Jindan method. In this life, he aimed to cultivate both law and body, aspiring to achieve absolute invincibility within the same realm and even to transcend a major realm with ease. The 3 fingers of the heavens required an exceptionally robust physique to support its execution. Continue. Harder. Are you tickling me? Zhang Yun stood tall, gazing down upon the ominous Jie Yun, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Below him, Jie Yun, provoked by his taunts, erupted in fury. It summoned forth an even greater multitude of dark clouds, shrouding an expanse of nearly 100 miles, their thickness several-fold compared to before. Within the Jie Yun, the ominous rumble of thunder was relentless, gathering power for a cataclysmic strike aimed at annihilating the human cultivator who dared to stand above it, challenging the might of the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 79. Zhang Yun remained unyielding, steadfast in his resolve, quietly awaiting the impending onslaught. After a protracted moment, the thunderous roars within the Jie Yun abruptly ceased. A silver-hued thunder dragon surged forth, roaring as it charged violently towards him. The dragon bore the destructive force of thunder capable of obliterating the heavens, unleashing its full fury upon Zhang Yun. His flesh and blood erupted outward, akin to a culinary catastrophe. With his defenses shattered, the thunder penetrated his body, mercilessly tearing at his meridians and bones. Zhang Yun grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, exclaiming, "How powerful!" The Xian Huang immortal technique activated instantly, a massive surge of Xian Huang energy manifesting within him, rushing forth to confront the devastating force of the thunder. Wherever it flowed, the invading thunder retreated in terror, akin to mice fleeing from a cat, yet ultimately unable to escape its fated consumption. After devouring the thunder, the Xian Huang energy emitted a tremendous vitality, causing Zhang Yun's battered body to heal rapidly, akin to a withered tree blossoming anew. Once again, he cast his gaze downward at the Jie Yun, calling out coldly, "Come again," as if his words wielded power. Another thunder dragon roared forth from the Jie Yun. Following the first, 2 more thunder dragons emerged, resembling true dragons in their majestic form. Jiang Yun contemplated to himself, recognizing that this heavenly tribulation was oblivious to the art of provocation. However, this was fortuitous. The might of a single thunder dragon merely inflicted minor injuries upon him. Only when 3 dragons struck simultaneously could he bathe in destruction and be reborn, elevating his Chen Xuan immortal technique to new heights, propelling his physical realm to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. He made no attempt to resist, allowing the 3 bolts of thunder to crash upon him in succession. Within him, the Chen Xuan energy circulated with increasing speed, consuming the thunder's power while simultaneously mending his wounds. His body had been filled with the force of thunder, nearly obliterated, leaving only a shell protected by spiritual energy. Now was the perfect opportunity to refine a more powerful physique through the Chen Xuan immortal technique. The Chen Xuan energy voraciously consumed the chaotic thunder power, while the invading forces within Jiang Yun resembled a trapped beast, unable to escape. As for the annihilation of his enemies, all that needed to be destroyed had already been vanquished. The remnants were shielded by Jiang Yun's Chen Xuan energy, rendering the thunder's power impotent against him, relegated to waiting for absorption and transformation into his life force. Below, the dense Jie Yun receded like a tide, as if the previous onslaught had exhausted its might. Unable to harm Jiang Yun further, the Jie Yun had no choice but to relent. The golden core tribulation had reached its limits, bound by the laws of the heavens and earth. No matter how powerful, there existed a threshold. This was the primary reason Jiang Yun dared to provoke the heavenly tribulation. As for the will within the tribulation, it could not possibly be the Tao of heaven. The Tao is merciless, transcending all beings, focusing solely on the essence of the cosmos. As for the cultivators dwelling within, they are but insignificant ants, incapable of shaking the heavens. Sensing the Tao, a rainbow-hued auspicious cloud descended, enveloping Jiang Yun in golden light, aiding him in swiftly recuperating and refining his golden core, restoring him to the golden core realm. In that moment, Jiang Yun felt a peculiar sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his former life, when he had just broken through, brimming with vigor and confidence, embodying the essence of pride immortalized in words. With a golden core now formed within him, he felt that his destiny was no longer dictated by the heavens. Reflecting on his current state, he recognized that his foundation, physique, and spiritual power were magnitudes greater than during his previous life. A single punch could obliterate his past self. In his former life, he had been a prodigy among the 10 domains, dominating his peers. In this life, only those from the higher realms could rival him. Jiang Yun gazed upward, contemplating the small 1,000 worlds above, with the larger 1,000 realms beyond, and the source world above that, his true ambition. He had missed the opportunity in his previous life, but now, in this second chance, he was determined to step into the source world and witness the grandeur of the universe. Having successfully condensed his golden core, Jiang Yun immediately employed the Tao of Heaven's observation technique, scanning the 4 corners of the world. In the west, the blood energy surged, signaling the imminent arrival of the demonic tribulation, intensifying his sense of urgency. The Tianshan continent was irregularly circular. Jiang Yun currently stood to the west of the Chilean mountain range, still within the northern wilderness, bordering the western regions and the western sea. As for when and where the demonic tribulation would descend, Jiang Yun was uncertain. The south radiated with harmony and fortune, vibrant and majestic, with auspicious purple energy swirling about. This was the most prosperous region of the Tianshan continent, Zhongshenzhou. Yet amidst the purple, flashes of blood light appeared, indicating that a calamity would soon befall that place. The east and north were encompassed by the northern sea, where blood and golden light alternated, signifying both calamity and great fortune coexisting. For now, the demonic tribulation was not his concern. Stronger cultivators would handle the stabilization of that realm, leaving no room for a mere golden core cultivator to meddle. Thus, his remaining options were Zhongshenzhou and the northern sea. Intuitively, Jiang Yun felt drawn toward the northern sea, possessing an adventurous spirit akin to Jiang Mingyue. However, his chosen peril was one that would benefit his growth, driven by the allure of gain. As for Jiang Mingyue, let us speak no more of it. After determining the destination for his next journey, Jiang Yun promptly established a temporary cave dwelling below as a place of refuge. He engaged in cultivation while awaiting the arrival of Jiang Mingyue. In a month or two, once she achieved a breakthrough to the golden core realm, she would undoubtedly follow his aura to find him. As he was soon to embark on a distant journey, it was essential to bid her a proper farewell and leave behind a contingency plan for her. 2.5 months later, the aura emanating from Jiang Yun had astonishingly reached the late golden core stage. On this day, he finally awaited Jiang Mingyue's arrival. Upon sensing her aura, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Late golden core?" Moreover, was that the embryonic form of the Fenglei physique? In less than 3 months, she had advanced from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the golden core realm, breaking through 2 minor stages in succession. Such a pace of cultivation was truly extraordinary, almost monstrous. The disparity between Jiang Mingyue's progress and Jiang Yun's expectations was significant, leaving him perplexed about the underlying issues. It was only upon their meeting that she mentioned the high-quality elixirs bestowed upon him by their master. Jiang Mingyue had also inquired if Chen Xuan could inform Jiang Yun of this, to which Chen Xuan had nodded affirmatively. The secrets concealed within Jiang Yun were undoubtedly far greater than those of high-quality elixirs. The existence of a being with the 9 dragons' true fate was indeed not so simple. As he pondered the treasures of the world, he could not help but wonder what other secrets Jiang Yun might hold. Could he possibly be a reincarnated powerhouse from a higher realm? A fleeting speculation crossed his mind, but Jiang Yun shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Regardless of the mysteries surrounding the other, there was no conflict between them, as they were allies on the same vessel. The more enigmatic and powerful Chen Xuan became, the more delighted Jiang Yun felt. He only hoped that he would not lag behind. Chapter 80. Brother, what are you thinking about? Jiang Mingyue looked up at Jiang Yun, who appeared lost in thought. Nothing, Jiang Yun replied. He opened his right hand, revealing another jade pendant that floated into view. It was almost identical to the one he had given Jiang Mingyue in the secret realm, which could activate a defense capable of withstanding any attack below the golden core stage upon sensing danger. Yet, now that her cultivation had reached the late golden core stage, did this pendant conceal a defense against all attacks below the nascent soul stage? Did his brother possess such a treasure? This pendant is inscribed with a formation. In the event of an unavoidable life and death crisis, you can crush this jade to activate the formation's defense. Once I sense it, I will rush to your side immediately. Jiang Mingyue took the jade pendant, perplexed. Brother, where are you going? Aren't you taking me with you? Her visit to seek Jiang Yun was to continue adventuring with him in the cultivation world, to witness the wonders of heaven and earth. I intend to head toward the North Sea. The cultivation realm in that sea is fraught with peril, and the ocean is teeming with formidable beasts, making it exceedingly dangerous. You need not accompany me. I have observed your fortune pointing toward the western North Wasteland. Haven't you always wished to venture alone into the cultivation world? Today, I shall let you go. Along the way, you can hunt beasts to assist the Tungsha in regaining its strength. With it as your protector, all will be well. Remember, if you encounter an insurmountable crisis, you must crush this jade talisman. As Jiang Yun's cultivation deepened, the array of powers at his disposal grew ever more vast. Though this realm was expansive, it remained a mere small 1,000 worlds. With considerable effort, he could traverse endless space and reach Jiang Mingyue in an exceedingly short time. Thus, it was no longer necessary to keep her by his side. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the trials of wind and rain. It was time for her to forge her own path. A radiant joy illuminated Jiang Mingyue's face, a joy she could scarcely contain. Since beginning her cultivation journey, she had been either by Jiang Yun's side or under his secret protection. Although she had endured much, having such an elder brother nearby always seemed to diminish her sense of adventure. She had longed to explore the world alone, and unexpectedly, happiness had arrived so abruptly. Brother, rest assured, I will be very careful and will not take unnecessary risks. Let us hope so, Jiang Yun replied as he set forth in the due north direction. After exiting the Chilean mountains, he would traverse over 1,000,000 miles before reaching the vast and boundless North Sea. The seas were dotted with islands, both large and small. Many islands rich in spiritual energy hosted numerous cultivators and sections. Moreover, countless beasts dwelled within the ocean. And legends spoke of ancient times when dragon palaces lay hidden in the depths of the seas, commanding the marine beasts and contending against human cultivators for heavenly opportunities. However, the ancient past was too distant to verify. In the current Tianxian realm, true dragons had vanished, and true phoenixes were extinct, with even beasts harboring divine bloodlines being rare. Ancient texts recorded that this situation arose primarily due to a cataclysmic war between the human and demon races that erupted at a certain point where ancient and modern times intersected. The battle was so fierce that it darkened the skies and obscured the sun. The two races nearly tore a massive hole in this small 1,000 worlds. Ultimately, after suffering grievous losses, the human race emerged victorious, seizing the core Tianxian continent and expanding their influence across the islands of the surrounding seas, driving the remnants of the great demons further into the depths of the ocean. Now, the beasts on the Tianxian continent were primarily used by cultivators for training, with no great demon daring to set foot on the continent. Otherwise, they might find themselves as a meal for some powerful being. The major forces of the North Sea cultivation realm were uniting to hold a demon-slaying conference, aimed at exterminating those marine beasts whose populations had grown to a threatening level. Daring to invade. This was to remind them who the true masters of the Tianxian realm were. The demon race and its beasts ought to remain hidden in the unfathomable depths of the ocean, continuing to survive in obscurity. After watching Jiang Yun's figure fade into the distance, Jiang Mingyue turned to head westward. She communicated with the Tungsha within the myriad beasts catalog, inquiring about the Bloodfiend sect. Previously, in the secret realm, the 9 figures in blood robes had sought to rescue the Tungsha, referring to it as the Holy Lord. Jiang Mingwei had clearly heard this. Master, the Blood Fiend sect was established by this old servant after taking form a millennium ago, primarily to conceal myself. After all, on the Tianxian continent, a beast with a divine bloodline, if exposed, would soon become a mount, pet, or tool for some powerful human. Tunga was born in the northern wilderness. He remained oblivious to the thoughts of his parents, whom he had never met, who abandoned him after laying an egg deep within a desolate mountain, a staggering 100,000 meters below the surface. Thus, he entered the world amidst chaos and trepidation, constantly living in fear. He could neither venture into the northern sea nor the heart of the continent, Zhongxinzhou, as formidable presences lurked in every direction. His only refuge was to conceal himself in the northern wilderness, secretly devouring the flesh and blood of living beings, harboring thoughts of growing stronger before taking action. The Xuanming Jiao was an organization he had created to disguise his identity. However, Tinga never anticipated that his true identity would eventually be exposed. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. A fierce woman descended from the heavens, effortlessly suppressing him and abducting him to a desolate place, forcefully revealing his true form. The ordeal he faced could hardly be encapsulated by a simple word like tragic. The Xuanming Jiao, as its name suggests, was not a force of good, but rather a malevolent power of the demonic path. Yet, there was a certain thrill in taming a group of fiends. It promised to be quite the amusement. Thus, he resolved to first head to the Xuanming Jiao, allowing her to continue her role as the Holy Master while he took on the mantle of a Holy Maiden. Together, they would guide these fiends back to the righteous path, and in the process, grow stronger and more magnificent, ultimately surprising their revered master with their accomplishments. As she spoke, Jiang Mingyue's eyes sparkled with increasing fervor, as if she could already envision the moment she would bow before her master. Accompanied by a throng of blood-robed fiends returning to the Chen family, the expression on her master's face would undoubtedly be remarkable. In the Xuanming Jiao, the disciples of the Xuanzi Palace had perished while executing a mission to rescue the Holy Master, leading to the current selection of a new batch of disciples. The basic requirement for joining the Xuanzi Palace was to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Above the Xuanzi Palace lay the Dizizi Palace, also consisting of 9 members, all at the peak of golden core cultivation. The Tianzi Palace housed 9 at the peak of nascent soul. Should anyone surpass these realms, they would depart, allowing other candidates to fill their positions. Above the Tianzi Palace resided the Holy Master Hall, which contained 9 of the most formidable cultivators within the Xuanming Jiao. Should any other transformation cultivators wish to join the Holy Master Hall, they must possess the authority to make decisions regarding the Xuanming Jiao. It was straightforward. One merely needed to defeat any one of the 9 to take their place. The Xuanming Jiao adhered to the primal law of survival of the fittest. All matters were determined by strength. The 9 most powerful cultivators within the Xuanming Jiao were revered as saints, loyal followers of the Holy Master. At that moment, within the Holy Master Hall, 9 figures formed a circular gathering. One individual could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly sharing the momentous news received from the disciple sent to the Qilian cultivation realm. The Holy Master had successfully escaped confinement, and witnesses reported him wreaking havoc in the Fantian secret realm, unstoppable in his wrath. This was splendid. The disciples of the Xuanzi Palace who had executed the mission had died honorably. A century had passed since the news of the Holy Master's whereabouts first troubled my heart, and now it could finally find peace. Indeed, with the Holy Master emerging victorious, his overwhelming might would surely lead the Xuanming Jiao towards an even more illustrious and luminous path. How ridiculous it was that those self-proclaimed righteous forces often used the guise of exterminating demons to deceive the Xuanming Jiao. Once the Holy Master returned, regaining his strength, he would ensure that they all became offerings of blood. It was high time that those hypocrites, who fancied themselves champions of justice, paid the price. These years had indeed been rather stifling for me. Joy radiated from everyone's faces, overshadowing their indignation. After a lengthy pause, a figure of imposing presence silenced the somewhat chaotic discussion. All right, if there are no further matters, let us all prepare diligently to welcome back our Holy Master. As his words fell, the other 8 individuals bowed in unison, responding with respect. We shall obey your orders. Chapter 81, Mangdang Mountain. Chen family. On this day, beneath a sky of clear azure, sudden winds arose, and an extraordinary phenomenon began to manifest. Initially, wild gales swept through, clouds billowed, and gentle rains fell, soon followed by the appearance of a radiant rainbow. Then, the sounds of phoenixes resonated through the skies, and dragons roared across the heavens. Illusions of dragons and phoenixes soared, gliding through the firmament. This monumental commotion drew all cultivators of the Chen family from their secluded meditation, raising their heads towards the celestial anomaly, including Chen Xuan and his 2 disciples. Chen Xuan gazed upwards, perplexed as to the origin of the phenomenon, uncertain whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. This was the first time he had witnessed such an extraordinary manifestation of the heavenly will. wondering what events within the Chen family could provoke such a resonance with the heavens. Three figures hastened towards the Chen family. Within a secluded chamber of the Chen family's dark hall, Chen Jin suddenly opened his eyes, fixating on the direction of the unfolding phenomenon. He murmured, "The destined person of the Chen family has finally emerged." In an instant, his figure vanished from the hall, reappearing above one of the residences within the Chen family. Below, a female disciple of the Chen family was on the verge of childbirth. Push a little harder. The baby's head is already showing. She was drenched in sweat, summoning all her strength, following the midwife's guidance to exert herself with all her might. There was no room for retreat. "Madam, don't lose hope. Push. The child is almost here." Throughout her pregnancy, the nutrients, including spiritual energy, had flowed to the fetus, nurturing its growth. Even as a chi refinement cultivator, her body was considerably stronger than that of an ordinary mortal. Yet, at this moment, she could not escape the excruciating pain. Madam, don't hold back. Breathe, push. It's almost time." With the midwife's encouraging reassurances, after multiple exertions, the baby's head was finally pulled free. A piercing cry of a newborn echoed, its powerful resonance rippling through the air, reaching the ears of every living being within Mengdang Mountain. At this moment, the celestial phenomenon shifted dramatically. The dragon and phoenix illusions soared into the clouds, while a Qilan apparition emerged, stepping upon clouds with a jubilant demeanor. The four divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke, manifested one after another, surrounding the Qilan, their resounding cries filled with joy. After Chen Xuan arrived beside Chen Xuan, his consciousness likewise delved downward, seeking the source that had provoked such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. He beheld the midwife cradling the newborn, who abruptly ceased crying, suddenly opened his large, luminous eyes, and gazed at him with a slight smile. This scene was exceedingly peculiar. To exhibit such expressions immediately after birth was extraordinary. Moreover, the earlier cries had nearly startled the midwife into dropping the child, who appeared monstrous in her hands. In the skies above, the ethereal forms of the four holy beasts and the Qilan surged towards the heavens, swiftly vanishing from sight. With that, the extraordinary spectacle concluded entirely. The clouds dispersed, restoring the once clear azure sky. Chun Xian, along with Chun Zhun and the arriving Chen Xiao, descended into the courtyard below, their gazes collectively fixed upon the now-dazed male head of the household. The Chen family disciple, named Chen Ling, possessed a cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi refinement. A cough from the crowd snapped Chen Ling back to reality, prompting him to hastily bow before the figures of respect. Disciple Chen Ling pays his respects to the ancestor, the clan leader, and the grand elder. Chun Xian quickly raised a hand to halt him, remarking that if he continued, they would be bowing until midnight. The child had been born. As the father, he should promptly go inside to see. Upon hearing this, Chen Ling was momentarily taken aback. Then a joyful expression spread across his face. Yes, the child had been born. I am to be a father. He promptly gestured for Chen Xian and the others to enter. Ancestors and clan leader, please, come into my humble abode and witness our child together. The earlier cries were beyond mere strength. One might have thought a ghostly infant had descended upon the world. It should be a boy, and indeed. As soon as they opened the door, they encountered the midwife, who had returned to her senses and was eager to share the joyous news. Congratulations, my lord. It is a son. Indeed, it was a boy. In truth, Chen Ling did not care much whether he had a son or daughter. He simply wished for the child to grow up safe and sound. Not only Chen Ling, but the crowd behind him also turned their gazes towards the extraordinary infant, who now had wide-open eyes, the pupils darting back and forth as if assessing them. Such a manifestation stirred the hearts of the Chen family members, who could not help but feel a tremor of excitement. This child was undoubtedly remarkable, likely possessing the bearing of a great emperor. Chen Zhen felt compelled to reconfirm in his heart that this infant was indeed the one he had been awaiting, the fated being. The demonic tribulation was imminent, and calamities were approaching. The Tianxian realm would soon be engulfed in a grand calamity, and the heavens had responded by bringing forth this destined child into the world. Ancestor, is there something wrong with my son? Chen Ling inquired timidly. He had witnessed the strange cries and the celestial phenomena swirling above, and now, with nearly all the prominent figures of the Chen family gathered at his residence, he could hardly be oblivious to their purpose. It was undoubtedly related to his newborn child. Chen Xian explained, the moment of his birth summoned the winds and clouds, a natural phenomenon. This child's innate talent is surely extraordinary. I probed with my consciousness and found that while his spiritual root has yet to manifest, his bones are exceptional, and a terrifying fire energy pulses within his flesh. He may possess the physique of an innate fire spirit. What? This infant is an innate spiritual body. As Chen Xian's words fell, not only Chen Ling but even Chen Xiao and the others were struck with astonishment. An innate spiritual body is exceedingly rare, and any such being that emerges in this world is destined to be a prodigy of unparalleled talent. This child's future achievements are boundless. Have you thought of a name for him? Chen Xian inquired of Chen Ling, who promptly responded, reporting to the ancestor. My wife and I had discussed 2 names. If it is a boy, he shall be called Chen Tong, and if a girl, Chen Xuan. What are your thoughts, ancestor? Chen Tong, a splendid name, though it seems somewhat inauspicious. However, Chen Xuan would not dampen the spirits of a newly appointed father. Chen Tong, a fine name, rising like a dragon across the world, illuminating the 9 provinces, with an innate spiritual body, and the heavens bestowing this phenomenon. My Chen family's Qilin child possesses the bearing of a great emperor. Hearing the ancestor's praise, a smile broke forth on Chen Ling's face that he could not suppress. He cradled the infant and approached his wife, Mu Yunqing. Look, this is our son. Observe his eyes, his brows, his mouth. He is truly a reflection of me. So handsome. The ancestor even mentioned he has the bearing of a great emperor. Ha! My son Chen Tong has the bearing of a great emperor. Chapter 82. Chen Xuan refrained from intruding upon the family reunion and did not accompany the others into the house. Before returning to the dojo, he instructed Chen Xiao to continue monitoring the family of Chen Ling and Chen Tong. He would personally return in a year to check on Chen Tong's progress and see if he might guide him onto the path of cultivation sooner. For ordinary cultivators like himself, the first decade without a manifest spiritual root precludes cultivation. Lacking a spiritual root means one cannot sense the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, let alone draw them into the body for refinement into the dantian. However, those who possess an innate spiritual body are favored by the heavens. Their spiritual body naturally draws in the surrounding spiritual energies to refine themselves. Thus, this concern is unwarranted. As for the reason to wait a year, Chen Xuan could not possibly take the infant away to teach him cultivation while he was still in swaddling clothes. The existence of an innate spiritual body was nearly certain. Yet whether Chen Tong was innately wise could only be determined as he grew. Moreover, taking him away immediately after birth would be rather cruel to Chen Ling and his wife. There was no rush. Time was abundant in the future. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Chen Xuan retrieved the clan's dragon seal, noticing that the small golden entity perched upon it had grown significantly since before. Entering a state of cultivation, he found that his speed in absorbing and refining the spiritual energies of heaven and earth had markedly increased. The fortunes of the Chen family had risen considerably, all thanks to the birth of Chen Tong. The immense spiritual power within the supreme infant spirit elixir, combined with its medicinal properties, formed a vortex of spiritual energy that frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energies, which were rapidly refined into spiritual power and channeled into the dantian's nascent soul. Chen Xuan's cultivation steadily ascended, advancing toward the later stages of the nascent soul. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, who had left Chen Ling's residence with Chen Xuan, did not return to the Dark Hall. Instead, he departed from the Chen family and journeyed southward, traversing the skies for a full 3 days. Upon reaching an uninhabited forest some 80 to 90,000 miles away from the Chen family, Chen Xuan sensed the surrounding aura. He raised his right hand, lightly tapping the void, which sent ripples cascading outward. Suddenly, the scene around him transformed dramatically. In a pitch-black space, a middle-aged figure sat cross-legged in the void, possessing striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon sensing an intruder, he abruptly opened his eyes and, upon recognizing Chen Xuan, a look of elation spread across his face. Patriarch, you have finally arrived. Chen Xuan looked at Chen Tianqi, who had risen abruptly nearby, and upon sensing the aura radiating from him, he too smiled. The Yuanying realm, splendid. Simultaneously, far away on Mangdang Mountain, Chen Xuan, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at the system panel. The daily points for the family had surged by 10, the source of which was unmistakably linked to the Yuanying tier. The number had shifted from a solitary individual to 2. This indicated that, apart from himself, another person in the Chen family had broken through to the Yuanying realm. Who could it be? Among the existing gold core cultivators in the Chen family, Chen Zhen, Chen Xiao, Chen Yintian, Jiang Mingyue, and the recently increased gold core cultivator, Chen Xian speculated that it might be Jiang Yun. With only 5 individuals, could it be one of them? However, the system panel still displayed the count of gold core cultivators as 5. What, then, accounted for the sudden emergence of an additional Yuanying cultivator? It was undoubtedly a disciple of the Chen family, regardless of whether they were of direct bloodline or a venerated cultivator. Yet, who could that individual be? Investigate. Returning his focus to the dark space, Chen Tianqi approached Chen Zhen. Patriarch, how have you been? How is the Chen family faring? As he spoke, Chen Tianqi's face revealed a deep sense of anticipation and trepidation. Since the last time he had faked his death on the Patriarch's orders to escape from Mangdang Mountain, he had been concealed in this location, bestowed with supreme techniques and invaluable treasures to assist in his cultivation. In just about a year, he had transformed from a mere foundational stage and into a formidable Yuanying powerhouse. The Patriarch's methods were indeed mysterious and profound. With him present, the Chen family would undoubtedly remain secure. Chen Zhen, knowing Chen Tianqi's concern for the Chen family, responded with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, all is well with the Chen family. He then recounted all that had transpired in the Chen family since Tianqi's departure. Regarding the erratic second elder Wang Huan of the Wang family, his actions had never escaped Chen Zhen's keen perception and foresight. Everything was merely a means to advance certain schemes, a mere performance. As for those whom Wang Huan believed he had slain, they were but illusions, not reflective of reality. In this world, truth and falsehood intertwine, and who can truly discern them? Just like Chen Tianqi, everyone presumed he had perished on Mangdang Mountain. Yet here he stood, alive and well, having achieved the Yuanying realm. Although he was only at the initial stage of Yuanying, he could live for 1,500 years, and with some longevity techniques. Reaching 16 or 1,700 years would be quite feasible. To think that so much had transpired within the Chen family in merely a year. The annihilation of the Zhou and Wang families, the ascension to Yuanying power, the relocation of their clan to Mangdang Mountain. The Patriarch and the Elder both breaking through to the Gold Core path, all contributing to a scene of flourishing prosperity. And then there was the Ancestor, who had suddenly become an unpredictable variable, revealing an abundance of exquisite elixirs, including the 5th-grade Nirvana pills, which could match those of the Transformation Realm cultivators. The act of utilizing the Blood Demon Curse to self-destruct was indeed orchestrated by Chen Zhen himself. He had sensed the unexpected change in the Ancestor Chen Xuan, and, after contemplating the future fate of the Chen family, devised a plan to feign death and temporarily detach from the family. Bringing Chen Tianqi along to seize opportunities in the Central Divine Continent and rapidly enhance their strength to suppress the Two Realms Mountain. The calamity of demons required the beings of this realm to resolve it themselves. Unfortunately, human calculations could not match those of heaven, and even heavenly plans could be disrupted by unforeseen variables. That 5th-grade Nirvana pill utterly shattered Chen Zhen's plans. He could only remain within the Chen family, utilizing limited resources to steadily improve his cultivation, patiently awaiting the birth of the prophesied calamity bearer. The strength of the variable ancestor Chen Xuan grew swiftly, prompting Chen Zhen to relinquish his urgency. After all, within this realm, if one truly wished for rapid growth, Chen Zhen possessed countless methods at his disposal. Now that the calamity bearer had emerged, it was time for Chen Tianqi, this crucial piece on the chessboard, to take action. He would venture into the Central Divine Continent to compete for opportunities alongside the most exceptional peers of this realm, enhancing his fortune and blessings. Rapid growth was essential, aiming for the day when they could together quell the Two Realms Mountain and eradicate the demon calamity. Tianqi. Several secret locations in the Central Divine Continent are about to open, harboring opportunities suitable for you. The Chen family, under my guidance and the ancestors' protection, will undoubtedly remain secure. You may set forth to seize these opportunities without concern. In that region, Gold Core cultivators were merely beginning. While Yuanying cultivators roamed freely and Transformation Realm beings were plentiful, only those in the Harmony Realm could claim true respect. Thus, one must proceed with utmost caution, prioritizing one's safety above all. This spatial ring contains various resources and several jade slips detailing the locations of those secret realms in the Central Divine Continent. You may investigate them at your leisure. After presenting a spatial ring to Chen Tianqi, Chen Zhen produced a completely black talisman. Upon activating this talisman, you will be randomly transported 10,000 miles away, serving as your final means of protection. Chen Tianqi received the talisman, his expression brimming with excitement as he deeply bowed to Chen Zhen. Disciple, thank you for your kindness, Patriarch. He did not inquire about the precious resources within the spatial ring or the origin of the talisman, simply accepting them quietly. He understood well the extraordinary nature of the Patriarch. All he needed to do was follow his will. Chen Tianqi recalled the words Chen Zhen had once imparted to him. You need only understand this. I am of the Chen family, and our bloodline flows from the same source. Indeed, the second elder of the Chen family, the former head of the War Hall, now serving as the Dark Hall's leader. Chen Zhen, regardless of the secrets he harbored, or the bloodline of the Chen family. He was one of them. Chapter 83, with a wave of his hand. Chen Zhen dispersed the space he had personally crafted. Two figures appeared in midair. After bidding farewell, Chen Tianqi headed towards the direction of Zhongshenzhou, while Chen Zhen retraced his steps back to the Chen family. The moment was not yet ripe. He needed to remain at the Chen residence to diligently oversee the disciples of the Yintang alongside the venerable ancestor. Within the span of a month, news of the emergence of an extraordinary prodigy possessing a congenital spiritual body spread among various factions in the southern regions beyond the Chen family. Both the Jinyang sect and the Lingxi sect dispatched envoys bearing generous gifts, expressing their desire to recruit this talent into their sects and to forge everlasting friendships with the Chen family. In response, Chen Xuan showed no courtesy towards the two sects, rejecting their overtures outright without a hint of negotiation. How absurd, to brazenly attempt to poach a prodigy from the Chen family? Did they truly consider the Chen family to be a soft target? Did they think the Chen family could not afford a mere congenital spiritual body? The two sects were indeed laughable. In addition, there was another minor incident. The Fuhai sect sent representatives to congratulate the Chen family on their acquisition of a prodigious child and sought an explanation regarding the massacre of nearly 50 of their disciples within the Fanteon secret realm. As a Yuaning power, how could they be so merciless? Were they truly unafraid of potential retribution from the Chen family in the future? An explanation? Chen Xiao regarded the envoy from the Fuhai sect, Lu Tu, with a look of astonishment. Observing the head of the Chen family's demeanor, Lu Tu's expression shifted to one of mild anger, causing his voice to rise as he reiterated his earlier statement. Chen family head, your disciples defeated those of the Fuhai sect, and thus should have ceased their actions. Why such ruthlessness in exterminating nearly 50 of my sect's disciples? I implore the Chen family to provide a reasonable explanation. Oh, so that is the matter at hand. Chen Xiao's expression transformed to one of realization after listening to Lu Tu twice. You are Elder Lu, correct? As far as I am aware. The sequence of events is that my Chen family disciples first discovered and gathered a substantial amount of Qiyang grass. Your Fuhai sect disciples, driven by greed and outnumbering us, sought to kill and seize our treasures, resulting in the loss of 6 of my family's outstanding disciples. It is already merciful that my Chen family did not send anyone to your Fuhai sect to seek justice after your disciples were annihilated. How is it that today, Elder Lu, you come to my Chen family to turn the tables and demand an explanation? This is utterly unreasonable. In a fit of anger, Lu Tu abruptly stood up, pointing a finger at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao also rose, coldly retorting without reservation. In the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate. Your Fuhai sect seeks an explanation today. Could it be that you cannot accept defeat? If your disciples are incompetent, then they ought to be cultivated with diligence. If the Fuhai sect is truly inept at nurturing its disciples, you may send them to my Chen family to serve as offerings, sparing them from straying off the path. Upon hearing these words, Lu Tu was immediately infuriated. The overwhelming pressure emanating from his body surged uncontrollably. However, as he revealed his might, Lu Tu quickly regretted it. This was not the Fuhai sect, it was the Chen family's domain. On the opposite side, Chen Xiao also exuded a powerful golden core presence, coldly staring at him as he questioned, "What? Elder Lu, do you intend to strike against me here in the family hall?" Observing the fluctuations in Lu Tu's chest, who was also a golden core cultivator, Chen Xiao remained unperturbed, a mocking smirk playing upon his lips. Seeking trouble, yet not daring to act. Was this not a fitting consequence for Lu Tu's provocations? Humph. The words and attitude of the Chen family head today will be reported to the sect master without fail. Initially, your Chen family needed only to produce some resources to resolve this minor grievance. But now, brace for the wrath of the Fuhai sect. Lu Tu harbored a final thought in silence, fearing that voicing it would prevent his departure from the Chen residence. A mere newly ascended Yuaning power dared to be so arrogant. They were truly unaware of the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tu turned and exited the grand hall. This spared Chen Xiao the trouble of having to escort him out. Watching Lu Tu's departing figure, Chen Xiao couldn't help but scoff. How ridiculous. The Fuhai sect expected to kill the disciples of the Chen family while forbidding retaliation. What audacity. They had only recently ascended as a Yuaning power in the last few centuries, yet they fancied themselves as a grand force akin to the Jinyang sect, Lingxi sect, or the Mao Shanyang family, which had thrived for a millennium in the south. Such arrogance was utterly incomprehensible. As for Lu Tu's threats before his departure, Chen Xiao paid them no mind. Should the Fuhai sect truly dare to invade the Chen family, they would witness the unparalleled might of the venerable ancestor. It was said that even at the Golden Core stage, the ancestor possessed the peak combat strength to slay foes beyond his realm. Now that he had broken through to the Yuaning stage, would this still hold true? In the early Yuaning stage, could he slice through a mid-Yuaning opponent? Surely, there would be no significant issue. The elder of the Fuhai sect had only recently ascended to the Yuaning stage. What level of power could he possibly achieve? Perhaps the mid-Yuaning stage, at best the late Yuaning stage. Surely, the venerable ancestor could handle this. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, who was in seclusion, he was perceived by Chen Xiao to possess the strength to slay mid-Yuaning foes and contend with late Yuaning adversaries. Had he known, he would have surely complimented Chen Xiao on his keen insight. However, at this moment, Chen Xuan had already long surpassed the mid-Yuaning stage and was nearing a breakthrough to the late Yuaning stage in 4 or 5 months. By that time, even facing a peak Yuaning cultivator would not instill fear within him. A late Yuaning cultivator of the same realm could be slain with a sword. After undergoing 2 tribulations of thunder to temper his body, Chen Xian's understanding of the path of thunder had deepened significantly. The surging thunder sword intent lay within him, poised to erupt. The sword techniques empowered by the thunder sword intent had become sufficient to serve as a concealed means in his 3rd stage of cultivation. Time in the realm of cultivation is but an illusion. Before long, 6 months had swiftly passed. During this period, the Chen family remained in a relatively stable developmental phase. Lu Tu's threats before departing hinted at the impending wrath of the Fuhai sect, yet Chen Xiao waited in vain for any actions from them. Instead, He witnessed Chen Xian's breakthrough to the late Yuaning stage, further enhancing his strength. He also awaited the breakthroughs of Yang Zhao, the head of the War Hall, Chen Yinian, the head of the Wind Hall, and his disciple Yin Shang, all of whom, with the venerable ancestor's assistance, successively ascended to the Golden Core stage. The number of Golden Core disciples within the Chen family had reached a total of 8, as the number of direct descendants of the Intang Chen family surpassed 30. Their cultivation levels, aided by the exceptional Jinji Dan, naturally broke through to the foundation establishment realm. When the Chen family's territory expanded to over 20,000 miles, the number of industrial outposts surged dramatically, resulting in a pressing need for a large number of supporting cultivators. The number of supporting disciples skyrocketed to a total of over 2,500, with more than 100 of them being foundation establishment cultivators. Many among them exhibited exceptional talents, with some nearing the pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage. Chen Xian instructed Yang Zhao to closely observe these individuals and even devised various tests to assess their character and loyalty. Lacking the means to identify those with demonic hearts, he resorted to the most rudimentary method of filtering and forming a core group of supporting disciples for focused cultivation. Consequently, the family points provided by the Chen family's prosperity surged from 40 points daily to 60. After 6 months of accumulation, the balance of family points on Chen Xian's system panel reached over 15,000, bringing him significantly closer to the short-term goal of 100,000 family points. Chapter 84 depicts the Chen family as a rapidly growing behemoth. The family's influence expanded exponentially, and naturally, various affairs increased accordingly. At this moment, the capabilities of the Patriarch Chen Xiao and the family steward Chen Yuntian became evident as they managed the entire Chen family with utmost efficiency. Requiring minimal concern from Chen Xian, he could focus solely on his cultivation, content to witness the daily surge in family points. However, both Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian had fallen behind in their training as they were inevitably burdened by the responsibilities of core management within the family. In contrast to Chen Zhen, Yin Shang, and Chen Tianzhong, who were solely dedicated to cultivation, their progress was considerably slower. Noticing this, Chen Xian summoned Chen Xiao, Chen Yuntian, and Chen Zhen to impart the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju. He also presented them with a substantial number of exceptional Jin Ling Dan acquired during the past 6 months. Upon receiving the transmission of the technique, disbelief illuminated their faces. This technique was astonishing, once fully comprehended. It could amplify their cultivation speed by more than tenfold compared to their previous efforts. The horror of such potential was undeniable. Although Chen Zhen maintained an expression similar to that of Chen Xiao and Chen Yuntian, he was internally engulfed by tumultuous waves of astonishment. This technique was undoubtedly not of this realm. The pinnacle techniques of this world were inferior to his self-created Tian Xian Zhao, Hua Gong, by a significant margin. Where had the ancestor acquired such a powerful technique? Was it possible that the previous ancestor had been usurped? Had Chen Xian been privy to Chen Zhen's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have chastised him. Chen Xian was, in fact, a genuine soul who had transmigrated into this body, having only awakened the system after reaching the late Golden Core stage. Chen Zhen had refrained from practicing his self-created Tian Xian Zhao, Hua Gong primarily to avoid attracting undue attention due to rapid progress. While cultivation level was undeniably fundamental for a cultivator, many supernatural abilities did not necessitate high cultivation to be wielded. Now bestowed with a technique more formidable than Tian Xian Zhao Hua Gong, a glint of determination sparked in Chen Zhen's eyes. He could delve into this technique with integrity, rapidly enhancing his cultivation, possibly surpassing his previous achievements. In the Tian Xian realm, amidst the vast cosmos and myriad worlds, the possibilities seemed limited. Perhaps he could advance even further. You are the most integral members of the Chen family. Do not neglect your cultivation. This technique requires daily comprehension and practice. Should your supply of elixirs run low, do not hesitate to seek them from me. The Golden Core stage is merely the beginning of the Great Path. Do not grow complacent merely because you have reached this stage. Now return and strive to achieve the Yuanying Dao fruit as soon as possible, gradually imparting the techniques and elixirs, aside from him. Those practicing the Tai Su Qing Ling Ju included Yin Shang, Chen Tianzhong, Chen Xiao, Chen Zhen, and Chen Yuntian. Acknowledging the existence of exceptional elixirs, an additional disciple from the Intang was included, along with Jiang Yun and Jiang Minghua. These individuals were all trustworthy core disciples. Their numbers remained manageable within the scope of the elixirs Chen Xian could provide daily, eliminating the need to expend precious family points for elixirs. In the future, techniques and elixirs would surely be gradually distributed to other disciples of the Chen family. Chen Xian had his own plans for the next recipients of techniques and elixirs. The other elder bloodline members, Chen Yinian, Chen Xiuming, Chen Hongya, Chen Taiji, and Chen En, as well as over 30 disciples currently within the Intang, would have priority for cultivation. As for the supporting cultivators, as the Chen family continued to grow, more resources for cultivation would be provided. But bestowing techniques would be reserved for those with exceptional talents who became his disciples. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible. As for exceptional elixirs, they could be granted at Chen Xuan's discretion. Individuals such as Yang Zhao and the head of the Dan Hall, Chui Yu, had demonstrated their loyalty to the Chen family, having undergone extensive trials. All were on the same boat. While they could not be treated equally, a measure of benefits should be accorded. Recently, Chen Xiao had also been busy matchmaking for the two of them, seeking suitable female disciples from the Chen family for them to unite as partners. Not only them, but Chen Xiao had even implemented policies to encourage Chen family disciples to prioritize marrying supporting cultivators, promoting procreation. This policy stemmed from an ancient rule established by the ancestor, prohibiting intermarriage among Chen family disciples. Chen Xuan, a modern individual from Blue Star who believed in science, was aware of the potential hazards of consanguinity, which could lead to the birth of deformed children and individuals with disabilities. The human race in this world had yet to conduct relevant research and remained oblivious to this issue, with many families still engaging in intermarriage, often justifying it as a means to preserve blood purity. However, due to the presence of spiritual energy in this world, the probability of abnormal offspring resulting from consanguinity was significantly reduced, yet it still existed, influenced by genes that could not be observed at a fundamental level. Even in the realm of cultivation, this issue remained unresolved. The prosperity of the Chen family had caused some forces in the southern region to become restless. At the forefront were the Fuhai sect and Baihua sect. Under Chen Xian's orders, the Chen family expanded its territory westward and northward towards the Chilean mountains, nearing the borders of these two sections. Particularly, after Lu Tu returned from his mission to the Chen family, he embellished the narrative of the Chen family patriarch's arrogance and disdain towards the Fuhai sect, inciting great anger in Xiongquahai. Immediately, he set off to meet the Grand Elder. Unfortunately, it was an inopportune time, as the venerable elder was in the crucial moment of breaking through to a new realm. He was promptly dismissed and sternly instructed not to disturb the elder's cultivation. Although he could not persuade the Grand Elder to advocate for the Fuhai sect, the prospect of the elder's imminent advancement filled Xiongquahai with immense excitement. A stronger Grand Elder would undoubtedly elevate the status of the Fuhai sect. After the elder emerged from seclusion, he could seek justice from the Chen family. Faced with a late-stage Yuanian cultivator, he could hardly believe that the Chen family would dare to act arrogantly again. The ancestral figure of the Chen family, a mere newly advanced Yuanian, was nothing more than an insignificant insect before the Grand Elder. How could they have the audacity to be reckless? Hence, Xiongquahai chose to disregard the Chen family and patiently awaited the Grand Elder's further ascension in power. His own cultivation had also reached the late stage of Jindan, just a step away from attaining perfection. Should he successfully break through to the Yuanian realm, the Fuhai sect would be fortified with two Yuanian masters, solidifying their standing among the various Yuanian forces in the southern region. In the span of half a year of rigorous seclusion, Xiongquahai was fortunate enough to reach the pinnacle of Jindan. At this moment, he was diligently accumulating resources, gathering elixirs and magical artifacts, and preparing for his breakthrough into the Yuanian realm. Chapter 85, Baihua Sect, a sect solely dedicated to female disciples. The entire sect is comprised of female practitioners. Since its establishment a mere 600 or 700 years ago, it has risen to become a large-scale force at the Yuanian level. Its ascent has not been lengthy. The Grand Elder of the sect, Yu Guqiu, was once a renowned prodigy in the southern region of the Chilean mountains, leaving behind numerous legends. However, after her breakthrough to the Yuanian realm, news of her gradually faded. A century has swiftly passed. In the back mountains, a graceful figure arrived at Yu Guqiu's secluded area. She flew in gracefully. Yunchu Ran gazed at the flawless and enchanting figure submerged in a blood pool. Bowing respectfully to report, Master, all the demonic beasts within the Baihua sect have been nearly exterminated. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Guqiu, who was absorbing and refining the blood energy, slowly opened her eyes. Within her pupils, it seemed as though countless stars were swirling, tinged with a hint of crimson that sparkled with a mysterious and profound hue, capable of penetrating the human heart. Her face was as crystalline and translucent as morning dew. Fair and youthful, utterly flawless. Her breathtaking beauty rivaled that of Yunchu Ran, and the air of aloofness cultivated from her long-standing high position added a unique grace to her demeanor. Yu Guqiu halted her cultivation, slowly standing, her proud figure fully exposed without reservation. In this secluded place, only she and her disciple Yunchu Ran were present, unafraid of exposure. Upon emerging from the blood pool, she donned a white robe with golden edges woven from light fabric. The blood pool shrank, transforming into a bowl that entered her body, quietly suspended above her dantian. It is time for me to depart for the North Sea, Yu Guqiu declared, gazing towards the northern horizon. That expanse of ocean was teeming with demonic beasts, a fitting place for her to seek the path to immortality. With the precious artifact, the Lian Tianyu, in her possession, all that was lacking was the blood of living beings. The countless demonic beasts in the boundless northern seas would serve as the stepping stones to reach the pinnacle of her journey toward immortality. Master, the newly ascendant Yuanying force. The Chen family is quite formidable. In just the past 6 months, their power has rapidly expanded. Numerous Golden Dan cultivators of high combat capability have appeared one after another. Such breakthroughs should be exceedingly challenging, with the risk of failure leading to backlash and demise. Yet, many within the Chen family, whose talents are not particularly exceptional, have successfully advanced to the Golden Dan realm. This is undoubtedly suspicious. Moreover, the Chen family is swiftly expanding its territory towards both the Fuhai sect and our Baihua sect. Their intentions remain unclear. Yin Ran relayed her observations regarding the recent alterations within the Chen family to Yu Guqiu. As the sole grand elder of the Baihua sect, she was about to leave the sect, and it was imperative to provide guidance on potential issues that the sect may face in the future. Upon hearing this, Yu Guqiu lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before looking at Yin Ran. There is no need to pay the Chen family any mind for now. Simply monitor their developments closely. However, a newly established Yuanying force is far from being able to threaten our Baihua sect. My journey to the North Sea is to seek the opportunity for transcending to the divine transformation. With the treasure in hand, there should be no unforeseen incidents. Within 10 years, I shall return, bearing the form of divine transformation. By then, the Chen family and the Fuhai sect will be but insignificant insects. Only the Jinyang sect, Yinshi sect, and the Yang family will be able to contend with our sect. Furthermore, if I am fortunate enough to gain a significant opportunity in the North Sea, the Baihua sect may very well dominate the southern region and reign over the Chilean mountains. After my departure, you and Yin Xiao will deliberate on matters concerning the Baihua sect. Avoid initiating conflicts. Prioritize stability until my return, when all will be well. Yin Xiao, Yun Ran's senior sister, is also the current sect leader of the Baihua sect, with cultivation at the late stage of Jindan. After imparting her instructions, Yu Guqiu produced 2 spatial rings to hand over to her. These 2 rings contain resources, magical artifacts, and blood beads refined from the Lian Tian Yu, which I have left for you, and Yin Xiao. The blood beads contain pure and powerful blood energy, which you may use when you approach the bottleneck of the Yuanying realm. You have already reached the pinnacle of Jindan and shall soon attempt to break through to Yuanying. I wish you success in attaining the Yuanying Dao fruit and extending your lifespan by 1,000 years. Yin Ran understood that her master was bidding her a final farewell. She immediately bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Disciple thanks Master for the gifts. I shall diligently adhere to your teachings. When she raised her head again, there was no trace of Yu Guqiu's presence. She had departed from the Baihua sect, heading straight towards the North Sea. 6 months prior, the precious artifact, the Lian Tian Yu, had descended from the heavens and fallen into her embrace. From that moment on, Yu Guqiu's future path of cultivation became utterly clear, to refine the blood of living beings and rapidly elevate her prowess. In just half a year, she had progressed from the mid-stage Yuanying to the late stage. Such a pace of cultivation enchanted Yu Guqiu, leaving her utterly enthralled and unable to stop. What to do now that all the demonic beasts within the vast territory of the Baihua sect had been exterminated? She could only venture into the regions abundant with demonic beasts. As for hunting human cultivators, aside from the warnings from the spirit of the Lian Tian Yu, Yu Guqiu had not yet lost her sanity to the point of descending into demonic paths for the sake of power. Though the cultivation world is indeed a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, there still exists a fade of righteousness. Hunting demonic beasts is permissible. However, hunting humans might plunge her and the Baihua sect into an abyss of despair. Yu Guqiu must never tread upon such a path of self-destruction. Yun Charan departed from the back mountain and first sought out the grand hall of the Zongmen, where she found the esteemed leader of the Baihua Zong, Yun Xiao. She handed over one of the 2 spatial rings bestowed upon her by her master. Senior sister, Master has left the sect to seek opportunities for transcending to the Yuanying stage at the North Sea. This spatial ring was left for you before her departure. Please take good care of it. I have now reached the pinnacle of the Jindan stage and wish to enter seclusion to break through to the Yuanying realm. I entrust all affairs of the Baihua Zone to you. As the Grand Elder of Baihua Zone, Yun Charan had previously shared the responsibilities of managing the sect with Yun Xiao. Now, as she prepared to enter seclusion, the weight of these duties naturally shifted entirely to Yun Xiao's shoulders. Yun Xiao grasped Yun Charan's hand gently, her expression solemn. Junior sister, rest assured as you enter seclusion. Master S' return is uncertain, and the Baihua Zone lacks a Yuanying cultivator to oversee the sect. I hope you can break through swiftly, for only then can we stabilize the hearts of the people. Yun Charan nodded lightly, acknowledging her words. After bidding farewell to Yun Xiao, she returned to her own cave dwelling and commenced her seclusion training, not only within the Baihua Zone, but also among the formidable southern powers such as the Fuhai Zone, Jinyang Zone, Yunshi Zone, and the Maoshan family. Various upheavals transpired daily. Each sect was secretly developing and growing in its own manner and rhythm. Although significant results were not immediately apparent, the timeline of cultivation is long. Sometimes, a cultivator may seclude themselves for decades or even centuries. In contrast, as with the Chen family, many disciples could only break through a realm after several months, which is not just rare, but almost unheard of. 2.5 years swiftly passed. On this day, a crisp crack echoed within Chen Xian's body. He suddenly opened his eyes, a profound joy illuminating his face. He had reached the pinnacle of the Yuanying stage. He had finally broken through. In just over 3 years, he had ascended from the early Yuanying stage to its pinnacle. Such a rapid cultivation speed would surely be met with disbelief if shared. Yet, Chen Xian had accomplished it without doubt. Now, he was but a step away from breaking into the Huashan realm, achieving the Dao fruit of Huashan, and becoming a true Jun of Huashan. During these 2.5 years, not only had his own cultivation soared, but so too had that of other disciples of the Chen family. His third disciple, Chen Tianzhong, had successfully broken through to the Jindan stage and was now advancing towards the mid-Jindan stage, with the later stage within reach. As for Yanshang, he had approached Chen Xian a year prior, expressing a desire to venture outside. At that time, he was at the pinnacle of the Jindan realm. Chen Xian did not interfere with his decision, for whether he chose to remain in the Chen family or to wander, he had the right to select his own path. Before his departure, as his master, Chen Xian provided him with protective treasures and resources, even exchanging family points from the system marketplace for 9 top-tier revival pills to aid him in overcoming the tribulation when he reached the Yuanying stage. 2 months after Yanshang left, Chen Xian suddenly noticed that the number of Yuanying cultivators displayed on the system panel had changed to 3. Before he could speculate who had achieved this breakthrough, the number shifted to 4, and then to 5 the following day. It was undoubtedly the 3 prodigious disciples of the Chen family, Jiang Yun, Jiang Mingyue, and Yanshang, who had ventured out. The other Jindan disciples of the Chen family remained at the Mangdang Mountain residence, and Chen Xian was well aware of who had successfully passed the Yuanying tribulation. As for the initially added Yuanying cultivator, Chen Xian had instructed Chen Xiao to investigate, yet no clear information emerged. That individual remained exceedingly mysterious. Chen Xian could only assume that a disciple of the Chen family, previously training outside, had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, swiftly achieving the Yuanying realm. Such occurrences are not entirely impossible, otherwise, it would be illogical. Chen Xian did not dwell excessively on this matter, regardless of the person's identity. They contributed an additional 10 family points daily, which was a boon, not a misfortune. Little did anyone know that the Chen family now boasted 5 Yuanying cultivators. Among them, only Chen Xian remained within the Chen family, while the other 4 had ventured off for training and adventures, leaving even Chen Xian unaware of their whereabouts. The overall strength of the Chen family had grown sufficiently to overshadow both the Fuhai zone and the Baiwa zone, the Jinyang zone, Yunxi zone, and the Maoshangyang family. All with over a millennium of heritage, were now nearly comparable. In merely 3 years, the Chen family had reached such heights. Moreover, it was not solely the number of top-tier Yuanying cultivators that increased. The number of high-ranking Jinan cultivators also surged during this period, reaching a total of 12. Among them was an exceptionally unique existence, Chen Teng, merely 3 years of age. At this moment, Chen Teng sat in meditation in the adjacent cave residence to Chen Xian, exuding an air of remarkable composure. It appeared as though a colossal spiritual stone resided within his diminutive form, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy from all directions, which rushed eagerly into his being. Chen Teng was able to speak within a month of birth, walked by 3 months, and began receiving direct teachings from Chen Xian at 6 months, embarking upon the path of cultivation. After a year, he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, and a year and a half later, he entered the Jindan realm. Can you imagine a 3-year-old child, still in diapers, leaping into a storm of tribulation clouds and devouring lightning? Many, including Chen Xian, witnessed this spectacle firsthand, and most were left with lasting fear. A prodigy, so fearsome, he seemed like an ancient beast reincarnated. How could an innate fire spirit body be so extraordinary? It was simply unfathomable. It was evident that Chen Teng harbored secrets even Chen Xian could not discern. The thought that, in a few more years, his own cultivation might be surpassed by this little child stirred a profound unease within Chen Xian. This led him to harbor deep doubts regarding the system. Was it perhaps rather subpar? Then again, he considered that the system might be of a slow-to-warm nature, its powers not immediately apparent. However, once the prosperity of the Chen family ascended, and he amassed a sufficient number of family points, he could continuously elevate his spiritual root's quality to the highest tier, the immortal spiritual root. He could also exchange for supreme techniques such as Dao Heart Seed Demon, Tiangang 72 transformations, and the One Qi transforming 3 purities, among others. For cultivation, the last time the system indicated that once the subsequent prosperity reached a certain level, the option to exchange for physical attributes would be made available. At that point, what mere spiritual bodies would Chen Xian even consider? His aspirations are directed towards the sacred body or even the celestial body. One must ask, with such an amalgamation of formidable powers within him, who among the myriad realms could stand against him? After a moment of reflection, Chen Xuan realized he should not fixate on immediate gains, but rather gaze towards the horizon of the future. Even if we take a step back and consider Chen Teng's exceptional talent, rapid cultivation speed, and high level of attainment, he remains a disciple of the Chen family. A protege of Chen Xuan. With but a command, he would have no choice but to comply. The family points he must contribute are contingent upon his realm of cultivation. The higher his level, the more advantageous it would be. A cultivator at the transformation of spirit realm could yield 100 family points in a single day. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan found himself increasingly eager for his imminent advancement to the transformation of spirit realm. The daily family points generated by the system had surged to an impressive 110. Should he achieve a breakthrough to the transformation of spirit realm, this figure would instantly elevate to 200. Over the span of 3 years, he had amassed a substantial amount of family points, totaling 76,000. He need not even actively fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. In due time, Chen Xuan would be able to exchange for sufficient creation pills to elevate his superior spiritual root to a terrestrial spiritual root. At that point, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly experience another exponential increase, potentially allowing him to match Chen Teng's pace. After scanning over towards Chen Teng, who was progressing towards the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, Chen Xuan internally remarked on his abnormality, then steadied his mind and continued to practice his techniques, absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to bolster his foundation, ensuring he could confidently break through the bottleneck of the transformation of spirit realm. Absent unforeseen circumstances, in half a month's time, he would begin to confront the threshold of this realm. However, contrary to expectations, an unexpected event occurred. Just as Chen Xuan was on the verge of breaking through the peak of the nascent soul realm, the esteemed elder of the Fu Hai sect, Immortal Clan, also successfully transcended and entered the late stage of the nascent soul realm, forcefully emerging from seclusion. His overwhelming aura swept across the entirety of the Fu Hai sect, causing all disciples to gaze towards the back mountain. Having advanced to the early stage of the nascent soul realm a year prior, Xiong Kuai promptly arrived at the entrance to the forbidden area of the back mountain. Witnessing the proud figure of their sect's steadfast anchor emerging, he hastily approached with respectful gestures to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, esteemed elder, on your significant advancement in cultivation. Clad in azure, Mo Tianxing emerged with a smile radiating from his face, having smoothly transcended his realm. Upon sensing the same nascent soul aura emanating from Xiong Kuai, his smile broadened. Good, 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 he exclaimed thrice, before continuing, the sect master has attained the nascent soul great being. We are now fellow cultivators and need not observe excessive formalities in the future. Haha, a dual nascent soul. Indeed, heaven favors our Fu Hai sect. Xiong Kuai immediately echoed his sentiments. Under the sagacious leadership of the esteemed elder, our Fu Hai sect shall surely soar to greatness and dominate the Chilean mountains in no time. This flattery was well received by Mo Tianxing. However, he thought it best to refrain from ambitions of conquering the Chilean mountains. The Fu Hai sect had already been fortunate to maintain stability in this small region of the Southern Territory. When considering the formidable forces of Jin Yang sect, Yunxi sect, and the Mao Shanyang family, none of them were adversaries the Fu Hai sect could contend with. By the way, I recall you sought me out at the back mountain 2 years ago. I wonder what the matter was. Mo Tianxing's memory of that previous encounter prompted a look of curiosity towards Xiong Kuai. Just as he finished speaking, an unmistakable surge of murderous intent and rage appeared on Xiong Kuai's face. With a grave demeanor, he recounted the entire sequence of events concerning the Chen family's disciples ruthlessly exterminating those of the Fu Hai sect in the Fan Hai secret realm, detailing how he dispatched individuals to the Chen family seeking an explanation, only to be humiliated in return. Furthermore, the Chen family was aggressively expanding their territory towards the Fu Hai sect, presumably harboring ill intentions. Hearing the unfolding events, Mo Tianxing's brow furrowed in concern. Is the Chen family truly so domineering? Noting the uncertainty on the elder's face, Xiong Kuai replied indignantly, Esteemed elder, indeed, the facts are as stated. I never anticipated that the Chen family, being a newly ascended nascent soul force, would possess the audacity to treat our Fu Hai sect with such contempt. It is utterly outrageous. What do you propose we do in response? Having successfully broken through to the nascent soul realm while the sect's esteemed elder had advanced to the late stage, Xiong Kuai's thoughts leaned towards personally visiting the Chen family alongside Mo Tianxing, to see if the Chen family could maintain their arrogance in the face of two formidable nascent soul cultivators. However, he wished to first hear Mo Tianxing's perspective. Eagerly awaiting the elder's thoughts, Xiong Kuai was pleased to hear words that aligned with his own desires. I have heard that the Chen family's ancestor, Chen Xuan, is an exceptional talent. I too wish to witness his capabilities. While uttering such sentiments, Mo Tianxing did not place much importance on the so-called ancestor, Chen Xuan. After all, he was merely a newly ascended cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, 2 minor realms beneath Mo Tianxing. In a real confrontation, he could easily suppress him with a single hand. There was nothing to fear. His proposal to visit the Chen family was essentially a means to establish dominance and seek retribution. Upon hearing this, Xiong Kuai was overjoyed. Therefore, two streaks of light soon ascended from the back mountain of the Fuhai sect, rapidly heading towards the direction of the Chen family in the east. The flight speed of nascent soul cultivators is remarkably swift. In less than half a day, they arrived above the Chen family. Xiong Kuai made no effort to conceal his presence, as his formidable aura, laden with palpable hostility, enveloped the Chen family's stronghold below. Countless disciples of the Chen family were stunned, gazing upwards at the two terrifying figures. Nascent soul cultivators, Chen Xiao, Chen Yintian, Chen Zhen, Chen Enian, Yang Zhao, and Shui Yu, along with a host of other golden core cultivators from the Chen family, swiftly gathered in the air. There were a total of 10 individuals standing face to face with Xiong Kuai and Imo Tianxing of the Fuhai sect. In that moment, Chen Xiao immediately activated a message talisman to inform their ancestor, Chen Xuan, of the arrival of two suspected enemies in the nascent soul realm. The visitors bore ill intentions. As Xiong Kuai gazed at the 10 proud figures standing before him, a wave of shock surged within him, causing his aura to spiral out of control. 10 golden cores? How could this be? Did the Chen family not only possess 2 or 3 golden core cultivators? How could they have increased to 10 in such a short span? In terms of golden core numbers, they were nearly equal to the Fuhai sect. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Chen family has ascended to the Yuanying level of power in such a short span. The Fuhai sect took nearly 2 to 3 centuries to amass its foundation before reaching the Yuanying stage. How does the Chen family justify this? At that moment, while Xiong Haikuo was lost in thought, Chen Zhao's voice resonated through the skies, neither servile nor arrogant. It turned out that the esteemed sect leader Xiong and elder Mo of the Fuhai sect had graced the Chen family with their presence, illuminating their humble abode. A warm welcome was in order. However, Chen Xiao inquired about the unexpected visit from the two distinguished guests, curious as to the reason behind it. His words snapped Xiong Kuai back to reality, and after a moment of introspection, he reassured himself. Was it not merely 10 Jinan cultivators? What was there to be concerned about? Below the Yuanying stage, they were all but ants. Once composed, he turned to Mo Tianxing, noting his impassive demeanor. Before directing a cold inquiry towards Chen Xiao, has the clan leader forgotten that 3 years ago, our elder Lu came to seek an explanation regarding the Fuhai sect disciples who perished at the hands of your Chen family? Chen Xiao was somewhat at a loss. He had presumed that after 3 years, such a trivial matter would have been forgotten. To his surprise, the Fuhai sect still harbored resentment. The unexpected visit from 2 Yuanying cultivators indicated that they were not merely here for idle conversation. They sought confrontation. Was this not what Lu Tu had alluded to when he warned of enduring the wrath of the Fuhai sect? Though belated, it had finally come to pass. Facing Yuanying cultivators, Chen Xiao felt considerable pressure, though he maintained a facade of calm. As the leader of his clan, he could not afford to lose composure and tarnish the reputation of the Chen family. His only strategy was to buy time until the ancestral elder of the Chen family arrived to engage in dialogue with the visitors. Sect leader Xiong. In the matter of the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate, a fact you are well aware of, are you not? Xiong Kuai certainly understood this. The various factions in the cultivation world explored secret realms, each relying on their own capabilities to compete, with grievances resolved within the realm and not carried into the outside world. However, the actions of the Chen family had been excessively ruthless. Nearly 50 of the Fuhai sect's foundational disciples had been entirely wiped out, not a single one spared. This was too severe, and the Fuhai sect required a reasonable explanation. I am well aware of this, Xiong Kuai continued. Yet your disciples clearly had the upper hand in the secret realm and could have ceased hostilities but chose instead to brutally slaughter our sect's disciples. The last time, I sent Elder Lu to negotiate, but he was met with disdainful humiliation. Does the Chen family truly regard the Fuhai sect with such contempt? As he spoke, Xiong Kuai's anger intensified, and his oppressive aura bore down relentlessly upon Chen Xiao and the others, constricting their breathing. However, this pressure was soon eclipsed by an even more formidable force. A booming, mocking thunderous voice erupted from the heavens, echoing in the ears of all present. Fuhai sect? What significance do they hold that warrants our respect? A tremendous power descended from above, enveloping both Xiong Kuai and Mo Tianxing. Their faces paled, devoid of color, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be the pinnacle of Yuanying? They turned to behold the figure draped in white robes, standing before Chen Xiao and the others, their minds swirling with tumultuous waves of astonishment. Xiong Kuai silently screamed in disbelief. Impossible. It was common knowledge that Chen Xuan, the ancestral elder of the Chen family, had only recently overcome the Yuanying tribulation 3.5 years prior. How could he possibly leap through 3 minor realms to reach the peak of Yuanying in such a brief span? It was unthinkable. Surely, it must be an illusion. A disguise achieved through some peculiar technique. The thought lingered in his mind. as he firmly believed no one could ascend from the early Yuanying stage to its zenith in just 3.5 years. Thus, he directed a stern rebuke towards the suddenly manifested Chen Xuan. Audacious fool, how dare you insult my Fuhai sect? The declaration left the assembly in shock. Chen Xian's gaze towards Xiong Kuai momentarily faltered. What was happening? He had not concealed his cultivation level. Why did the opposition appear unfazed, even emboldened? Could it be that they possessed some extraordinary treasure capable of overpowering a peak Yuanying cultivator? Mo Tianqing similarly turned to Xiong Kuai, his mind buzzing. Sect leader, did you perhaps acquire a miraculous opportunity during my seclusion that enables you to slay peak Yuanying cultivators? Xiong Kuai discerned the underlying implications in Mo Tianqing's words. Did he believe it was foolish to provoke someone whose cultivation level surpassed his by a minor realm? Yet, was the opponent truly at the peak of Yuanying? Elder, do not be deceived by this Chen Xuan. 3 years ago, when he faced the Yuanying tribulation, many witnessed it firsthand. Do you believe it possible to ascend from early to peak Yuanying in such a short span? As Xiong Kuai's voice echoed in his mind, Mo Tianqing fell into deep contemplation. He reflected on his own journey, which had taken over 200 years to ascend from early Yuanying to mid-Yuanying, achieved only through numerous perilous ventures and the collective resources of the Fuhai sect. For an ordinary cultivator lacking great fortune, such progress would require 4 to 5 centuries. Yet, how long had it taken the Chen family's ancestral elder to progress from Jindan to Yuanying? 3 years. Was it merely during his meditative practices that he ascended to the peak of Yuanying? This was nothing short of fantastical. Unless the Chen family's ancestral elder was a favored child of the heavens. Mo Tianqing surmised that Chen Xuan had likely mastered a unique technique capable of altering his cultivation aura, employing it now to intimidate them into retreat. Elder, we must not falter. If Chen Xuan had heard Xiong Kuai's words, he would undoubtedly commend him highly. What a remarkable talent. Truly exceptional. Mo Tianqing gazed upon the imposing figure before him, draped in a white robe, emanating an unmistakable aura of pressure characteristic of a peak Yuanying cultivator. He could also sense a terrifying presence radiating from Chen Xuan that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, pondering the words of the sect leader, he questioned whether the opponent truly was a mere paper tiger in disguise. Even Mo Tianqing found himself uncertain at this moment. On the other side, Chen Xuan had already retracted his earlier scornful demeanor, his gaze shifting to Xiong Kuai with an unpredictable expression. You must be the esteemed leader of the Fuhai sect. Xiong Zhongzhu. I am Chen Xuan from the Chen family. A pleasure to meet you. Witnessing Chen Xuan's sudden shift to a more cordial demeanor, Xiong Kuai felt his initial thoughts solidify. He was convinced Chen Xuan was merely flaunting borrowed authority. As Chen Xuan's words fell, Xiong Kuai could not help but scoff, a mocking smile curling on his lips. Heh, it is said that the Chen family's ancestor, Chen Xiantian, possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled combat prowess. Indeed, your reputation precedes you. However, to be so arrogant after just breaking through to the Yuanying stage, disregarding both me and the Fuhai sect, reflects poorly on your lineage. May I inquire, what gives you the right, Chen Xuan, and the Chen family? Xiong Kuai's voice grew increasingly fervent, resonating through the skies, filled with indignation. Initially, Chen Xuan had wished to soften the atmosphere, acknowledging that he may have been too harsh upon his arrival, especially towards his fellow Yuanying cultivators from the Fuhai sect. However, he was taken aback by Xiong Kuai's audacity, which seemed to invite further confrontation. Did he truly believe that some unfounded tactic could intimidate him? In his earlier days, even during the late Jindan stage, he had not feared Wang Jingya, a peak Jindan cultivator. Now, having ascended to the peak of Yuanying, he saw no reason to fear a mere fledgling Yuanying cultivator or a slightly more advanced one. His expression darkened as he regarded the furious Xiong Kuai opposite him. A surge of killing intent swelling within him. A mid-grade magical flying sword materialized beside him, its gleaming tip aimed directly ahead. This sword was a spoils from the defeat of the Zhou family's ancestor, Zhou. Chen Xian's rapid ascension in cultivation had rendered even mid-grade artifacts somewhat inadequate for his current prowess. Nonetheless, he had no time or opportunity to procure a more suitable flying sword. For the moment, he would have to make do. With his peak Yuanying cultivation and mastery over various sword techniques and intents, Chen Xuan felt confident in his ability to strike down an opponent of equal standing. Regardless of Xiong Kuai's hidden cards, they would be revealed in battle. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Chen Xuan activated his concealed third-stage attack method, channeling his inner thunderous power into the flying sword, while simultaneously imbuing it with the destructive sword intent he had comprehended from the essence of thunder. This strike would represent the zenith of his current capabilities. He mused that if his opponent possessed any hidden techniques, they would surely be revealed in the face of such an onslaught. Opposite him, Xiong Kuai and Mo Tianqing were taken aback as Chen Xuan suddenly drew forth his flying sword, their hearts leaping into their throats. They felt the terrifying might emanating from the sword, an overwhelming force capable of annihilating the heavens. Their faces drained of color. Sect leader? Did you not claim he was merely masking his true cultivation, that he was, in fact, at the initial yuanying stage? Then what is this fearsome attack that even I find unnerving? Panic surged through Mo Tianqing as the sensation of impending doom gripped him, urging him to flee. However, as a senior elder of the Fuhai sect, having received the sect's support for years to reach his current status, he could not abandon the reckless sect leader in the face of a crisis. Even if he wished to escape, there was no guarantee he could do so. Their only hope was that their foolish sect leader had some contingency plan. Xiong Kuai stood frozen in shock. He too sensed the escalating power of the flying sword beside Chen Xuan. It dawned on him that he might have underestimated the situation. Perhaps there truly existed a prodigy capable of ascending from the initial yuanying stage to its peak within 3 years. That very individual stood before him. The one he had just rebuked, now filled with wrath and poised to strike. No, fellow Taoist Chun, please, hold your hand, Xiong Kuai exclaimed as he regained his composure, raising his hand in a gesture of peace. There has been a misunderstanding. I did not mean it that way. How can I explain? His previous words had nearly sealed his fate. Before Xiong Kuai could devise a means of survival, the flying sword shot forth with a swift whoosh, carrying the power to slay a peak yuanying cultivator, aimed directly at him. As the sword was unleashed, the winds roared, and the sun and moon lost their light. No. Elder, save me. Xiong Kuai turned to plead for help, only to find Mo Tianqing had already fled several hundred meters away. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the retreating figure of his fellow elder. The elder had abandoned him, with no time to lament or place blame. Xiong Kuai's inner yuanying surged with spiritual energy as he hastily conjured a protective barrier while sprinting towards Mo Tianqing's direction. However, just as he had flown a short distance, Chen Xian's flying sword caught up to him, its tip colliding with his body. The protective barrier shattered like fragile glass, and the sword pierced through Xiong Kuai's dantian, unleashing a torrent of destructive thunderous power that coursed through his body. His figure abruptly halted midair before erupting in a violent explosion, transforming into a cloud of blood mist that scattered in the wind, his soul extinguished.